Chapter 1. The first thing he noticed was the laughing, not the fist coming at his face. That registered half a second later, alongside the salt and gunpowder air and the deck's pitch beneath his feet, and the weight of a body that was clearly not the one he'd been in 5 seconds ago. Not the screaming from somewhere to his left, not the crack of something wooden giving way under someone's boot. The laughing was first, because it was so completely the wrong sound for whatever was happening that his mind located it automatically, the way a mind locates the single calm voice in a burning room. Gol D. Roger was laughing 5 feet to his left. The fist arrived. He blocked it. The body knew how to do that even if he didn't. His arm came up on reflex, forearm catching the blow and deflecting it outward, and the impact traveled up through his elbow and into his shoulder with the specific weight of an adult man trying to knock someone half his size into the railing. He stayed standing, his knees bent slightly, center of gravity dropping without conscious instruction, and he stayed standing, and he had no coherent idea how any of that had happened. He was 10 years old. He was on a ship. He was in the middle of a fight he had not started. He processed the next 3 seconds in compressed time. The deck under his feet was worn smooth in the specific places where feet had worn it smooth for years, and the wood had the color of something that had been through serious weather and was better for it. The sails above him were patched in 4 places. The man who'd punched him was bigger than he was by a significant margin and was winding up for the follow-through. And the laughter from 5 feet away had a quality. Enormous, completely uncontained. The laugh of someone who finds the world genuinely funny in a way that has nothing to do with performance, that he had spent 30 years of another life reading about. He knew this ship. He knew it the way you know a story you've been living inside without knowing you were living inside it. Completely. In the marrow, with the specific depth of someone who had read every available account and argued about the details and felt the losses as real losses even from a comfortable distance. The Oro Jackson. The Grand Line. Gol D. Roger, 5 feet to his left, laughing in the middle of a fight. Which meant the body he was in was Shanks. Which meant the man winding up the left hook was someone he had approximately 0 background information on, but who was about to hit him. He ducked. Pure body memory. Shanks' reflexes running ahead of whatever passed for his conscious control. The left hook whistled past the top of his head, and he came up inside the man's reach, already moving, and hit him twice in the ribs in rapid succession. The first blow produced a sharp exhale, the second produced a stagger backward. The body had done this before. He was apparently someone who had muscle memory for rib shots on people twice his size. He would need to think about what that meant, but not immediately. There he is, Roger said, still laughing. I was wondering when you'd wake up. He processed this in the narrow way available to someone managing an active fight while also managing a complete reality crisis. Roger had noticed the gap. The 2 or 3 seconds where Say had arrived in this body and the body had run on autopilot. Roger had seen those seconds and had already flagged them as anomalous. In the opening minute of his existence as Shanks, the most perceptive human being in the story he was now inside had identified that something was different. He wrote the first entry in the mental catalog he was building under pressure. Asterisk Rule 1. Roger sees more than he says. Never be interesting. Asterisk. He filed the laughing separately, because the laughing deserved its own entry. It was exactly what everyone who had ever described it had said. Large and genuine and incapable of being performed because it came from somewhere too deep for performance. The Roger Pirates crew had the specific quality of people who lived near a force of nature and had learned to orient around it without being consumed by it. He put all of this aside and finished the fight. It wasn't complicated, in the end. The crew they'd engaged, nobody in the story he remembered, which suggested they were nobody important in the larger shape of things, were outclassed by the Roger Pirates in the way that most people are outclassed by legends. He moved through the deck the way the body knew to move, loose, fast, with a grin that apparently lived in his face as a default setting because it was there without being put there, and in 7 minutes the rival crew had found their exit and taken it. 7 minutes. He stood at the stern railing and breathed the Grand Line air and looked at the retreating ship and thought, okay. He was inside the story. He was 10 years old. Roger was walking toward him from across the deck with the quality of someone who has already decided he's going to say something and is just timing the approach. He thought, okay. Nice work, Roger said, stopping in front of him. The height was unexpected even from the story. The story conveyed it through comparisons, but being in front of it was different. The way a mountain is different from knowing the elevation. He had the physical quality of someone for whom the world's dimensions were permanently and naturally the right size. Not threatening, just fully present. You went somewhere, there at the start. I saw it. Hit my head, Say said. Asterisk Shanks' voice. Higher than I'm used to. File this. Asterisk, on the railing before the fight started. Went strange for a second. Roger looked at him. Not skepticism, something more specific than that. The look of someone who has already filed the discrepancy and is now deciding how long to leave it unfiled before returning to it. That's fine, Roger said. He clapped him once on the shoulder. Solid, warm, the kind of contact that doesn't ask anything, and walked away toward the helm, already calling something to Rayleigh. He stood at the stern and felt his heart doing things that were going to require management, and looked at the Grand Line and thought about the ending. He knew the ending. He'd known the ending for 30 years. He was at the beginning of the ending, and everyone on this ship was having a normal afternoon about it, and Roger was laughing again about something a crew member had done in the last minute of the fight. He added to the catalog, Asterisk Rule 1 is not hypothetical. It activated in minute 1. Asterisk, he added. That's fine. It was not fine. He began thinking about what to do about it. Chapter 2, he got through the day. This was a genuine accomplishment. He chose not to understate it. The day was mess duty, which the body knew how to navigate the way the body knew most things aboard this ship, with the specific ease of 10 years of repetition in the same space. Rope coiling. A navigation briefing in the main cabin where Rayleigh ran through their position and the next 3 days' projected course, and Say listened and processed, and filed what was relevant, and performed the expression of a crew member who is paying attention in the ordinary way rather than because his life currently depended on absorbing information. Sword practice with 3 other young crew members on the aft deck in the afternoon light. The sword practice required active management. He knew, broadly, what Shanks could do. He knew what Shanks became. He did not know what Shanks could do at 10, specifically, in the calibrated way that would let him perform at exactly that level without going above or below it. Too good would look like sudden unexpected improvement and would flag attention. Too poor would look like a sudden decline and would also flag attention. He aimed for the median of what the body had been doing before he arrived, which required him to spend half the session reading the muscle memory responses and calibrating against them, while also not looking like someone who was spending half the session doing that. He managed a plausible approximation. He didn't think anyone had noticed. Buggy noticed. Across the mess table at dinner, Buggy looked at him twice during the meal. The second look lasted a beat longer than the first, and had a quality Say recognized and filed immediately. The look of someone who is watching something and hasn't decided yet what it means, but who has decided it means something. He added Buggy to the watch list. Roger sat at the head of the table and ate with the specific appetite of someone who treats meals as an activity worth fully engaging with. Not gluttonously, just with complete presence, and talked about the island they were approaching in a way that made everyone at the table more interested in the island than they'd been before dinner started. He had the specific quality that Say had read about and was now experiencing directly. The quality of someone who finds everything genuinely interesting, which produces in everyone around him the feeling that the things they're doing are also genuinely interesting. It was not performed. That was the thing about it that was hardest to process. Roger's enthusiasm was not a technique. Roger did not look at Shanks during dinner. Say noted this with the precision of someone who was now cataloging everything and filed it as possibly more significant than looking. After the meal, after cleanup, he sat on the deck in the late evening light and looked at the water and thought about what he was going to do. He knew the shape of what was coming. He knew the laugh-tail run, Roger's surrender, the execution, the scattering of the crew, and the 22 years between Roger's death and the story he remembered beginning in earnest. He knew what Shanks became, which meant he knew what he was becoming, which meant the ending was the horizon he was sailing toward with complete knowledge of its contents and absolutely no idea how to be inside the approach to it in a way that didn't destroy him. The pre-grief had already started. He could feel it, the familiar quality of knowing a loss is coming and adjusting your emotions in advance of it, bracing the way you brace before an impact you can see approaching. He'd done this with the story from the outside. He was inside it now, and the grief was nearer. He wrote, Asterisk Rule 2. The gap between knowing and experiencing is not bridgeable by knowing more. Adjust strategy accordingly. Asterisk, he sat with the sea for a while. Roger appeared at the railing beside him, moving with the specific soundlessness of someone who was comfortable enough in their own existence that they didn't feel the need to announce it. Quieter tonight, Roger said. Hit my head, Say said. You said that this afternoon. Still relevant. Roger smiled at the sea with the small version of the smile, the private one that wasn't the public laugh. Let me know when it stops being relevant, he said, and walked away. He stared at the water for a long time after that and thought, Asterisk, the problem is not the ending. The problem is being present for everything between here and the ending without the foreknowledge making me someone who is already somewhere else. Asterisk, he added to the catalog. Asterisk Rule 1 addendum. Roger also says more than he appears to. Cross-reference against Rule 1. Combined risk, high, asterisk. He watched the Oro Jackson's wake disappear into the dark water and filed. Begin tomorrow. Chapter 3. 3 days in, Say started to understand the ship. Not the Oro Jackson as a vehicle. He'd understood the dimensions and function of a Grand Line ship well enough from the story, and the body knew the practical navigation of the deck reflexively. What he began to understand was the ship as a thing that had been lived in by the same people for long enough that it held their shape. The wear patterns on the mess table told him where people sat by unexamined habit. The gouge in the portside railing at exactly fist height told him something about a specific moment. The particular way a door had been reinforced on the starboard side, new would set into old, visible even after years, told him about an incident the story hadn't recorded. He made note of all of it because he was making note of everything. And Roger talked to the ship. This was the specific thing he hadn't expected. Not loudly. Not in a way that drew the crew's attention, which meant either it was habitual enough to be invisible or the crew had passed the stage of noting it. Small interactions. A palm on the mainmast when passing, brief and natural, the way you'd acknowledge someone in a hallway. A word or two to the wheel in the early morning. Once, when Say was returning from a pre-dawn watch change and the deck was empty except for the night crew, he heard Roger at the bow speaking in a tone too quiet to parse, looking at the water. He filed this. He did not know yet why it mattered. That same morning, sitting against the aft mast doing what he'd been telling himself was rest, and was actually systematic crew observation, something happened to his perception. It wasn't gradual. It was a door opening. He became aware, in a way that had nothing to do with any of the physical senses, of the fact that everyone on the ship was carrying something. He couldn't have described it in terms of light or sound or smell. It was something adjacent to all three, a quality of presence that each person had differently, and that was distinct from their physical presence in the way a person's voice is distinct from the space they take up. Rayleigh's was precise and deep and carried the particular quality of something that had been cultivated over decades. Crocus's was quieter and oriented differently, toward care rather than power, inward rather than projective. The other crew members had it in varying densities and directions. Roger's was visible from 3 ships away. He was not metaphorically describing Roger's as large. He was describing the fact that when his perception opened and touched Roger's sovereign will at the other end of the deck, the experience was roughly equivalent to walking out of a dark corridor into direct afternoon sun. Not hostile, Roger's will had none of the aggressive projection he'd read about in other powerful hockey users. Just enormous. Completely undeniable in the way of natural things. He sat against the mast and received approximately 2 seconds of it before the instinct to close took over, and he closed. His hands were shaking slightly. He waited for them to stop. They stopped. He thought. Asterisk, so that's the listener function. That's what receiving actually is. Not information. Presence. Direct contact with what someone is committed to. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, that was Roger at the far end of a ship at rest. Not using it. Just existing. Asterisk, he added to the catalog. Asterisk, the sovereign current requires active management. Closing is possible. The problem is that opening happens passively. Train the closing reflex first. Asterisk, he spent the rest of the morning doing drills and thinking about nothing else. That evening, Roger appeared at the railing beside him. You're quieter again, Roger said. Thinking, Say said. About what? He made the calculation. The subject was safe enough if he offered the surface version. About how you talk to the ship. A beat. Oh, Roger said, and the tone of it had an interest in it that wasn't casual. You heard that. This morning. Early. He kept his eyes on the water. You talk to the Oro Jackson the way you talk to someone you respect. Roger was quiet for a moment. He had the quality of someone for whom silence is not empty. Ships remember what people forget, he said, finally. The Jackson's been here for all of it. That deserves acknowledgement. Say filed this in a section of the catalog he was only beginning to build. The section titled Things Roger Says That Sound Incidental and Are Not. He wrote, Asterisk, ships remember what people forget. File, significance unknown. Revisit. Asterisk, that's fine, he said. Roger laughed, the small version. You say that a lot, he said. I've been trying to figure out what it means when you say it. It means it's fine, Say said. Does it? He thought about this. Usually, he said. Roger walked away with the small laugh still present. Say added to the catalog. Asterisk Rule 1 Addendum revised. Roger collects data points and doesn't discard them. His timeline for acting on collected data is unknown. The ships remember comment, the wake-up comment, the noticing of listener function activation in the fight. These are related. Asterisk, he looked at the Oro Jackson's deck for a while. The worn wood, the specific grain of it, the way the night watch's lantern caught the reinforced door's joint and made it visible. He thought, the ship does remember. There was something in that which he didn't have language for yet, and which felt important. He kept it and waited for the language to come. Chapter 4. Rayleigh ran training. He ran it with the efficiency of someone who has eliminated every inefficiency over years of practice and now moves through the structure with no wasted motion. He paid individual attention in a way that suggested he had built a complete model of each crew member's current capability and was adjusting the drill parameters in real time against that model. He was the best teacher Say had been around since the other life. He also watched Say. Not obviously. He watched everyone. That was the function of his role in the session. But there was a calibration quality to how he watched Shanks that was distinct from how he watched the other young crew members. Say identified this on the first drill and adjusted accordingly. He performed Shanks at 90% of what the body could do, which should read as a slightly off day rather than any systemic anomaly. It did not read that way to Rayleigh. After the third drill, Rayleigh appeared beside him and said, "Your footwork through the basic sequence was correct until the reverse pivot. After the pivot, you're compensating." "What? Still feeling the head thing," Say said. Rayleigh's expression was the expression of someone who categorizes excuses rapidly and comprehensively. "Crocus cleared you this morning," he said. "A persistent head thing," Say said. "You didn't have persistent compensatory footwork before you hit your head." This was a problem he had not fully anticipated. Rayleigh had a baseline for Shanks that predated Say's arrival, and Rayleigh's baseline was precise enough to detect a 10% variance. He recalculated. If 90% was detectable, he needed to be within 5% of the baseline, which meant he needed to be more capable than he'd been performing, which meant he needed to understand what the body's actual baseline was, which meant the 90% performance had paradoxically made things harder. "I'll work through it," he said. "You'll work through it correctly," Rayleigh said. From the top. He did the drill again at 95%. Rayleigh watched through the whole sequence, including the pivot, and nodded once and moved on. He filed. Rayleigh's detection threshold is approximately 5%. He has a complete model of Shanks' current capability. I need to train within the actual range of the body rather than trying to modulate below it. He also filed. The body being good is a complicating factor as well as an advantage. Young Shanks had been training here for years. He had the muscle memory of 10 years of work under people for whom this level of capability was a baseline requirement. Say had arrived in a body that knew things his mind didn't yet know, which meant the management problem was reversed from what he'd assumed. He didn't need to protect himself from being too bad. He needed to let the body perform and learn to think at the same speed. He spent the second half of training doing exactly that, following the body's instincts rather than ahead of them, which produced results that felt more natural and apparently looked more natural as well, because Rayleigh didn't stop him again. Buggy appeared during the cool-down period. He leaned against the railing near where Say was stretching and looked out at the water with the expression of someone who is about to say something they've been thinking about. "You've been weird all day," Buggy said. "Head thing," Say said. "That was 2 days ago," Buggy said. "And before that you were weird too. Yesterday you ate breakfast like you were thinking about something else the whole time. You never do that. You always talk at breakfast." He thought. Young Shanks is loud at breakfast. Add to the behavioral baseline. "I'll be louder tomorrow," he said. Buggy looked at him with the specific expression of someone who has received an answer that is technically responsive but fundamentally unsatisfying. "Why is that what you said?" he asked. "Instead of an actual answer?" "Because I'm thinking," Say said. "About what?" He considered how much to give Buggy. The calibration here was different from Roger. Roger had already flagged him as interesting, which was the wrong direction. Buggy was flagging him as weird, which was also wrong, but differently wrong. Weird was fixable by behavioral adjustment. Interesting could not be unfixed. "About training," he said. Rayleigh noticed something off. "I'm working out what it is." Buggy considered this. It wasn't a satisfying answer, but it was a plausible one. "You were fine last week," he said. "I know," Say said. "I'm working on being fine again." Buggy made a sound that was not quite a grunt and was not quite acceptance and wandered away. Say added him to the catalog under. Significant observation capacity. Maintains extended attention to behavioral deviations. Currently, in the has noticed something but hasn't decided it warrants escalation phase. Monitor. He added a note to the behavioral baseline section. Loud at breakfast. Active in group settings. Less meditative than current presentation. Adjust. He was building a performance. He was going to have to maintain it for years. He sat with this and decided that the word performance was wrong. What he needed was not to perform Shanks, but to become Shanks while remaining Say inside, which was a different problem and a much larger one. He wrote, Rule 3. The goal is integration, not performance. Start immediately. Chapter 5. The rival crew came back. Different ship, Same sovereign will ambient. He registered them at about 2 miles through the passive listener function before the lookout spotted them, which meant the function was running at the edge of his control even when he thought he'd closed it. He noted this, kept his face neutral, and processed it as information he would not reveal that he had. He was on the aft deck when the call came. He heard it, processed the performance requirement. Shanks would be forward and ready, and move to the front. The second fight was harder than the first. They'd revised their approach, coming in faster, tighter grouping, better coordination between their crew members. Whoever ran their strategy had looked at the first engagement and drawn the correct conclusions about what hadn't worked. He found this professionally interesting even while managing it as a physical problem. The body fought. He was learning, increasingly, to let it, to occupy the thinking layer while the body ran through what it had been trained for, which produced a dissociative quality he was slowly growing comfortable with. The body had opinions about how to do things. It wanted to move in particular directions, to establish particular positions, to apply particular techniques. He followed most of these opinions and exercised judgment on the edge cases where the body's instinct would have committed to something uncertain. The collaboration was not smooth yet. It was becoming less rough. And then Roger moved into the fight. He had known, intellectually, what it would feel like to fight in the same space as Gol D, Roger. He had read accounts. He had understood the physical mechanics of what it would mean to have the strongest man alive operating at close range in the same engagement. None of this prepared him for the actual experience, which was not about mechanics at all. The quality of the air changed. That was the only way he could describe it. Not metaphorically. There was a literal shift in the ambient pressure of the sovereign wills present in the engagement, the way atmospheric pressure changes before a large weather system arrives. The rival crew felt it, and their coordination degraded immediately, which was interesting and terrible, the specific combination that Roger produced. And the listener function opened. He had not chosen it. He was not trying to receive anything. The function opened with the quality of something that had been held under pressure and found an opening. And what came through the opening was Roger's sovereign will at close range, not at the far end of the deck, not dampened by distance, but immediate, at the range of someone 5 feet away moving at speed through a fight. It was the largest thing he had ever experienced. He stopped moving. 2 full seconds. The rival crew member he'd been engaged with landed something in his shoulder. Not a disabling blow, more of a glancing impact, but real enough to get through the processing delay and pull him back into the moment. He came back, caught himself, finished what he'd been doing. The 2 seconds had looked like a minor combat mistake. He was going to file it that way, but he'd felt it. Roger's sovereign will at close range wasn't power the way power was usually discussed in the story, something quantitative, something comparable. It was a direction. The most specific, unwavering direction he'd ever encountered in something that was also alive. Not pointed at him, not aggressive, not even particularly concerned with the fight happening around it. Just oriented, completely and irrevocably pointed at something on the horizon that Say couldn't see from where he was. He thought, that's what 30 years of commitment looks like from the inside. He thought, close the function. Close it now. He closed it. The ambient quality of the deck returned to normal. Just a fight. Just people, just the sounds and smells and physical work of an engagement on the Grand Line. He finished his portion of the fight with the body running mostly independently and his mind processing what had just happened. After the fight, Roger walked past him on deck and stopped. He didn't appear to have been watching for the moment to stop. He just stopped, naturally, in the way that seemed to characterize everything Roger did. You stopped, Roger said. There, in the middle. 2 seconds. Thought I heard something, Say said. Wrong direction. Roger looked at him with the quality of someone who has received an answer and is holding it at a slight distance while they assess it. His eyes did not move from Say's face. You have an interesting hockey, he said, in a tone that made it sound like a small and incidental observation. Then he kept walking. He stood on the deck of the Oro Jackson with the sound of the crew cleaning up around him and thought, I have been here for 5 days and Roger has already identified the existence of the sovereign current. He thought. Rule 1 was supposed to be preventative. It has already failed. He thought, after a while. That's fine. It was absolutely not fine. He needed to think about this carefully, which meant he needed somewhere to think that wasn't the deck of a ship where Roger moved past every 40 minutes. He went below, found the cramped bunk that was Shanks' bunk, and lay on his back with his eyes open and thought about what to do next. The situation was this. Roger had data. Roger had noticed the gap on day 1, the quiet on days 2 and 3, and now the 2-second stop in the fight. 3 data points in 5 days, all pointing at something is different about this crew member. Roger would add to these. Roger would keep adding. At some point the accumulated data would reach a threshold and Roger would act on it. and Say had no framework for what that action looked like. He added to the catalog, priority shift. The immediate management problem is not the crew in general. It's Roger specifically. Plan required. He lay in the dark bunk and listened to the Oro Jackson move through the water and tried to build a plan for the specific challenge of being a person with incomplete information inside a story with someone who processed information faster than him. He thought about it for a long time. He didn't reach a conclusion. He reached a working theory. The only way to not be interesting to Roger is to be exactly as interesting as Shanks would already be. The only way to do that is to actually become Shanks. The only way to become Shanks is to stop performing Shanks and start living here. He thought. Rule 3 is the whole plan. He thought. Start tomorrow. He looked at the ceiling in the dark and listened to the ship and filed. Tomorrow. Chapter 6. The issue with Buggy was that he was performing. Not badly. Buggy's performance was the performance of someone who had been doing it since he was old enough to understand that his particular qualities were not the qualities the world rewarded in the most visible ways. He'd been on this ship long enough to have developed a sophisticated version of himself that was louder and more theatrical than whatever he actually was, and this sophistication made him very good at recognizing when someone else was doing something similar. Say worked this out on day 7. He'd been adjusting his behavioral baseline over the week. Louder at breakfast, more active in group settings, following the body's instincts more and his own inclinations less. And the adjustments had been working in the sense that the rest of the crew had stopped giving him the slightly concerned looks that had started around day 3. Rayleigh had stopped making the assessing pause during training. Roger had not done anything with the data points he was collecting, at least not visibly. But Buggy had been watching the adjustments. He understood this when he caught Buggy at the end of a meal watching not him, but the crew's response to him. Watching how the table absorbed what Shanks was doing and whether it absorbed it in the expected way. It was a sophisticated observation, and it required understanding the expected baseline well enough to measure deviations from it. Buggy understood the expected baseline because he'd been calibrating against it himself. He filed. Buggy recognizes performance because he is performing. He has not said anything because he has not yet decided what to do with the recognition. Timeline. Unknown. He needed to decide what to do about this before Buggy decided what to do about it. The option of approaching Buggy directly and offering some version of the truth felt too high risk. Buggy's response to information was difficult to model at this stage, and the possible outcomes included variations he couldn't manage. The option of improving the performance to the point where Buggy couldn't detect it anymore was theoretically possible, but practically difficult, because the thing Buggy was detecting was not a specific behavioral error, but a quality of behind the performance that Say was still trying to eliminate. He came to a third option by accident. He was doing rope work near the bow when Buggy appeared and started working the adjacent line in silence. They worked in silence for a few minutes. Then Buggy said, without looking at him, "You've been doing something with your face." He considered this. "What kind of something?" he said. "Like when you're deciding something. Like there's a layer between you and what you're saying." Buggy coiled the rope with the efficiency of long practice. "You didn't used to have it," he thought. "This is the version of the conversation where I offer something real and see what happens." "I hit my head," he said. Buggy looked at him sideways. The look was the look of someone who has been given a joke when they expected an answer. "That's not what I mean," Buggy said. "I know," Say said. He kept coiling. "Something changed. I'm working on it. It has nothing to do with you." Buggy was quiet for a moment. He had the quality, in these quieter versions of himself, of someone who is more real than the louder version, more specifically himself, less theatrical, paying full attention. "Okay," Buggy said. "Okay," Say said. They finished the rope work in a silence that was different from the silence before, acknowledged rather than avoidant. He added to the catalog. Buggy's response to partial truth is acceptance. He does not need the full answer. He needs to know that an answer exists. File. Useful. He added. The performing quality he detected. I need to understand it well enough to eliminate it. The problem is that I don't know what it looks like from outside. I only know what it feels like from inside. He thought about this for the rest of the afternoon without reaching a conclusion except Rule 3. Integration. Start earlier. Chapter 7. Whitebeard. The fleet appeared at the horizon in the late morning. The specific silhouette of a Whitebeard-era galleon first, then 2 more behind it, then 5. Then the shape of the Moby Dick itself at the center of the formation, identifiable even at distance by its specific proportions. The Roger pirates did not immediately go to battle positions. The ambient quality of the deck changed. A focused attention rather than alarm, the crew shifting toward readiness without the urgency that actual incoming combat would have produced. Say processed this, The two crews had an existing dynamic that predated his arrival in this body, and the dynamic was apparently something other than straightforward hostility. He moved to the starboard railing and looked at the fleet, and the listener function opened. He'd been maintaining better control of it since the fight. He could now keep it closed at will with a reliability that approached, but didn't quite achieve complete consistency. It opened now because the source was large and at close range in the same way Roger was large. Not an attack, not a projection, just an existence too substantial to ignore at this range. He received it for a moment before the closing reflex fired. In that moment, he read Whitebeard's will. The surface of it was enormous and projective in the way he'd expected from the story. The specific quality of power that had been carrying itself through the world for decades and had become its own weather. That part was exactly what the story had said it was. What was underneath it was not. Underneath the scale and the projection, there was grief. Specific, aged, completely integrated into the will structure in the way that something becomes integrated when it's been there for long enough that the person has stopped fighting it and started incorporating it. It was not performed grief. Whitebeard was not showing anyone his grief. He was operating around it the way people operate around things they've incorporated but haven't resolved. The grief was the shape of a specific absence, something that was supposed to be there and wasn't. He thought, that's what I've been doing. He thought, that's what my pre-grief looks like from the outside. That's the quality of organizing your life around a loss that hasn't happened yet. It leaves the same mark as a loss that has. He stood at the railing and held the comparison and let the listener function stay open for longer than was safe. It ran for 40 seconds before he closed it. In those 40 seconds he absorbed the quality of Whitebeard's grief will, the size of the void it was organized around, the specific way it had been redirected into something that looked like family, which was true but was also a form of management. Whitebeard was managing. He wrote in the catalog, Whitebeard's sovereign will contains grief at its center. Not rage, grief, organized around an absence. The rage is real, but it's not the foundation. The foundation is what's missing. File important. Do not lose this. He wrote. This is what my own will looks like. Pre-grief and real grief produce the same mark. The difference is that real grief comes after the thing and is finite. Pre-grief comes before the thing and is potentially infinite. He was still at the railing when Roger appeared beside him. What do you see? Roger said. He looked at the Moby Dick. He thought about what the honest answer was versus the safe answer, and he thought about Rule 3, and he decided to offer as much of the honest answer as was manageable. Something I don't have words for yet, he said. Roger looked at the fleet. He had the quality, when he was reading the world, of someone whose perception extended farther in all directions than the physical distance would suggest. Not supernatural, just trained, deeply, to see what was there. Keep looking, Roger said. He kept looking. The fleet held its position for 3 more hours, then turned and moved away on their own heading. No engagement. Say noted the quality of the deck's return to its normal ambient. Something released, something that had been held for 3 hours relaxed back into the ship's ordinary state. He added to the catalog, the Roger Whitebeard dynamic is not combat. It is two extremely large sovereign wills existing in proximity without committing to either merger or confrontation. They have achieved some kind of equilibrium. The nature of the equilibrium is worth understanding. He added. The grief at the center of Whitebeard's will, note its presence. It will be relevant. Chapter 8 The incident with Vasco Shot took 20 minutes, and Say spent the next 3 days thinking about what it meant. The incident was this. Shot had wanted the lower crew member's carving knife. A personal possession, not functional equipment, the kind of thing someone keeps in a bunk because it mattered to them before the life they're living now. Shot had wanted it for no apparent reason except that he wanted it, and the crew member had it. And Shot had the quality of someone who has organized their entire existence around the principle that having the desire was sufficient justification. He took it. The crew member protested. Shot responded with a level of casual physical threat that made the protest end. Say had been in range of all of this. The listener function had been running at the passive edge for the last hour, which meant he'd received the quality of Shot's sovereign will during the incident. Shot's sovereign will was, he thought for a while about how to describe it, an absence of direction. Not evil exactly, not organized around a negative outcome the way some wills were. Just an absence of the coherent commitment that made a sovereign will what it was. Shot wanted things. Shot did not want them for any reason that the will structure could articulate. He filed. Vasco Shot's Haushika Haki, or whatever its analog is here, produces the same kind of pressure as a powerful sovereign will, but in no direction. This makes it harder to engage with because it doesn't respond to the relational mechanics that the current is built for. He filed. Asterisk, this is the first time I've read an absence rather than a presence. Note the distinction. Asterisk, and then Roger responded. Not with punishment. Not in the way the story had sometimes framed Roger's authority as leadership through overwhelming presence. He didn't escalate. He did not reprimand Shot in front of the crew. What he did was walk past. In the ordinary way, he walked through the ship and stopped near Shot and say something in a volume that didn't carry. Shot looked at the deck. Roger kept walking. Say thought about this for the rest of the day. The next morning, the carving knife was back in the crew member's bunk. Shot did not approach the crew member again during the 3 days following the incident. He wrote, Asterisk, Roger's authority aboard the Oro Jackson is not maintained through rules or through demonstrated willingness to enforce consequences. It is maintained through the aggregate weight of everyone's sovereign will on this ship being oriented in a direction, and that direction being coherent. Vasco Shot's undirected will is not coherent with the ship's direction, which means any specific behavior by Shot that goes against the ship's direction has to be actively corrected because it has nothing internal to correct against. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, the way Roger corrects this is not by adding a rule that Shot has to follow. It is by making the incoherence visible to Shot, by showing Shot the gap between what Shot did and the direction of every other person on this ship. The correction is relational, not punitive. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, this is a model I do not fully understand yet. But it works. Roger manages Shot not through power, but through the ship's collective will. The ship's collective will is something Roger built. Asterisk, he thought about this for 2 more days. On the 3rd day, he added, Asterisk, the sovereign currents function is not incidental to this model. The current is the mechanism by which a crew becomes coherent rather than just proximate. It reads what people are committed to and finds the points of overlap. A ship where everyone's will has been understood and the overlap has been made visible is a ship where the collective will becomes load-bearing. Asterisk, he added. Asterisk, Roger is doing this intuitively. He doesn't know the name for it. I do, because I have the current. I should be careful about what I do with this knowledge. Asterisk, Chapter 9. Roger pulled him aside for a hockey lesson on a Thursday afternoon. Where the day Say had been calling Thursday, the ship didn't observe the week in any formal way, but he'd been counting days since he arrived, and the count was at 23. And he'd been treating every 7th day as a Thursday because he needed some way to organize time that was longer than a single day. The lesson was in the forward cabin, a space that doubled as a map room and occasionally as a private meeting space when Roger needed one. Rayleigh was there, which Say registered as the lesson being significant enough to warrant the first mate's presence rather than a one-on-one. Roger had a way of beginning things in the middle. He did not introduce the topic. He was simply in the topic from the first sentence. You're receiving, he said, when Say sat down. I've been watching it for 3 weeks. The way your attention changes when there are powerful people nearby. The 2-second stops. The Whitebeard fleet observation. He looked at Say with the quality of someone who has been patient with an incomplete picture and is now asking for the rest of it. I'd like to understand it. Say thought about how to respond. He thought. Rule 3 says integration, and integration requires honesty in proportion to what the relationship can hold. He'd been on this ship for 23 days. The relationship with Roger was 23 days old, which was not long, but it was 23 days of someone who noticed everything. I receive instead of project, he said. I can feel sovereign will, other people's haushaku, or whatever it's adjacent to. Not weakly. In some detail. He paused. I can't push mine outward. It doesn't go that direction. Rayleigh said. If you're receiving, you're confused about the direction. That's what it feels like from the projection framework, Say said. From inside the receiving function, the direction feels correct. A small silence. Rayleigh looked at Roger. Roger's face had the quality of someone who has just received confirmation of a hypothesis they'd been developing and is now deciding what to do next. Walk me through what receiving feels like, Roger said. He thought about how to describe it. Like a second perception layer. The physical senses are normal. Underneath them, or alongside them, the spatial metaphor is wrong. I'm aware of what people are committed to. Not what they're thinking. What they're organized around. He paused. At close range, with powerful will carriers, it's very clear. At distance it's directional rather than specific. The Whitebeard fleet. I could read the direction of his will from about 2 miles out. Rayleigh said, Haushaku doesn't work at 2 miles. This does, Say said. Another silence. Roger leaned back and looked at the ceiling of the forward cabin with the quality of someone running a complex model. When you read someone, he said, what do you read? What's the content? What they're committed to, Say said. The thing their will is organized around. The thing they die for, or the thing they're afraid of dying to avoid. He thought about how to explain the specificity of it without explaining the specificity of what he'd read from Roger specifically. It's not surface. It goes to whatever is foundational. Roger brought his gaze down from the ceiling and looked at Say directly. Have you read me? He said. Once, Say said. In the second fight. It happened passively. The function opened without my choosing it. You were close. And he thought about this for a long time before answering. What he'd read from Roger's 2-second passive transmission was enormous and specific and the most important thing he'd received since arriving. He was not going to describe it accurately in this room. But the direction, the orientation of Roger's will towards something on the horizon, the specific quality of someone who has found the one thing worth doing and is doing it. That was something he could offer. You're pointed at something, he said. Something specific. You've been pointed at it for a long time, and you're going to be pointed at it for the rest of your life. The direction of your will doesn't waver. He paused. I couldn't read what the thing was. Just the quality of the commitment. Roger looked at him for a moment. Then he laughed. The large version, not the small private one, the full laugh that filled the cabin. Rayleigh winced slightly at the volume. What? Say said. Nothing, Roger said, still laughing. Nothing. Okay. He looked at Rayleigh. He's right that it's not the wrong direction. Rayleigh made the face of someone who is updating an assumption, but not yet finished updating. Roger looked back at Say. What if the direction is right and the theory is wrong? He said. I said that, Say said. I know. It's a good question. Roger stood. Work on the range and the specificity. I want to know when you can read a ship at 5 miles. He clapped Say on the shoulder and left the cabin with the quality of someone who has completed what they came to do and is already thinking about the next thing. Rayleigh stayed. He looked at Say with the assessment quality that ran under most of his interactions. He's been waiting for something to do that with the Haushaku for 2 years, Rayleigh said. He'll be insufferable for a week. About what? Say said. Rayleigh stood. About being right, he said, and left. He sat in the forward cabin for a while. He wrote, Roger knows about the current. Not by its function name, but by observation. He has identified that I receive rather than project, and he has identified that this is different rather than wrong. He is interested in developing it. He wrote. This is dangerous. It is also, possibly, the right call. If Roger is interested, and Roger teaches me, what I learn from him will be irreplaceable. He wrote. The cost is being visible. The cost of not taking the option is also being visible, because Roger has already noticed, and withholding from here forward is a choice he will also notice. He wrote. Rule 3, Chapter 10 The Poneglyph Island. He had known this was coming. Not this specific island, not this specific stop, but the Poneglyph research was a documented part of the Roger Pirates' final years. He'd been processing the approach for 3 days before they arrived, working out what his response to the Poneglyphs should be, how much to show, how much to hide, how to be in the same room as information whose content he already knew while performing the response of someone who didn't know. The island was small, overgrown, the kind of place that had been inhabited for long enough to accumulate a specific quality of presence and then abandoned for long enough that the natural world had begun to reclaim it. The Poneglyph was in a stone structure that had been a temple at some point. The architecture was right for that use even in ruin, the proportions of something built to make people feel small in front of something large. Odin translated. Odin, in person, had the quality that the story conveyed but couldn't fully convey. He was large in a way that was more than physical, with a laugh nearly as large as Roger's and a quality of movement that suggested he found the world fundamentally agreeable and was rarely wrong about this. He had been with the Roger Pirates for 3 months by this point, and in those 3 months Say had been watching him with the specific attention of someone who knew too much about how his story ended. The reader function activated. He wasn't expecting it. He'd been managing the listener and beginning to understand the witness elements as potential developments, but the reader tier came on fully formed. The specific opening of a new perceptual channel that read not the direction of Odin's sovereign will, but the content of it. Not the technical content, the motivation underneath the will. What Odin was for. What he'd organized his life around. He wants to belong to an era. That was the read. Not a statement Odin had made. Not an inference from behavior. The actual content of the will. The thing that was foundational. Odin was the strongest person in Wano, and had left Wano not because he was bored, not because he was reckless, not for any of the surface-level explanations the story offered. He had left because Wano was a place and he needed an era, and eras were out here, on the water, with people who were going somewhere that would still be talked about in 100 years. Say stood in the ruined temple and read this and thought, so do I. The thought arrived with a clarity that startled him. He was here because he was Shanks now, which had started as a fact imposed on him and was becoming something he was choosing, and the choosing was happening because this era, this specific ship, this specific crew, these specific 3 years before the story's ending, was the most alive thing he had ever been inside. He knew how it ended. He was here anyway. He was choosing to be here. He wanted to belong to this era, not as a story he remembered, as a person who was in it. The reader function stayed open while Odin translated, not intrusively. He wasn't receiving content Odin didn't offer, just maintaining the ambient awareness of a motivation that Say now recognized as deeply familiar. Odin read the poneglyph with the full presence of someone for whom this was not academic. He was witnessing something, not decoding it. Say watched him and felt the parallel run through him from one end to the other. He and I are both from somewhere else, trying to find where we belong in the shape of this moment. Asterisk, he got here by leaving. I got here by arriving. Asterisk, we're both going to lose it. We both know what it feels like to know that and be here anyway. Asterisk, he wrote in the catalog afterward, in the bunk that evening. Asterisk, reader tier activated in the poneglyph temple on the unnamed island. Odin's sovereign will reads as, wants to belong to an era. The content is specific and unambiguous. Cross-reference. I have the same want. I am inside the era I want to belong to. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, the difference between Odin and me is that Odin has accepted that his belonging to this era will end when the era ends. He is not managing against that ending. He is here, fully, without the pre-grief layer. Asterisk, he wrote. He is doing the thing I haven't learned to do yet. He wrote. I should watch how he does it. He wrote. Asterisk, I should do it faster than I've been doing it, because the reader function has given me a read I can't unread. Odin is here for the era, and I know when the era ends for him. And I have been managing against that knowledge since I arrived. I have been pre-grieving Odin from day one. Asterisk, he wrote. Stop it. He put the catalog away and lay in the bunk and listened to the ship and thought. Asterisk, Odin is here. He's here right now. He just read something ancient and important, and he's telling Roger what it means, and Roger is laughing about something in it. And the lamp in the main mess is still on, and I can hear them from here. Asterisk, I am not going to spend the time I have with him thinking about the time I won't. Start tomorrow. Chapter 11. Buggy found him at the bow rail on day 31, which was the day Say had started thinking of as the day the calibration problem was close to solved. Close to solved. Not solved. He'd been performing the behavioral baseline with enough consistency that the crew had stopped registering deviations, which was the functional test, not the deeper test, which was whether he was actually integrating or just getting better at the performance. Those were different things, and he'd been aware of the difference since day 7 when he'd written Rule 3 and meant it. The calibration problem was, the difference was not visible from outside. The only person who could tell the difference was him. And apparently, Buggy. He appeared at the rail without preamble, leaning his elbows on the railing and looking at the water with the expression he had in his quieter versions. The one Say was increasingly understanding as the more real ones. Buggy was loud when he was performing and quiet when he was actually present, which was an inversion of the usual calculus, but made sense given the specific quality of what Buggy was performing against. You've been somewhere else, Buggy said. Since the second fight with those guys. Maybe before. You've been going through the motions of being here and actually being somewhere else, and I've been trying to work out what to do about it for 3 weeks, and I haven't worked it out. Say looked at the water. I know, he said. You know, Buggy repeated. Okay. He was quiet for a moment. I'm not going to ask what it is. I'm not going to tell anyone. But I need to know something. What? Are you still the person I've been on this ship with for 2 years? Buggy said. Not the same. People change. I'm not asking for the same. I'm asking if there's still a person there that is continuous with that person, that remembers those 2 years, that is still here in some meaningful way. Say thought about this. It was not the question he'd been expecting. It was a better question than the ones he'd been preparing for. He thought. Asterisk, the honest answer to this question is complicated. The person Buggy knew for 2 years was Shanks, and Shanks is in this body, and I'm in this body too. And the question of continuity between who Shanks was and who I am is a question I've been working on for 31 days without a clean answer. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but that's not what Buggy is actually asking. Buggy is asking if I'm present. If I'm here. If there's a person in here who gives a damn about the 2 years Buggy spent on this ship with someone. Asterisk, yes, he said. Buggy looked at him sideways for a long moment. The assessment was real. Say could feel it, which was interesting, because the feeling was not hockey exactly. It was just the specific experience of being assessed by someone who has good judgment about the things they assess. Then act like it, Buggy said. I know, Say said. I'm getting there. Another silence. Buggy pushed off the rail and seemed to be leaving, and then stopped. He said, without turning around, I don't care what changed. I only care that it's you. He walked away. Say stood at the bow rail and thought about what Buggy had said and thought about continuity and what it meant, and he thought. Asterisk, what changed is that someone arrived. But arriving somewhere doesn't mean the place wasn't there before. Shanks was here for 2 years. I've been here for 31 days. The body and the memories and the relationship with Buggy are all continuous with those 2 years, even if I am not. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, I inherit them. They're mine because I'm here, and I'm here continuously with the person who was here before, and the question of whether that's the same person is probably not the right question. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, Buggy's standard is not sameness. It's presence. Being here, genuinely, in the moment with him, is what makes the continuity real. It's not about memory or history. It's about being present now. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, this is what he's been asking for since day 7 when he noticed the layer. He was asking for the full version, and he didn't know how to name what the full version was. Asterisk, he looked at the water for a long time. He thought. Asterisk, I am going to start being present with Buggy. Not performing Shanks at Buggy. Actually being here with him. Asterisk, he walked toward where Buggy was now doing rope maintenance, and sat near him, and started doing rope maintenance without saying anything. Buggy looked at him once. He nodded. They worked in silence that was different from every silence they'd had before. Comfortable, acknowledged, shared. This was the beginning of the friendship. Not the end of the management problem, but the beginning of something that was more important than the management problem. Chapter 12. Roger's illness showed on a Tuesday. Not the illness itself. Say knew what the illness was, knew its name, knew how long it had been present and how long it would continue and what it would do at the end. He'd been carrying that knowledge since day 1, stored in the catalog under a section he'd been unable to name and eventually labeled. Things I know that I cannot do anything with. What showed on Tuesday was a moment. Roger sitting at the mess table in the morning and setting his cup down very carefully, which was not how Roger usually set things down. He set things down with the easy certainty of someone who finds the world reliably solid. The careful setting down, the brief pause before he picked the cup back up, the slight flattening of his expression for approximately 2 seconds before the default came back. These 3 things took a total of about 6 seconds, and nobody else in the mess was watching him at that exact moment. Say was watching him. He processed what he'd seen with the part of his mind that processed things quickly and efficiently, and the result was, asterisk, the illness is present. It's been present. This is the first moment I've seen it visible from the outside rather than just known about it abstractly. Asterisk, the pre-grief activated. Not the small version he'd been managing. The full version, the specific experience of knowing a loss is coming and feeling the weight of the entire timeline between now and the arrival of that loss, as though it were already present. He knew when. He knew how. He knew the specific quality of the ending. He sat in the mess and ate his breakfast and performed the absence of any of this, which was the most active performance he'd done since arriving in this body, and it cost him. He spent the morning like that, performing normalcy over the specific weight of knowing. Crocus found him on the lower deck in the afternoon. Crocus had the quality of a man who has worked in close proximity to mortality for long enough that he has developed a specific perception for the way people carry knowledge of mortality. He'd been Say's medical examiner on day 1, had done the post-engagement check, and had looked at him during that check with the quality Say had filed as notes something. Does not say it. He appeared now and did the same thing. Looked at Say with the quality of someone who is accurately reading a situation and deciding what to do with the reading. It's not your job to fix this, Crocus said. Say looked at him for a moment. He had not said anything. I know, he said. You're going to try anyway, Crocus said. Not accusatory. Just observational. I know, Say said. Crocus sat down against the hull beside him with the ease of someone who has been sitting in all available positions on ships for decades. I've been watching him for a year, he said. The illness has a specific progression. I know roughly what that progression looks like and roughly how long it takes. I don't know the end date precisely. He paused. Neither do you. No, Say said. But you know it's coming, Crocus said. Yes. They sat in silence for a while. The ship moved under them. From above, Say could hear the sounds of the afternoon work. Rope, sail, the specific percussion of a ship in full operational use. The hardest part, Crocus said eventually, is not the knowing. The hardest part is deciding what to do with the time between knowing and the arrival. He looked at the hull. I've been working on that for a year. What have you decided? Say said. To be here, Crocus said. Fully, for whatever time there is. Not to spend the time before the loss being so aware of the loss that I missed the time. He paused. I fail at this regularly. I succeed at it sometimes. The ratio is improving. Say wrote in the catalog that evening. Asterisk reader tier fully achieved. Not through training. Through genuine emotional contact. Being in the same room as Roger's illness and not managing around it, and having Crocus name what I was doing. The tier advancement feels like a deepening rather than an opening. What I read now is not different from before. It's just truer. Asterisk he wrote. Asterisk Crocus has been doing what I need to learn to do. Watch how he does it. Asterisk he wrote. Asterisk the pre-grief for Roger started today. I am going to try to manage it in proportion rather than in full force. I am going to try to be here for the time there is. Asterisk chapter 13. The conversation happened on a clear morning 37 days in. He had been trying to find a way to have it for a week. He had been cataloging his reasons for not having it. Roger is busy. Roger doesn't need this right now. I'm not sure I can conduct the conversation without revealing more than I intend to. And on the 37th morning, he walked into the forward cabin where Roger was working through navigational notes and said, I want to ask you something. Roger looked up. He had the quality, in the private moments, of someone who was always slightly ahead of the conversation, waiting for it to arrive at what it was actually about. Ask, he said. The message, Say said. He sat down across the table. Not what it says. Not the poneglyph's content specifically. The act of leaving it. You're building something that people who aren't born yet will find and respond to. He thought about how to frame the question. Why does that matter to you? Specifically, not in the framework of the will of D or the legacy of Joy Boy. For you, personally, why does a message for people who aren't here yet matter? Roger set down his pen. He looked at Say with the quality he had when something interested him, which was indistinguishable from the quality he had about most things except for a slight intensification of his existing attention. Someone has to say the thing first, Roger said. That's the basic answer. Someone has to say, there is a question here, there is something worth finding, there is an answer waiting at the end of what you're capable of doing. If nobody says it, nobody goes looking. He paused. I'm not the person who answers the question. The question was asked before me. But I'm the person who can say, the question is real. Go find it. And if you die saying it, Say said. If I die saying it, Roger said simply. Then the statement was made. The statement is the point, not my survival of it. He looked at Say for a moment. You're asking because you have foreknowledge of something and you're trying to work out what it means that things happen anyway. Say was quiet. That's fine, Roger said. He smiled, briefly, the private version. You say it, I say it. We can both mean it. He picked up his pen again and went back to the navigational notes. What I'm committed to isn't legacy. It's not the treasure. It's the existence of a moment when someone reaches the end of what's possible, finds what's there, and laughs. That's the whole thing. He looked up again briefly. If you can't laugh at it, you haven't really found it. The sovereign current resonated. Not a full reading. He hadn't opened the function. He'd been maintaining the closed state. But a resonance, the ambient frequency of Roger's sovereign while conducting through the closed state and making itself known. He received a single quality, not a direction or a motivation or a content, but a feeling. The specific quality of being completely and permanently organized around something real. He thought. Asterisk, that's what a will that has found its purpose feels like. Not at peace, too active for peace. Just completely at home in itself. Asterisk. He thought. Asterisk, I have spent my entire presence in this body wondering if I'm the right person to be here. If there is a right person. If I'm failing Shanks by being here instead of him. And the question of whether I'm the right person is the wrong question. The question is whether I'm actually here. Asterisk, the laughter, Say said. You've said that before. What's the joke? Roger laughed. The full version, uncontrollable, entirely genuine. I'm not going to tell you, he said. You have to go find it. He sat in the forward cabin and felt the sovereign current settle into a new quality. The specific quality of a function that has found a purpose that clarifies rather than complicates. He wrote afterward. Asterisk, I understand what the current is for. Not to read people in order to manage around them. To read them in order to understand what they're actually committed to, and to find the overlap between that and what I'm committed to, and to live at the intersection. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, the intersection between Roger's commitment and mine is, be present for the era. Don't manage it from outside. Asterisk, he wrote. Start now. Chapter 14. The Marine fleet appeared on a calm morning. It was not a small fleet. 5 ships, marine flags, an organized formation that suggested advanced planning rather than opportunistic intercept. Say processed the formation as someone had known where they were and deployed a response, which meant either a leak in the crew's navigation information or a long-range tracking capability he didn't have data on. He filed the question of how and focused on the current situation. The crew went to positions. Not with alarm, with the practiced efficiency of people who have been through this before and have a high confidence in the outcome. There was a specific quality to how the Roger pirates moved toward a marine intercept that was different from how they moved toward pirate engagement. Less aggression, more calculation. The orientation of people who know that the institution they're engaging with operates by rules even when it doesn't want to. And then Roger walked to the rail, looked at the marine flagship, and called across the water. We're about to make lunch. Come eat something. Say process this. From the marine flagship, after a moment, a voice called back something that was too distant to hear. Roger laughed. He turned away from the rail and started giving orders that were about neither fighting nor fleeing. 20 minutes later, 3 Marine officers were on the Oro Jackson's deck. The lead officer was young, younger than Say had expected, with the specific quality of someone who had achieved rank through genuine competence rather than institutional seniority. He moved with the careful awareness of someone operating in a space where nothing they understood about rules and procedures was reliable. He was assessing everything. Say read his sovereign will from across the deck. Not invasively. The ambient passive awareness that he'd been maintaining since the reader function stabilized was running at the edge of his control, and the Marine officers will had a specific quality that engaged it. He received genuine belief. This is a man who works for the institution because he believes the institution does what it says it does. He believes the Roger era produces chaos that costs innocent people. He is here because he has been given a mission that aligns with that belief. He could not dismiss this as wrong. He spent the lunch, which was real. Roger ate with the Marine officers with the complete ease of someone who has no enemies except the ones others decide to be, watching the lead officer and filing what he received. The officer's name was Sengoku. Sei knew this name. He knew where Sengoku ended up. He knew what Sengoku became and at what cost and in what direction. He watched the young version of that person eat lunch on the deck of the Oro Jackson and felt the full weight of all 3 kinds of knowing. The story knowledge, the current read, and the knowledge in the body that comes from being in the same room as something real. Sengoku looked at Sei once during the meal with a quality that was specifically assessing, not as a threat, as a data point. He was collecting data on the Roger Pirates roster the way a good officer collected everything. Their eyes met for a moment. Sengoku's gaze was direct, clear, professionally neutral. His sovereign will at that distance contained the things Sei had read from across the deck. Genuine belief, organized into institutional service, deeply committed. After the lunch, after the Marine officers had returned to their fleet, Roger appeared beside Sei at the stern. "What did you read?" Roger said. "He believes what he says," Sei said. "He thinks we cost innocent people. He's not wrong about the costs. He's just wrong about whether the costs are the whole accounting." Roger looked at the Marine fleet's departure. "Good read," he said. "The people who are wrong about us aren't wrong about everything," Sei said. Roger was quiet for a moment. "No," he said. "They're not." He clapped Sei's shoulder once and walked away. Sei filed. Sengoku will be the question. Not whether he can be dismissed, he can't, but whether the ledger can be presented fully enough that someone like him can read both sides of it. He wrote. The sovereign current doesn't let me dismiss people who are organized around real things. This is, I think, the function's ethical content. Chapter 15, the crew member's name was Yoshi. He'd been on the ship for 4 years, which made him an intermediate member, longer than some, shorter than others, at the specific tenure where he developed the ease of belonging without losing the awareness of how belonging worked. He'd been good at ropes. He'd had a specific laugh. He'd been kind to Buggy in the way that wasn't performed kindness but the natural expression of someone who found Buggy genuinely likable. He died on a Tuesday, not in a fight. A ship accident, the kind that happens at sea regardless of preparation, the kind that the story never records because it's not narratively legible, just true. A line under tension, a failure, a moment, and then he was gone. It was fast. There was nothing to be done. The deck was very quiet afterward. Sei stood in the quiet and felt the pre-grief he'd been building for Roger collide with the actual grief of Yoshi being gone, and the collision produced something he hadn't expected. The actual grief was smaller than the pre-grief. Not smaller in significance. Yoshi was gone, and that was real and serious. But smaller in emotional weight, because it was actual and finite and present, where the pre-grief for Roger was hypothetical and infinite and everywhere. The pre-grief was worse. He filed this. Actual grief is present and finite. Pre-grief is not yet arrived, and therefore infinite. I have been spending more emotional resources on the loss that hasn't happened than on the people who are here now. He watched Roger respond to Yoshi's death. Roger was devastated. That was the only word for it. Fully, openly, without management, without performance, without the performed stoicism that Sei had been unconsciously expecting because he'd been expecting the version of Roger from outside the story. Roger said nothing to the crew for 10 minutes. He stood at the bow and looked at the water and was devastated, completely, and everyone on the deck could see it. Then he turned around and was present again, not over it, not performing over itness, but present. He went to the people who had known Yoshi best. He talked with them. He grieved with them. He did not manage his grief or theirs away from each other. Sei watched this for 3 hours. He thought, Roger is doing the thing I can't do. He's in it fully without pre-managing it, and without performing around it after. He's here for the actual thing. He thought. Asterisk, I have been managing grief since I arrived. Managing the grief for Roger. Managing the grief for Odin. Managing the grief for the crew I know is going to scatter. I've been spending all my time managing things that haven't happened yet, and not being fully present for Yoshi, who was here, who was good at ropes, who had a specific laugh, who is now gone. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, I didn't know him well enough. I've been here for 6 weeks, and I didn't know Yoshi well enough because I've been spending my attention on the management problem instead of the people. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, pre-grieving is not preparation. Pre-grieving is skipping the actual grief. The actual grief, when it arrives, is shorter and more present than the pre-grief and costs less. I have been choosing the more expensive version. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, Roger's approach to death within the crew. Full presence, full grief, and then full presence again. No management layer. No transition that minimizes it. Asterisk, he wrote. The difference between Roger and me right now is that Roger is here for the grief, and I am watching Roger be here for the grief from behind the management layer I've been maintaining. He walked over to the group that was grieving. He sat down with them. He listened to stories about Yoshi, the specifics of him, the actual person, for years of particular moments in the memory of the people who'd been here for those moments. He had 6 weeks of moments. He offered them. They were smaller than the others, but they were real, and the people received them as real. He was there for 2 hours. When it was over, when the group had finished and dispersed back to the ordinary work of a ship, Roger came and sat beside him briefly. He didn't say anything. He sat for a minute and then stood and left. Say wrote. Asterisk, to be fully present for death requires being fully present for life. The management layer doesn't selectively apply. It cuts across everything. If I'm managing against the grief for Roger, I'm also managing against fully knowing Roger while he's here. The management is not protection. It is the loss arriving early. Asterisk, he wrote. I am going to stop pre-grieving Roger. He looked at the water for a long time and thought about Yoshi's laugh. He thought about how he'd heard it a dozen times in 6 weeks and hadn't cataloged it, because cataloging it hadn't seemed relevant to the management problem. And now there was no more time to catalog it, and the only place it existed was in the memories of people who'd known him longer. He wrote, asterisk, start now. No more later. Now. Asterisk, chapter 16, he spent 3 days learning how to be present for something. He had been wrong about what this would feel like. He'd thought, from the catalog, from Rule 3, from the observation of Roger being fully present for Yoshi's death, that being present was a matter of lowering the management layer and letting the full experience through. He'd thought the full experience was what was underneath the management layer, waiting. What he found was that the management layer was also a skill, and skills don't simply disappear when you decide to stop using them. He'd been managing his emotional responses for 31 days in this body, and before that for 30 years in the other life, and the habit was deep. He'd decide to be present, and then 3 minutes later he'd catch himself managing from a slight distance, and he'd decide again, and then 2 minutes later he'd catch himself again. He failed repeatedly. Buggy was watching. He could feel it, the quality of Buggy's attention when it was tracking something, and the failures were visible to Buggy at some level, but Buggy said nothing. He was increasingly understanding, the specific kind of person who gives someone room to work something out without providing commentary. The genuine conversation happened with Kenji. Kenji had been Yoshi's closest friend on the ship. They'd been together for 4 years, had come on in the same intake, had the specific quality of 2 people who'd been through the same things from the same starting point. He was grieving with a completeness that Sei recognized as the opposite of the pre-grief he'd been practicing. He found Kenji in the evening on the lower deck, sitting with a rope he wasn't working on. He sat down nearby and said nothing. They were quiet for a while. Then Sei said, he showed me the best technique for the aft mainline 3 weeks ago. I've been using it since. Kenji looked at him. He said everyone learns it eventually, he just shows them faster. A small smile from Kenji. He said that about everything, Kenji said. He always said he was just showing people faster. More quiet. Then Kenji started talking. Not to say specifically, just talking. The way people talk when they need the sound of their own voice carrying the weight of someone who was real. Sei listened. Fully, without building a catalog entry, without processing for tactical relevance, without maintaining the management layer. He let what Kenji was saying be what it was. A person who had lost someone, talking about who that person had been, needing to be heard. It cost him something he hadn't expected. The cost was that it was real. Receiving without managing was not neutral. It had weight. And the weight was the weight of what was actually true. And the truth was that Yoshi was gone and Kenji was grieving and Sei was here for it without the management layer to buffer it. He felt it. Not the pre-grief, not the catalog projection of a future loss, the actual present weight of an actual present thing. The witness function opened during this conversation and he understood, as it opened, what it was. He could see the fear layer beneath Kenji's grief. Not the grief itself, not the direction of it, but the thing underneath, what Kenji was afraid of dying to avoid. The fear beneath the grief was being the only person who carries this, being the last one who has the particular texture of Yoshi in memory, and the fear of what happens when that memory fades. He wrote, *witness tier achieved. The fear layer reads what is underneath the commitment, not what someone would die for, but what they are afraid of dying to avoid. In Kenji, the fear of carrying alone. This is a more intimate read than the reader function produces. It requires full presence to access. You cannot read it from behind the management layer. He wrote, the cost of full presence is feeling what you receive. This is appropriate. This is what it's supposed to cost. Chapter 17 The fishing trip was not a fishing trip. Roger told him it was a fishing trip. They were anchored near a small island while Rayleigh handled the supply run, and Roger appeared in the morning with 2 lines and said he was going to catch something and asked if Say wanted to come. He said yes. They took a small boat to a quiet cove and dropped lines and sat in the morning air, and the reality of the situation became clear within approximately 10 minutes. There was no fish in this cove that Roger cared about catching. Roger had brought 2 lines as props. He was sitting in this boat with Say because he wanted to have a conversation that required the specific conditions of a small boat in a quiet cove without any other crew present. The lines were in the water for 20 minutes before Roger said anything. What do you know that you're not saying? Roger said. The directness was exactly what the story had prepared Say for, and was still completely surprising. Roger did not build toward questions. He arrived at them and asked. He was looking at the water when he said it, not at Say, which made it simultaneously easier and harder to answer. Say sat with the question for a moment. He thought about all the possible answers and what each of them would cost. He thought about Rule 3 and what integration required. He thought about the conversation in the forward cabin about why the message mattered, and Roger's answer about being the person who says the thing first, and the specific resonance the current had produced when Roger said it. He made a choice. More than I should, he said. Less than I need to. Roger was quiet for a long time. The cove was genuinely beautiful. The specific quality of small sheltered water, the light coming in at the angle that made everything slightly more itself. The line in Say's hand had a small weight to it from the current, the honest physical feedback of being in the water. That's an honest answer, Roger said. I know. More quiet. The lines in the water. A bird somewhere on the island making a sound that echoed off the rock. What you know, Roger said. Does it change what you do? It should, Say said. I've been trying to figure out how to let it change the right things without changing the wrong things. What's the wrong things? He thought about this. Being so organized around what I know that I'm not here for what I don't know, he said. Being so prepared for what's coming that I'm not present for what's here. Roger looked at him for the first time in the conversation. The quality of his attention at close range was different from the ambient quality of his will at a distance, specific, full, not analyzing, but receiving. He was doing the things Say had been trying to learn. He was just here for the conversation. You're better at that than you were when you woke up on the deck 4 weeks ago, Roger said. There's more of you in the room. I've been working on it. I can tell. Roger looked back at the water. What you know that you're not saying. Is it going to hurt someone if it stays not said? Say sat with this carefully. Some of it, he said. The part that I can't say without changing things I don't have the right to change. Roger nodded, slowly, the nod of someone who recognizes a constraint and is not going to argue against it. There are things I know that I can't say, he said. The knowing is different from the telling. You can know and not tell, and that's a form of integrity, as long as you're honest about the reason for the silence. He paused. The reason has to be real, not just comfortable. The reason is real, Say said. Okay, Roger said. They sat in silence for a while longer. Then Roger pulled in his line, which had caught nothing, and stood up. The fish know we're not really fishing, he said. Come on. He wrote that evening. Roger asked what I know that I'm not saying. I gave him the honest frame without the content. He accepted it. He asked whether the knowing would hurt someone if it stayed unsaid, and I gave the honest answer to that too. He offered a framework. Knowing and not telling is integrity if the reason is real. The reason has to be real, not comfortable. He wrote. I have been checking this. Some of the silence is real reason. Some of it is comfort masquerading as reason. I need to be more precise about which is which. Chapter 18 The full reading of Roger's will happened on a windless afternoon 43 days in. He hadn't been trying to initiate it. He'd been sitting with Roger in the forward cabin reviewing the next navigation stage. Rayleigh was elsewhere. The cabin was quiet. The maps on the table had the quality of something that had been worked over many times and held the accumulated marks of that work. He had been practicing the witness function over the last week on crew members who didn't know they were being practiced on, developing precision at reading the fear layer, and the function had been running at the background level of his awareness. Roger turned to look at something on the starboard map panel, and for a moment his face was in profile, and the afternoon light was doing something specific to the angle, and the combination, the light, the profile, the close range, the accumulated 43 days of being in proximity to the largest sovereign Wolsey had ever encountered, produced a moment where the witness function opened fully without his having chosen it. He received Roger's will at the complete witness level. The surface of it was what he'd read before, enormous, directional, organized around something on the horizon that had the quality of a singular purpose. The reader layer was what he'd read from the boat, the commitment that wasn't power or legacy but the existence of a moment of laughing discovery. He'd received both of these before. The fear layer was new. He saw what Roger was afraid of dying to avoid. Not death, not pain, not the illness, not the failure of the mission in the tactical sense, not the question of whether they'd find Laugh Tale. Roger had made his peace with all of those things in a way that had the quality of decisions made a long time ago and fully settled. What Roger was afraid of was something different and much larger. He was afraid that Joy Boy's message never gets answered. Not his message, Joy Boy's. The original message, the question posed 500 years ago, the thing at the center of the void century that the world had been organized around suppressing. Roger was afraid that after everything, the Grand Line, the crew, the poneglyphs, Laugh Tale itself, after all of it, the world resets, returns to its managed state, goes back to a configuration where the question is unasked and the answer is unfound and the moment of laughing discovery never comes, because nobody with the right quality is born, or they're born and they don't reach the place, or they reach the place and they don't understand what they've found. Roger was afraid of a world that doesn't get to laugh. Say received this at the complete witness depth, and it took everything he had. He was not wrecked in the way of surprise. He'd known, abstractly, that Roger cared about Joy Boy's legacy. He'd known the shape of Roger's commitment. But the fear layer had a different quality from the commitment layer, and what the fear layer showed was the underside of everything Roger had built his life around. The possibility that none of it mattered. That the statement doesn't get answered. That the thing he was willing to die for was not enough. The function stayed open for 6 seconds before the closing reflex fired. 6 seconds was long enough. He sat in the forward cabin with Roger present 3 feet away and could not speak. He did not speak for 6 hours. Chapter 19. Roger let him be silent. This was, Say understood in the hours after the witness reading, what Roger was. He did not fill silence with performance or management or interrogation. He let it be what it was. He left the cabin for a while and came back and worked on the navigational notes and did not ask about the silence or treat it as a problem to be solved. After approximately 3 hours, Say got up and went to the deck. He stood at the bow for another 2 hours. The sun moved. The water was calm and enormous. He thought about the fear layer beneath Roger's will and thought about what it cost to carry that, to be organized around something that mattered this much and to know, beneath the commitment, that it might not be enough. He thought, this is why Roger tells people to laugh. The laugh is the answer to the fear. The laugh at the finding says, we made it. It's real. The question was answered. The laugh is the proof that the worst thing Roger fears didn't happen. Roger appeared at the bow in the early evening and sat beside him. They were quiet together for a while. The thing you saw, Roger said eventually. Was it yours or mine? Yours, Say said. It's yours. I'm sorry. Don't be. Roger looked at the water. What did it feel like? He thought about how to answer this accurately. Like something so large that being in the same room as it was already enough, he said. You don't have to do anything with it. It's already its own thing just by existing. Roger was quiet for a moment. He had a quality in these moments of arriving at something he'd been building toward and finding it was the right shape. The hockey you have, he said. Rayleigh's wrong about the direction. I've said this to him. He's resistant. I know, Say said. It's not a malfunction, Roger said. It's a different design. He looked at Say. The design that receives rather than projects. It asks something specific. You have to be fully present to receive accurately. You can't be managing from outside. He paused. You've been learning that. Slowly, Say said. Everyone does, Roger said. The skill itself isn't the hard part. The hard part is what it requires you to become. He stood. What did you read? He asked. Not demanding, offering the option. What you're afraid of dying to avoid, Say said. Roger looked at him for a moment. That's a real read, he said, with a quality Say couldn't name except that it was the quality of being taken seriously at a depth he hadn't expected. Most people can't get there. I didn't choose it, Say said. The best ones don't, Roger said. They just find themselves there and figure out what to do with what they saw. He walked away toward the helm. Say sat at the bow until the stars came out and thought about what it meant to know what someone was afraid of dying to avoid and carry that responsibly. He thought about the specific quality of Roger's fear, the largest thing Say had ever received, and what it would mean to be someone who could respond to that fear, not by managing it, but by being part of the answer. He wrote, Roger's fear is that the question goes unanswered. I know, from 30 years of the other life, that it doesn't. The question gets answered. The laugh comes. The era arrives. He wrote. I cannot tell him this. But I can be here for the approach to it, fully, without the management layer. He wrote. Being here for the approach is the only thing I can offer him that is actually mine to offer. Chapter 20. He wrote the fullest record entry he'd allowed himself in 47 days. He sat in the bunk that was his bunk and had been his bunk since day one and had the specific quality now of somewhere he'd actually lived rather than occupied, and he wrote for 2 hours. He wrote about arriving. He wrote about the body's reflex in the first fight, the cataloging, Roger laughing 5 feet away. He wrote about the management problem and the gradual understanding that the management problem was the wrong problem, that the actual problem was presence, and the management layer was not a solution to the problem of presence, but an obstacle to it. He wrote about Buggy saying, "Are you still the person I've been on this ship with?" and what it cost to answer that honestly, and what it had produced. He wrote about Odin reading the poneglyph and the reader function opening and the recognition that felt like looking in a mirror. He wants to belong to an era. So do I. He wrote about Yoshi's laugh, which he could now describe in specifics because he'd spent 3 days being present for the grief of it. He wrote about the witness reading of Roger's will and the 6-hour silence, and what Roger had said afterward. He wrote, I woke up knowing how this ends. I thought that meant I knew what to do. The knowing is not the same as understanding. The ending I know is the shape of it, the broad outline, the arc of what happens. What I don't know, what I couldn't know from outside the story, is what it costs to be here for it. What it costs Roger to be organized around something that large. What it costs Odin to be who he is in the era he's in. What it costs Buggy to perform what he performs. What it costs Yoshi, what it cost him, to be a person among these people for 4 years, and to be gone. He wrote. I thought the foreknowledge was the thing I came here with. The thing I have now is the people. The foreknowledge is a framework. The people are the actual content. He sat with this for a while, and then wrote the final line of the entry. I don't know what to do. That's fine. That's completely fine. The meeting happened the next morning. Roger gathered the crew. Not the formal assembly call, just the natural gathering of everyone on deck in the early morning. The way the crew gathered when there was something to hear. He was standing at the helm in a way that Say recognized as the way Roger stood when he decided something. He said, "We're going to laugh tail." The deck went still. Not with surprise, with the quality of something that had been building and had arrived at the moment of being said. Say stood in the crew and felt the ambient sovereign will of every person on the ship, all of it at once, oriented in the same direction simultaneously. It was the most coherent he'd ever felt the ship's collective will. He thought about Vasco Shot's undirected will and the contrast it made against this. Every person here pointed at the same horizon, and the horizon was real. He thought, this is the era I wanted to belong to. He thought, I'm here. The sun was up, the deck was warm, the Oro Jackson was moving on the Grand Line towards something that would still be talked about in 100 years. He was present for it. Fully. Without managing. That was the whole point. Chapter 21. The Oro Jackson moved through waters that felt different now. Not changed objectively. The Grand Line didn't alter its mood based on intention, but the crew moved differently. Walked differently. Spoke with a different weight. Laugh-tail was days away. Maybe a week. Roger hadn't specified. He had a navigator's sense of arrival that didn't need announcing in advance. On the 3rd day after the announcement, Roger gathered them in the galley. Not formally. It was mid-morning, and he'd simply waited until enough of them had drifted together that the word would spread through the crew like infection. Say was there because Buggy was there, and Buggy went where information was likely to surface. The story is 500 years old, Roger said. He sat on the edge of the table with the quality of someone who'd memorized every word but had never written them down. A truth about what happened. About who told the first story and why it mattered. About why the world looks like it does now instead of how it actually is. He looked at them. We're going to laugh tail because that truth is there. Not the treasure. Not one piece. The story underneath. Say felt the crew's collective attention sharpen. This was not revelation to them so much as confirmation. Confirmation of something they'd already believed at the level of bones and sovereign will. He's not selling them on a treasure hunt, Say thought. He's naming what they already came for. It was suppressed, Roger continued. Deliberately. For 500 years, a history was erased so that the world would forget the shape of what came before. Why? Because suppressed history is easier to control than truth. Because people with the right story are harder to govern than people with no story at all. Say had known this. Known it in specifics that Roger was speaking in principle. Had known it the way someone from the future knows it. As fact already digested, already lived through, already paid for. His body had known it longer than his mind. There was no shock in the information. But there was shock in receiving it from Roger. In sitting with the crew as though this was news. As though Say hadn't already lived in a world that made it true. He almost managed it. Almost received it fresh. He was present, listening, letting his face hold the shape of someone learning something large. The quality of his attention was right. The timing of his breathing was right. And then something shifted. Not much. A fraction. The way someone's posture goes a hair too still when they're trying to remember why they came into a room. The moment was small enough that the crew didn't catch it. Buggy did. From his position near the doorway, Buggy had learned to watch Say's edges. But Buggy looked away before Say could register whether that observation mattered. Roger, though. Roger had been watching the way a navigator watches the horizon. The way someone who has learned what it means to receive rather than project watches for the moment when a person's will moves without their knowing. When the galley dispersed, the crew moving back to their tasks with the weight of something confirmed rather than learned, Roger looked at Say once. It was not an accusation. It was not a question. It was the kind of look a person gives when they've decided to hold their silence about something they've seen. A choice. Say thought. Asterisk he knows. He's choosing not to address it yet. That's its own kind of statement. Asterisk the Oro Jackson moved on toward the final approach, and the crew with it, and Say moved with them both. Chapter 22 Odin worked without stopping. He had claimed a corner of the galley after meals were finished, surrounded by every record the crew had gathered from the poneglyphs. His hands moved with the quality of someone who was assembling not just translation, but shape. The architecture of a history that had been scattered across an ocean and a century, and only he had the capacity to hold all the pieces at once. Say watched him do this over the course of the final days. Watched Odin become more himself with each hour of translation. More certain, more present. The quality of someone who had wanted, all his life, to belong to an era, and who had found it, here, on this ship, in this moment, translating the suppressed story of the world. It was the parallel that had been running since CH10. Two people who wanted the same thing. Two people who had found it in the same place. What will you do? Odin asked him on the 5th day, without looking up from his work, after this. After Roger's journey ends. Say was sitting across from him, supposedly sharpening swords, but mostly watching Odin's hands move across the text. I don't know, he said. You must think about it. I think about it, Say said. I don't have an answer. He could have given one. Could have said, somewhere in this future, Shanks will build a crew and seek his own territory and find a boy with a straw hat and give him a sword made of will and belief. Could have spoken the shape of what red-haired Shanks does in canon, the broad strokes that everyone in the world will eventually know. But what Shanks does and what Say does had been separating for months now. The line between them had become visible, then had become real, and now had become something he couldn't cross back from. He didn't know where one ended and the other began. That's the question, isn't it? Odin said. Not a question, a recognition. He looked up from his work then, and his eyes held the quality of someone who had asked the same thing of himself. Someone who knew what it meant to want to belong and to have found where that belonging lived. Someone who was present in the era he'd wanted, and who had arrived at it through his own will, his own choice, his own committed hands. You belong here, Odin said simply. With this crew. In this moment. The rest will unfold as it must. Say filed this. Filed the way Odin said it. As though certainty was a thing that could be transferred like water from one cup to another. Filed the way Odin's sovereign will read. Vast. Committed. Present in this moment with the intensity of someone who understood that eras only lasted as long as the people who made them chose to hold them. He knows something, Say thought. Asterisk about the cost of what's coming. About what it means to belong to an era and to see it through to its end. Asterisk the Oro Jackson moved forward. Odin translated. The history assembled itself into shape. And Say sat with the pre-grief of knowing what would happen and the present moment of watching Odin become fully himself in the thing he'd wanted. Chapter 23 The Marine Fleet appeared on the 5th day of the final run. It was Sengoku's work, not his personal presence yet, but his authority, his reach, his refusal to let the Oro Jackson pass without at least one final attempt. The call had come early, before dawn, and the Oro Jackson had taken formation with the practiced ease of a crew that had done this before. Say fought. He fought at the level Shanks could fight at, and the sovereign current had made him better at this than Shanks would have been. not through projection. Say had no war will of his own, no sovereign intention to superimpose on the battlefield. But receiving made him responsive, made him able to feel the shape of other people's commitments and move around them, through them, with a precision that looked like skill but felt like translation. He cut a Marine captain's sword in half, disarmed a lieutenant, moved through the chaos with the quality of someone for whom the battle was a language, readable and responsive. And then Sengoku arrived. He came on the flagship as the Marines began to break, not to reinforce, to witness, to make a statement. Across the distance of the battle, with Marines falling between them, Sengoku made eye contact with Sei. Held it. The kind of contact that was intended, that had intention loaded into it. Sei's sovereign current activated involuntarily. He didn't choose this, didn't open himself. The will just came, Sengoku's will, visible and present and overwhelming in its clarity. Flash read. This is the line between order and catastrophe, and someone has to hold it, not villainy, not cruelty. The will of a man who had looked at the alternative and chosen his shape because the alternative was worse. It lasted a second. Then the moment broke. Marines scattered, the flagship pulled back, and Sengoku's gaze released him. The Oro Jackson pressed forward. The Marines retreated. Sei stood on the deck, breathing hard, and filed. Asterisk, he's not wrong about what chaos costs. He's just wrong about what the erasure costs. Asterisk chapter 24. The parley was Sengoku's proposal. Neither side prisoner, neither side victor. Just conversation between people who needed to understand the shape of what had failed between them. Roger permitted it, and his choice of representative was deliberate. Sei watched it happen, watched Roger select him specifically for this task. Not Rayleigh, not someone with years of diplomatic weight. Sei, a young man who carried knowledge in his body that he hadn't learned in any natural way. That's trust, Sei thought. That has weight. They sat across from each other in a neutral space. A small table on a borrowed vessel, the ocean between the fleets. Sengoku had brought tea. The gesture was civilized in a way that made the conversation sharper, not softer. The world you're helping build ends in chaos, Sengoku said. Sei held his teacup and did not drink. The world you're protecting is built on a history that was deliberately erased. The history was erased for stability. The erasure is the instability, Sei said. Suppressed truth doesn't stay suppressed. It comes back as catastrophe. Sengoku considered this. His sovereign will was visible across the table, vast, committed, certain of its own assessment. A man who had looked at the problem and arrived at his answer and would hold it. Not a villain. Not someone who was wrong in the way that malice was wrong. Someone who was wrong in the way that someone could be wrong while being right about the specific cost of being otherwise. Neither of them convinced the other. They finished their tea. They parted with the quality of two people who understood each other well enough to know the disagreement was real and would not resolve in any time remaining. As Sei stood to leave, Sengoku said, "You move like someone who isn't sure what he's fighting for." "I'm sure," Sei said. "I'm just not sure what I'm willing to pay for it yet." "You will be," Sengoku said. "By the time this matters." Sei filed. Asterisk Sengoku is not a villain. He's the person who has to hold the wrong shape because the right shape hasn't arrived yet. Asterisk chapter 25. Odin's past surfaced 3 days before Laugh Tale. Someone, Buggy, possibly, testing something, asked about Wano. Asked what it was like, where Odin came from, what home meant for a man who had chosen the ocean instead. Odin talked about it with the quality of someone who had left something unfinished. He spoke about mountains and valleys, about a place that had history written into its geography, about people who had known him before he became the man the Oro Jackson had shaped him into. The words were simple. The weight underneath was not. Sei knew what happened to Odin. Had known it since the first day he could read sovereign will at witness depth. The knowledge was not abstract. It was specific. It was execution in Wano, public and ceremonial and terrible. It was Odin paid the cost of the wrong shape holding too long. The pre-grief was present, and Sei could not put it down. It sat in his chest with the weight of something he'd swallowed that was never meant to be digested. He made a deliberate choice. Be present with Odin rather than manage around the knowledge of what comes. Not to warn him, not to try to change it, just to be here, now, with this man who wanted to belong to an era and who had found it and who would pay for it. When the others had drifted away, back to their tasks, back to their preparations for Laugh Tale, Sei said to Odin, "You're one of the best people I've ever known." He meant it specifically, not generally, not as a sentiment or social grace, as a statement about what Odin's will looked like when Sei received it. About the quality of his commitment, the texture of his belonging, the way he held himself in this moment knowing what was coming. Odin took this with the quality of someone who received compliments like weather, interesting, not world-changing. Practical, noted, You say things like you're settling debts, he said. Say didn't answer. Odin walked away. Say watched him go, watched him rejoin the crew with his singular presence, his vast certainty, his commitment to the era he'd chosen. And Say knew. The era Odin wanted to belong to was the one coming. Odin would see it. Odin would see the cost of seeing it. Odin would pay. And that was the shape of things. That was what it meant to want something real and to receive it fully, awake to what it cost. The Oro Jackson moved toward Laughtail. The crew with it. Say with them both. Chapter 26. The Void Century conversation started with a map. Roger had spread it on the forward cabin table, a reconstruction built from information across multiple poneglyphs that showed the distribution of the ancient world's major power centers in the period before the world government's consolidation. The map was not complete. Several areas were speculative, marked in a different color from the documented positions. He'd been working on it for years, and it was still visibly unfinished, which was an interesting thing for someone with his quality of focus to leave unfinished. Say sat across from him and looked at the map and thought about what he knew. He knew, in broad strokes, the content of what the poneglyphs described. He knew the shape of the ancient kingdom, the nature of the weapon Pluton, the existence and purpose of the will of D, the specific quality of the choice that had been made to suppress this history, and why the suppression had held for 700 years. He knew all of this from the story he'd been outside of for 30 years. He also knew that his knowledge had the specific limitation of a summary. It was the story version, the interpretive layer, the shape rather than the content. Roger had been working directly with primary sources for years. Roger knew things that weren't in any summary. He decided to use his foreknowledge as the question source rather than the answer source. What do the records say about why the ancient kingdom lost? He asked. Roger looked up from the map. The look he gave Say had the quality it always had when Say asked a question that landed in a specific register. The register of questions that assumed more than they stated. That depends on what you mean by lost, Roger said. I mean the decision point, Say said. The moment where the specific outcome, the government winning, the records being suppressed, the world being organized around the management of this history, was the outcome that happened rather than a different one. That decision point. You're asking as though you think there was a single decision point, Roger said. I'm asking as though there was a point where the direction became fixed, Say said. Not a single cause. A tipping point. After which the suppression became the default rather than one option among several. Roger looked at the map for a long time. The quality of his attention when he was working through a historical problem was different from his attention in most other contexts. More still, less outwardly expressive. He was going deep. The records are clearest about what was preserved and what was destroyed, Roger said finally. What they show is a pattern of deliberate erasure rather than accidental loss. Whoever won understood that winning the physical conflict wasn't enough. The narrative had to be won too. The history had to be made unusable. He looked at Say. You ask like someone who already knows something and wants to check if I know it too. Say thought about how to respond to this. Do you? He said. Roger smiled. The small, private version. Ask better questions, he said, not unkindly. The questions you're asking now have specific shapes. The shapes tell me something about where the answers came from. He returned to the map. The ancient kingdom didn't lose because it was weak. It lost because the thing it represented, a specific relationship between people and the truth about their own history, is harder to maintain than a consolidated order built on suppression. Order is efficient. Truth is inconvenient. He traced a line on the map with his finger. The consolidation won because it was better at being an institution, not because it was right. And the will of D. Roger looked up again. The smile was less private now. There was something else in it, the quality of genuine interest in where this conversation was going. The will of D is the argument that you can disagree with the institution by laughing at it, he said. Not by fighting it on its own terms. By finding the thing the institution is trying to suppress and laughing at the finding. Because if you can laugh at it, if the answer is actually there, if Joy Boy's question gets answered, then the thing the institution built its entire structure to prevent has happened. And you can't unhappen it. He wrote that evening. The Void Century is not primarily a political history. It is a record of a choice about what kind of world is livable. The suppression persisted because order is easier to maintain than truth. The will of D is the refusal to accept that efficiency is the primary value. Roger understood all of this without knowing the full content of what was suppressed. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, I know the shape. He knows the depth. Both kinds of knowing are necessary. Asterisk, chapter 27. Shiki arrived without warning, which was the point. The Golden Lion's fleet appeared at mid-morning. Not from the horizon, but from a different angle, which meant he'd been following them on a parallel course long enough to position himself. The calculation was precise, which was one of the first things Say noted. Shiki was precise. The randomness of his legend was a surface quality deployed over something much more methodical underneath. Roger went to the deck and looked at Shiki across the water without apparent surprise. "Golden Lion," he said, in the tone of someone greeting a weather system. Shiki came aboard. He was what the story had prepared Say for, and also not, in the specific way that everyone in this era was both. The physical scale was accurate, enormous, with the quality of someone who had been the most powerful in most rooms for so long that he'd built an identity around it. The swords, the hair, the specific quality of someone who had decided a long time ago that strength was the organizing principle of the world and had organized himself around this, as though it were a fact rather than an argument. Say read his will. The attunement function was running at its passive level, which meant the read was ambient rather than directed, but at close range with a will this strong the ambient read was detailed enough. He received. Power should govern. The strong should rule. Merit measured in strength should determine the structure of things. This was the surface layer of the will, and it was entirely consistent with everything Shiki said and did. Underneath, it was something different. The reader function found it. Shiki was not born the strongest. He had become the strongest, which was not the same thing, and the becoming had required a specific kind of constant proof generation, a need to establish again and again that the conclusion was true. He was afraid, at the foundational layer, of a world that evaluated him by a measure he couldn't meet. He thought. Shiki is what Roger would have been if Roger had organized around ambition instead of joy. The same capability, the same era, a different thing at the center. He thought. The argument Shiki is making about power and merit and governance is not obviously wrong. It's incomplete. The ledger he's accounting from only shows the results of power, not the conditions that made the power possible or the costs of maintaining it. He's accounting from inside the conclusion he's defending. Shiki looked at Say briefly, the look he would give any young crew member, the categorical assessment of someone whose entire framework evaluated by strength. The assessment produced, visibly, a dismissal. Child. Non-entity. Background. He filed this. Shiki has dismissed Shanks. This gives me freedom of movement around him that being noticed wouldn't. Roger and Shiki talked for 2 hours about the state of the Grand Line, about the marine configuration and what it suggested about the world government's priorities, about the next decade's distribution of power. Shiki made his position clear. He had a vision for how the world should be organized, and he wanted Roger to be part of it. Roger declined, without anger, without performance. Shiki received the decline with the quality of someone who had expected it and was not deterred. When Shiki left, Roger stood at the rail watching the fleet withdraw and said nothing for a long time. "What did you read?" Roger asked, without looking at Say. He's afraid that the world he built his whole life toward defending will turn out to have been built on wrong math, Say said. Roger turned to look at him. "That's a specific read," he said. "The fear is specific," Say said. "The argument is real. He's not wrong about power producing outcomes. He's wrong about power being the only relevant input. But the argument is real, and it comes from something real. The people who disagree with us aren't wrong about everything," Roger said. "I said that," Say noted. "I'm saying it differently," Roger said. He looked at the departed fleet. Shiki has been carrying the argument for 30 years. The argument will outlast him. That's what happens with arguments built on real things. They keep going regardless of who's holding them. He walked away. "Don't dismiss him, even when he dismisses you." Say looked at the empty water where the fleet had been and thought about the shape of Shiki's will, the ambition, the proof generation, the fear underneath. He wrote, Shiki dismissed Shanks as a child. This is worth more to me than being noticed. When I am no longer a child, the dismissal will have a specific retroactive quality that functions better than I could have built deliberately. File. For later use, when the time is right. Chapter 28 The island had been underwater, or had been on the edge of water. The poneglyph was in a structure that had clearly been built to manage moisture, with drainage channels cut into the stone floor that had long since been overwhelmed by the vegetation that had grown through them. The roof was partially intact. The light came through in specific places, making columns in the humid air. Odin read for 6 hours. Say was present for all of it. He'd committed to presence with Odin, had made the decision in the aftermath of the previous island's conversation, and presence with Odin meant being here, while Odin did the actual work rather than processing what the work produced at a management distance. He knew what the poneglyph said, in broad terms. He knew what it would add to the record, what it contributed to the picture of the ancient kingdom that Roger and Rayleigh and Odin had been assembling across years of island visits. The specifics were different from what he'd expected. There were details that hadn't appeared in the story he remembered. details that suggested either the story had simplified or the version he'd known had been incomplete in ways he was only now seeing. He watched Odin translate and felt the reader function running at its ambient level. The reading it returned was, *, he is not translating. He is bearing witness, *. He sat with this. The distinction was important. Translation was a technical function, taking a source text and producing an equivalent in a different language. Bearing witness was something else, being present for the full weight of what was there, receiving it without trying to immediately convert it into something else, acknowledging the thing in its own terms before doing anything with it. Odin was bearing witness to 700 years of suppressed history. He was not detached. He was not processing efficiently. He was in it, fully, with the quality that Say had been learning to bring to his own experience. Genuine presence, the management layer down, the full cost of what was there being allowed to be what it was. He thought, this is what the sovereign current has been training me for, not to know things. He'd arrived in this body knowing things. Not to read people. That was a function of the current, but the function in service of something larger. The current had been training him to be present for the weight of what actually existed, to receive without deflecting, to bear witness in the specific way that Odin was bearing witness to 7 centuries of deliberate suppression. He thought, the difference between knowing about the Void Century and being in this room while Odin reads the Void Century is the difference between carrying a map of a place and standing in it. When Odin finished, he sat with the papers for a long time before doing anything with them. Say didn't speak. He just sat in the same space and let the silence be what it was, the specific silence of something large having just been received, the weight of it still present. Odin said, eventually, do you know what happens to countries when their history is taken from them? They forget who they chose to be, Say said. Odin looked at him. Yes, he said, and then someone else tells them who they are, and after long enough it feels like truth. He wrote afterward, * bearing witness is the function, not gathering information, not cataloging, being here, with the full weight of what's here, receiving it without management. Odin in the translation room was doing this. The current reads what people are actually doing rather than what they appear to be doing, and what Odin was doing was witnessing. That's what I came here to learn how to do. Chapter 29 Rayleigh stopped him after training with the specific quality of someone who has been building toward a conversation and has decided the time is now. Come here, Rayleigh said, and led him to the stern. The deck behind them was clear. The afternoon work had moved everyone forward. He settled against the railing and looked at Say with the assessment quality that he used when he was preparing to say something he'd been considering carefully. Your combat hockey has been improving at a rate that doesn't match your training volume, Rayleigh said. Not dramatically. Someone watching casually wouldn't flag it. But I track training volume against outcome, and what I'm seeing suggests a supplementary development mechanism that isn't your drills. Say thought about what to say. The receiving function might be contributing, he said. If I can read incoming attacks at the will layer before they materialize physically, it improves my response time without me training the physical mechanism directly. Rayleigh considered this. That's a mechanism I've never observed, he said. Because nobody trains the receiving direction, Say said. Because the receiving direction isn't the direction hockey goes, Rayleigh said. Hockey is expressed outward, as observation, as armament, as the overwhelming of other wills. The receiving function you're describing is, he paused, working through it. It's observation running in reverse. Something like that, Say said. What you're doing isn't wrong, Rayleigh said. He said it with the quality of someone who has been carrying this assessment for weeks and is finally articulating it. It produces results that look like hockey. It uses something adjacent to hockey's mechanism. But it's not what hockey is for. Hockey is the expression of will, and expression is projective by definition. What you're doing is reception. What if this is what this hockey is for? Say said. Rayleigh looked at him with the specific expression he used when encountering a challenge to a framework he'd held for decades. Not dismissive, genuinely assessing. Roger says the same thing, he said, after a moment. What does Roger say? He says you ask like someone with a second opinion already prepared. Rayleigh studied Say. He says the direction is different, not wrong. I disagree with him, which is unusual. Normally I agree with him about things in his area of authority. Hockey theory is your area of authority, Say said. Yes. Rayleigh looked out at the water. I've been working on hockey for 40 years. The receiving direction, in my experience and training, is the underdeveloped haushiku of someone who hasn't learned to project yet. The development path is toward projection. Every practitioner I've known who started as a receiver developed into a projector. How many? Say asked. A pause. 3, Rayleigh said. I've known 3 haushiku users in my life, not counting Roger and myself. He looked at Say. A small sample. Small enough that the theory might be incomplete, Say said. Rayleigh was quiet. He had the quality of someone working through a position under genuine pressure rather than dismissing the pressure. Possibly, he said finally. If the receiving function consistently produces results, real results, not artifacts of my observation, then the theory needs to account for it. He straightened. I'll continue watching. I want quantified results, not impressions. He wrote. Rayleigh's framework for hockey theory doesn't accommodate the sovereign current because his sample size is too small to have encountered a keeper-class spirit before. He is honest enough to acknowledge this. He said, a small sample, meaning he knows his conclusion rests on limited evidence. He wrote. Roger has already concluded that the direction is different rather than wrong. Rayleigh is still in the process of concluding. When he arrives at the conclusion, he will be useful in a way he currently isn't. He added. I've been here for 3 months. The attunement function is running passively. The witness function is available. The reader function is stable. I need to understand the current shaper tier, the function that can direct resonance between other will carriers. That's the next development. Chapter 30 The Rock's Remnant came in the night. Not the full complement. 5 people, traveling under a false flag, using a cover that was good enough to pass the lookout's initial assessment before the current's passive read caught the quality of what they were carrying. He was on night watch when they came alongside, and the quality that the passive function flagged was grief-shaped anger, the specific signature he'd been learning to read since the conversation with Kinji, grief that had been converted from something that moved forward into something that drove toward. He woke Rayleigh. The 5 made it on deck before the crew was fully assembled. They were controlled, no weapons drawn, no immediate hostility. The specific presentation of people who had prepared for a conversation rather than a fight and were still committed to the conversation. He noted this. Read their will through the attunement function at close range. Not evil. That was the first thing. The will quality of evil had a specific signature, an organization around harm for its own sake, an absence of something that was supposed to be there. These 5 didn't have that. They had grief, large and old and organized around a specific absence. People they'd lost at God Valley, people they'd loved, who had died in circumstances that the world's official history had decided not to record. Roger came on deck. The lead speaker, a woman, middle-aged, with the quality of someone who had been carrying a specific weight for long enough that the carrying was invisible, looked at Roger with the specific look of someone who has been building toward a confrontation for years and has arrived at the moment of it. You were there, she said. I was, Roger said. No qualification, no deflection. People died, she said. People died, Roger said. Say watched and read. The woman's will was. The people who died mattered. The world's version of what happened doesn't include them. This needs to be said to someone who was there. That was the actual content. Underneath the confrontation, underneath the grief-shaped anger, the need was simple. To say to someone who was there that the people mattered and have that statement received. He stepped forward before he'd consciously decided to. My name is Shanks, he said. I was a child during God Valley. I wasn't in the fight. He looked at the woman. I know what happened. I've been told by people who were there. He paused. What are the names of the people you lost? Silence. The woman looked at him with the specific look of someone who expected a different response, who expected the conversation to continue in the register of confrontation and received instead a different register. What, she said. The people you lost, he said. Their names. More silence. The 5 looked at each other with the quality of people recalibrating. Then the woman said 3 names, slowly, with the weight of names that had been carried for years and hadn't been spoken aloud in a setting where they could actually land. He received them. I'm sorry, he said, for what was lost and for the absence in the official accounting. The woman looked at him for a long moment. The grief-shaped anger in her will had shifted, not resolved, not gone, but the forward pressure of it had released slightly, the way pressure releases when the thing it's pushing against is no longer resisting. The official accounting doesn't mention God Valley at all, she said, quieter now. I know, he said. Roger stepped in after this, speaking to the 5 with the same quality he'd used at every difficult conversation Say had observed. Direct, present, not managing the discomfort, but meeting it. He acknowledged what had happened and what had been lost. He did not attempt to resolve the grief or minimize its size. He received it. After the 5 left, Roger stood at the rail and said nothing for a long time. Say stood nearby and thought about the shape of the rock's remnant's will and what it had shown him. Grief converted to weapon was grief that had stopped moving. The movement had stopped because there was nowhere for it to go, no one to receive it, no acknowledgement that the loss was real. When the grief received acknowledgement, the weapon quality reduced. Not because the loss was smaller, because the grief had somewhere to land. He wrote, Grief that becomes a weapon is grief that stopped moving forward because there was nowhere forward to go. The weapon is not the grief's natural form. It's what grief does when it has no other available direction. He wrote. The sovereign current reads the grief under the weapon. If you can speak to the grief rather than the weapon, the confrontation changes shape. This is not always possible. Tonight it was. Chapter 31. Roger was in pain at breakfast. Say knew it from the moment he came on deck because the attunement function was running at its passive background level, and what it returned from the captain's end of the mess was different from the usual ambient quality. A compression, the will signature of someone managing physical discomfort with a specific skill of long practice. The surface presentation was exactly normal. Roger was eating, talking, laughing at something Buggy had said that was genuinely funny. The surface presentation would have fooled everyone who was looking at the surface. He was looking at the layer underneath. He had felt, in his pre-grief management period, that he was protecting himself by knowing what was coming and preparing for it. He had revised this assessment once, in the aftermath of Yoshi's death. He was revising it again now, watching Roger perform ease over pain with a fluency that could only come from months of practice, because what he was watching was himself. He was watching the management layer from outside, and from outside it looked like what it was, a person choosing not to be here for their own experience, and the specific cost of that choice in every small interaction where the management layer was running between them and the moment. He watched Roger for 2 hours. He was still watching when Roger caught him. Not overtly, just a moment where Roger's attention, scanning the table with the easy awareness of a captain in continuous contact with his crew, landed on Say and held for a beat longer than the table scan required. The hold had the quality of someone reading something and noting what they read. Roger didn't change expression. He kept talking to the crew member beside him. At the end of breakfast, when the table was clearing, Roger appeared behind him. "Don't do the thing," Roger said, quietly, not to the room. Say turned. "What thing?" "The thing where you carry my grief in advance." Roger said it without inflection, the way he said things that were true and didn't need embellishment. "You carry it so you won't have to carry it after. It's a strategy. It doesn't work." He thought about what to say. "How long have you known?" he said. "Since week 2, Roger said. "You got better at hiding it." "The hiding was always visible to me." He looked at Say with the quality of directness he brought to specific conversations, the ones where the subtext had been running long enough that it was time for the text. "The illness is what it is. Crocus knows what to do with it. The crew will know when there's something to know. Your pre-grieving doesn't change any of that. It just takes you out of the present." "I know," Say said. "I know you know," Roger said. "You've been improving. 2 weeks ago you were doing it at full strength. Now it's at maybe 30%. He paused. "Get it to 0. Say looked at him. "You're asking me not to care about what's coming," he said. "I'm asking you to care about what's here," Roger said. "Those are different things. I know the difference because I've been doing it for a year." He looked at the deck for a moment. "The illness is coming. The endpoint is what it is. The time between now and the endpoint is the time I have, and I have more of it when the people around me are in it rather than managing against it from outside." He looked up. "Be here." He wrote. Roger told me to get the pre-grief to 0. He said, "Be here." He is managing his own illness and asking me not to compound the management by adding my own layer on top of it. He wrote. He is right. The management layer I'm running reduces the time he actually has, not by shortening it, but by making the time less real. He deserves better than that. He wrote. 0. Practice until it's 0. Chapter 32. The attunement tier opened on an ordinary afternoon. He was on deck during the quiet period after the midday meal, when the crew was in the post-lunch dispersal, some below, some forward, the ship at its least organized and most human. He was sitting against the mainmast with a piece of rope he was supposed to be working on and was not working on, and the listener function was at its passive background level, and the reader function was running at the low ambient level he'd learned to maintain without it costing conscious attention. And then something extended. He didn't choose it. The function expanded like a perception widening its field of view, not more powerful within its existing range, but covering more territory. He was suddenly aware, persistently and without effort, of every person on the ship who carried significant sovereign will. Not just the present in his awareness ones, not just the ones nearby. Rayleigh below in the first mate's cabin, working on something. Crocus in the medical bay. Roger at the helm, the quality of whose will was now a persistent ambient feature of the ship rather than something Say received only when close. Odin in the map room. Buggy in the crew quarters, with the specific quality of someone who was thinking about something they hadn't decided what to do with yet. All of them at once. All of them persistently. He sat against the mainmast and waited to see if it stopped. It didn't stop. After 20 minutes, he understood that this was not a surge that would normalize. This was the attunement tier, which he'd read about in the catalog as a theoretical next development and was now experiencing as a present fact. The cost was immediate. He was never fully off. Every person around him was now a presence in his awareness rather than a shape in his visual field. The Oro Jackson had a specific ambient quality made of everyone on it, the collective weight of their sovereign wills in the specific configuration of this moment. On this ship, heading in this direction. He could feel the ship's direction as the aggregate of everyone's direction, which was a function he hadn't had before. He found Crocus in the medical bay. Something changed, he said. Crocus looked up from what he was doing with the quality of someone who reads bodies for a living. Changed how? The hockey, Say said. He described it. The persistent ambient awareness, the continuous reception, the fact that it was running without his effort and wasn't stopping. It doesn't turn off, he said. Crocus considered this. That sounds exhausting, he said. It is, Say said. Also useful. Most things are both. Crocus said, returning to his work. How are you managing it? Learning not to, Say said. It runs in the background. Like hearing sound. You don't manage the fact that your ears are receiving input. You just let the input be there and focus on what's in the foreground. He paused. The trick is not panicking when 6 people's sovereign wills are all present simultaneously. Have you panicked? Crocus asked, still looking at his work. Not yet, Say said. Crocus made the sound of someone filing a note. Tell me when you do, he said. I'm curious about the experience from a medical perspective. He looked up. Also, you should probably tell Roger. He's going to notice the change in how you carry yourself. He notices everything, Say said. Yes, Crocus said. So tell him before he has to notice it on his own. He went to Roger that evening and said, the hockey changed. The ambient receiving function is now persistent. It doesn't turn off. I'm aware of every significant will in range at all times. Roger looked at him with the quality of interest he brought to things that were genuinely new. How does it feel? Like living in a house that has more rooms than I'm used to, Say said. The rooms are there whether I'm paying attention to them or not. Roger laughed. The full version, unexpected, genuine. That's an interesting way to describe it, he said. Does it change how you experience people? Yes, Say said. They're all present simultaneously. The crew isn't a collection of individuals I see one at a time. It's a state that includes all of them at once. He thought about how to describe it more precisely. The ship has a quality now. Not just the people. The aggregate of all of them together has a quality that's more than the sum of the parts. Roger looked at the deck beneath them. The Oro Jackson, he said. Yes, Say said. Ships remember what people forget. Roger smiled. Now you know what that means from the inside, he said. Chapter 33, he felt the rock's remnant before the lookout did. Not with observation hockey. The attunement function had a range that exceeded standard observation in the direction of sovereign will reception, and the 5 people approaching in the dark had the grief-shaped anger signature he'd cataloged from the previous encounter. Different 5. The number was the same, but the specific individuals were different, which meant the remnant was larger than the original 5 had represented. He told Rayleigh, who told Roger. The crew positioned. The engagement that followed was clean. The remnant knew how to fight, but they hadn't expected to be detected before their approach was complete, and the loss of surprise was enough to shift the balance in the Roger pirates' favor without requiring full commitment from the top end of the crew's capability. Afterward, Roger appeared near him on deck. You knew they were coming, Roger said. Yes, Say said. How? I felt them, Say said. The receiving function, it extends further than the combat range. I picked them up at distance. Roger looked at him with the quality of someone arriving at the final piece of a picture they'd been assembling. Like observation hockey, he said. Adjacent to observation hockey, Say said. Observation reads the physical field, movement, presence, intent at the surface level. What I'm reading is different. I read the will level, what people are organized around, what they're committed to. The commitment has a range that the physical presence doesn't. Roger nodded slowly. You've been figuring this out the whole time, he said. It was not a question. Since day 3, Say said. Day 3, Roger repeated. The quality of his voice had the small smile in it. You hit your head on the railing. That story has a limited shelf life, Say said. It had a very limited shelf life, Roger said. I kept waiting to see how long you'd run it. He looked at the sea. What else can you read at range? Intent, Say said. The direction someone's will is pointed. The depth of it. How fundamental versus how surface level. At close range, and with enough contact, the fear layer. What someone is afraid of dying to avoid. He paused. The capacity for current shaper function, directing the resonance between other wills. I've been developing the theory of how it works, but haven't achieved it in practice yet. Roger looked at him. Current shaper, he said. What would that do? Make the crew more coherent, Say said. The aggregate will. The ship quality that I've been feeling since attunement tier opened. I think the current shaper function would let me work directly with that. Amplify the coherence. Reinforce the direction. He paused. It's the function that turns receiving into something active. Roger said, I want to see that when you have it. I'll tell you when it works, Say said. Roger clapped him on the shoulder once and walked away. He stood at the rail and thought about the engagement that had just finished, the remnant, the grief-shaped anger, the way they'd been deployed as people carrying a legitimate grievance that had been converted into a weapon by years of having nowhere else to put it. He thought about the function he'd used in the first remnant encounter, saying their losses' names, making the grief land somewhere, and whether the current shaper tier would let him do that at scale rather than one encounter at a time. He wrote, Asterisk the attunement tier's range makes me useful as an early warning system, which is a tactical benefit I hadn't anticipated. Roger called it adjacent to observation. It is, but it reads different content at a different layer. I need to be careful about explaining the specific mechanics to anyone who might report them to people who would want the function for institutional purposes. Asterisk Chapter 34 Buggy found him at the bow rail on a Thursday. Not to say something specific, he appeared and leaned on the railing next to Say and looked at the water with the quality of someone who needed company without needing conversation. They stood in the comfortable silence they'd been building since the day Say had come to the rope maintenance and just started working. After a while, Buggy said, My hockey is wrong. He looked at Say for the first time in the conversation with the quality of saying something he'd been holding. Not the performance Buggy quality, the quieter real version. What makes you say that? Say said. Everyone else's develops the way the training is supposed to develop it, Buggy said. Their observation gets sharper. Their armament gets more consistent. Rayleigh runs the drills, and their results match the development model. He paused. Mine doesn't. My observation develops fine. My armament develops fine. But the thing that's supposed to develop behind those, the thing Rayleigh calls the will layer, mine doesn't point the way his does, or Roger's, or even yours. It points sideways. Sideways how? Say said. Buggy made the gesture of someone who is trying to describe something they don't have precise language for. I have the Haushiku, he said. You know that. Roger knows that. Rayleigh definitely knows that. But when I try to use it the way you're supposed to use it, project it outward, overwhelm other wills, it doesn't go outward. It goes sideways. Into making things big or small. Into the specific function of my fruit. Into something that isn't the standard expression. He looked at the water. Rayleigh says I'm confused about the direction. Say thought about what he actually knew about Buggy. He thought about the reader function's read, which had been sitting in the catalog since approximately week 4. The thing at the center of what Buggy wants is recognition. He thought about Buggy's fruit, his power, the specific way it developed across the story he remembered, and what it had in common with a Haushiku that expressed sideways rather than outward. He made the careful choice to use the current's read as information for an observation rather than as a revelation. The thing at the center of what you want, Say said. It's not power. Buggy looked at him sharply. What? Power is what you've been training toward because that's what the training is for, Say said. But it's not the thing you're actually organized around. The thing at the center, the real driving thing, it's recognition. Being seen. Having what you've done matter enough that someone notices it. He paused. That's not a lesser thing. It's just a different thing than power. Buggy's expression cycled through several states in rapid succession. Surprise, denial, recognition, anger. He landed on anger. You don't know what I want, he said. Okay, Say said. You've been here for, I don't know, for months. You're saying you know what I want better than I do. I'm saying what I observed, Say said. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Buggy pushed off the railing and walked away. He didn't say anything else. He didn't do anything with this. He filed it as, *. Buggy received the observation and rejected it immediately. This is the normal response to being seen accurately at a foundational level. The reflex is to reject rather than integrate, because integrating means revising a self-model you've been maintaining for years. * He filed. Timeline. 3 days to 1 week before he returns to it. 3 days later, Buggy appeared at the rail. I've been thinking about what you said, Buggy said. And? Say said. A long pause. And maybe, Buggy said, with the quality of someone conceding something they'd rather not concede, maybe there's something in it. He was quiet for a moment. If my Haushiku goes sideways because recognition is the actual drive, what does that mean for what it's supposed to do? I think it means your power develops around the axis of what you're actually organized around, Say said. Not standard Haushiku projection. Something that makes you visible. That makes what you do seen. He thought about the fruit. Your fruit already does that. The fragmentation, everything you do, you can be seen doing it from everywhere at once. Buggy was quiet for a long time. He was working through something. That's not a fighting power, he said. It's a presence power, Say said. How you fight isn't the only thing that matters. Buggy looked at him sideways. When did you get so weird about this stuff? I hit my head, Say said. Buggy made a sound that was, possibly, a suppressed laugh. He walked away. He didn't look back. Chapter 35. The Marine engagement was different from the others. Sengoku had arrived with numbers and a configuration that was explicitly designed to press rather than intercept. The formation meant to create a situation where the Roger pirates had to commit to a direction and then pursued that direction aggressively. He had learned from the previous engagements. He was applying what he'd learned. Say took the forward position. He had been holding back. He had, for 4 months, been operating at approximately 85% of what he could now do. The training development over that period had been real, the current's contribution to combat responsiveness had been real, and the result was that Shanks at this point was capable of more than Say had been demonstrating. He'd been holding back because being visibly capable flagged the attention he'd been avoiding. He stopped holding back. The decision point was when Sengoku entered his sector with 3 vice admirals flanking him, and the configuration was clearly going to produce something worse than visible combat performance. He made the assessment in 2 seconds and moved. He fought at the actual level of what the attunement function and 4 months of training had produced. The witness tier read let him understand the commitment depth of each incoming Marine's action before it materialized, which ones were committed at the will level versus executing on instruction, which ones would press through disruption, and which would reassess. The current's ambient read of the coordinated Marine formation let him identify the structural weak points, the nodes where disrupting one element would reduce the coordination of the surrounding elements, which were the efficient targets rather than the individually strongest opponents. He cleared his sector in 8 minutes. This was not Shanks' level capability as the story would eventually describe it. He was not Roger's level, or close to it. But 8 minutes to clear a sector of Vice Admiral-supported Marines was in a register that exceeded what anyone watching had been expecting from young Shanks, and he knew before the engagement ended that this had been visible. After the Marines withdrew, Roger appeared beside him. You could have done that 4 months ago, Roger said. He thought about what to say. Something like that, he said. Why didn't you? The honest answer was complicated. He thought about Rule 3 and what integration required and the fact that he'd been managing his performance level the same way he'd been managing his emotional responses, keeping it slightly below true. He thought about the conversation with Buggy about holding back versus the actual thing. That's a complicated answer, he said. Roger looked at him. The quality of his attention was full, not the passive general awareness quality, but the specific focused attention that Roger brought to things that mattered. I'm patient, he said. I know, Say said. He thought about what the simplest version of the honest answer was. I've been calibrating against what I thought should be visible, he said. Managing what people could see of what I'm capable of. It's a habit. He paused. It's the same habit as the management layer on the emotional side. Same source. Roger looked at him for a long moment. Managing what people can see of you, he said. Yes. And what you can see of them, Roger said. It was accurate. He'd been holding the current's reads as private information, data to be cataloged, not something to be used in conversation or disclosed to the people he was reading. This was the management layer in its other form, controlling what others had access to of him by controlling what he acknowledged having access to of them. Yes, he said. Roger nodded once. He said, stop managing both. He walked away. He stood on the deck and thought about what stopping would look like, what it would mean to fight at the actual level of what he was, fully visible. What it would mean to use the current's reads in conversation rather than keeping them as private data. What it would mean to stop managing and start being what he was, here, on this ship, with these people who had been changing him since day one. He wrote, Roger said stop managing both. He means the performance level and the current's information. Both are forms of the same management layer. The part of me that is always slightly not here, always slightly above the moment looking down at it, always slightly outside the full version of the experience. He wrote. Rule 3 said, integration, not performance. For months later, I'm still performing, still managing, still at 85% to he wrote. Full version. All the way. Start now. Chapter 36, he gave Roger the shape of it. Not the whole truth. He had been thinking since day one about what version of the truth was givable. What he could say to Roger without saying things that would change the shape of what was coming in ways he didn't have the right to change. The truth was that he was from somewhere else, that he had arrived in this body with knowledge of events that hadn't happened yet, and that a significant portion of what he did and didn't do was organized around navigating that knowledge. He said this, not in those words. He said, the things I know that I'm not saying, most of them fall into the category of knowing things before they happen. Not in the specific way of predictions, more in the way of reading a story before you've lived it. I know broad shapes, major directions. I know less than I seem to like I know, and I know more than I seem to know about some things. Roger listened to this with the quality of someone who has been waiting for an answer to a question he's been asking for months, and is now receiving an answer that is both less and more than he expected. Knowing shapes before you've lived them, Roger said, when Say stopped. That's a specific way to describe it. It's the most accurate way I have, Say said. Roger was quiet for a moment. They were in the forward cabin again, maps around them, the light from the lantern making the room warm against the evening chill. Roger looked at one of the maps, not examining it, just looking at it the way he sometimes looked at things when he was thinking about something else. The one piece involves people who carry knowledge across time, Roger said. He said it carefully, without elaboration. He did not look at Say when he said it. Say's chest did something unexpected. What do you mean, he said. I mean that one of the things the poneglyphs describe is a mechanism by which specific knowledge, about the world's true history, about Joy Boy's message, about the direction the age should go, is preserved across generations and across barriers that would otherwise prevent its transmission. He looked up. The people who carry this knowledge don't always know where it came from. They know what they know and they navigate by it. You're saying you know what I am, Say said. Roger smiled, the small private version. I'm saying the poneglyphs described something that sounds like it, and that you match the description in specific ways. He paused. I'm not asking you to confirm or deny anything. I'm telling you so you know that it isn't outside my understanding. He stood and went back to the maps. You were right to be careful. The care was appropriate. It can be less careful now. He sat in the cabin after Roger left and thought about what had just been said, and thought about what it meant that the poneglyphs contained a description of something like him, and thought about what Roger had not said, that he'd known for some time and had let Say proceed at his own pace. The patience of it was something he was still learning to receive without managing. He wrote, Roger knows. Or knows something adjacent to knowing. He's been giving me room to navigate toward telling him and has just opened the door from his end. The care can be less careful now. That's permission and it's more than I expected. Chapter 37 Odin found him on night watch. The night watches were 4 hours, 2 crew members, the specific quality of sustained attention in the dark that created a different kind of conversation from what daylight hours produced. You couldn't see as much and you talked more, which was not always comfortable and was often more honest. Odin had been assigned the same watch, which was either coincidence or not, and Say had learned that with Odin specifically the odds favored not. They watched the water for an hour before Odin said anything. Where are you from? Odin said. He thought about what honest answer was possible. Somewhere that isn't here, he said. That's not an answer, Odin said, without irritation. It's the answer I have, Say said. The specific geography is genuinely complicated. He paused. I'm not evading. The geography is honestly complicated. Odin accepted this with the quality he gave most things, as information worth considering rather than as a deflection to be challenged. You look at us like we're all already done, Odin said. Not accusatory. Observational. What do you mean? Say said. The way you look at the crew, Odin said. Me, Roger, Buggy, even the lower crew members. You look at people the way you look at something you've been told about in detail before you got here. Like you know more about how they end than how they're going right now. He looked at Say. You're keeping count. He felt this land. The specific accuracy of it. The specific quality that Odin had noticed, which was the reader function side effect on his own behavior. When you could read what someone was organized around at the foundational level, the reading changed how you looked at them. Apparently visibly. I look at you because you're remarkable people, Say said. Yes, Odin said. And you're sad about it. He didn't answer this. Not in a bad way, Odin said. The sadness isn't about us. It's not about anything we've done. It's about something you know that we don't. He looked back at the water. I spent years in Wano knowing things about what Wano was going to be and not being able to say them because the context didn't exist to say them in. Knowing things you can't say is heavy. He paused. I don't know what you know. I'm just saying that I recognize the quality. He thought about Rule 3. He thought about what being here fully required. He thought about the management layer running between him and this specific conversation and what Odin had just offered, which was recognition of the weight he was carrying. I know how it ends, he said. Not for everyone. For some people. He didn't say more than this. I carry that separately from being here. I'm getting better at the separation. Odin looked at him. Getting better, he said. Yes, Say said. I'm not there yet. Odin nodded once, the nod of someone receiving something honestly said and responding in kind. The thing I know that most people on this ship don't know, he said, is what Wano looks like from the outside. What I look like from the outside. I spent my whole life in Wano not being able to see it that way. He looked at the water. What you're doing, knowing how things end and still being here for them. That's something I understand. You're doing it better than I would. You're doing it here, Say said. You came aboard knowing this journey was going to end. All journeys end, Odin said. The question is whether you were actually on them. He stood. The second hour is mine. Get some rest. He sat on watch and thought about what Odin had offered, recognition, not pity, the specific thing that was worth more than sympathy, and thought about how Odin was present for something he knew was going to end and still fully here for it. He wrote, Odin asked if I'm keeping count. I am. The reader function makes me look at people through the lens of what I know about them. I need to look at them through the lens of who they are right now, not who they will have been. He wrote. He said, are you sad about it? I am. And the sadness is appropriate. Not pre-grief, not management, just the true weight of knowing. I can carry that and still be here. He carries the same kind of weight, and he's here. Chapter 38. The party started at second bell and had achieved full expression by third. Roger's spontaneous parties had a specific quality that Say had been reading and cataloging since week 2. They happened when something real had occurred that needed to be metabolized collectively, when the accumulated tension of whatever the crew had been working through needed to become something else. Tonight's occasion was the completion of the final Poneglyph survey, the last piece of the navigational information that would take them to Laugh Tale. The deck was lit with the lamps they hung for these occasions, and the quality of the crew in this mode was different from the working quality. Less organized, more present, the specific state of people who had set down the purpose for a few hours and were being the people underneath it. He spent the first 40 minutes managing. He knew he was doing it. He was cataloging the party, the quality of each person's participation, the way the crew expressed itself in celebratory mode versus working mode, the specific dynamics between people who were only visible in this kind of context. He was present in the room and experiencing the party through the management layer, which meant he was observing it rather than being in it. Buggy grabbed his arm and pulled him into a game. The game was complicated and mostly invented on the spot, and involved some element of balance on a moving ship that was not fully designed for the game, and Buggy was running it with the quality of someone who was generating the rules as needed in response to what was happening, and it was genuinely and inexplicably ridiculous. He stopped managing. It happened the way the attunement tier had opened, not a decision, a door finding its own way to open. Buggy did something that was objectively absurd in the context of the game he'd invented, and the response in Say's body was not the managed version of amusement, but actual laughter. Not performed, not tactical, actual. He laughed at Buggy's thing, at the specific quality of it, the way it was wrong in the exact way that was also perfectly right, at the complete commitment Buggy had to the bit even in the moment it failed. The laugh came from the same place as Roger's laugh, not controlled, not shaped for a response. Just there. Roger saw. He knew because the attunement function's ambient read of Roger's will shifted. Briefly, in the moment of the laugh, Roger's attention had a quality it didn't usually have. Not the watching Shanks for anomalies quality. Something else. Something that Say didn't have a good word for except that it felt like recognition. After the party, Roger fell in beside him at the rail. He didn't say anything for a moment. Just stood at the rail with the quality of someone who has just seen something they'd been hoping to see and has decided to let it sit rather than analyze it. You were here tonight, Roger said, finally. Yes, Say said. All the way. All the way, he agreed. Roger looked at the water. The lamplight was still on behind them, the party winding down with the specific quality of something that had done what it needed to do. That's the thing, Roger said. That's what I've been waiting to see. He wrote. I laughed. Actually, at Buggy, for something that was worth laughing at, with the full version of the response rather than the managed version. Roger noticed. He said, that's the thing. I'm starting to understand what the thing is. He wrote. The management layer is not protection. It's absence. Every time it's running, I am absent from the moment to the precise degree that it's running. Full presence is the only version of being here that is actually here. Chapter 39 Shiki came as the intermediary. The Rock's remnant had requested, through channels that suggested they'd spent weeks negotiating access, a formal meeting with Roger's crew to address the God Valley grievance. Shiki had positioned himself as the neutral party, interested in the outcome, not personally grieved, present as the power weight that would keep the meeting from devolving. His sovereign will in this configuration read as, this is interesting and I want to see how it resolves, because the resolution pattern will tell me something about Roger that I don't yet know. The meeting was on neutral ground, a small island's waterfront. Say was present. He had the attunement function running in full ambient mode and the reader and witness tiers active, which meant the room was extremely detailed to him. The remnant leaders' grief-shaped wills, specific and old and organized around the specific absence of the people they'd lost. Shiki's observer will, the curiosity running beneath the ambition. Roger's will, which was the ambient quality of the ship, translated to a room. He could feel the resonance dynamics. This was something new, not a tier he'd fully achieved, but a function he'd been approaching, the edge of the current shaper capability. He could feel where the resonances in the room were coherent and where they were in tension. He could feel the specific current of energy between the remnant leader's grief and Roger's genuine acknowledgement, which was the potentially productive current, and he could feel the current between the remnant leader's anger and Shiki's observer position, which was potentially escalatory. He made a choice. He didn't fully understand what he was doing. The current shaper tier wasn't yet stable. He was working at the edge of an ability he hadn't mastered. He directed his attention to the productive current, the grief acknowledgement resonance between the remnant and Roger, and he did something to it. Not amplification exactly. More like, he made it more visible. He brought it into the foreground. The resonance that existed became the dominant frequency in the room rather than one current among several. The effect was subtle. The remnant leader who was speaking stopped being angry mid-sentence and shifted into something more like grief without the weapon quality. Roger received this shift with the full presence he brought to genuine things and responded in kind. The room's direction changed. The negotiation didn't resolve. It wasn't the kind of thing that resolved in a single conversation, and the grief was too old and too large, and the losses too real. But it found a resting point, a position where the remnant acknowledged that Roger acknowledged what had been lost, where the weapon was set down without the grief being dismissed, where the conversation could stop without either party having to pretend the other had won. Shiki watched all of this from the corner of the room with the quality of someone recalibrating. On the walk back, Roger said nothing until they were nearly at the shore, and then he said, "What did you do in there?" "I'm not entirely sure," Say said. "I made the productive current more visible." "Productive current," Roger said. "The resonance between you and them that was going in a useful direction," Say said. "There was also a current between them and Shiki that was going in a less useful direction. I foreground the first one." Roger looked at him. "Is that something you can do reliably?" "Not yet," Say said. "That was the first time it worked at any significant scale. I was doing it at the edge of what I know how to do." Roger said, "Practice it." The resonance partner tiers stabilized on the ship that night, not the full current shaper function, but the intermediate tier. He could now create a persistent two-way resonance with one other sovereign will carrier, amplifying both simultaneously. He tested it briefly with the ship's ambient quality and found the Oro Jackson's collective will was clearer when he was actively in resonance with it rather than passively receiving it. He wrote, * resonance partner tier achieved. The function creates amplification in both directions. I receive more clearly, and the person I'm in resonance with receives their own will more clearly. This is the tier where the current becomes active rather than just receptive. I can participate in the will field rather than just reading it. Chapter 40, the gathering happened the night before the last approach. Roger called it without preamble, just the natural assembly of everyone on deck, which happened when the crew understood from context that something was to be said. The night was clear, no wind, the Grand Line behaving with an unusual stillness that felt like the world holding its breath. Say stood in the crew and let the attunement function run at its full ambient level. He was not recording. He was not cataloging. He was here, in the standing on deck at night quality of this specific moment, with the aggregate sovereign will of the entire crew around him as a field he was part of rather than reading. The resonance partner function was running at the ambient level and the ship was present to him the way it had been since the function's activation, not metaphorically, but as a genuine quality of presence. Roger stood at the helm and told them what Laugh Tale was. Say knew what Roger was going to say. He had known the shape of it. He received the shape correctly and found that the shape was less than the full content, that the story he'd known had been the summary and Roger's telling was the depth, and the depth had things in it that weren't in the summary. The treasure was not what he'd expected, in one specific way. He'd known about Joy Boy. He'd known about the poneglyphs and the ancient history and the will of D, and the message that was supposed to wait at the end of the Grand Line. The story he remembered had framed this as a treasure with historical content, significant, world-changing, but fundamentally informational. Roger described it differently. Roger said, "The treasure is not information. The treasure is Joy Boy's wish. Not what Joy Boy knew. What Joy Boy wanted, specifically, with the quality of someone who had been unable to deliver on a promise and had spent the remaining time making sure the promise could be kept by someone else. The treasure was the specific shape of something owed and not yet paid. And Roger said, Joy Boy's wish is for someone with the right quality to find it and laugh. Not to understand it academically, not to wield it, to find it and laugh at finding it, which would mean, this is real, this is here. The question was always worth asking. He received this, and something happened in his understanding that hadn't happened from the outside. He'd known the punchline. He'd known it for 30 years. But Roger's version of the punchline, the personal interpretation, the specific thing Roger believed the treasure was not the version he'd known. It was more personal and more joyful and more fundamentally about the relationship between the person who left the message and the person who found it. He had known how the joke went. He had not known what made it funny. Something shifted. The answer Roger is pointing toward, he wrote that night, in the fullest entry he'd made since the 6-hour silence entry, is not a historical fact. It's a relationship. Joy Boy left a message for someone who wasn't born yet, because Joy Boy believed that person would exist, would come, would find it, would laugh. The laugh is the proof that Joy Boy was right, that the trust was warranted, that the person came. He wrote, Roger told the crew tonight, and I received it without the summary filter. The part one didn't know was Roger's personal interpretation. Joy Boy's wish is to have been right about the person coming. He wrote, I am here. I came. I am part of the crew that is going to laugh tail. If Joy Boy's wish is to have been right about someone coming, and Roger believes it is, then every person on this ship is part of the answer. The cliffhanger arrived in the writing, not in the speaking. He closed the record and looked at the door of his bunk and thought about what it meant to go to Laugh Tale knowing this, and found that the pre-grief was not running. He was going to Laugh Tale, and he was afraid of nothing in advance. He was just here. Chapter 41 Laugh Tale was not what he expected. None of it was, starting with the approach. He had known the island's existence, the broad shape of its significance, the fact that the crew would laugh when they arrived, and that the laughter would give the place its name. He had carried these facts for months as part of the architecture of what was coming. He had not known what it would feel like to stand on the Oro Jackson's deck in the early morning and watch an island appear out of mist that had no right to be mist. The sea was calm, the sky was clear, and the mist existed anyway, a local phenomenon that the island generated for itself, as if it was aware of its own significance and had decided that arriving at it should feel like something. The crew felt the significance. He could read it through the attunement function, the quality of every sovereign will on the ship shifting at once, not toward fear or excitement exactly, but into a specific alignment, the way a compass aligns to true north. They knew this was it. Every person on this ship had been sailing toward this moment for years, in some cases for most of their lives, and the moment was now here, and the knowing of it moved through the crew's aggregate, well, like a wave through water. He stood at the bow and felt the island approach. Laugh Tale was small. He hadn't expected small. The mythological weight of the place had made him picture something large in the way that important things were often large. But it was small, an island you could walk across in an afternoon, with vegetation that had grown unchecked for however long it had been without visitors, and a quality of silence even at distance that was not the absence of sound but the presence of something that had been waiting. They anchored and rowed to shore. The poneglyph was inland. In a clearing the vegetation had respected for reasons that might have been architectural or might have been something else. Odin read it. He had been reading poneglyphs for months, and the process had its own rhythm by now. The time he needed, the quality of attention he brought, the specific stillness that came over him when he was bearing witness rather than translating. He read this one and went still in a different way than the others. He read it and looked up and looked at Roger and said something in a voice that didn't carry, and Roger's face did something Say had never seen it do before. And then Roger laughed. The laugh was the laugh. The full, genuine, inexorable laugh that Say had been living near for months and had never heard at full depth. Because there was depth to Roger's laugh, he understood now. That was only available when something genuinely funny had happened. And what was funny was something only Roger knew and was choosing to share by the laugh itself. The crew joined. Not because they understood what Roger was laughing at. Say could read through the attunement function that most of them didn't understand the specific content of what Odin had read. They joined because Roger's laugh was specific and complete, and the most real expression of a person they'd ever witnessed, and being in the same space as a real thing makes real things possible in you. He could not laugh. He stood in the clearing on Laugh Tale and felt the crew's laughter around him, and felt the island's specific quality of having been waiting, and felt the weight of knowing what this moment meant, not just to Roger, not just to this crew, but to the next generation and the generation after that. All the people who would be changed by the fact that this moment happened, and all of it sat in him without becoming lighter. The knowledge he had of the outcome was too large. It sat in the space where the laugh was supposed to be and occupied it. Roger caught him not laughing. He met Roger's eyes across the clearing, and Roger's face shifted, not the laugh stopping, the laugh remaining, but something additional in it that wasn't for the crew. Something that was specifically for Say, and that said, Asterisk, I see you. I know why. We're going to talk about this. Asterisk, he stood in the clearing and held the weight of everything he knew and watched his crew laugh and thought. Asterisk, I know why Joy Boy's wish was for someone to laugh. Because the laugh is the thing I can't do. The laugh is what's absent in me right now. In this moment that was supposed to be the arrival. I'm here and I can't arrive. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, Roger will have something to say about this. I should listen to it. Asterisk, the crew spent 3 hours on the island. He spent 3 hours being present without laughing, which was the hardest thing he'd done since arriving in this body. Chapter 42. Roger found him on the stern of the Oro Jackson on the 3rd day of the return voyage. Not immediately after Laugh Tale. There had been a day of celebration, the crew processing what they'd found in the way that groups process extraordinary things, through noise and food, and the specific social behavior of people who have accomplished something enormous and need to metabolize it communally. He had been present for this, fully, without the management layer, and had felt the weight of not laughing as a constant presence rather than an acute one. On the 3rd day, Roger appeared at the stern, not announcing the approach. You didn't laugh, Roger said. No, Say said. Why not? He thought about this. He had been thinking about it for 3 days and had arrived at several answers, none of which were complete, but the most accurate of which was, I couldn't. What was there? What the island was, what it meant, all of it. It sat in me without becoming lighter. The laugh needs something to happen to the weight of the knowing. The weight didn't lift. Roger looked at the wake behind them. The Grand Line behaving normally now. The specific normal of a sea that was never entirely normal, but the baseline. The treasure is the history, Roger said. Joy Boy's wish. The message. All of it. I know, Say said. And Roger waited. He thought about what was honest. And knowing it in advance meant I received it wrong. Or not wrong, but differently from the crew. They arrived at it. I'd been carrying it for months, and I couldn't let it arrive because it had already been there. He looked at his hands on the railing. Someone has to be there when someone else finds it. That's the function. The person who knows it's coming isn't the person who laughs at finding it. They're the person who makes sure the next person can find it. Roger was quiet for a long time. The water moved under them. The Oro Jackson had a quality in the days after Laugh Tale of something that had reached its destination and was carrying the destination in it. Not finished, but complete in a specific way, the way something is complete when it has done the thing it was for. That's a sad way to hold what we found, Roger said, finally. I know, Say said. You're aware that it's sad. Yes. He paused. I've been working on the pre-grief problem for months. I thought I'd gotten somewhere with it. Laugh Tale showed me where I hadn't gotten yet. Roger turned to look at him. The full attention. The laugh isn't a reward at the end, Roger said. It's not something you earn by not knowing. The laugh is available to people who know and are present anyway. He paused. I knew Laugh Tale was at the end of the route. I'd been sailing toward it for years. I laughed. Because you let it arrive, Say said. Because I let it arrive, Roger said. Even knowing. He looked at the water. You still have time to learn that. He sat with this. He thought about what letting it arrive meant, not just intellectually, not as the next practice item in the development catalog, but what it actually required. It required the full version of presence in moments he had knowledge of in advance. Not suppressing the knowledge. Not managing around it. Being here, with the knowledge, and also letting the moment be a moment. I'm working on it, he said. I know, Roger said. He clapped Say on the shoulder once. The solid, warm version. You'll get there. The fact that you know you missed it is most of the work. He wrote that evening. Asterisk, Roger said. The laugh is available to people who know and are present anyway. He laughed at Laugh Tale knowing it was coming. The difference between him and me is that he was present for the arrival, and I was still carrying the approach. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, the practice is presence in advance known moments. Not just ordinary moments. The ones I've been pre-grieving. Laugh Tale was the first major test, and I didn't pass it. That's fine. That's information. Asterisk, he wrote. I will pass the next one. Chapter 43. The identity crisis arrived on the 7th day of the return voyage, quietly, without the dramatic shape he'd been half expecting it to take. He was doing rope maintenance in the late afternoon, the physical work that the body found comfortable and that required enough attention to occupy the hands without requiring enough to occupy the full mind. The crew was around him in the loose, distributed way of afternoon work. The specific quality of the Oro Jackson post-Laugh Tale was different from pre-Laugh Tale. Still the same ship, still the same people, but with a quality of completion about it that he'd been feeling since the island and that he understood in the broad sense without being able to articulate it precisely. He was in the middle of a splicing technique when the question arrived. Who are you now that the story is over? He set down the rope. The story he'd been living inside had Laugh Tale, as its destination point. The story he remembered from outside, the one he'd known for 30 years before arriving, had Laugh Tale as the climax of the Roger era, the point at which the story's forward momentum turned from building toward what happened next. He had been in the building phase. He was now in the transition. He was no longer inside the part of the story he'd known. This was the fact, and it had a quality he hadn't fully anticipated. He was past the edge of his foreknowledge in a specific way. He knew the broad shapes of what came after Laugh Tale: Roger's surrender, the execution, the crew scattering, the 22 years, the Yonko era, the specific position Shanks would occupy in it. He knew these shapes, but the specific texture of living them, the daily quality of being inside the post-Laugh Tale period, was not something the story he remembered had given him. He was no longer in the map. He was in the territory. He sat against the mast and thought about who he was now. He had arrived in this body as a visitor. That had been the self-understanding, however imprecise. A person from outside, inhabiting a character in a story, trying to maintain the character while figuring out how to be present without changing things he shouldn't change. The management layer had been, in part, an expression of this, managing the self in the story rather than being the self that was here. But he had been here for 7 months. 7 months of drills with Rayleigh, of night watches with Odin, of conversations with Roger, of rope maintenance and ship meals, and the specific quality of being on the Oro Jackson in all its ordinary and extraordinary aspects. 7 months of the body's reflexes becoming his reflexes, of the crew becoming his crew, of the sovereign current developing in ways that were specifically shaped by who these people were and what they were committed to. He was Shanks. He was not Shanks the character being inhabited. He was not the SI in Shanks' body. He turned this over, trying to find the accurate framing. The person who had been made by 7 months of living here, which included everything he'd arrived with and everything that had happened since, and the person he'd been before arriving was present in this person the way the foundation of a building was present in the building. Real, structural, not visible from outside. The question of who he was now that the story was over was not, am I still Say, or have I become Shanks? The question was, what does the person I've become do next? He wrote, *, I have been in this body for 7 months. The story I was inside has reached its midpoint. Laugh Tale was the destination, and we arrived, and we are now past the arrival. What comes next is what I know in shape and don't know in texture. He wrote. The identity crisis I've been expecting arrived not as a crisis, but as a question. Who am I now that the story is over? The answer is, I am the person this made. 7 months of this crew, this ship, this era, this practice. That person is not a visitor. He is here. He wrote. What he does next is, stay. Build what comes after. Find who will go somewhere, and be the person they can come back to. The archive, before I knew the word for it. The thing I've been becoming. He wrote. The story isn't over. It's past the part one knew. That's different from over. Chapter 44 Odin told them he was going back to Wano. He said it at dinner, with the quality of someone who has made a decision and has chosen the time and manner of saying it rather than being caught by it. He said he had been gone from Wano for 2 years, and that Wano was waiting for him, and that the thing he'd needed to find, the proof that the world was larger than Wano's borders and worth the risk of leaving, he had found. Say received this through the attunement function before it registered consciously. The quality of Odin's sovereign will shifted at the announcement, the specific shift of someone whose will has oriented toward its next thing. The direction was clear. He had known this was coming. He had been carrying the knowledge since he arrived, stored in the section of the catalog titled Things I Know That I Cannot Do Anything With. He had been practicing, not pre-grieving Odin. He had been practicing being present for the actual person rather than managing around the foreknowledge of the ending. He had done better than he'd done at Laugh Tale, had let more of Odin arrive as Odin rather than as a function in the catalog. He had told Odin he was one of the best people he'd known. He had sat with him on night watch and been told he was sad about things and had been honest about it. None of this made the announcement lighter. He sat at the dinner table and received it and let it be what it was. Enormous, and coming, and real. Odin would leave. He would go back to Wano. What happened in Wano was what happened in Wano. And Say carried the knowledge of it the way he'd been learning to carry foreknowledge, not as a weapon against the present, but as a weight that he acknowledged and didn't hide. After the dinner, he found Odin on the deck. I don't want you to go, he said. Odin turned and looked at him with the quality of genuine surprise. Not because the statement was distressing, but because it was direct in a way that Say didn't usually manage. Say had been getting better at directness. He had not achieved complete consistency. This was one of the moments where the practice was present. That's the first time you've told me something you wanted, Odin said. His voice had warmth in it, the specific warmth of someone receiving something honest. I don't do it often, Say said. I know, Odin said. I've been watching. The things you want. You know them. You know them very precisely, but you manage around saying them because saying them means they're real and might not happen. He looked at Say with the patient attention he brought to things worth paying attention to. Do it more. Tell people what you want, even when they can't give it to you. What's the difference if you can't give it to me? Say said. The difference is that the wanting is real, Odin said. The wanting exists whether you say it or not. Saying it makes it true in the room rather than just true inside you. That changes something. He looked out at the water. I can't stay. I know I can't stay. But you telling me you don't want me to go, that's real, and I'm going to carry it. He paused. That's worth something. It's worth the cost of saying it. Say thought about this. What do you want, he said. Going back to Wayno. Odin was quiet for a moment. To be the person Wayno needs me to be, he said. Which is different from the person I've been. I've been the person I needed to be for myself. The one who left, who found the world, who stood on the deck of Roger's ship and read Joy Boy's wish. He looked at Say. Going back is for Wayno. What I want from it is for Wayno to be different by the time I leave it again. Open, rather than closed. Part of the world, rather than walled away from it. He paused. I don't know if I can do that. But wanting it is what I have. That's enough to go on, Say said. That's all anyone has, Odin said. He smiled. The large version, the one that was close to Roger's in scale if not in quality. He put his hand on Say's shoulder. You're strange and difficult, and you see things sideways, he said. I like you very much. I know, Say said. I know you know, Odin said. That's what I mean. You know things and you sit with them. You don't manage around them the way you used to. He paused. You're getting better at this. I'm working on it, Say said. Odin laughed and walked away, and Say stood on the deck and felt the foreknowledge of what was waiting in Wayno and let the feeling be what it was, enormous and real, and something he was allowed to feel without it consuming the present moment. He had learned this. It was incomplete. He was learning it. He wrote, Odin is leaving. I told him I didn't want him to go. He said, that's the first time you've told me something you wanted. Do it more. He wrote. He said, telling someone what you want makes the wanting real in the room rather than just real inside you. The wanting exists either way. Saying it changes something. He wrote. I am going to say things I want more. Starting now. Chapter 45 Odin's ship left at sunrise. Say was on deck for all of it. From the morning preparations, the loading of the specific supplies that went with Odin's portion of the crew, the final exchange of navigational information, the specific small bureaucracy of a ship's departure that was neither dramatic nor dismissible. He was present for all of it without the management layer. The management layer had been present in the morning when he woke, because the pre-grief mechanism was old and ran automatically until he actively chose to take it down, and he took it down. He stood on the deck of the Oro Jackson in the early morning cold. His breath was visible in front of him. The air had the specific bite of a morning before full sun, and the sensation of cold in his fingertips was present and specific and real, and he chose presence. Odin moved through the departure with his usual quality, full engagement, the specific ease of someone for whom leaving is not a lesser action than staying. He said goodbye to each crew member in a specific way, not a general farewell, but an individual acknowledgement, the thing each person in particular. Say watched this and filed it under the section of the catalog titled How People Leave Well. When Odin came to him, he said, I meant what I said last night. Say looked at him. I know, he said. I'm going to remember you, Odin said. Not as a function in whatever Shanks does later, not as a Pongla Voyage crew member. As the person you are. The specific one. He paused. The one who sees things sideways and knows things before they happen and is learning to be here anyway. Say couldn't say anything for a moment. Do it more, Odin said. The thing I said last night. Do it. You'll be better for it. He nodded. Odin's hand on his shoulder, once, the same way Roger's hand found his shoulder. The Roger Pirate's gesture, he'd noticed, for a specific kind of acknowledgement that didn't require words. He'd been the recipient of it a dozen times on this ship from different people, and it never lost its weight. Odin walked to his boat. He stood at the railing and watched Odin's ship appear, grow, and then diminish in the direction of Wayno. He stood until the ship was at the limit of the horizon and then passed it. He did not perform ease. The weight of what he knew about Wayno was present, and he let it be present without doing anything to manage it. Buggy appeared beside him. He didn't say anything. He stood at the railing and looked at the horizon with the quality of someone who is being present with someone else's grief without making it about himself, which was a quality Say was increasingly understanding as the best thing a person could do in this situation. They stood there for a long time. He felt the grief fully. Not the pre-grief, the actual grief of a real loss that was happening now rather than anticipated. It was heavy and specific and had the quality of something that was moving rather than static. He thought about Odin saying the wanting exists whether you say it or not, and thought about the grief existing whether he was present for it or not, and decided to be present for it, here, at the railing, with Buggy beside him being exactly the right thing. After a long time, Buggy said, "He was good. He was great," Say said. Buggy made the small sound of agreement, and they stood together for a while longer. The current Shaper tier, which he'd been developing since the Remnant negotiation, completed its stabilization sometime in that standing. Not in a dramatic surge, but in the specific way his tier advancements happened, as the door becoming finally fully open rather than partially ajar. He could now direct resonance between other sovereign wills. He could take the productive current that existed between people and make it the foreground current, amplify what was worth amplifying, clarify what needed clarifying. He didn't use it on himself standing at the railing. He didn't need to. He was here, fully, without assistance. That was the point. He wrote that evening. Odin left this morning. I was present for all of it, the preparation, the goodbye, the watching the ship disappear. I did not pre-grieve. I grieved in the present tense, which is different. He wrote. Buggy stood next to me and said nothing, and it was the correct thing. I have been learning what the correct thing is for months. Sometimes it is saying the thing. Sometimes it is being present without speaking. He wrote. Current Shaper tier stabilized during the standing at the railing. The function is now available. The completion happened through presence, genuine, full, the kind that costs what it costs, which is the pattern. Every advancement has been through presence. The power grows by being here. Chapter 46. Surrender. Roger found him in the storage hold where no one usually goes. Say was sitting on a crate, doing nothing, thinking about the ledger. The captain descended the wooden stairs with that lightness he had. You never heard him coming. You know, Roger said. Not a question. I've known since before Laugh Tale, Say said. I knew this was the shape of things. I knew it, and I didn't say it, and I didn't stop it, because stopping it would mean nothing, and changing it would mean changing you. And you're not mine to change. Roger sat beside him on the crate. The ship rocked. Below them, the cargo shifted slightly with the rhythm. Why? Say asked. Not the tactical. The personal. Why surrender when you could run? Roger's fingers tapped against his knee, an old habit when he was thinking clearly. The statement has to be made clearly, Roger said. Surrender after victory says something different than capture. It says, I did what I came to do. I chose the terms. Say understood that immediately. It was the kind of thing Roger believed, that the shape of how you left mattered as much as what you'd done while you were there. And your crew? Say asked. They know who they are. I won't be fine. Roger looked at him for a long time. Say met his gaze and didn't flinch. The current shaper in him was steady. He could feel the shape of Roger's will, not reading it invasively, just sensing the weight of it. Decided. Peaceful in a way that Say's peace was not. I know, Roger said. That's different. He stood and left Say there in the hold with the cargo and the knowledge that things were going to change, and he could not stop it, and he would have to be present for it anyway. Foreknowledge is useless here, Say thought. It's all the weight with none of the power. Chapter 47. Processing. The crew learned it in different ways. Some heard it from Roger directly. Some heard it from others, and then heard it from Roger. Some heard it and didn't believe it until the captain said it twice. Really closed. Say watched it happen over the course of a single afternoon. The first mate's face didn't change, his posture didn't shift, but something behind his eyes sealed itself off. He went from present to functional. He began organizing supplies. He didn't speak to Roger except in operational terms. Buggy raged. He threw a barrel in the galley. He punched a wall. He screamed at the captain. Actual words that were profane and desperate, about waste and stupidity and a world that would devour everything good if you didn't keep fighting, keep building, keep refusing to let them win. Roger listened to every word without interrupting. When Buggy was done, when he was standing there red-faced and shaking, the captain said, You're right. And I'm still doing it. Buggy walked away. Crocus accepted. The ship's doctor said, Then we make the most of the time you have, and began calculating supplies, medications, arrangements for when the execution would happen. The math of mortality. Crocus had always been good at math. Say did none of these things. He sat with Roger every night for a week on the deck, watching the stars come out. They didn't talk about surrender. They talked about nothing important. Roger asked him about the sword work he'd been practicing. Say asked about a port they'd visited 5 years before and Roger had never mentioned again. They sat in companionable silence where the only noise was the ship moving through water. On the 5th night, Roger said, You're good at this now. Good at what? Say asked. Being present. Not performing. Not grieving in advance. Say thought about all the nights he'd spent anticipating losses. How he'd grown so good at pre-grief that he'd nearly missed his own life while it was happening. "I've been practicing," he said. Roger laughed, that laugh that contained oceans in it. And they sat there together while the sky turned from blue to black, and Say held the weight of knowing and the presence of being, both at once. Chapter 48. The arrival. Shiki's ship announced itself. The horizon turned dark with sails, and Say recognized the presence even before the lookout cried out. He knew the shape of that fleet from the record. Shiki, the Golden Lion, who had sought to rule the seas through force and had been imprisoned, and had escaped, and had come to find the Pirate King in his final days. The proposal came by messenger. Shiki's voice was not there, only his words, delivered by a man who was clearly afraid. Join me. Bring your crew. Your death is waste. The Marines are overmatched. I can protect you. One more push. The era isn't over yet. We could reshape it. The argument was not stupid. That was the thing that Say had not anticipated, and his foreknowledge turned against him in that moment. He had known Shiki would come. He had not known that Shiki's logic would be so sound. That someone could argue for Roger's life with reason, with power, with genuine possibility. That it wouldn't be the cartoon villainy of the record, but something that sounded almost like love. The ferocious love of someone who refused to see the end of the era, the end of the age, the end of Roger's reign. Roger read the message and laughed. "No," he said. "That's all." Say asked. "That's all," Roger said. "Tell him we decline. Tell him I'm sorry." The messenger left. That night, Shiki's fleet surrounded them, and the sky lit up with cannon fire. It was beautiful and terrible, the way of war. The Golden Lion's ships moved with precision and power. Shiki knew his craft. The fire was not wild, it was aimed. It was meant to damage without destroying, to force Roger into a position where surrender to Shiki became more logical than surrender to the Marines. Roger stood on the deck and the light of the cannons played across his face, and he was grinning like a boy. "Well," he said to Rayleigh, "let's make a statement worth making." The order rippled through the crew. "Battle stations. Weapons ready." And then Roger himself moved, and the world narrowed down to sword and fire and the presence of a man who had seen the end of all things and had chosen how to meet it. Chapter 49. The fight. Shiki fought smart. He had learned something about the Pirate King's crew, and he had learned something about the young red-haired man who stood beside him. He saw the way Shanks moved, predictive, a step ahead of things, reading the battlefield like a narrative. And so Shiki did things that made no tactical sense. He moved left when he should have moved right. He feinted when he should have committed. He created openings and didn't take them. He was hunting the moment when Shanks' foreknowledge would fail because he had bet everything on the fact that it would. Say felt it immediately. The predictive framework, the one that had been carrying him, that had been so useful, that had become like a crutch, collapsed. He couldn't read Shiki's next move because Shiki wasn't committed to the next move until the moment it was made, and by then Say was in the position of reacting, not anticipating. "This is what I've been training for," he thought, and he switched. Not to prediction, to presence. To the same presence he'd cultivated standing at the railing watching Odin's ship disappear, standing on the deck with Roger, sitting in silence with Buggy while they grieved. To being exactly where he was, seeing exactly what was, responding exactly now. And the current shaper function sang. He could feel it, the resonance between Roger and Rayleigh, the two of them moving in coordination that seemed impossible, that seemed like they were reading each other's minds. But they weren't. They were both just present, both living in the exact moment, and Say sat in the middle of that resonance and amplified it. It was not like reading them. It was like being a conduit. The strength between them flowed through him, and he directed it, and suddenly Roger and Rayleigh weren't fighting Shiki separately. They were fighting him as one unit with three bodies. The Golden Lion's unpredictability became irrelevant when faced with adaptation that fast, that responsive, that alive. Shiki, for the first time, began to retreat. He was still dangerous. He was still brilliant. But he was no longer winning, and he knew it. The ships pulled back. The cannon fire ceased. Shiki himself, standing on his deck, watching the king's ship with blood and smoke around it, made a decision. He withdrew. Roger stood breathing heavily, sword still in hand, and watched him go. "Well," the captain said. "I didn't expect that." "What?" Rayleigh asked. "To win," Roger said, and laughed. Say was bleeding. He didn't remember taking the wound. There was a cut along his ribs, not deep, but long, from a moment he hadn't seen coming, a moment when his presence had slipped. It had probably happened during the middle phase of the fight when Shiki was still learning what Say was doing. It probably didn't matter. It bled anyway. He made his way to the medical bay. Crocus was already there, waiting, because Crocus always knew. Chapter 50. The medical bay was small and smelled like antiseptic and old blood. Crocus cleaned the wound with efficiency that verged on cruelty, then stitched it with precision that suggested he'd done this many thousand times. It could have been worse, Crocus said. I know, Say said. Could have been much worse. Say lay on the medical table and felt the sting of the stitches and thought about foreknowledge. Asterisk, I knew Shiki was coming. I didn't know that my predictive framework would fail exactly when it did. I didn't know that switching to presence would take that long. I didn't know that there would be a moment where I was between states and vulnerable, and Shiki would exploit it with a blade. I knew all of this was coming, and I didn't know any of it. Those two things are both true. Asterisk, the wound throbbed. It would scar. Say could already sense the shape of it. Pale, clean, exactly where he'd failed to be present for a single moment in the middle of a fight. Roger came by that evening. You fought well, the captain said. I fought until I didn't, Say said. That's all anyone does. Roger sat on the stool beside the medical table, and there was something different in his face. Something satisfied. Something at peace in a way Say had not quite seen before. The current shaper function, Roger said. You did something with Rayleigh. I amplified the resonance between you, Say said. You weren't fighting him separately anymore. Roger nodded, as if he'd already known this, as if he'd felt it from his side. That's the next step, Roger said. Not being the source of power, being the conduit, being the one who makes other sovereignties stronger. Say thought about that, about how it was different from all the other powers he'd developed, about how it was not about his own strength at all, but about recognizing the strength in others and amplifying it until it became enough. I've been practicing presence, Say said. I know, Roger said. I've been watching. The captain left. Crocus changed the bandages. Outside, the ship moved through open water, past the place where Shiki's fleet had been, toward the place where Roger had already decided he would surrender. Say lay in the medical bay and held two truths. Asterisk, I knew this was coming. I didn't know it would hurt this much. Asterisk, and underneath them both, a third truth that was harder to name. Asterisk, I was present for all of it. Even the part that cost me. Especially that part. Asterisk. The current shaper tier was locked in now. Not because he'd achieved some perfect level of power, but because he'd finally understood what power meant here. It meant being present for everything, including the moments when presence cost you something real. The wound throbbed. The ship sailed on. And Say rested, knowing what came next, unable to stop it, fully present for the first time in his ability to hold both of those things at once. Chapter 51. Roger came back the next morning. The medical bay had the quality it had when the ship was at anchor and the morning watch was quiet. The specific stillness of a ship, not fully active, the sounds reduced to the minimum, the light through the porthole, doing something particular in the early hours before full sun. Say had been awake for an hour by the time Roger appeared, because the ribs had opinions about sleeping positions and had been making those opinions known consistently throughout the night. Roger sat in the chair beside the berth. He didn't say anything for a moment. He had a quality in these one-on-one spaces of not needing to fill the silence immediately, of letting the room be what it was before adding to it. Say waited. You fought differently in the Shiki engagement, Roger said, finally. I stopped predicting, Say said. Partway through. He adjusted his position against the pillow, which the ribs disapproved of. Shiki worked out the predictive mechanism and was deliberately varying his will commitment to produce false reads. I had to switch to the present moment version. What was the present moment version? Say thought about how to describe the experience of fighting without the predictive layer. Letting the body run on its training, he said. Staying in the moment of the fight rather than 2 seconds ahead of it. Not trying to know what was coming and just being in what was there. Roger was quiet for a moment. What did that feel like? Harder, Say said. I got hit more often. The timing was different without the advance red. He paused. Also more real. I was here for the fight rather than managing it from a slight remove. Roger looked at him with the quality he had when he was arriving at the thing he wanted to say. What did you do instead, he said. Instead of predicting. I was here, Say said. That's the thing, Roger said. He waited for the explanation of what thing. The explanation didn't come. Roger stood, looked at him once more with the quality of having completed the thing he came to do, and left. He lay in the medical bay and thought about what that's the thing meant in context. He thought about the months of practice, the management layer, the pre-grief mechanism, the specific development from managing around to being present. He thought about Roger saying that's the thing in the same quality he'd used saying other things that turned out to be important later. He wrote, asterisk Roger said, that's the thing. He said it as the explanation for why fighting present moment rather than predictively was a different quality. He meant it as a confirmation. The thing I've been learning is the right thing. Not as a method, as a way of being. Asterisk he wrote, asterisk being here is the thing. Not being ahead of it. Not managing around it. Here, in the moment, with what is actually present. That's what the practice has been for. That's what it produces when it's working. Asterisk, he wrote. Asterisk, the ribs have 17 more things to say. I am present for all of them. Asterisk, chapter 52, the Rock's remnant, came 3 days before Roger's planned surrender. This time their intent was different. The previous encounters had been grief as weapon, the specific dangerous quality of people who had legitimate grievance and had converted it into a directed force. This encounter had something additional: purpose. They had calculated, at some point between the last encounter and this one, that if Roger died voluntarily, his death belonged to Roger, that the statement of the surrender would be Roger's statement, that the thing they wanted, to be the ones who ended it, to have their loss matter in the shape of the event, required arriving before the surrender and changing the shape. He read this from the ambient attunement reception as they came over the rail. Not the full witness depth. The read was surface-to-reader level, sufficient to identify the motivation structure. They wanted to matter. They wanted the God Valley grief to be visible in the shape of how the Roger era ended. They were not willing to let Roger's story end on Roger's terms. He stepped forward. He didn't have a plan in the formal sense. He had the current shaper function active, and the full ambient awareness of everyone in the space, and the specific understanding, built over months of reading the shape of this faction's will, of what was beneath the weapon. He said, "You want to matter." The lead figure, different from the previous encounters, older, with the quality of someone who had been carrying this for longer, looked at him. "What?" she said. "You want the people you lost to matter," he said. "Not as a casualty number. Not as context for the Roger era's ending. As real people whose absence was a real loss, and whose loss was a real cost." He met her eyes. "They do. They are. The loss is in the record. It's in my record. I know the names." She said, "Saying names doesn't make it matter in the world story." "No," he said. "The world story is what it is. I'm not going to change the world story." He held his position. "But you've been driving this grief toward an action that will produce the same outcome. You'll have struck at Roger, and Roger will respond. And what happened at God Valley will still not be in the official record, and the people you lost will still be absent from the history the world tells itself." He paused. "The action you're here to do won't do the thing you want done." She was quiet. The current shaper function was doing something in the space. He wasn't fully in control of it. It was running at the edge of deliberate, but the resonance it was finding in the room was the one that had always been potentially productive, the grief that wanted to be received rather than acted on. He was amplifying the receiving quality, making the space more available to that resonance. She said, "Then what?" He said, "I don't know what changes the world story, but whatever changes it isn't this engagement. If you want the God Valley record to matter, you need someone alive who can make it matter." He paused. "That requires you to not fight here, and to survive, and to find a way to carry the information forward." He looked at her. "I'll help you find it." After a very long moment, she withdrew. He stood in the silence of the deck and let out a breath he hadn't noticed he'd been holding. Buggy appeared beside him. "What was that?" he said. "Negotiation," Say said. "Since when do you negotiate with people who come on deck looking like that?" "Since I stopped needing to fight everyone who was angry," Say said. "Some of them are angry for good reasons." Buggy looked at him with the specific expression he used when Say said something that he needed to think about for 3 days before he knew what to do with it. He walked away. The 3-day processing period began. Chapter 53, the Remnant Leader, came back the next morning. The negotiation had not ended the confrontation. It had created a temporary pause, the pause of a person who has received unexpected information and is working through whether to trust it or dismiss it. She arrived on deck in the morning light with 3 of the original party and the quality of someone who had slept on the question and arrived at, not yet resolved. He had been expecting this. He sat with Crocus in the medical bay doorway. He was mobile now, the ribs still communicating but no longer requiring horizontal positioning, and watched her approach and thought about what was needed. "You said you'd help us find a way to carry it forward," she said. "Yes," he said. "How?" He had been thinking about this since the previous evening. "You have documentation," he said. "Witnesses. People who were there, who remember. Not just the grief, the facts. Who was there, what happened, in what order, what was said." He paused. "Documentation that exists survives. I know where to put it." "Who would receive it?" she said. "People who are building the case for why the void century matters," he said. "People who will eventually have standing to make the record public. Not now, the conditions don't exist yet. But the work of building the record begins now, and it happens by people who care enough to carry the information forward even when the conditions for using it aren't present." She was quiet for a long time. The light was different in the morning than it had been at night. The specific quality of the Grand Line in early morning, the water doing something specific with the light. She looked at the water the way he looked at the water when he was thinking through something that required more time than usual. Why would you do this? She said. Because the loss was real and the record should reflect real things, he said. And because the grief you've been carrying deserved somewhere to land before it became the weapon it almost became last night. He paused. The weapon would have cost you more than you got. The record costs you something different and produces something that lasts. She said, I'll need time to discuss it. You have time, he said. She left and came back 2 hours later with the answer he'd been 70% certain she'd give. Yes, with conditions. He spent the afternoon working through the conditions, some of which were reasonable, some of which required renegotiation, all of which were the product of people who had been managing without trust for years and were testing whether trust was available. He wrote, *The remnant came back. We built the beginning of an arrangement. The grief gets a record. That's not the end of their story. The grief will continue. The absence will continue. But the record exists and the carrying forward is now possible in a way it wasn't before. He wrote. Roger's surrender is 2 days away. The arrangement I made with the remnant will outlast the Roger era. That's the right kind of work. Chapter 54. The night before Roger's surrender, Say found Buggy on the deck. Buggy was not hiding that he was scared. He was not performing the non-scared version of himself. He was sitting at the bow with the quality of someone who has decided that the performance costs more than it's worth right now, and who is paying the full emotional price of the moment instead of managing around it. Say recognized this as progress. He sat down beside him. They were quiet for a while. The ship at anchor, the night calm, the stars doing what they did. The quality of the moment was the quality that the nights before significant things had, a specific density, a weight. I know what happens after, Say said. Buggy looked at him sideways. Everyone does. He dies. I mean after that, Say said. The further after. The years. He paused. I know what the crew becomes. Not everything, but the shape of it. Buggy was quiet. He had the quality of someone processing whether he wanted to hear this. And, he said. You're going to be fine, Say said. Buggy made the sound of someone who has received information they didn't ask for and aren't sure whether to be grateful or irritated. That's not specific enough, he said. I know, Say said. Why can't you make it more specific? He thought about what he could say. Because the specific parts are yours, he said. The things that make it real, the crew you build, the reputation you develop, the specific moments that matter, I can't give you those. They have to be yours. If I tell you the specific parts, they become mine instead of yours, and you don't get the thing you would have gotten from living into them yourself. He paused. The specifics are where the actual value is. I can tell you the shape. The shape is, you'll be fine. You'll find what you're for. Buggy was quiet for a long time. What about the crew? He said. The Roger pirates. After. They'll scatter, Say said. They'll find their own things. Some of them will be in each other's stories for years, and some of them won't. He looked at the water. The thing that the Oro Jackson gave us, all of us, doesn't disappear when the Oro Jackson does. It's already in us. We carry it forward. Buggy made the small sound that was his version of acknowledgement when something had landed, but he wasn't ready to say so. They sat in silence for a while longer. I don't want it to be over, Buggy said. I know, Say said. That's the right feeling to have about something that was worth having. Chapter 55. Roger found him on the morning of the surrender. Not at the stern or the bow or in any of their regular conversation positions. In the rope rigging near the mast, where Say had been doing maintenance work in the specific way he'd done maintenance work since week 3, with full attention to the work, being in the task, letting the physical focus carry the rest of him along. The morning light was the specific light of the Grand Line in early morning, Gol D adjacent, with the quality of something that was paying attention to itself. Roger stood at the base of the mast and looked up. The will of D, Roger said. Say came down. He stood in front of Roger and waited for the conversation to arrive at what it was going to be. Roger had the quality of someone who has been building toward a specific thing and has found the right moment for it. I want to tell you what the will of D is, Roger said. Not what I've told the crew. What I actually believe it is. Say waited. The will of D is the agreement to laugh at the moment, Roger said. Not before it. Not after thinking about it carefully and finding the right frame for it. At the moment. When it's happening. Even when it's the last thing you do. He paused. Especially when it's the last thing you do. He looked at Say. The laugh says. I found it. It was real. The question was worth asking. I didn't laugh at Laughtail, Say said. I know, Roger said. You couldn't. What you had. The foreknowledge, the management layer, all of it. It sat between you and the laugh. The laugh requires the actual arrival. He paused. You will laugh. When the moment comes that's actually yours. The one where you found the thing that was worth finding. The one that belongs to you rather than the one you knew about in advance. You will laugh. Say thought about this. He thought about what his version of the moment would be, the specific moment that was his, on his path, in the time after Roger. He thought about the archive before he knew its name, the specific function he'd been building toward. He thought about Joy Boy's wish being for someone to find it and laugh. You're saying my laugh tail moment hasn't happened yet, he said. I'm saying your laugh tail moment is not anyone else's, Roger said. It's the moment where you find the thing that was yours to find. That moment is ahead of you. He paused. Don't be afraid of it. Be present for it. Say looked at him. The full version, the complete look, the one where he was here without the management layer. I'll try, he said. I know, Roger said. He put his hand on Say's shoulder. The same gesture as always, solid, warm. You've been good at trying since before you were good at anything else. He thought about this for the rest of the morning and the afternoon. He wrote, that evening, Roger told me the will of D is the agreement to laugh at the moment. He said, especially when it's the last thing you do. He said, you'll laugh when it's your moment. He wrote. He has been watching me not laugh for a year. He is telling me that not laughing is temporary, that my version of the moment is ahead, that the thing that was mine to find has not yet been found. He wrote. I believe him. The thing that was mine to find. I can feel its shape at the edge of what the current reaches toward. Not fully visible yet. Coming. Chapter 56, he told Roger the truth. Or the closest version of the truth that was tellable. They were in the forward cabin the evening before the surrender, the maps still around them the way the maps were always around them, the lantern doing what it did with the close air of the space. He had been building toward this conversation since the morning when Roger said the will of D carries certain readers, and he understood that Roger already knew the shape of it. The conversation needed to happen before the surrender. I came here from somewhere else, he said. Not from a different place in this world. From somewhere else entirely. I know this story from the outside. I've known it for years in another form. Being inside it has been different from what I knew. Roger sat with this for a long time. He had the quality of receiving information and letting it settle before organizing a response. The quality of someone for whom the first response was observation rather than reaction. I know, he said. Say looked at him. What? I've known for some time, Roger said. Not the specifics, not where you came from or what form the outside knowledge takes. But I've known that something was different about you in a specific way. The way you ask questions. The way you receive information. The way the current functions in a direction that implies you came to it having already understood what you were looking for. He paused. The will of D carries certain readers, he said. People who can receive what the void century is trying to say from across a large distance. You're one of them. What does that mean? Say said. I'm not sure I fully understand it myself, Roger said. The poneglyphs describe the function, but not the mechanism. Someone has to read the story from outside it, and then be inside it. The two readings together produce something that neither reading produces alone. He paused. You have both. You know the shape from outside, and you've been living the texture from inside. That's rare. Say thought about this for a long time. You're saying this is a function, he said. Not an accident. Not something that happened to me. A function. I'm saying the records describe something that sounds like you, Roger said carefully. I don't know which came first, whether the will of D mechanism produced you, or whether you arrived and the records describe what you are. He looked at Say. What I know is that you've been doing the function. Whatever it is you're supposed to do here. Carrying the knowledge, being present for the era, understanding the story from both sides. You've been doing it. He thought about what it meant to have been a function all along rather than a visitor. He thought about the catalog he'd been keeping, the observations, the years of attention. He thought about the current shaper function and what it was building toward and who the building was for. The function continues after you, he said. Yes, Roger said. That's what functions do. He wrote. Roger said. The will of D carries certain readers. You're one of them. He knew. He's been watching the function work and waiting for me to name it. He wrote. The function continues. The catalog, the current, the archive before its name, all of it continues. After. That's what I carry forward. Chapter 57 Roger's illness was worst on the second to last night. Not the last night. The last night was the party, the full crew, the proper goodbye. The second to last night, Roger was in pain in the specific way the illness produced when it was at its most active, and Say was with him because he'd been present for every night of the surrender week, and because being present for this night was part of the practice he'd been doing, and he was not going to not be present for the hardest one. The medical bay was quiet. Crocus had handled what could be handled, and was sleeping in the next room with the quality of someone who has learned to sleep when sleep is available, because it will not always be available. Roger was sitting against the wall with the specific stillness of someone who is managing pain with everything they have, and what they have is very good, but not everything. Say sat beside him. He did not offer anything. He did not try to fix it or suggest a different position or say things that would be true, but would also be performing around the situation. He sat beside Roger and was present for what was actually happening, which was a person he loved in pain, and being present for that was the cost of not managing it away. Roger said, "You're still here." Not a question. Observational. Yes, Say said. They sat in the dark and Roger managed the pain the way he managed everything, without performing, without the management layer, present for the experience with the quality that was specifically his. This was what Say had been learning from him the whole time. He understood, not the laugh, not the statement, but this, the willingness to be in whatever was actually happening without trying to be somewhere else. In the early morning, when the worst had passed and Roger was in the specific exhaustion that followed pain rather than the active pain itself, Roger said, "That's the full version." "Yes," Say said. "You've been bringing it more often," Roger said. "The full version. Someone told me to," Say said. A small sound from Roger that was not quite a laugh and not quite approval, but somewhere between. "How's it going?" he said. "Better than it was," Say said. "Not as good as it will be." "That's the right answer," Roger said. They sat in the early morning until the ship's work began and the sounds of the day started above them and Roger needed Crocus, and Say went to the deck and stood in the light and thought about what full presence cost and what it was worth and concluded. It was worth more than the cost, every time, without exception. He wrote, "The full version is more expensive than the managed version. It always is. The managed version costs less in the moment and much more over time. The full version costs what it costs when it costs it and doesn't accumulate interest." He wrote, "I was present for the worst night of the surrender week. I didn't fix it. I didn't perform around it. I sat beside him and let the night be what it was." He wrote, "That's the practice. That's what it produces. I'm better at it than I was." Chapter 58 The identity question resolved itself on the last morning before the surrender. Not with a dramatic moment. Not with a conclusion that arrived with the quality of something earned after sustained effort. It resolved the way the attunement tier had opened, as a door that found its own way to the full open position, without his choosing the moment. He was in his bunk. He had been awake for an hour, which had become his pattern in the last week. Waking early, lying in the specific state of someone who is fully conscious and processing before the day's demands begin. The attunement function was running at its ambient level, which meant the ship was present around him as a field of known sovereign wills. Roger's at the far end. Rayleigh's, Crocus's, Buggy's, with the quality it had been developing since their conversations. More real, less performed, the distance between the presentation and the actual person continuing to narrow. He thought, "Who am I now?" Not the crisis version of the question, the version he'd been circling since Laugh Tale, the version that needed resolution. The honest version. The accounting version. What do I actually know about this? He was Say. He had arrived in this body with a self that had spent 30 years in a different life, and that self was real, and its 30 years of knowledge and experience and specific perspective were part of him. He had not lost those. They were the foundation of every observation in the catalog, every current reading, every conversation he'd been capable of. He was also Shanks. He had been in this body for over a year. The body's reflexes were his reflexes. The crew's memories of Shanks were memories that included him. The relationships he'd built, with Roger, with Rayleigh, with Buggy, with Odin, with Crocus, were real relationships built by the person he was now, not by the Shanks who had been here before. Both of these things were true. They were not in tension with each other. They were layers of the same person. The way the foundation of a building was a layer of the building. Present, structural, not visible from outside, indistinguishable from the rest of the structure in the normal operation of the thing. He was the person this had made. The self he'd arrived as was present in the person this had made. The crew's Shanks was present in the person this had made. The year of practice and development, and the specific people who had changed him were present in the person this had made. He wrote, "I am not the person who woke up on the deck 15 months ago. I am the person that person became." Both things are true. The becoming doesn't erase the origin. It includes it. He wrote, "The question of whether I'm Say or Shanks is a wrong question. I'm the person who is both, which is a different person from either one separately, which is what happens when two things become genuinely integrated rather than one managing the other." He wrote, "This is the integration. I got here. Rule 3, finally. Chapter 59 The Last Party. Roger didn't announce it. He started it, which was different. He appeared on deck in the early evening with the specific quality of someone who had decided that this was the time for this particular thing, and the crew, who knew him well enough to read that quality immediately, began to gather. Lights went up. Food appeared. The specific social weather of a Roger Pirate celebration settled over the deck. Say was present for all of it. Not the managed version. Not the observing version. He was in it. In the conversations and the eating and the specific physical presence of being at a party with people he'd spent 15 months learning to know. Buggy was doing something ridiculous that required the participation of 3 other crew members and produced escalating results. Rayleigh was in the corner with the quality of someone who was holding his grief and his love in the same hand and managing this with the competence of 40 years of practice. Crocus was refilling cups with the efficiency of a man who had decided his function tonight was logistical support and was executing the function with care. Roger was everywhere. He was at the center of each conversation for a few minutes, and then somewhere else, and then back, the specific movement of someone who is present in every space simultaneously, which was not physically true, but was functionally true because his presence was a quality of the space rather than a specific position. He laughed at Buggy's thing. He saw it happening and heard the setup and watched the execution, and the execution was everything it needed to be, and the laugh was the full version. The one he'd been practicing and occasionally achieving. The one that came from the same place as Roger's laugh rather than from the front of his mind where the performance lived. He laughed, and it was real, and Roger heard it. Across the deck, Roger's attention found him. Not dramatically. The attunement function registered a shift in Roger's will. A brief, specific quality that was not observation or assessment, but something that felt, when Say received it, like recognition. Like the thing Roger had been waiting for. Their eyes met for a moment across the party. Roger nodded. Once. Say understood, receiving it through the current, what the nod meant. It meant, asterisk that was the thing. You were here. All the way. Asterisk he looked back at Buggy's ongoing commitment to whatever he'd started, and laughed again. Because it was still funny, and because he was here, and because the Oro Jackson's deck was warm with lamplight and full of people he loved, and tomorrow was coming, and it was not something he was managing in advance of. He was here. Chapter 60 Roger surrendered in the morning. Say stood on the deck of the Oro Jackson and watched. He had known this was coming. He had known it since day one, stored in the catalog under the first entry he'd ever made in this body, when he was 9 seconds into being here and was already cataloging. He had spent 15 months approaching this moment. He was present for its arrival without the management layer. The Marine ships were in the harbor. Roger walked down the gangplank with the quality of someone who knows exactly what they're doing and why, and has made their peace with all of it. Rayleigh was beside him. Say was on the deck, at the rail, watching. He did not intervene. He did not have a plan to save Roger. Saving Roger was not the story. The story was something larger than any one life, and Roger knew this, and had structured the ending specifically to say so. Intervening would be the management layer in its largest possible expression, reaching across the shape of what was coming and trying to change it, because the change would be easier to live with. This was exactly what he had been learning not to do. He watched Roger go. He felt it. Fully, without the pre-grief mechanism intercepting it, without the management layer buffering it. He felt it the way he'd felt Yoshi's death and Odin's departure, as a real thing, present, requiring presence in return. The grief was enormous, and it was fully here, and he was here for it, and it was not going to kill him. It was going to change him, and he was going to carry it forward, and the change would be part of who he was from here. The harbor. Roger's voice, at distance, saying what he needed to say. The crowd's response, starting as confusion and becoming something larger. The will of D, arriving in the world in the specific form Roger had planned for it. Clear, voluntary, said by a man who was choosing the ending rather than being caught by it. Say stood on the deck and received all of it. When it was over, when Roger was gone into the Marine ships and the crowd was still carrying what it had just received, Rayleigh came to the rail beside him. They stood in silence for a long time. Then Rayleigh said, "He told me to tell you that the answer is yes." Say looked at him. "What was the question?" Rayleigh said, "He said you'd know." He stood at the rail of the Oro Jackson and thought about what question Roger had left an answer for, and thought about the long arc of conversations and readings and practices and the specific thing he'd been moving towards since the fishing trip and the Poneglyph cabin and the Laughtail return voyage and last night's party. The answer is yes. He thought. Asterisk I'll figure out the question. I have time now. I have the rest of this life to figure it out. Asterisk he thought. Asterisk that's fine. That's exactly fine. Asterisk and for the first time, the phrase was true. Chapter 61. The harbor the Oro Jackson sat empty. Say stood on the deck in the early morning, watching the crew disperse across Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh had left first. The others followed in clusters, some toward the docks to arrange passage, others just walking away, needing distance before the world caught up to what had happened. Buggy was gone by midday. Scopper Gabon had left an hour before that. Even the youngest apprentices had scattered into the city. as if staying would make Roger's surrender more permanent somehow. Say didn't leave. They think I'm waiting, he thought, watching the last shadow disappear down the gangway. Asterisk, they think there's something else to do after this. Something next. Asterisk, there was, but not in the way they meant. He went below deck to the captain's quarters. Not his quarters, though they'd given him the run of the ship for months now. Roger's cabin. The log lay on the desk, open to the last entry. Say didn't read it. Roger's handwriting was still there, and that was enough. He sat at the desk instead and pulled out his own journal, the one he'd kept since the beginning, hidden beneath a floorboard in his small berth. It was full of tactical assessments, lists of allies and enemies, weather patterns and sailing routes. Foreknowledge carefully recorded as though it were observation. A document designed to survive him. He opened a new page. The record doesn't matter, he wrote. That was something I had to learn. When he'd first arrived in this body, first fallen into it, really, like falling into a well that turned out to be the ocean, he'd treated his memories like they were a map. Treasure. Something to be managed and leveraged and protected. A survival tool. He'd learned, in the last 3 months, that maps don't capture what you're actually walking through. They can't. And when you treat the map as more real than the ground, you stop paying attention to the ground, and that's when you fall. He'd fallen. Many times. I thought I was here to change things, he wrote. Asterisk, I thought I knew what should happen, and I was going to make sure it happened right. I thought that was who I was going to be. The one who made sure Roger's story had meaning. The one who kept it from being waste. Asterisk, his handwriting was steady on the page. It would have surprised him a month ago. Asterisk, but Roger didn't need me to make his story mean something. His story meant something the moment he was brave enough to say it out loud. Garp knew it. Rayleigh knew it. The crew knew it. Asterisk, I was the one who didn't know it yet. He wrote through the morning and into the afternoon. Not a record of events. Anyone could have written that. Just an honest account of the inside of those 3 months. The first conversation with Roger, where he'd been so careful that he'd barely been there. The night Buggy had gotten drunk and loud and alive, and Say had finally let himself laugh at something real. The moment on the deck of the Oro Jackson when he'd looked across at Rayleigh and seen that Rayleigh was looking at him, and something had passed between them that didn't need words. The moment Roger had surrendered, and Say had watched it happen, and had chosen not to intervene. That was the proof, he wrote. Asterisk, that I'm not the person who woke up here. I'm the person this made me. Asterisk. Rule 3. The last rule Rayleigh had given him, months ago now. The only way forward is to become someone new enough to live in the new world you're making with every choice. Not adapting the old one. Becoming. He'd thought he understood that. He'd recited it back like an answer. But understanding and knowing were different things. By evening, he'd filled 40 pages. His hand ached. He set down the pen and read back through the last entry, checking it for the lies he would normally insert. The protective layers, the managed narrative. There were none. It was just true. He closed the journal and put it back in his berth, not hidden anymore. The Oro Jackson was a tomb now. It would be found eventually. Someone would treasure it, or use it, or burn it down. That wasn't his decision to make. Say stood on the deck as the sun set, and let himself feel how quiet it was. The crew was gone. Roger was surrendered. The age of the Roger pirates was ending, and an age he couldn't predict was beginning. And Sei Nakamura, the man Rayleigh had asked the question of, was still here. Still standing. Still receiving. That's fine, he thought, and meant it for the first time. He slept on the Oro Jackson that night. The second night. The third. No one came looking for him. The world was too busy deciding what came next. Chapter 62. The goodbye Buggy found him on the third day, mid-morning. Say was in the galley, repairing a tear in one of the spare sails. He'd been finding small tasks like this. Work that needed doing, that belonged to the ship, that would keep his hands occupied while his mind moved through the shape of what had happened. When Buggy appeared in the doorway, Say didn't look up, but he'd felt him coming. The current carried Buggy's sovereignties the way it carried everyone else's, scattered and bright and terrified underneath. You're still here, Buggy said. Yes. Buggy sat down on the barrel across from Say, without asking. He watched the needle move through the canvas for a long moment. I'm leaving today, Buggy said. Heading for the east. He paused. Thought I'd see if you wanted to come. Say looked up then. Buggy's eyes were carefully bright, the way he made them when he was trying not to be scared. Red nose unpainted, hair loose around his shoulders. The clown mask was off, and that was the Rayleigh goodbye. I can't, Say said. Buggy nodded like he'd known the answer already. Maybe he had. You've been this whole time, haven't you? Buggy said. It wasn't a question. With Roger. Underneath everything. While we were all just playing at being pirates. You weren't playing, Say said. None of you were. But you were different. Yes. Buggy's hands clenched and unclenched in his lap. I knew it was something. Right from when you came on deck that first time. There was something under your eyes. Like you were already looking at something we couldn't see yet. Say set down the sail. He met Buggy's gaze directly. Let the current rest against the edges of what Buggy was without pressing in. Reading the fear without naming it. You're going to build something, Say said. Something real. It won't be what you think it is when you're building it. You'll think it's about power and treasure, and it'll be about something else entirely. But it will be real, and it will matter. How do you know that? Because I can see how you hold your will, Say said. You think it's scattered. You think you're running because you don't know what else to do. But underneath that, you carry something true. Something that wants to build. You just haven't found what it wants to build yet. Buggy's breathing had gone shallow. You can see that? Just looking at me. Yes. That's... Buggy stopped. Started again. Is it going to be okay? What comes next? Say wanted to tell him. Wanted to reach back into the record and pull out the answer, hand it over like a gift. But Rayleigh's words were in his head now. It has to be yours. I don't know, Say said. But I know you'll survive it. And I know you'll build something that matters. It wasn't the certainty Buggy was asking for, but it was the truth, and Buggy seemed to understand that the difference mattered. He stood up. Say stood with him. Thank you, Buggy said. For being here. For seeing me like that. Thank you, Say said. For making me laugh when I needed to. They didn't embrace. It wasn't the way they were with each other. But Buggy put his hand on Say's shoulder for a moment, and Say felt the current carrying something like peace underneath the fear. A choice being made. A burden being released. Buggy turned to go. Buggy, Say said. Buggy paused. Your will is going to take you somewhere, Say said. It might not be where you expect, but it's going to get there. Don't run from it. Buggy smiled. A real smile, not the mask. I'm always running, Shanks. Might as well run towards something for once. He left. The Oro Jackson was empty then. Truly empty. Say went back to the sail. Chapter 63. The execution log town was packed so densely that movement was almost impossible. Say stood in the crowd, unremarkable in his cloak, and let the press of bodies push him toward the scaffold. He'd come alone. He'd taken a small boat from Sabaody and sailed into this moment deliberately, knowing exactly what he would witness. The crowd roared. Roger was being brought out. I could have stopped this, Say thought, but it was false and he knew it was false. The moment for stopping things had passed. The moment for witnessing was now. Roger walked to the scaffold without chains. Garp stood to the side, and his sovereign will was a storm. Grief and rage and resignation all twisted together. The vice admiral had loved the pirate king, and there was no way to separate that love from this death. The executioner raised his axe. Roger's last words launched into the world like a prayer answered. Asterisk. You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered in one place. Now you just have to find it. Asterisk. The crowd exploded. Everyone around Say was suddenly alive with the same thought, the same wanting. A grand prize. An impossible challenge. A reason to sail. But underneath that sound, Say heard something else. He heard the will of D, waking up. Not in Roger, he was ending. But in everyone who heard those words and felt something answer back. Thousands of someones, scattered across oceans he would never see. Each of them suddenly carrying a piece of the same direction. The Tidewalker perception opened like a door Say didn't know how to close. It was vast, endless. It was the aggregate will of an entire era. All those individual sovereignties pointing toward the same horizon, like compasses spinning toward north. No coordination. No plan. Just organic, inevitable convergence. Joy Boy's question being answered by people who didn't know each other's names, scattered so far apart they might never meet. Say couldn't move. His vision swam. The crowd was noise, just noise. The scaffold was movement at the edge of his sight. Roger was gone and Roger wasn't gone, and the world was waking up underneath Roger's last words, and Say couldn't manage it, couldn't even think about managing it. The tide was too large. The reading was too vast. His ability to receive was supposed to be limitless, but it had limits, and he was touching those limits, and the tide just kept rising. He found a crate behind a storefront, somehow. He didn't remember moving. His hands were shaking. His breath was coming in pieces. This is what Roger saw, Say thought. Asterisk. This was what he understood. That the whole world would answer. That he didn't have to do it alone because he never was doing it alone. It was already happening. Asterisk. He sat on the crate for hours. The crowd dispersed. The execution finished. The city moved on with what came next. Say sat and let the tide settle. Let the perception of thousands of sovereignties all pointing the same direction become part of the background of his being instead of a sudden, overwhelming shock. By evening, he could think again. By nightfall, he understood what this meant. He couldn't lead this. He couldn't manage the direction of the will. He could only receive it. And by receiving it, by being a point of consciousness that knew how to read the flow, he could help others receive too. That was enough. That had to be enough. Chapter 64. The reading. He spent 2 days in a rented room in Lowtown, sitting with the perception. The Tidewalker reading was like being underwater and suddenly discovering you could see in all directions at once. The sovereign wills of the era didn't form a pattern so much as a direction. A current running through everyone who'd heard Roger's last words and felt something answer inside them. Say closed his eyes and let himself perceive it more clearly. There was a merchant captain in the south who had charts and a ship and nothing to do with them. Her sovereign will read as, I want to sail towards something that matters. I don't care what, but I'm tired of meaningless profit. There was a warrior in the mountain villages who was strong enough to be dangerous, but had never found a purpose that justified the strength. His will read as, I want to be part of something larger than myself. There was a navigator in a small island port who was brilliant and restless and burning with the need to discover new waters. Her will read as, the world is bigger than I've been allowed to see, and I'm going to see it, thousands of them, all scattered, all unconnected to each other, all carrying the same fragment of direction. This is what awakening looks like, Say thought. It's not one person changing the world. It's the world changing itself, through thousands of people who don't know they're connected. He could feel the shape of the age being born. Not the shape that would happen. He learned that the record was less useful than he thought. But the shape that wanted to happen. The direction the will was moving. Underneath all the chaos and unpredictability. Joy Boy's question, whatever it was, whatever it had been, was being answered by people who didn't even know the question existed. Say couldn't manage this. Couldn't strategize it, or protect it, or guide it. The tide was too large and too distributed. It would happen with him or without him. But it would be stronger if there were people who could read it. People who understood how to receive the flow without drowning in it. That was what he could do. By the end of the second day, Say understood his path. Not clearly. The future was still a mystery, still chaotic and unpredictable. But the direction was clear. He needed to find people. People who carried genuine, unformed will. People who were ready to be changed by proximity to someone who knew how to receive the tide. People who would become carriers of the direction in their own right. Not conscripts. Not followers. Partners in the reading. He stood up from the bed and felt the last of the shock settle into something like purpose. Not the purpose he'd expected to have. Not the purpose he'd tried to manufacture when he first arrived in this body. But a real one. An honest one. A direction that was his own and also somehow part of something larger than himself. He was ready to stop waiting. Chapter 65. The first meeting. The man was bleeding when Say found him. Not badly. A cut across the ribs where a sword had slipped past his guard. He was fighting 3 others in an alley near the docks. Not losing, but not fully winning either. Just working, methodical and careful. Say hadn't been looking for a fight. He'd been reading the sovereignties of the people moving through Lowtown, trying to understand the shape of the wills around him. This one stopped him cold. The man's sovereign will read as, I want to be part of something worth being good for. I don't believe in causes, but I believe in competence. Give me something real to serve, and I'll serve it perfectly. Underneath that, something else. I'm tired of the small thing. I want to make the risk of being alive mean something. Damn, the man said, as one of his opponents fell. The other 2 broke and ran. Could use a hand, stranger. This isn't your problem, though. Say hadn't wanted to be drawn into this. But the tide was reading him too now, and it was clear that the man's will was exactly what he was looking for. Genuine. Unformed. Ready to be changed. It's not, Say agreed. But I'm going to anyway. The fight lasted 30 seconds. Say moved like water. Minimal force, maximum effect. By the time he was done, the remaining 2 opponents were backing away, and the bleeding man was staring at him with sharp recognition. You're good, the man said. You're better than you're being paid to be, Say replied. The man laughed. He was maybe 40, with gray starting to show at his temples and a face that didn't have any illusions in it. How did you know I was fighting for coin? Your technique is perfect, but your commitment is incomplete. Means you're doing it for a reason, not for conviction. The man stepped back and studied Say properly. Who the hell are you? My name is Shanks, Say said. I'm looking for people. For what? Say let the current touch the edges of the man's sovereignty without pressing in. Let him feel the reading without naming it. For something worth being competent for. For people who are tired of the small thing. For people who carry genuine will and aren't sure what it's for yet. The man was quiet for a long moment. His hand was still pressed against his bleeding ribs. And if I'm that person, he asked, then I'm asking if you want to help change the age, Say said. Not because I'm commanding it. Because it's already happening. Because thousands of people are already answering something they heard. And because you could be part of the reading instead of just part of the noise. The man, Ben Beckman, though Say didn't know that yet, stepped closer. His sovereign will blaze like a star suddenly given permission to shine. "I'm in," he said. "Whatever comes next. I'm in." Say felt the first thread of something being woven. Not a crew yet. Not an empire. Just the beginning of a network of people who could read the tide and help others read it. Just the beginning. "Then we need to find more," Say said. "And before we do that, we need to dress that wound. You're bleeding on the dock stones, and it's bad for everyone's conviction." Ben laughed, a real laugh, not a performance. "I'm going to like working with you, Shanks. I can already tell." They walked toward the harbor together, and Say felt something settle in his chest. Not peace exactly, but purpose. Real purpose. The age that Roger had launched was waking up around him. And Sei Nakamura, who had arrived in this body thinking he knew how to make history, was finally beginning to understand how to simply receive it. One meeting at a time. Chapter 66. The first conversation. The bar was half empty. The kind of place that didn't ask questions about who you were or where you'd been. Sei sat across from Ben Beckman at a corner table. The bandages were fresh now, white cloth wrapped tight around the man's forearm. He moved the arm carefully, testing the tightness, the way someone does when they're checking if a tool still works. Sei had ordered sake. Beckman had ordered the same without looking at the menu. "So," Beckman said, the word flat as a shelf. "Former Roger Pirate Kid. That's what you called yourself." "That's what I am. And now you're building a crew." Beckman leaned back. The chair creaked. "Based on what exactly?" The question was a competence test. "He's looking at me the way I looked at the current when I first learned to read it." Sei took a drink. The sake was warm and sharp. "I'm looking for people who are good at something specific," Sei said. "Who want to be good at it. Who are wondering what that competence is actually for." Beckman studied him. His eyes were steady, the kind of steady that came from long practice at watching people. "And you think you know what it's for? For all these hypothetical people?" "No. I think they know. I just help them hear it." "That's a nice way of saying manipulative." Sei smiled slightly. "It is. But I'm not doing it to control anyone. I'm doing it because there's something happening now, something bigger than what happened before. And the people who make it matter are the ones who know what they actually want." He paused. "You know what you want." Beckman was quiet for a long moment. The bar around them continued its low, steady noise. Someone laughed somewhere near the counter. "I know what I was running from," Beckman said finally. "I was running from being good at things that didn't matter. Good technique, clean work, plenty of money. But every job finished, and I felt the same." He looked at his wrapped arm. "This was the first fight in years where I wasn't thinking about the money. I was thinking about whether I could beat him. About whether I wanted to." There it is. The sovereign will reading under the surface. He doesn't know he has it. He just knows what it feels like when he stops lying about what matters. Then the rest is easy," Sei said. "Is it?" "Because from where I'm sitting, following a kid with a sword and a vague philosophy sounds like I'm trading one brand of aimlessness for another." "You're not following me. You're following what you felt when you were fighting for something real." Sei leaned forward slightly. "I'm just someone who knows how to recognize that feeling in other people. How to be around it without getting in its way." Beckman picked up his sake cup. He didn't drink immediately. Just held it, looking at the liquid inside as if it might tell him something useful. "What weren't you good at?" he asked. The question was unexpected. Sei found himself being honest. "Staying put," he said, accepting that things were finished. "I spent a long time trying to manage around what I couldn't change. It made me tired. And now I'm learning to build something instead of trying to preserve something dead." Beckman drank. When he lowered the cup, something in his expression had settled. Not agreement exactly, something more like mutual recognition. "All right," he said, "but I'm not taking orders from anyone. I'm a partner in this, or I'm not in it. I don't want partners who take orders." They drank together in silence after that, the kind of silence that doesn't need filling. Outside, the harbor sounds continued. The creak of rope, the distant call of seabirds, the low wash of water against wood. When they left the bar, it was close to dawn. The sky was turning gray at the edges. Beckman moved like he was already part of something, the way a person moves when they've made a decision and stopped second-guessing it. One person, Sei thought. One competent person who doesn't need saving. And now I find the next one. Chapter 67. The advantage of underestimation. The marine files on Nakamura Sei existed in a specific shape. Former Roger Pirate. Age unclear, red hair. Joined crew approximately 5 years before Roger's execution. Left the crew within months of arrest. The assessment was written by someone who had never seen him fight. The assessment rated his threat level as moderate, noted his swordsmanship as adequate, and categorized him as low-priority target, on the basis that he had been a child throughout his affiliation with the most wanted pirates in the world. Sei read the file at a dock office in a port city 3 islands west of where he'd met Beckman. A woman who knew a woman had passed it to him for 3 sacks of berry. The file was 3 months old. The assessment was likely unchanged. Asterisk, the advantage of being underestimated is that you only get it once. I should spend it on something worth the expenditure. Asterisk, the question was what that expenditure should be. He was walking back through the market district when he saw the first Marine patrol. 3 of them, moving with the kind of confidence that came from routine and numbers. They didn't look at him, just passed through the crowd like they owned it. One of them was reading a bounty poster. The poster had no name on it that say recognized, which meant it was probably someone young, someone making noise fast. The Marine's presence meant something had happened in this port city, something that needed investigating. The files on Say said he would run from that kind of attention, that he would keep moving, keep his head low. Let them think that, Say thought. He spent the day doing ordinary things, buying supplies, eating at a public stall, sitting in the plaza, and watching the light change on the water. He made sure he was memorable in the ordinary way. The red-haired man who paid in exact change, who asked one question of a stall keeper before ordering, who sat perfectly still while he waited for his food. When the Marines came by again at dusk, they looked at him the way they looked at everyone else. One of them slowed, comparing his face to something in their mind. Say watched him. The Marine's eyes moved on. The assessment in the file was doing its work. Later, when he learned that a small-time gang had been running information between pirate groups, and that they'd been operating out of a warehouse 3 blocks from where Say had been sitting, he understood. The Marines had come, had done their search, and had found nothing because they weren't looking for the pieces that mattered. They were looking for someone important. Someone dangerous in the obvious way. Someone like Say, according to the file, would stay quiet and stay unnoticed. No one had told them that the most dangerous thing about being underestimated was that you could use it to be in 10 places at once, doing 10 different things, and no one would connect the pattern until it was finished. He left that port city the next morning, walking toward the harbor like he'd walked into it. 3 days later, Ben Beckman caught up with him at a fishing village, carrying supplies and a question. How many of these are you doing? Beckman asked, dropping his bag on the floor of the small house Say had rented. How many what? Investigations. Moving information. Building the network. Say looked at him. The question meant Beckman had been watching more carefully than Say had given him credit for. As many as it takes, Say said, to know who to find next. Chapter 68. The weight the news about Odin came through a trader who'd been in Wano. The story was fresh, recent enough that the details hadn't started shifting yet. A daimyo had died. An exile returned. A man with exceptional will had walked back into territory that had been closed to him. Say felt the information enter him like a physical thing, like swallowing cold water. Asterisk, Odin is in Wano now. Odin is preparing. Odin doesn't know what's waiting for him. Asterisk, he sat with that knowledge for a long time. Days really. He told Beckman he needed to rest. He told the 2 new prospects, Yasopp and Lucky Roo, though they weren't official yet, that he had matters to consider. Then he sat in the small house they'd rented as a temporary base, and let the pre-grief wash over him. It wanted to become management. It wanted to become planning, to become the kind of thinking that looks at a future and tries to reshape it. Say recognized the pattern because he'd done it before, back when he thought he could prevent things, back when he thought knowing was the same as being able to act. Asterisk, I can't go to Wano. I can't change what happens in Wano. And I'm not going to manage around the weight of knowing by pretending it isn't there. Asterisk, day 1 was the hardest. The weight was immense, and his first instinct was to do the thing he'd always done, to grip it, to shape it, to make it smaller by thinking harder, to outline a plan he'd never execute, to feel like something was being done. He sat on the floor and didn't outline anything. By the second day, he could see the edges of it differently. Odin was a person with his own sovereign will, his own competence, his own choice about what happened next. The knowing didn't give Say the right to manage that choice, or to grieve it preemptively, or to position himself as someone who understood better than the person living it. What it did give him was the responsibility to sit with the fact of it, to grieve in present tense instead of future tense. Day 2 was crying. Real, uncomplicated crying, the kind that doesn't try to be anything except what it is. Say wept like someone who had lost something that mattered. He did it alone, in the small house, while Beckman kept watch from the room next door and didn't try to comfort him or ask what was wrong. Day 3 was the integration. The weight was still there, but it had settled. It wasn't something foreign anymore. It was part of the landscape of what he knew and couldn't change. It was tragic, and that was real, and he could build things anyway. When Say emerged from the house, he was quieter than he'd been before, but not broken. The current around him had shifted. Something had moved from future tension into present acceptance. Beckman looked at him once and didn't ask. We should find Yasopp today, Say said. And Lucky Roo. They're waiting. All right, Beckman said. They know to meet you? Not yet. But they will. The current's clear about it. That was the only explanation he gave. Beckman didn't need more than that. Chapter 69. The Resonance. Yasopp was a sniper, which meant he understood the principle of precision. His shot was mechanically perfect, the kind of perfect that could be taught and practiced until it became second nature. But something about the way he calibrated each adjustment, the way he treated shooting like a language he was still learning to speak, suggested that the precision mattered to him in the way other things didn't. Say watched him shoot for an hour. 3 different ranges, different angles, different targets. Each shot was clean. Each adjustment was thoughtful. Absolute dedication to a specific kind of excellence. Say read from the current. Asterisk. The question that matters to him is what that excellence serves. He hasn't found an answer yet. He's been waiting. Asterisk. When Say approached him afterward, Yasopp didn't look startled. He looked like someone who had been expecting this conversation and was relieved it was finally happening. Your technique is beautiful, Say said. But you're wondering if it's enough. Wondering. Yasopp set down his rifle carefully. I know it's not enough. Enough for what doesn't matter. I'm wondering if it's enough for something that does. Then we should talk. Beckman and Yasopp sat across from each other at dinner, like two people recognizing something in each other. Not kinship exactly. They were different in fundamental ways. But the recognition that they were both oriented toward the same question, just asking it from different angles. Lucky Rue was harder to read. Say found him at a festival, which seemed exactly right. Rue was eating at a stall, watching the crowd, his presence generating a kind of settling in everyone around him. It was warm and broad, the kind of attention that made people calmer just by being near it. The sovereign will was harder to perceive. It didn't blaze the way Beckman's had, didn't orient the way Yasopp's did. It was deep and stable, like a current moving beneath the surface, impossible to trace but constantly present. You're looking for something, Rue said when Say sat next to him. He wasn't asking a question. I'm looking for people, Say said. Same thing, for most of us. Rue offered him a piece of bread. Say took it. They ate in silence for a moment. You're the one Beckman found. The one with the purpose. How do you know about that? Beckman came through here 2 weeks ago talking about a red-haired kid who knew how to listen. It stuck with me. Rue turned to look at him. His eyes were dark and warm. I've been waiting for someone to know that's what I do. Just listen. Just be present. Most people don't want that. They want something from you. They want you to lead them or follow them or matter more than you actually do. That's it, Say thought. Asterisk. That's the shape of it. He settles people by actually being still with them. Not pretending. Just accepting that existing next to them is enough. Asterisk. Come meet the others, Say said. When all 3 of them were in the same room, something shifted. Beckman's sharp, precise attention found Yasopp's dedicated focus, and they recognized each other as complementary. Lucky Rue's calm presence moved into the space between them, and the whole dynamic settled into something stable. Say used the current shaper function without thinking about it. Just created the conditions where their sovereign wills could align naturally, where they could see each other clearly. It wasn't forcing resonance. It was like clearing water so people could see through it. This is the beginning of the crew, Say said. That's it. Yasopp asked. 3 men and you? 3 men and me is enough to build something real. The rest will follow when the current is right. Beckman nodded like this made sense. Yasopp looked skeptical but not disagreeing. Lucky Rue was already smiling, like he'd been expecting something exactly like this his whole life. Chapter 70. The proxy test. The intelligence came from a port master who'd seen too much to be frightened anymore. A ship had arrived, stayed for 6 hours, asked specific questions about a red-haired man who'd been moving through the islands, and left again without trading anything. The questions were precise, the portmaster said, like someone checking a map against reality. Say understood immediately what was happening. Shiki's network was still intact, even if Shiki himself had vanished from active play, and someone at a high level in that network had decided to verify whether the dismissal of a young red-haired pirate had been premature. It was an intelligence-gathering operation disguised as a threat. The proxy arrived 3 days later. 5 fighters, competent but not elite, moving like a unit that had practiced coordination. They came at dawn, which was the kind of timing that suggested they expected shock value to matter. Say met them at the docks. Beckman and Yasopp were behind him. Lucky Rue was somewhere he wouldn't be seen, but could see clearly. Message from Shiki? Say asked the lead fighter. The man's eyes widened slightly. The fact that Say knew who'd sent them before they'd said anything was the first data point going back to Shiki. The target had better information channels than expected. Just a test, the fighter said. Then let's make it a fair one. Say could have dominated the fight. His speed, his perception, his capability was at a level that would have been immediately, obviously visible. Instead, he used the current shaper function to disrupt their coordination. He reached into the current between them and made it impossible for them to read each other. They were 5 competent fighters who suddenly couldn't hear what their partners were doing. They were each alone, without their connection. Without that connection, they fell apart against Beckman's precision and Yasop's controlled efficiency. It took 4 minutes. No one was seriously hurt. The message was clear, capable, but not extraordinary. A young pirate with training and good instincts. Not a threat to take action against. Worth watching, but not worth the resource expenditure of an actual assault. When the 5 fighters left, alive, able to carry the report, Sei felt Shiki's perception somewhere in the distance, receiving the information, processing it. And then he felt Shiki go very still. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that happened when someone important was reconsidering everything they thought they knew. When someone was looking at evidence that contradicted their memory. Sei didn't need to know what Shiki was thinking. He just needed to know that the test had served its purpose. Shiki's network would file away the assessment. Competent, but young, not a priority, leave him to his own trajectory. Which meant Sei could build his crew in peace. Which meant that by the time Shiki decided to act on anything, Sei's current would be strong enough to matter. All right, Beckman said, coming to stand next to him as they watched the fighter's boat disappear into the distance. What was that actually about? Checking whether I'm worth taking seriously, Sei said. And you just proved you are. No, I proved I'm not. That's better. Beckman laughed, the kind of laugh that happened when someone suddenly understood something that should have been obvious all along. Behind them, in the growing sunlight, the port city was waking up. Ships were being loaded. New arrivals were coming in from the sea. The world was moving, the way it always had. And now Sei had the beginning of a crew to move through it with. One person at a time, Sei thought. *1 competence recognized. One person who knows what they're good for. That's how you build something that matters. The current ahead was still uncertain. The arrow was still forming. But for the first time since Roger had died, Sei felt like he wasn't trying to hold something up. He was building something forward. Chapter 71. The floating fleet Shiki arrived in the morning with the kind of entrance that made the beach quiet. Not from fear. The crew had learned to separate fear from respect. But from recognition. This was the man who'd rocked the world once. Who'd split it between islands that fell and islands that rose. Who'd spent decades believing the ocean itself bent to his will. He came without an army. Just him, moving through the sand like he owned it all the way down to the bedrock. Sei was waiting on the shore because Ben Beckman had been very clear. You're going to meet him anyway, so choose the ground. Choose the time. Let him see that you're not hiding. So you're the one, Shiki said. His voice carried the kind of weight that came from having been listened to unconditionally for 20 years. The child I dismissed became something worth dismissing twice. He's still the same, Sei thought. The aggregate will around him hasn't changed. Power should govern. Merit should be rewarded. The established order is cowardice. All true. All exactly as I read it before. But there's something new now. He finds me genuinely interesting. That was worse than indifference. Indifference forgot. Interest watched. I've improved, Sei said. You haven't. That's not a compliment to me. It's just observation. Shiki's laugh was real. You've got something your captain lacked. Spyro. That careful poison where confidence should be. He studied Sei like he was reading a map. He gave you that. Gold Roger doesn't teach that to anyone. So you made it yourself. What do you want, Shiki? To understand what you're building. Shiki moved closer, not threateningly. Just closing distance like they were about to discuss business. Because I've been reading the tides. Your captain is dying. Not today. Not this year. But the vector is there. And when he's gone, you'll be left with what? A crew? A name that gets you killed because you're not him? Or something you've actually constructed? Sei didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched, and neither of them filled it. Around them, the crew was watching. Beckman had his hand nowhere near his weapon. That was the signal. This isn't a fight. You think the established order is cowardice, Sei said finally. The world accepts the strong ruling the weak. It's efficient. It's honest about what things are. You're not wrong about that part. Then you understand. I understand you perfectly, and I know what you want. You want to break the system and rebuild it where power is the only truth, and everyone knows it. Sei stepped forward slightly. That's a coherent philosophy, Shiki. It's just not what I'm building. Then what are you building? Something small and incompatible with yours. Sei held his gaze steady. We're not competing for the same prize. Your ambition is to govern the world. Mine is to make sure the people I'm responsible for can face themselves. Those things don't intersect unless you make them intersect. Shiki's expression shifted. It was subtle, just a recalibration of the muscles around his eyes. But Sei caught it. He's considering. That's more dangerous than anger. You're saying you don't want what I want. I'm saying I've seen you want it for 20 years, and you're still not satisfied. That's the shape of the hunger. It doesn't fill. Sei kept his voice even. I don't want to be you in 20 years. I don't want my crew to be you in 20 years. So we're going to do something different. And if that path ever requires us to oppose your path, I'll oppose it. But I won't initiate that conflict because I don't need to. Shiki was quiet for a long moment. The wind moved through the beach grass. Someone on the ship behind them coughed quietly. You're not afraid of me, Shiki said finally. No, I read you the same way I read everyone. The difference is I'm not trying to defeat you. I'm just trying to make sure you understand we're not prey. Say met his eyes directly. You already proved you could kill us all once. Proving it again wastes your time. Something in Shiki's face shifted again. A fraction of a smile. Not warmth, but genuine respect for a well-drawn boundary. Your captain knew how to navigate. I see where he learned that. Shiki stepped back. You're interesting, Shanks. That's unusual for me to admit about anyone. It also means I'll be watching. That's what you need to understand. You've earned the attention of someone who doesn't forget competitors. I'm not a competitor, Say said. Not yet. Shiki turned toward the sea. But you will be. That's the shape of people who know what they don't want. They discover what they do. And that's when intersections become inevitable. He moved back the way he'd come, the beach shifting to accommodate his passage. When the time comes, I hope you remember that I saw you clearly. He left the same way he'd arrived. No ceremony. No final words. Just a presence that had been there, and then wasn't. Beckman joined Say on the beach as the flotilla disappeared toward the horizon. He's going to think about you now, Beckman said. Yes. That's not a good thing. It's better than the alternative. Say watched the water where the ships had been. Better to be interesting to Shiki than invisible to him. Invisible means he removes you as a variable without thought. Interesting means he considers keeping the variable around to see what it does. That's the kind of logic that gets people killed. Not if you understand exactly how interesting you can be without being threatening. Say turned back to Beckman. I'm not competing with Shiki. I'm just making sure he knows there's no point in eliminating me before he's certain what he'd be eliminating. Beckman studied him for a moment, then nodded. Come on. Yasop's got breakfast ready, and the crew's been holding its breath since he landed. Chapter 72. Admiral Sengoku, the Marine flagship, arrived 3 weeks later, and Sengoku himself was on the deck. That alone told Sei everything he needed to know. This wasn't a subordinate checking in. This wasn't a representative of order coming to inspect the status quo. This was the new admiral of the Navy, coming personally to take the measure of a man he needed to understand. The battle started in the water. Clean. Violent. No ideology, just two people finding the edges of what they could do to each other. Sengoku fought like he believed in something. Not in the way Shiki believed in raw power, but the way a person believes in their own correctness. Every strike was a statement. This is how the world works, and I am the mechanism that proves it. Sei fought to understand what he was facing, not to defeat it, just to know. They pushed each other across 2 hours of combat that left both of them breathing hard and neither of them broken. The crew had cleared the area. Sengoku had come alone. This was assessment, not conquest. When they finally stopped, they were standing in the shallows with the sun moving toward evening, both of them marked with salt water and exertion. You're not your captain, Sengoku said. Sei's answer came without thinking, which meant it was true. No, I'm what he made. Sengoku's expression shifted. It wasn't surprise exactly, more like recognition. Like he'd just realized he was looking at something he understood after all. That's a better answer than most people give me, Sengoku said. Most people are trying to defend themselves. I'm not. Sei was still breathing hard. I'm just explaining who I am. Sengoku nodded slowly. The reports said you were dangerous. They were understating it, but not in the way they thought. He looked out at the water. You're not dangerous because you want to overthrow anything. You're dangerous because you genuinely know what you're trying to build. Most revolutionaries just want to destroy the system. You actually want to construct something better. That doesn't make me not a threat. No, it makes you a different kind of threat. A harder one to address. Sengoku turned back to face him. Stay in these waters long enough, and you'll draw everything that wants to either join you or destroy you. The Navy included. I'm not exempting you because you're talented. I'm warning you because you're competent. I understand. Do you? Sengoku moved closer, not as a threat. Just moving. Your captain is dying, Shanks. Not soon, but eventually. Everyone knows it. And when he dies, the question becomes, what happens to you? Do you try to live up to his legacy? Or do you become something different? Because those are the two paths that lead somewhere. Everything else is just waiting to be erased. He reads power structures the way I read sovereign will, Sei thought. Asterisk, he sees the same thing. He just has different conclusions about what should be done with it. Asterisk. I'm becoming something different, Sei said. Then we'll meet again, and it will matter what you've become. Sengoku moved toward the water where his ships were waiting. That's all I needed to know. Everything else is just time, and we don't have enough of that to waste on certainties. He left the same way he'd come. Clean. Professional. A door closing. Beckman emerged from the tree line as the marine ships disappeared. He let you live, Beckman observed. He let me exist, Say corrected. That's different. He made a decision that keeping me alive was more interesting than removing me was necessary. Which means I've moved from irrelevant to worthy of consideration. That also means he'll be watching. Yes, but at least now he's watching with the full knowledge that I'm not going to do what he wants. He can make decisions on that basis instead of guessing. Beckman came and stood beside him in the water. You're good at this. Reading them. Understanding what they actually need to hear. I'm good at understanding what people fear losing, Sei said. Shiki fears irrelevance. Sengoku fears that the world is becoming ungovernable. If I can show them that my existence doesn't accelerate either of those fears, they have no reason to remove me. That's not actually reassuring, you know. Sei almost smiled. No, but it's honest. Chapter 73. The arm the foreknowledge had weight. Sei had been carrying it for months now, not as a thing he was thinking about consciously, but as a pressure. A constant question that he kept pushing down because the answer terrified him in ways he couldn't articulate even to himself. Shanks loses his arm protecting Luffy. That event was fixed in the timeline. Sei could see it as clearly as he could see anything. A point where a child who was going to become the Pirate King reaches out to grab something falling. And Shanks moves without thinking and loses his arm to a sea beast because he's already made the choice to let someone else become the greatest pirate instead of protecting his own ambition. It was the moment that made Shanks real. The moment that turned him from a legend into a person. And Sei had been standing at the edge of that knowledge for months, trying to decide whether he could prevent it. Whether he should. The question had been hollowing him out in ways the crew was starting to notice. It was subtle at first, just a slight distance. A moment where Beckman said something and Sei didn't laugh because he was already thinking about what it would mean to prevent a loss that created the structure of why that moment mattered. A time when Yasopp asked him something and Sei's answer came from calculation instead of presence. The weight became visible in small ways. The way Sei's hand would sometimes drift to where an arm would be missing, and then he'd catch himself. The way he'd look at Luffy in the timeline. Not actually here yet, just a shape in the future that Sei kept trying to navigate around, and feel something like grief that was technically premature. He'd been managing it alone because he didn't know what else to do. If he told Beckman, what then? Tell him the truth? That Sei knew things he shouldn't know? That he'd been carrying foreknowledge of a loss that was also the most important moment of becoming who Shanks was supposed to be? The problem was that preventing the loss might change what the loss meant. Might make Shanks someone who still had both arms, but was less real. Someone who'd survived because someone else knew the future and protected him from it. That was a different person. That was a person he didn't know how to be. And so Sei had been standing at the intersection of two impossibilities. Let the loss happen and carry the guilt of knowing it was coming, or prevent it and lose the structure of who he was supposed to become. The weight of that decision had been pressing down for months. It was showing now in the way he moved through the crew, present but not quite there. In the way his attention would scatter at random moments. In the careful distance he'd been maintaining because it was easier than being fully present with people he cared about while carrying a secret that large. It was a flaw. The worst kind. Because it was a flaw built on something that looked like responsibility, but was actually just fear dressed in better clothes. Sei had been trying to decide alone whether he could prevent a loss that created meaning, and the weight of that was fracturing him in ways that were becoming visible to anyone who knew how to look. Beckman knew how to look. Chapter 74. The confrontation had happened late, after the crew had dispersed for the night. Beckman found Sei on the bow, doing the thing he'd been doing more and more, just standing and thinking, alone. You're in your head about something you think you can't tell me, Beckman said. Not a question. Sei didn't move. Yes. That's usually a mistake. For words. Simple. Direct. And exactly right in a way that made Sei's throat tight. I know, Sei said. Then why are you doing it? Sei turned to look at him. Beckman's face was calm. Not judgmental. Just precisely observant in the way that meant he'd been watching this unfold and was now ready to address it directly. Because I don't know what to do if I tell you, Sei said. That was the truest thing he'd said to Beckman since they'd met. Both of them knew it. The air between them shifted with the weight of it. That usually means the thing is too big to handle alone, Beckman said. It is. And you've been handling it alone. For months. Beckman nodded slowly. He wasn't going to push. Wasn't going to demand. Was just going to wait, with complete certainty that Sei would eventually decide to tell him. That was the kind of certainty that came from actually understanding someone. Tell me when you're ready, Beckman said. But understand something. Whatever this is, it's becoming visible to the crew. Not the specifics. Just that you're carrying something heavy and trying to pretend you're not. That affects how they see you. That affects what we can do together. Sei felt something in his chest crack slightly. Not break. Just crack open enough to let light through. I'll tell you tomorrow, Say said. That's good, Beckman said. And then he left, because he understood that sometimes the most important thing you could do was give someone permission to tell you something difficult, and then get out of the way so they could sit with that permission for a while. Say stood at the bow for the rest of the night, feeling the weight shift from something he was hiding to something he was about to share. It was still heavy, but it was different now. It was a weight he wouldn't be carrying alone anymore. Chapter 75. The telling the crew was gone the next morning. Beckman had sent them to gather supplies, which meant he'd been planning for this conversation since last night. He knew I'd tell him today, Say thought. He's been managing this as carefully as I have, just from a different angle. They sat in Say's quarters with the door closed. No ceremony, just two people in a room, about to make something visible that had been invisible for months. I know things I shouldn't know, Say said. Not magic, not cursed knowledge, but I've seen things in the will patterns, the way the world is shaped by the aggregate intention of people and forces. And I can read those patterns in ways most people can't. It's like seeing the current before the water moves. Beckman listened without interrupting. Using that knowledge, I've seen something about this crew. About me. About what's going to happen. Say felt the words come from a place that was exhausted from holding them. I know a specific thing that's coming for us. Something that involves me losing something I can't replace. And I've been carrying the question of whether I can prevent it for months now. Whether I should prevent it. What thing? Beckman's voice was steady. I'm going to lose my arm. In a future engagement. Not today. Maybe not for years. But it's there in the pattern, solid as anything else I've ever read. Say took a breath. And the reason it matters, the reason I can see it so clearly, is because losing the arm is the moment I become real. It's the moment I stop being just someone following my captain's path and become someone making choices that cost me something final. Beckman processed that without flinching. If I prevent it using the knowledge I have, I might change the entire structure of who I'm supposed to become. I might make myself into someone safer, but also someone less real. And I've been trying to decide alone whether that trade is worth making. That's a heavy question, Beckman said. It is. You've been carrying it alone for how long? Months. And it's been making you less present with the crew. Yes. I've been managing the weight, and the management has been showing. Beckman stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the ocean. You know what I think? Say waited. I think the question you've been asking yourself is the wrong one. You've been asking whether you can prevent it or should prevent it. But that's not actually the question. Beckman turned back to face him. The question is whether you want to prevent it. Say felt something settle in his chest. A clarity, like someone had finally asked the exact right thing. What do you want to do? Beckman said. I want to prevent it, Say said. I want to find a way to keep my arm and still become real. I want to be someone who made a choice that cost me something, but maybe not my arm. Maybe something else. Something I can live with. Beckman nodded. Then let's work on that. That was all he said. No questions about how. No doubts about whether it was possible. Just a complete commitment to the things Say wanted, stated as simply as if they'd been discussing supply runs instead of the fundamental structure of Say's future. You're not going to ask how, Say said. Not today. Today I'm just going to tell you that you don't have to carry this alone anymore. Beckman moved back to where Say was sitting. We'll figure out the details together. But right now, the important thing is that you've told me. You've made it visible. And I'm here for whatever we need to do about it. Say felt the weight lift slightly. Not disappear. The knowledge was still there. The question was still real. But the solitude was gone. And that changed everything. Thank you, Say said. That's what the crew does, Beckman said. We carry things together. Once you actually let us. Chapter 76. The mechanism. Beckman spread the map across the table in Say's quarters. Not casual. This was the kind of attention he brought to navigation problems. The same methodical focus he'd used when Roger's ship had needed repairs Beckman hadn't trained for, but had learned anyway. Walk me through the pattern, Beckman said. Not the feeling. The mechanism. Say had expected this. Beckman was first mate because he didn't accept vague answers. The island. Fusha, Say said. A child with gold in his eyes is going to be standing on the beach. A bandit crew is going to attack. In that moment, I have a choice about how present I am, whether I move quickly or whether I hesitate. The records show I hesitate. That hesitation costs me the arm. Can you just not go there? Yes. I can organize the route differently. We can chart a course that avoids the island entirely, or arrive on a different day. There are a dozen small choices that would change the timing. Beckman nodded. He didn't write this down. He was thinking through it the way he thought through weather patterns and currents. What happens if you do that? Say was quiet. This was the part he'd been sitting with since the moment he told Beckman. If I'm not there, Say said slowly, that child doesn't stand on that beach with a bandit crew advancing. Or he does, but there's no one there to make a particular choice in response. No one to place a straw hat on his head and say the thing that needs to be said in that moment. What thing? That there's more out there than this island. that he can want it, that it's possible to pursue it. Beckman leaned back in his chair. The ship was in motion beneath them, the small sounds of water and wood and crew surrounding the quiet of this conversation. And if no one says that thing, Beckman said, what happens to him? That's the question, Say thought. He still leaves. He's built that way. He has something in him that doesn't sit still. But the direction changes. The weight of it changes. He builds a crew, but the story doesn't have the same shape, the same presence. Is that worse? For him? I don't know. For the era? Say met Beckman's eyes. Yes, it's worse. Something doesn't form correctly. A current gets diverted. People who should move toward understanding each other don't. And it matters, Beckman. It matters in a way I can feel through the sovereign current, like a pressure that's not being released. Beckman was quiet for a long time. The map lay between them, the island marked in faint pencil. So you can't prevent it, Beckman said. Not a question. I can, Say said. But preventing it means letting that current stay blocked. Means that child stays on that island just a little longer, just a little more trapped. Means the story doesn't start. And if you don't prevent it, then I lose the arm, and I'm present for why it matters. I'm there to see what I set in motion. I'm there to sit with what it costs, fully, without pretending I'm managing something I can't manage. Beckman reached across the table and gripped Say's shoulder. Just for a moment. Then he pulled back. That's what you want to work on, Beckman said. Not preventing it. Learning how to be present for it without breaking. That's fine, Say thought. The phrase that meant danger, meant the world was sorting itself around him in ways he couldn't redirect. Asterisk, that's fine. I can do this. Asterisk, but his chest was tight in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with knowing the cost ahead and accepting it anyway. Chapter 77. The weight of presence. Say sat alone in his cabin for an entire watch cycle. He didn't sleep. He sat and he felt the thing he'd been calling pre-grief, the mechanism by which a person anticipates pain and begins managing it, removing themselves from the full shape of what's coming so that when it arrives, they're already partially gone. That's not what I want, he thought. Pre-grief was a way of protecting yourself before the pain arrived. It was smart. It was survival. It was also a kind of lying. You told yourself you were already dead to what was coming so that when the loss arrived, it wouldn't be a loss, just a confirmation. But that meant not being present, not being fully here. And if there was one thing Say had learned from carrying the sovereign current, it was that presence mattered. Presence was what changed the shape of things. Acceptance was different. Acceptance meant knowing the cost and walking toward it anyway. Fully here. Not managing the anticipation. Just standing in the moment as it came. Say could prevent the arm. He'd run the calculations 1,000 ways. He could arrange the variables so that he was never on that beach at that time. He could save himself. Or he could accept that he was going to lose it and be fully present when he did. Those are the only two choices, he thought. Everything else is some variation of lying. When Beckman came to check on him near the end of the watch, Say was ready. I can't prevent it, Say said without preamble. I could change the variables, but I can't change what matters. If I prevent the arm, I prevent something bigger. So I'm going to lose it. And it's going to happen because something more important is happening in the same moment. Beckman didn't look surprised. He'd probably already arrived at this conclusion on his own. He was just waiting to see if Say would. Is that manageable? Beckman asked. The question wasn't will you be fine? It was can you carry this? Can you take the full weight of it without breaking? Say thought about the child with gold in his eyes. Thought about a straw hat and a decision made in a moment. Thought about an era's current shifting direction. It's going to have to be, Say said. Beckman nodded. He didn't offer comfort, and Say was grateful for that. Comfort would have been a lie. Instead, Beckman just sat for a while, not talking, not needing anything, just present. When he left, Say felt the weight of what was coming settle into place. Not lighter, heavier actually, but real, honest. He could carry that. Chapter 78. The child. The beach was warm. White sand and the sound of small waves. And the child was there as the current had shown Say he would be. Small. No more than 8 or 9. Eyes that held something ancient and simple at once. Like he'd been born looking at the horizon and had never quite managed to focus on anything closer. The child looked at Say and laughed. Not mocked. Not even surprised. Just laughed at the sight of a crew and a ship and a world that was so much larger than the village he'd been standing in. You're a pirate, the child said. Not a question. I am, Say said. Let me feel him, Say thought, and open the sovereign current perception fully. The child's will came through like touching the sea itself. Not complicated. Not layered with doubt or hesitation or the weight of past choices. Just aimed. Entirely aimed at the horizon. At wanting to know what was out there. At the absolute certainty that what was out there mattered more than anything here. This is what Roger meant, Say understood in that moment. Asterisk, this is what he was looking for. Not power. Not authority. This Someone who wants without apology. Someone who looks at the world and doesn't feel trapped by it. Asterisk the child was sitting in the sand now, and Say found himself sitting down too. Not performing anything. Just sitting. What's your name? Say asked. Luffy. What's yours? Shanks, Say said. The moment sat between them for a breath. Say could feel Beckman and the crew near the ship, giving him space but staying alert. Could feel the child's will like a current that wanted to move but hadn't yet learned how. Say reached up and removed the straw hat from his head. It was old. It had belonged to Roger. It would always belong to Roger, in a way that mattered more than any inheritance or command. But it was here, and this child was here, and the current was telling Say something clear. I'm going to leave you something, Say said. A mark. So when you set out to find your dream, you remember that there are people in the world who've already seen what you're looking for, who believe in the horizon the same way you do. He placed the hat on Luffy's head. The child went still, not from shock, from recognition, like something that had been waiting for him had finally arrived. Take care of it, Say said. I will, Luffy said, and meant it with every part of him. Say stood. He could feel the shape of what was coming now, sharp and clear as a blade. The bandit crew. The moment of choice. The arm. He was ready. Chapter 79. Because the bandit captain had a sword that didn't shine in the sun the way good steel does. It was pitted and dull, the kind of weapon that belonged to someone who'd never learned to care for anything properly. When he swung it at Luffy, Say was already moving. The pain came after, which was strange. The moment itself was just decision and motion. This child matters more than I do. And then the physical world caught up with his choice and delivered the payment. His arm fell. Say felt it fall. Not metaphorically. The actual weight of it, gone. The nerves screaming. The blood. The finality of it. That's fine, he thought, and the phrase meant something different now. It meant I chose this, and I'm choosing it still. The bandit captain staggered backward. The sword was still in Say's remaining hand. He didn't remember how that had happened. He threw it down, didn't need it anymore. This man mattered so little now that fighting him would have been a waste of attention. He turned to Luffy instead. The child was staring at the severed arm in the sand, at Say, at the world rearranging itself in front of him. I gave you that hat because I believe in your dream, Say said. His voice was steady. He was breathing through the pain, but not hiding from it. That belief didn't change just now. It's more true now than it was before. Luffy's face was doing something complicated, something young and old at once. Beckman was there, not hovering, not performing rescue, just present and steady and ready if Say fell. But Say wasn't falling. He was standing in the full shape of what he'd chosen, and it was heavy, and it was real, and it was exactly what needed to happen. The Tidewalker sense opened up inside him. The Era's current, the thing he'd only ever felt as direction and pressure before, shifted. It moved. A minute adjustment, like a river finding a new channel. But the direction of it was clear. Something had unlocked. Something that had been held was now moving. It was worth it, Say understood. Not the arm. The arm was gone, and that fact was pure loss. But what the arm's loss had allowed. Luffy standing on that beach with a dream that had just been validated by someone who'd seen the world and came back believing. That was worth it. The pain was still there. His arm was still gone. Both things were true and present and real. And Say was here for all of it. Chapter 80. Forward the ship left the island on the tide. Say stood at the bow with one hand on the rail, learning the weight of the absence. His body would have to relearn everything. Balance, climbing rigging, fighting. But that would come. For now, he was just standing here, and the pain was dull and honest, and his crew was around him not pretending anything was different than it was. Beckman stayed nearby. Not hovering, just near. The way you stay near someone who's crossed into somewhere new and hasn't found their footing yet. You're different, Yasop said from somewhere behind Say. One arm instead of two, Say said. That's not what I mean. Say didn't answer. Yasop was right, but the difference wasn't something he could explain in words yet. It was something in his presence. A weight, a realness. Like he'd walked through a door, and there was no way back to being the person he was before. In his cabin, the straw hat was stored carefully. Roger's hat, which was Luffy's hat now, which mattered in a way that was more solid and present than anything Say had known before. The story is over, Say thought. Asterisk Roger's story is finished. My crew is scattered. My captain is dead. My arm is gone. And I know what comes next because I've seen the pattern and I've lived the pattern and I've lost the thing I needed to lose to set it in motion. Asterisk what comes next is mine. He didn't know it from the records. He didn't have advanced knowledge of it. It was just the open sea and a small crew and the weight of a choice made and lived. Beckman appeared at the rail beside him, and they stood in silence, watching the island recede. What are you thinking? Beckman asked. That I want to know what he becomes, Say said. Not because I already know. Because I don't. Not this part. Not what we build from here. A shadow moved across the horizon. Dark sails. Many ships. Whitebeard's fleet. Say felt the current shift again. Not yet. Not today. But soon. The era was turning towards something, and he was part of it now, really and fully, with all the cost and all the promise that entailed. He was ready to find out what came next. Chapter 81. The meeting the horizon had teeth. Not literally, though the white foam on the waves looked sharp enough in the early light, but Say could feel it anyway. When you spent years learning to read the aggregate will of an era, you learned that some things announced themselves before they arrived. Whitebeard's fleet came into view while Say was checking the rigging on the mast. He had one hand now. The adjustment was mechanical at first, then it became something else, a constant reminder that some choices never stopped being true. Beckman appeared beside him without the sound of footsteps. First mates learned that early. Yonko colors, Beckman said, and it wasn't a question. Whitebeard. Say didn't take his eyes off the approaching ships. He could feel the pressure of the man's sovereign will from where he stood, like standing near a cliff face. The presence of something geological, something that had been shaping the landscape for decades. Orders. Beckman's voice was steady. That was why Beckman was here. Say thought about what he knew. He thought about the read he'd made years ago, in that brief moment when Roger and Whitebeard had faced each other, and Say had caught the edge of the old man's will. There's something at the center of his will that isn't rage. It's grief, and it looks just like mine. That's the thing we have in common, Say thought. Asterisk, we both know Roger is gone. And we're both still here. Asterisk, stand down, Say said. Weapons stored. And get me into a boat. Small, nothing that looks like an attack. Beckman turned to look at him full. You're going alone. I'm going alone. To the largest fleet in the New World. Yes. Beckman didn't argue. He'd learned that too. Instead, he said, come back, and turned to give orders. The boat was small enough to fit through the spaces between the Whitebeard ships without looking like an invasion. Say rode with one arm and his legs, the balance awkward but workable. The stump of his right shoulder ached in the sea air. He'd get used to it. He was getting used to it. The Moby Dick was impossible when you were close to it. The ship was a city. The deck was a country. And Whitebeard was large enough that Say understood, for the first time, why the old pirate legends described him like a force of nature. He was sitting in a chair on the main deck, perfectly still, the kind of stillness that meant he could move faster than anything alive. Guards moved to stop Say before he'd made it 10 steps up the gangway. He kept walking. There's something at the center of his will that isn't rage. The guards looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard tilted his head maybe a quarter inch. The guard stepped back. Say climbed the rest of the way and stood still about 15 feet from the chair. Close enough to talk. Far enough to show he understood the distance between them. I was there when Roger died, Say said. No preamble. No strategy. Just the true thing. Whitebeard didn't move. But Say felt the sovereign will ripple, a sudden spike of attention that moved through the current like a shark through water. You were a child, Whitebeard said. His voice was rough, deep, the kind of voice that had probably given orders to thousands of men. I was paying attention before I was anything else. The old man studied him. Years passed in the space of 3 heartbeats. Sit, Whitebeard said finally. Say sat. Chapter 82. The questions. They didn't exchange names. They didn't exchange titles. Whitebeard ordered tea. Actual tea, served in cups, and asked, what did he do? Say thought about Roger. Not the legend. The man. The voice. The laugh that sounded like a ship breaking open. He decided he'd found what he was looking for, Say said. The end of the world. The beginning again. Some place called Laugh Tale. It changed him. Not his direction. He was already moving that way. But it made him understand what he was moving toward. After that, everything else was just the shape of the farewell. What did he want? To be remembered. To leave something. To know that the game wasn't over just because he was. Say paused. To know that someone else would come after and keep playing. Keep moving. Not the same game. Never the same game. But the spirit of it. Whitebeard was silent for a long time. Say could feel the old man's presence in the current. Vast, heavy, like pressure at the bottom of the ocean. How did he die? Whitebeard asked. He was sick. Had been for years. They executed him because he was Roger, and they needed to be seen as powerful enough to execute a man like him. He let them. He said something about dreams and adventure in the next generation. His voice didn't break once. Whitebeard closed his eyes. You were just a kid, he said at last. I was paying attention before I was anything else, Say said again. It was true both times. The old pirate opened his eyes. There was something in them that Say recognized, not the rage, but what sat behind it. The grief. The knowledge that the one person you needed to ask questions to was gone, and all you had left was people who were there, people who remembered, people who could tell you the small true things instead of the legend. Roger was a man, Whitebeard said. Not a question. He was a man, Say agreed. Not a god. Not a legend. A man who laughed a lot and moved fast and wanted to know what was at the end of things. Who thought the end was also a beginning. Whitebeard took a long drink of tea. What was his last word, he asked. Say thought about that too. Thought about the night, the island, the thing Roger had said while the sun was still rising. He said, the treasure is out there. Like he was talking to all of us. Like he already knew we'd keep looking after he was gone. Whitebeard tilted his head back and laughed. It was a genuine sound, broken and rough and real. When he finished, he was still smiling. Then he's still playing, Whitebeard said. The bastard's still moving our pieces. Someone has to, Say said. Chapter 83. The recognition the conversation could have ended there. It almost did. But Say felt the moment. The shift in the current when Whitebeard's will wavered. When the old man's attention turned inward towards something he'd spent decades avoiding. This is the moment, Say thought. This is where you show him what you know. It was dangerous. Using current perception at this level, revealing that he could read sovereign will, it was strategically catastrophic. Whitebeard could use that knowledge. Could turn it into a weapon. Could tell everyone in the new world that the red-haired boy could look at your will and see the shape of your fear. Say stood. Whitebeard's guards tensed, but the old pirate waved them off without looking. You're afraid of something, Say said. The words came out steady. Not of death. Not of me. Not of your enemies, or the celestial dragons, or the government. You're afraid of the thing you've been running from since Roger died. Whitebeard's entire presence in the current shifted. The grief at the center of his will suddenly exposed, suddenly visible. You're afraid of being alone like he was. Of looking around and finding that nobody's moving toward the same thing anymore. That the game ends because nobody remembers what the game was for. Silence. The old pirate didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't even seem to breathe. But that's not true, Say said. There are people moving now because Roger moved. Because you moved. Because you both showed that the ocean was bigger than the things that wanted to cage it. The game didn't end. It just changed shape. Whitebeard's eyes opened. He looked at Say, not as a pirate, not as a potential threat, but as a person. As someone who had also stood in the space between the death of an era and the beginning of the next. You can read will, Whitebeard said. Not a question. Yes. Deep. Deep enough. The old pirate stood. He was enormous standing. The way mountains are enormous when you're standing next to them. He put a hand, a massive hand, scarred and powerful, on Say's shoulder. The hand was gentle. Then you know what's coming, Whitebeard said. It wasn't a threat. It was acknowledgement. Some of it, Say said. Not all. I got myself into the timeline just enough to not be able to see forward anymore. Whitebeard laughed again. This time it was quieter, sadder, the laugh of someone who understood the shape of that burden. That's fine, he said, and Say felt the weight of it, the old man's will settling around him like a cloak. Not friendship, not alliance, but recognition. Asterisk, you're one of us. You're also carrying this. Asterisk, that's fine, Say said back. Chapter 84. The architecture Beckman was waiting when Say returned to the ship. He didn't ask what happened. He just took one look at Say's face and nodded. We're alive, Beckman said. We're alive. What did he want? To know about Roger. Say sat down on the deck and let his back rest against the mast. His shoulder was aching. That's fine. And I think to know that someone was paying attention. That it wasn't for nothing. Beckman sat beside him. The ocean moved under them both. What happens now? Beckman asked. Say thought about the shape of what he knew. The structure of power in the new world. The thing that was building. The thing that maybe he was already helping to build just by being here. Just by being one of the people who would survive long enough to become what they were becoming. There's going to be 4, Say said. Not soon, but eventually. For people at the top of the ocean. Each one powerful enough that none of the others can beat them. Each one controlling territory, controlling the direction of the current in their region. Yonko, Beckman said. Yes, and we're going to be one of them. Beckman turned to look at him. This isn't some prophecy thing, Say said. It's just the shape of how power distributes when one person moves fast enough and pays enough attention. Whitebeard's already won. Kaido will become one. Charlotte Linlin. And because I'm here, because I know what's coming and I'm moving against it, Shanks is going to become one. That's a lot to carry, Beckman said quietly. I've had practice. They sat in silence while the sun moved across the sky. Whitebeard's fleet was already turning away, already heading back toward their territory. The meeting had lasted maybe an hour. It felt like it had lasted years. The crew going to be ready? Beckman asked. No, Say said. But we'll make them ready. And they'll make us ready in return. That's how this works. Chapter 85. The unnamed current. The ships came out of nowhere, which meant they were planned and Say hadn't seen them coming. That happens sometimes. The further you got from the events you'd lived through, the less the current showed you. downstream consequences of your own presence, splitting the timeline into territories you couldn't map. There were 6 of them, and they moved with the coordination of people who'd trained together. Not Yonko fleet, not yet, but something building toward that shape. Something that hadn't existed in the version of the world Say had read about, born from choices that were already made. Incoming. Yasop called from the crow's nest, and Say felt the spike of danger move through the current like cold water. This is it, Say thought. The thing you've been preparing for. The cannon started. Say's crew scattered. Beckman was already moving ammunition. Lucky Roo was hauling the sails. Yasop was taking aim with his rifle. They'd fought before, but never at this scale. Never at the speed that a serious force required. Say stood at the center of the deck and did something he'd been practicing in small moments, in private, when nobody was watching. He reached into the current. Not toward the surface, not toward the sovereign will of an era, but toward the wills of the people around him. His crew. For people, plus a few others who'd joined them over the months. 5 wills, 5 points of light in the current. He felt them. Really felt them. Not reading them. Asterisk resonating asterisk with them. And then he pulled. The effect was immediate. Yasop's aim became perfect. Not superhuman, just perfectly clear, every shot finding its mark. Beckman's movements synchronized with Lucky Roo's without a single shouted order. They moved like water, like they'd been practicing this coordination for years instead of minutes. Say's own body moved with an ease that felt like flying. The current shaper function, scaled up. Not perfect, not complete, but enough. The incoming ships scattered. 1 took serious damage. 2 turned back, realizing the victory was slipping away. The others held position, trying to understand what they'd felt, what had just moved through the air like a wave. It lasted maybe 15 minutes. When it was over, Yasop was bleeding from a wound on his leg, serious, not fatal. One of the other crew members had a broken arm. The ship had taken cannon fire that would require serious repairs. Say sat down very carefully on the deck. Captain. Beckman was there immediately. I can't see the current, Say said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Distant. I pushed it too hard. Everything's just fog now. How long? Days, maybe. Don't know. Say looked up at Beckman. We won. They're leaving. But it cost. Beckman nodded. He helped Say stand, and Say was grateful for the steadiness of it. The reminder that there were people holding him up when his perception of the era's direction went dark. We'll manage, Beckman said. You trained us for this. Say looked at his crew, bleeding, bruised, exhausted, and standing. Standing because they'd moved together. Standing because for a moment, they'd stopped being 5 separate people and become something like one while moving through the world. That's fine, he thought. Asterisk the cost of it. The weight of it. All of it. That's fine. Asterisk the darkness was coming for his current perception, but it would pass. It had to pass. Because somewhere out there, the arrow was still turning. And he was the one who'd chosen to turn it. He could rest for a moment. But only for a moment. Chapter 86. The tide returns. The current came back 3 days later. Say was standing at the ship's wheel, feeling the wind on his face, when something shifted. The fog that had wrapped around his mind, the blindness that had come after the battle, lifted like morning clearing away from water. And the current rushed in with a clarity he'd never experienced before. It wasn't brighter. That wasn't the right word. It was cleaner. The noise was still there. The 1,000 currents of competing wills, the drag and flow of lesser forces. But now he could see which threads mattered. Which conflicts shaped the era. Which ones were just weather. The advance, he thought. Asterisk this is what attuned feels like. Not all sensing. Just better at reading what's actually there. Asterisk he kept his hand steady on the wheel and didn't react. Some crew members were still watching him carefully, half expecting him to collapse again. Beckman was below, cataloging the damage to the ship. The stern had taken a cannon round, and the rigging on the foremast needed replacement. That night, Say called Beckman to the chart table in his cabin. The map was spread out, dotted with markers for every significant faction Say knew about. 3 days of recovery had given his mind time to map patterns that his eyes couldn't have seen before. The current made distinctions now. It showed him the difference between a conflict that would reshape the era and one that would fade in a season. He pointed to a dispute between 2 smaller pirate crews over trading routes. His finger stopped, and he pulled back. This one doesn't matter. Beckman leaned over the table. They've been fighting for 2 months. Cost lives. They'll resolve it in 5 weeks. The larger merchant fleet is reshaping the trade patterns anyway. The winner of this fight will have won a resource that's already becoming obsolete. Say moved his finger to another mark, a territorial conflict on the edge of the Grand Line. This one matters. The faction that wins here will control how far the balance shifts between the current powers. He walked Beckman through it, point by point. The readings came easily now. The current showed him the will lines that had weight. The ones that move the age. When they finished, Beckman was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the map, then at Say. You can tell the difference, Beckman said, between a fight worth having and one that just looks like one. Say started to reach for a qualification, something to soften the claim. Then he stopped. Sometimes, he said instead. Beckman nodded. He didn't smile, didn't nod like a subordinate receiving encouragement. It was the acknowledgement of one professional to another. That's more than most. Chapter 87. The intercessor. The reputation took time to build, but Say had been deliberate about it for months. Shanks didn't fight for dominion. Shanks fought to prevent wars. Shanks appeared where the balance was failing and made things stop. Not through power, through will. The canon verse had shown him what this looked like. The red-haired emperor, who could silence admirals with a word. Who could stop a Kainu mid-execution. Who appeared at Marineford and somehow, made everyone stand down. Say had spent years learning why that worked. It wasn't mysticism or some unique power. It was credibility combined with will reading combined with an absolute refusal to bluff. The test came in the waters north of Fishman Island. Two crew alliances were escalating toward pitched battle. One led by a man named Kydell who controlled several island fortresses. The other led by a woman named Rin who commanded faster ships and better coordination. Both wanted the same trade corridor. Both had already deployed initial skirmishes, 7 ships sunk in the last week. Both leaders had heard of Shanks. When the red-haired pirates sailed into the neutral zone between the two fleets, both sides expected combat or negotiation. Neither expected Shanks to stand on the bow with his single arm visible, making no move toward his sword, and speak a single sentence. If you fight each other here, you both lose. I'm standing between you until you understand why. Cadell's flagship signaled attack. Say didn't draw his sword. Instead, he read the current, the will pulse of every person on both sides, and he spoke directly to what he found. Kydell, you think you need this corridor because your fortress on Belmore Island can't expand further north without it. You're right. But Rin's 3 fastest ships moving south cut your supply route by a week, which costs you more than the corridor gains. You resolve this by shifting your supply bases, not by winning territory. Then he turned to Rin's ship. Rin, you want this corridor because 3 merchant guilds in the Central Isles promised you exclusivity. They did. But Kydell already has arrangements with 4 guilds on the southern coasts. Corridor access doesn't change that. What changes it is negotiating directly with the central guilds to expand the partnership instead of demanding exclusive rights. He looked between the 2 ships. Neither of you needs war. You need information. I'm offering it as a courtesy. There was silence. Long silence. Then Cadell's signalmen lowered their flag. Rin sent a small boat over. She arrived an hour later, wary but curious. By evening, she and Kydell were speaking on neutral deck with Beckman as mediator. By the next morning, both crews had an agreement. Yassop, watching from the railing with his legs still heavily bandaged, turned to Lucky Roo. He didn't throw a single punch. That's how he wins now, Lucky Roo said. He reads them first. Chapter 88. The Joy Boy questioned the faction called themselves the Keepers. They were old, distributed across a dozen islands, and they had been protecting something for centuries. They wanted to destroy the One Piece before anyone found it. Say received their emissary, a woman named Merchant, no first name, who had gray streaking her dark hair and eyes that suggested generations of the same cause. They met in a neutral port, not on his ship. Merchant was careful about neutral ground. The Joy Boy treasure, she said without preamble, has destabilized the world twice before. When it was last discovered, partially discovered, fragments of it, the civilizations that possessed it fell to civil war within 2 generations. We've been preventing that from happening again for the last 800 years. Say read her will. And it was clean. She wasn't lying. She wasn't hiding dark intentions. She was afraid. Genuinely, deeply afraid of something she had helped prevent for her entire life. You want me to join you? Say said. It wasn't a question. We want you to understand what you're preventing by ignoring us, and to use your influence to prevent others from seeking it. She met his eyes. The red-haired emperor has a reputation now. A reputation for making things stop before they become catastrophic. We want you to stop this. Say didn't answer immediately. The current showed him her will clearly enough. But understanding someone's intention and agreeing with their solution were different things. If I help you destroy it, he said finally, I stop the destabilization you fear. But I also stop what might be the era's real turning point. What if Joy Boy's treasure is exactly what needs to happen next? Then billions suffer because you were wrong. It was a fair statement. Say had no counter that held weight against that logic. I'll consider it, he said, but not commit. Merchant nodded like she'd expected that answer. We have time. We've waited 800 years. We can wait longer. She paused. But not infinitely. When the searches accelerate, and they will, we'll have to choose between stopping you or letting the world face what we've been preventing. She left the port by evening. Say stood on the deck watching her ship recede into the horizon. The current sang with uncertainty. A genuine conflict of wills. Not evil on either side. Just different visions of what the age needed to become. That's fine, he thought. Some things aren't resolved in a single conversation. Chapter 89. The navigator, her name was Mira, and she'd been charting the trade routes between Yonko territories for 15 years. Say met her at a gathering the Yonko used for the careful work of not going to war with each other. Not alliance. Just awareness. The occasional negotiation. The prevention of accidental conflicts. She was not a pirate. She was something more rarefied than that. Someone the pirates needed but couldn't own. She navigated the space between powers. Made her living knowing where everyone was and what they wanted. She found Say alone on a balcony overlooking the harbor. You're the one who reads them, she said. Not a question. Say turned. She was younger than he'd expected. Maybe 30. Dark skin, close-cropped hair with a silver streak. Eyes that seemed to be cataloging the exact position of every object in the room simultaneously. The Yonko talk, Mira said. They say you know what people want before they know it themselves. That you step between conflicts because you can read the weight of wills. She moved to stand beside him at the railing. I'm curious what that actually feels like. Safe question, Say thought. Asterisk or strategic. Either way, has an answer prepared. Asterisk, it's like reading water, he said. Knowing where the current runs before you see it move. Mira was quiet. Then, that's a metaphor. Yes. I hate metaphors, she said. I need to know actual position. Actual direction. Actual distance. She turned to look at him fully. So when people tell me you're someone who reads direction, I want to know. Direction toward what? And how do you know you're reading it right? The prepared answer didn't fit. Say found himself being honest instead. I read the aggregate will of an era. The direction it's actually moving, not the direction people want it to move. And I don't always know I'm right. But the current shows me enough. Enough to make decisions. Mira nodded slowly. The current, she repeated. You have an actual system for this. Yes. Not a gift. Not intuition. A system. She turned back to the harbor. That makes you different from the others. They use what they have. You built what you needed. She paused. Where are you going? The question was simple. The answer was not. Towards something, Say said finally. I don't have the complete map yet. Then we might work well together, Mira said. I'm very good at finding the gaps in maps. Chapter 90. Received. Say didn't plan to tell her everything. The thought pattern was automatic by now. Calibrate disclosure, manage information, keep the performance intact because the performance was how he survived. But somewhere in the weeks after they began traveling together, that calculation changed. They were in her cabin, looking at charts. Mira had a talent for finding trade patterns that the larger powers missed, corridors of movement that existed between the major territories. And Say had started reading the will patterns that drove those corridors. Together, they were building something neither of them could have made alone. She asked him something practical about a conflict in the South, about why he'd refused to engage in it. And instead of giving the answer she would expect, the answer Shanks would give, he gave her the actual reason. It had to do with Roger. With the fact that some conflicts were too dangerous to even touch because they held the weight of ages, and he was still, by any real standard, learning how to exist in this world. He told her that. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, You've been with people who didn't know the full version of you. Say stopped. That was accurate, and also unnecessarily precise. Most of them, he said. What's the full version? She asked. And here Say could have deflected. Could have given something manageable, something that held the performance intact. Instead, he said, complicated. Mira nodded. She didn't look shocked. Didn't look like she was reevaluating him. Just like she was receiving information and integrating it. I know, she said. Tell me anyway. So he did. Not everything. There were things he couldn't say, couldn't translate into words that wouldn't sound like madness. But what he could say, the uncertainty, the way he moved through this world more like a navigator himself than a native, the weight of decisions made without perfect information, he told her. And when he finished, Mira reached over and took his left arm. The prosthetic one, the one that had taken so long to integrate into his sense of himself. This was the cost, she said. It wasn't a question. Of a choice, Say said. Yeah. She didn't ask if it had been worth it. That would have been the wrong question, and she knew it. Instead, she said, what comes next? And Say realized, for the first time in the years he'd inhabited this body, that he didn't have to answer that alone. That's fine, he thought. Not the weight of it. Not the cost of it. Just, that's fine. That's good. That's something. The arrow was still turning. The current was still singing. But now there was someone who knew where he stood while he tried to read where it all was going. Chapter 91. The information was small, a rumor, really, if you knew how to listen. A child in the East Blue had shown something. A sovereign will reading like a current before it formed into a storm. Not Luffy. Luffy had the straw hat and his path was already written into the bones of the world. This was different. This was the shape of what came after. Say sat in the navigation cabin with the logs spread across the table, his fingers tracing trade routes and port records. None of it was obvious. He wasn't looking for greatness. Greatness announced itself loudly and stupidly. He was looking for orientation. A person whose will didn't bend around convenience, didn't smooth itself down to fit into the shape the world offered. The will of D. Probably, though the name was older than the current admiralty and broader than any single bloodline. Decades' work, he thought. Maybe longer than that. You're being very patient, Beckman said from the doorway, coffee in hand. He handed it to Say, without waiting for acknowledgement. That was habit now. 2 years of watching how Say took things had worn Beckman's courtesy into something sharper. Is it obvious? Say drank the coffee. It was good. Lucky Roo had found better beans in the last port. Painfully, Beckman pulled up a chair, not asking. That was also habit. You're not chasing something anymore. You're planting something. Say nodded. There was no point hiding it from Beckman. Beckman had known about the foreknowledge for months, had sat through the full explanation of what Say was and how he'd come to be here, and had decided the pragmatic thing was to keep drinking coffee and watching how decisions rippled out. I'm looking for a specific kind of person, Say said. Someone who will exist. Someone the network should be aware of before they have to be. Before they have to be, Beckman repeated. He drank his own coffee, considering. So this isn't about navigation or immediate territory. This is about shape. Future shape. Yes. Will it grow in our lifetime? No. Beckman was quiet for a long moment. Then, that's either very sane or very strange. Probably both, Say said. He showed Beckman the maps. Not all of them, but enough. The places where a sovereign will of this specific configuration had been recorded before. The scattered merchant reports, the bar conversations that had made it into crew logs, the one marine file Sengoku had been careless enough to leave within reach during their last exchange. It was a constellation. The dots only formed a picture if you knew what you were looking for. So you're building a network that knows to look, Beckman said. Yes. And then they'll meet this person naturally when the time comes. And instead of fighting them or trying to control them, they'll recognize what they are. Beckman leaned back in his chair. Outside the cabin, the ship rolled gently. They were between ports, in that strange quiet space where a captain could think without distraction. That's very long-term thinking, Shanks. No one had called him that except in formal context for almost 3 years. Say, after his first few months in this body, had mostly been Captain or Shanks in that intimate crew voice way. Beckman saying his full name meant he was acknowledging something. The shift in who Say was. The part of him that thought in decades and eras instead of battles and voyages. I've been alive longer than I should have been, Say said quietly. Different body, different rules. But some part of me remembers being dead, Beckman. I'm not in a hurry anymore. Beckman nodded slowly. He didn't ask for details. They'd covered that ground already, in the early hours of a night that had ended with Beckman understanding the full weight of what Say carried. Instead, he said, we'll need to add notation to the network tracking. If you're building infrastructure for someone you'll never meet, people need to know why. Build it however you need to, Say said. He turned back to the maps. The coffee was still warm. The information still had shape. And somewhere in the East Blue, a child was being born or learning to walk or laughing at something simple, with no knowledge that a red-haired man with one arm was already making space in the world for them to grow into. It was the longest view he'd ever taken. It also felt, in some strange way, like the most honest thing he'd done since arriving in this body. Not manipulation, not control, just the simple act of saying, asterisk you will exist. The world will know your name was supposed to matter. The rest is yours, asterisk that night. As the ship slipped through calm water, Say stayed in the navigation cabin. Beckman brought him dinner, set it down quietly, and left. Some things didn't need words. Chapter 92. The meeting place was neutral, an island that belonged to no one and therefore to everyone. A small settlement. No formal government, just the kind of place that happened when merchants and people who wanted to disappear decided a location was convenient. Sengoku was already there when Say arrived. The fleet admiral didn't dress down for these meetings, still in his marine dress uniform despite the heat and informality of the venue. That was probably intentional, a reminder that he was never truly off duty. They greeted each other the way two people who respected each other's competence, but not their goals did. No bow, no pretense of friendship. Just the acknowledgement that they were playing a game both understood. The Yonko movement toward the Florian Triangle. Sengoku said without preamble. Is it real threat or performance? Performance, Sei said. Kaido testing the waters. The movements themselves are real, but the intent is not hostile. He's establishing presence, marking territory in a way that won't trigger escalation. And Whitebeard's response. He'll mirror it. You'll see movement within 6 months, likely to the South Blue. He's consolidating allied territory, not preparing for conflict. Sengoku nodded slowly. He hadn't written anything down. Nothing about Sei suggested he took notes on these meetings. Either he had perfect memory, or he trusted his own judgment enough not to need written confirmation. Sei suspected the latter. The Joy Boy faction, Sengoku said. Your assessment on likelihood of organized action within marine territory. Lo, Sei said. They're afraid of something specific, not hostile to institutions generally. You should address the fear, not the faction. Direct action will make them dangerous. And what is it they fear? Sei met his eyes. This was the limit. This was the line where even understanding between two intelligent people ran into the truth neither wanted fully named. The possibility that someone could speak into the era itself. Not rule it. Speak into it. Change its shape by changing what people listen to. Sengoku was very still. Then, is that possible? I think so. I'm not there yet, but the shape is clear. And would you do it? If you could. Yes, Sei said. Not to rule. To make space. For the kind of person I was just telling you about. The one in the East Blue. Sengoku smiled, a thin, tired expression. You're building a better future while I'm trying to keep the current one from collapsing. Yes. We should be enemies. Yes, Sei agreed. We're not, but we should be. Why aren't we? Because you have a better understanding of how the world actually works than 90% of the people trying to control it. And because you understand that I'm not trying to overthrow anything. I'm trying to make room for something. Sengoku stood, and the meeting was over. As he walked past, he paused. When it happens, when you can do this thing they're afraid of, will I know? Yes, Sei said. You'll know. He watched the fleet admiral leave, watched him board his ship with the formality of someone who had learned long ago that ritual and discipline were not the same thing, even when they looked similar. Sei was alone on the dock when the sun started setting. He'd learned what he needed. The marine movements were defensive, not aggressive. Whitebeard was consolidating, not expanding. And Sengoku understood more about what was coming than Sei had given him credit for. A man watching from inside the institution, while a man watches from outside it, Sei thought. Neither quite able to change the whole, both doing what they can. He was not proud of what he did next. He sent a ship with a message to Whitebeard, intelligence on where Kaido's movements were weakest, information that would make Whitebeard's consolidation more efficient, less costly. He did it not as an ally, but as someone who understood that two great powers in genuine conflict would break things neither of them wanted broken. The message came back a week later. One line. Asterisk voice of the era remembers the deep read. Well, listen. Asterisk Sei burned the message. Some things shouldn't be kept. Chapter 93. The straw hat was in Myra's cabin, in a careful box lined with cloth that wouldn't hold salt water. She unwrapped it sometimes when she was sure no one was watching. Not out of curiosity exactly, but out of a need to understand what something miscared for could possibly mean. You take better care of this than you take care of your own sleep, she said, finding Sei in the hold where he was checking supply manifests. Yes. It's not yours, she said. It wasn't a question. No. You gave it to someone I've met. Not as adults. Sei stopped moving. That was close enough to true that lying wouldn't change the shape of it. Yes. Mira came down the ladder from the deck, her absolute orientation keeping her centered even in the dim light of the hold. She could navigate a ship blind. She navigated people almost as well now, reading them the way she read ocean currents. When he's grown up, will he come find it? She asked. Sei looked at her. She was asking something that wasn't quite about the hat. She was asking if what she was doing, keeping something that mattered for someone unknown, in a ship crewed by a man who carried weights no one else could fully see, if it would someday be understood as necessary rather than strange. He'll make something better, Sei said. She accepted that without pushing further. That was the shape of what had grown between them. The willingness to carry incomplete knowledge without demanding that it be finished into story. She kept the hat. She didn't need it to be explained. What she did instead was ask, how long have you been looking out for people who don't exist yet? Not long, Sei said. Years. Not decades. But you will be. Eventually. Yes. She wound through the manifest shells with the grace of someone who had learned where everything was before she'd learned the names of the crew. The others are starting to see it, she said. Not the foreknowledge, but that you're thinking about time differently than they are. Beckman came to me 3 days ago and asked if I was planning any major mapping work for the next 5 years. I said yes. He said good. The captain wants infrastructure. not explained further. That was my mistake, Say said. I should have been clearer. No, Mira said. You should have trusted us earlier. But you're doing it now. That's enough. She left him with the manifests. He watched her go, noting how she paused to check the rope tension as she passed, how she ran her hand along the ship's frame as if she were reading something in the wood itself. Absolute orientation, Beckman had called it once. But it was more than that. She was learning to read the crew the same way she read the ocean, not asking them to explain themselves, but understanding the shape of how they moved. That night, as the ship rocked on calm water, Say climbed to the upper cabin where Mira was charting. She looked up, expecting something, but he had nothing to give her except a simple statement. Thank you for carrying it. I'll carry it as long as it needs carrying, she said. He left the cabin with something loosened in his chest. That was what it meant to stop being alone, not to have your burden lifted, but to have someone stand beside it with you, asking only that you tell her anyway. Chapter 94. The crisis was small on its surface and massive underneath. A Kaido affiliate and a Whitebeard affiliate, both young enough to be hungry and old enough to command resources, had found themselves competing for the same trade route through a neutral zone. It was the kind of dispute that could be resolved in 5 minutes with conversation or in 5 months with escalation that dragged in their respective Yonko. Say caught it in its third week, when the first ship was sabotaged. Message from the Kaido-affiliated captain, Beckman said, setting a din mushy down in front of him. Wants to know if we're taking Whitebeard's side. Are we? Say asked. Not yet, but we will be if this gets worse, and we both know it. You have stronger ties to Whitebeard. That's fine, Say thought, which meant it absolutely wasn't. He stood and began moving. Within an hour, Yasopp had pulled the relevant intelligence files from the ship's records. His leg wound from the earlier Yonko-level fight was still giving him trouble, but his mind had never stopped working. He spread the data across the table in the captain's cabin. Trade volumes, crew compositions, known grievances, financial pressures on both sides. Kaido's affiliate is desperate, Yasopp said, pointing. They miscalculated expansion costs. This isn't aggression, it's survival. They need the route's margins to stay afloat. Whitebeard's affiliate is testing, Beckman added. He wants to see if he can hold it without Whitebeard's direct support. It's a confidence check. Say nodded slowly. The crisis reversed itself in his mind. It wasn't about the route at all. It was about two people proving something. One trying to survive, one trying to prove independence. The route was just the shape they'd given their actual conflicts. We need Lucky Roo, Say said. Lucky Roo was not the smartest person on the crew. He wasn't the most skilled fighter or the most strategically minded. What he was warm. The kind of warm that made people lower their defenses not because they'd been manipulated, but because they'd been genuinely seen. Say had learned, over 3 years of watching him, that warmth was its own kind of intelligence. It took a week of careful positioning. Say sent a message to Kaido's affiliate with information. The true profitability margins of the route. The specific ship's Whitebeard's affiliate was committing to it. Intelligence that would let the desperate captain understand whether a fight was winnable or impossible. The message made it clear that escalation would be crushed, but coexistence was possible. To Whitebeard's affiliate, he sent different information. Kaido's affiliate's actual financial situation. The truth that this was desperation, not aggression. The intelligence that Whitebeard viewed this as a confidence test, but would move to support his man if needed. Then he sent Lucky Roo. Lucky Roo traveled as a representative of Red Hair Pirates, which meant he came as neutral. He sat with both captains separately, brought good alcohol, talked about his own crew's mishaps and recoveries, listened to their grievances with the quality of attention that made people feel genuinely understood. He mentioned, casually, that he'd been told by his captain to remind both of them that the Yonko era was fragile, that it only worked if strong people chose not to fight every time they disagreed. By the time he left, both captains had seen the cost of escalation made visible by someone who clearly wasn't trying to trick them. The Kaido affiliate altered course, accepted a smaller but stable portion of the route, and committed to an agreement that Whitebeard's affiliate recognized as honorable. Crisis averted. No one dead. The route split 3 ways within a month. The price of success was a debt to Kaido's affiliate, a favor they would collect eventually, for an action that couldn't be predicted. Say noted it in a secure ledger, the way one notes obligations that might kill you someday. Then he filed it away and moved on. Yasopp looked at him as the news came back that the crisis was resolved. You owe favors to one of Kaido's people now. That's not nothing. No, Say said. But Whitebeard is consolidated, Kaido's people are stable, and no one escalated to a level that would have dragged in their superiors. The cost is acceptable. Will you be able to pay it? We'll find out when it's due. That night, Beckman found him on deck, looking out at the horizon. You just became a Yonko-level problem solver, Beckman said. That's a different kind of weight than being a great captain. Yes, Say said. I know. Is it worth it? Say thought about what he'd seen in the crisis. The desperation, the testing, the way pride and survival had twisted around each other in two young captains trying to prove themselves. He thought about how conflict could be prevented not by force, but by making it clear that escalation would cost everyone. He thought about the era coming after Luffy, the one that would need people who understood how to build instead of just how to destroy. Yes, he said. It's worth it. Chapter 95. The conflict had been developing between two crew members for months, not Beckman or Yasopp, who understood hierarchy and purpose deeply enough not to fight it. This was between Yorin and Kishiro, both solid crew with good skills and the kind of pride that didn't bend easy. The argument, on the surface, was about port discipline. Deeper down, it was about respect and place in the crew. Yorin thought Kishiro had overstepped, claimed authority he hadn't been given. Kishiro thought Yorin was resentful of how quickly he'd earned leadership in the last raid. Both felt genuinely wronged. Both were partially right. Say could have suppressed it, could have ordered them to stop, exerted captaincy, made them choose between their grievance and their loyalty. That would have worked for a month, maybe two. Then it would have surfaced again, worse. Instead, he called them both to the captain's cabin and attempted something he'd never tried before. He used the sovereign will read, the one he'd shown Whitebeard years ago, the deep interior reading that exposed what a person was actually oriented toward instead of what they claimed to want. But he didn't show it to one of them, looking inward. He showed Yorin what Kishiro's sovereign will actually looked like, from the inside. The shape of what Kishiro was trying to build, why he needed the authority he'd claimed, what honor and place meant to him at a level that went deeper than argument. Yorin went pale. Then he turned and did the same to Kishiro, showed him Yorin's interior shape, the fear of becoming irrelevant, the actual pride of having built this crew with the captain when no one else believed red hair pirates would matter, the genuine care for each person on the ship expressed as high standards. Kishiro was very still. Neither of them was able to maintain their grievance after that. Not because the grievance was wrong, but because they'd seen each other as actually real instead of as people opposing them. The conflict didn't dissolve. Conflicts like that never completely dissolve, but it transformed. Became something they could actually speak about instead of something they could only fight about. Thank you, Yorin said finally, which wasn't what either of them had expected. I think. I'm still processing. You're both right, Say said quietly. And you're both wrong. And you both matter. The crew needs both of you, and it needs you to stop trying to prove that one way is better than another. They left looking confused and shaken. That was fine. Confusion was honest. Later that night, Say was alone on deck when Ben Beckman found him, which meant Beckman had been looking. The crew's talking, Beckman said. About what you did with Yorin and Kishiro. About how they feel like you showed them something inside themselves. Some of them are saying it was the strangest experience they've ever had. Say was quiet. Is that what Tidewalker is? Beckman asked. Is that what you've been developing into? No, Say said. Tidewalker is what I see. This is something else. This is closer to, he stopped. Because something had happened in the moment of showing them, something that went beyond Tidewalker's perception of currents. When he'd spoken into their sovereign wills, when he'd said you are real, your intentions are real, your fear is real. In that moment, something had listened. Not just the people in the room. The ship itself. The current underneath it. The era, paying attention. Voice of the era, he thought. Asterisk not yet. But close. So close star. Closer to what? Beckman pressed. To matching, Say said. Not as a captain. As something else. He looked out at the water, at the way the moonlight bent across it, at the shape of how the crew moved on the deck above them. Each person following their own current, while also being part of a larger one. Yorin and Kishiro were on opposite sides of the ship, but the ship itself had absorbed what had happened in the cabin and used it to hold them both with more gentleness than it had before. You're becoming something bigger, Beckman said. Yes, I think so, and I don't know what to do with that yet. You'll figure it out, Beckman said. You always do. After Beckman left, Say stayed on deck until the sun came up. Somewhere, in the east blue, a child was growing who would someday speak into the era in their own way. Somewhere, Whitebeard was consolidating his territory with the understanding that red hair pirates could be trusted. Somewhere, Sengoku was planning how the Marines would survive what was coming. And here, on this ship, a crew was learning to see each other from the inside, to understand that conflict could be transformed into something deeper than either victory or compromise. The era was changing, not through force, through people choosing, repeatedly, to see each other as real. Say closed his eyes and felt the current move underneath him, not blind now, not confused. Clear, oriented, listening for the voice that would speak it into new shape. The voice wasn't his yet, but when it came, the era would be ready to hear it. Chapter 96. Say found Beckman at the observation deck, watching the sea with the kind of attention that suggested he'd been waiting. "You've been quiet," Beckman said without turning. "Not the normal kind of quiet. The thinking kind." Say stepped beside him, feeling the salt damp air move across the deck. The current flowed beneath them, the aggregate will of his crew, steady and coherent, building itself from the inside out. "It's become something real," he thought. Asterisk, not what I shaped. What they shaped by being near something that was learning to see them. Asterisk. "I've been trying to articulate something," Say said. "About what this is. What we are." Beckman finally looked at him. His eyes were steady. They always were. There was no testing in that gaze anymore. Or at least the testing had become something gentler. The kind of attention that comes from genuinely wanting to understand. That's what trust looks like, Say thought. When you stop being surprised by what you find. The Yonko thing? Beckman asked. Not that. Or maybe underneath it. Say turned back to the horizon. The sky held that peculiar clarity that comes before a storm. Everything too sharp, too defined. When Roger called me a reader, he meant something specific. Someone who could see the direction things were moving. Not predict exactly. Just feel the weight of where people wanted to go, and whether it was towards something or away from it. "And you thought he was full of it," Beckman said. "I did. I thought he was using me as justification for his own certainty." Say paused. But he wasn't entirely wrong. The reading part, at least. I can feel that. The current, it's not just emotion or will. It's direction. The era itself has a direction it wants to move, and I can feel it. Beckman waited. He was good at that, giving space for thinking. A Yonko, Say continued carefully, isn't a ruler. That's what I've been realizing. The Marines think of us that way because they think in terms of territory and power. But that's not what this is. Whitebeard isn't powerful because he rules a kingdom. Kaido isn't dangerous because he controls an island. We're navigators. We perceive the direction the age is moving, and we prevent the worst divergences from that path. That's not something you read in the reports, Beckman said. No, it's something I read in the current. In what Whitebeard actually was when I met him. Not a tyrant. Someone who understood that the age was moving in a direction, and he positioned himself to ensure it didn't collapse into something worse. Beckman was quiet for a long moment. Then, Roger was usually right about people. Not always, Say said. It came out drier than he meant it to. No, but about people, usually. The observation settled between them like something solid. Say felt it in the current too, a small shift in Beckman's certainty about him. Not trust expanding, exactly. More like the framework of trust becoming more articulate. He knows what I am, Say thought. Asterisk, not Shanks. Not the person who woke up here. The person this made me. Asterisk, something happened on deck yesterday, Beckman said. During the conflict. The moment you showed them each other's currents. Say nodded. He'd felt it too. The ship responded, Beckman continued. Not physically, but we all felt it. Like something that had been listening from the outside suddenly understood it was part of what was happening. I wanted to ask you about that, but I wasn't sure if you'd noticed it. I noticed, Say thought. Asterisk, but I don't have language for it yet. The voice isn't full. But that moment felt like something was learning to speak. Like the era itself was listening. Asterisk, I noticed, Say said aloud. I don't have words for it yet. That's fine then, Beckman said, and there was nothing dismissive in it. Just acknowledgement that some things didn't need words yet. That they could be noticed and held without being named. When you do, we'll understand it. They stood together as the light changed across the water. The current moved beneath them, steady, oriented, real. Not because Say had shaped it. Because his crew had become something by being near someone who was learning to see them clearly. That's the function, Say thought. Asterisk, not to build. To see. And let the building happen. Asterisk, the horizon shifted toward purple. A storm was coming. The kind that would take them across open water where the current ran deep. Say felt ready for it in a way that would have seemed impossible a year ago. Not because he was more powerful. Because he was more present. Chapter 97. The recognition came from the Marines first, filtered through Sengoku in a manner that managed to be simultaneously pragmatic and grave. A message, delivered by a captain Say had negotiated with before, containing the formal acknowledgement. The red-haired Shanks crew operated at Yonka-level capacity, and the Marines would treat it accordingly. After that, the announcement spread like current itself, through merchant guilds, through other pirate crews, through the whisper network of the seas. Shanks was Yonko, for pillars of the age, and one of them was someone who had emerged from nowhere with no territory, no grand proclamation, no conquest to show for his ascension. Just a ship and a crew that moved like they understood something about the era that nobody else quite did. The crew celebrated. Lucky Roo brought out alcohol, the good kind, the kind they'd been saving. Yasop was grinning in that specific way that meant he'd known this was coming and was genuinely pleased to see it confirmed. Mira stood with the straw hat in her hands, looking at Say with an expression he'd learned to read as, "You meant what you said about trusting the path." Beckman caught his eye across the deck and nodded. Simple. Clear. No congratulation, just acknowledgement that the thing they'd been building had been recognized. But Say felt none of that celebration. Not because he was above it. Because he understood, with a clarity that came from reading the current at its deepest level, what he'd just stepped into. I have spent 30 years learning to be present for things, he thought. This is the thing I need to be present for now. A Yonko didn't choose when to act. They acted when the age required it, when the current moved in a direction that needed anchoring or redirection. Say knew what Shanks would eventually do. His foreknowledge carried that weight like a stone he'd been carrying since he woke up in this body. Marineford. The moment when a Yonko's voice would be the only thing that could prevent something from spiraling into darkness that had no redemption. He knew he would walk into that. He knew it would cost. He wasn't avoiding it. But he also wasn't celebrating stepping closer to it. Later, when the crew was deep enough into their revelry that no one would miss him, Say climbed to the crow's nest. The view from up here was different. The ship below became something comprehensible as a whole, all the pieces visible at once. The current around it was visible too, not just his crew's will, but the way his crew had learned to move as something unified. He thought about what Whitebeard had said, back when they'd met and nearly clashed. You understand that this is a responsibility, not an honor. Say had been fighting against that understanding then, still trying to believe there was some way to navigate the age without taking on the weight of it. There wasn't. He was Yonko now, which meant he was responsible for preventing the worst divergences from the era's true direction. It meant that in moments of imbalance, and Marineford would be exactly that, he would be the one whose voice could carry enough weight to matter. It meant he'd spend a year learning to be present, learning to read the current, learning to be someone people could trust with truth, and all of that had been preparation for moments when being present was the only thing that would keep the age from breaking. I can do this, he thought. Asterisk not because I'm powerful. Because I've spent a year learning what it means to see people clearly. That's what the age needs. Not power. Clarity. Asterisk the stars began emerging as the sun went down. The celebration continued below, but Say stayed in the crow's nest, feeling the weight of the recognition settling into him like something he'd been carrying all along. Finally, given permission to rest. He was ready. Not happy about it, but ready. And that, he understood, was the only thing a Yonko could reasonably be. Chapter 98 The intelligence came fragmented, arriving through a Sengoku intermediary in the form of a coded message that took Beckman 3 hours to decrypt. When he brought it to Say, his expression was carefully neutral in a way that meant he'd already understood the implications. Marine Intelligence Division picked up repeated references across multiple Navy networks. Beckman said, spreading the decoded message across the table. Encrypted conversations. Mentions of preserving the order. References to ancestral protocols. Nothing that gives location or identity. But the pattern is consistent. Say read through it twice, then set it down. His hands were steady, but his mind had already reached into the current, searching. The Tidewalker function had been picking up interference for weeks. Weeks, he realized. Asterisk maybe longer. Since Marineford approaches on the horizon. Since the era started feeling like it was moving toward some kind of breaking point. Asterisk the interference pattern was subtle. Not the clear, coherent will of Whitebeard's faction, not the brutal directness of Kaido's ambitions, not even the ordered intention of Marine leadership. This was something older, something distributed through institutions rather than centered in individuals. It was a countercurrent, moving against the direction the era wanted to go, and it was oriented specifically against what Roger had pointed toward, not toward order, toward the prevention of freedom, toward the maintenance of a thing that needed to stay maintained, even if that maintenance required constant pressure against the natural flow of things. There's something at the level of the age itself, Say said slowly, that's working against what Roger pointed toward. Beckman said nothing. He was waiting for Say to articulate something he'd already sensed. Not Whitebeard, not Kaido, not Sengoku or the Marines as an institution. Say's eyes moved across the message again, reading not the words but the pattern underneath them. Something older than all of them. Something that has been maintaining itself across generations, institutions, power structures, and they're starting to move more overtly. The era is approaching a point where their countercurrent has to act directly. That's the breaking point, Say thought. Asterisk that's Marineford. That's the moment when something at the level of the age itself tries to prevent what Roger started. Asterisk, can you read them? Beckman asked. Not yet. Not directly. The current reads people, and this is something that works through people without being them. It's like reading an institution as though it were a single will, but distributed across so many hosts that I can't get a coherent image of it. Say paused. I can feel it, though. It's old. It's powerful. And it's starting to move in a way that will affect the direction of everything. That's the most dangerous kind of problem, Beckman said quietly. Yes. Say stood, walking to the porthole. The sea was running deep here, current visible as actual wave pattern if you knew how to look. The most dangerous kind is something you can feel but can't see. Something you know is there because you can feel its pressure, but you can't locate it clearly enough to address it directly. What do? Say turned back to him. We navigate. We position ourselves to be useful when it moves. We understand that this countercurrent is going to force the age toward a breaking point, and we're going to have to decide, in that moment, what we're willing to do to prevent the worst outcome. And are you willing? Beckman's voice was level, but there was something underneath it, genuine inquiry, not testing. Yes, Say thought. Asterisk, I've been willing since I woke up in this body. I was just learning what that willingness would cost. Asterisk, I am, Say said. But I need the crew ready. Not just for combat. For the fact that there are things moving at the level of the age that we're not equipped to fully understand yet. Beckman nodded slowly. He didn't say anything about fear or difficulty or the weight of it. He just said, I'll start preparing them. Not panic. Just readiness. After he left, Say remained at the porthole, reaching into the current with the tidewalker function fully extended. The countercurrent was there. He could feel it now that he was looking directly. Old. Patient. Willing to work through systems rather than individuals. Moving toward a moment of revelation and confrontation. I can feel you, Say thought. Not into the world, but into the current itself. Asterisk, I don't know your name yet. But I'm going to know it. And when the era breaks, when everything hangs on what happens in the moment before things either spiral or hold, I'm going to be present for that. That's what this is all for. That's what a Yonko actually does. Asterisk, the current moved beneath him, vast and patient and oriented towards something he still couldn't fully see. But he could feel it. And in the age of Shanks, that was enough. Chapter 99 Say was watching Yasopp work with Lucky Roo when he truly understood what his crew had become. They weren't discussing instructions. Yasopp was repairing nets with the kind of focused precision that meant he was treating the work as a form of meditation. And Lucky Roo was passing him materials without being asked, in the order he'd need them, with a rhythm that suggested they'd done this hundreds of times, but weren't counting anymore. There was no hierarchy in their movement, no subordination. Just two people who had learned to be around each other so completely that separate motion became unnecessary. Beckman was on the bridge, working with Mira on something related to navigation, not discussing direction, but understanding. Mira was pointing to a section of water with absolute certainty, and Beckman was nodding with the confidence of someone who had learned to trust another person's particular form of excellence without needing to verify it. The straw hat was visible in Myra's cabin, cleaned and cared for in a way that suggested it was something sacred. Not religious, but precious in the way things become precious when they're entrusted to you and you understand the weight of that entrustment. Say reached into the current and read it all at once. The crew's aggregate will was coherent and oriented, but not because he'd shaped it or directed it. It was coherent because each person in it had become something by being near someone who was learning to see them clearly. The current showed him Yasopp's will, oriented toward excellence and precision, exactly as it had always been, but now without the isolation that had once surrounded it. Yasopp's excellence was part of a larger excellence, a crew-level excellence that had emerged from individual excellences learning to move together. Lucky Roo's will was warmer now, less defended. He'd learned that showing what he actually cared about didn't require defending against it. The crew had made it safe to be genuine. Myra's will was oriented and clear, like a ship's compass that had learned to read not just north but the entire landscape of stars. She was genuinely, deeply satisfied by this work. Not because Say had told her to be. Because the work itself had meaning to her now. Beckman's will was the clearest, uncompromising commitment to truthfulness, to clarity, to the function of understanding how things actually worked. He'd chosen to stay, and he'd chosen it repeatedly, and that choice had become something solid enough to anchor by. This is what I didn't plan for, Say thought. This is the achievement I wasn't even trying to reach. He hadn't built this crew by managing them or by imposing a vision. He'd built it by being present, by seeing them, by treating them like they were real and whole and capable of deciding what they wanted to become. The current showed him the ship itself responding to that coherence. Not metaphorically. Actually, the wood and rope and canvas of the vessel had learned the rhythm of its crew, and that learning had made it more seaworthy, more responsive, more genuinely capable. That evening, when Yasopp and Lucky Roo finished their work, they didn't report to Say. They simply put the repaired nets away and went to eat with Mira and Beckman, as part of something that didn't require Say's presence to function. The crew continued being a crew whether he was observing or not. He felt the current read that, mirror it back to him. This is what trust actually produces. Not dependence. Independence that chooses itself together. He climbed back to the crow's nest, and from that height, he could see the whole ship as a single organism that had learned to move with coordination that came from understanding rather than instruction. The crew that built itself. Not because Say was powerful, because Say had spent a year learning to be present for the people around him, and presence, it turned out, was contagious. The stars were out. The current flowed beneath them all, ship and crew and Say himself, all of it moving together towards something that hadn't been defined yet, but was beginning to have shape. This is what I'm trying to navigate toward, he thought. Not conquest. Not dominance. Just the creation of spaces where people can become themselves by being around something that understands how to see them. That's the Yonko function. Not to rule. To create islands of clarity where the age can see itself reflected and choose what it wants to become. Below him, his crew laughed together about something Lucky Roo had said. The sound carried on the wind like something genuine and hard and true. Say closed his eyes and let himself be present for it. Chapter 100. The meeting had been arranged through Sengoku's intermediary, with all the careful delicacy of something that needed to happen but couldn't be acknowledged as matching. Neutral waters, representatives from each Yonko, marine leadership, and a single seat left open with no one clearly designated to occupy it. Say arrived knowing exactly what that empty seat meant. Room for the voice that could read what everyone in the room actually wanted, beneath what they were saying. The negotiation itself was standard, post-Roger balance, territory acknowledgement, the careful dance of powers that all understood the age was changing but weren't sure how to accommodate that change without losing what they'd built. Whitebeard's representative was careful and precise. Kaido's delegate spoke mostly in threats. The Marines circled and tested and tried to establish frameworks that would let them maintain order even as the order itself was becoming unstable. Say said nothing for most of it. He was reading the current instead. Whitebeard's will was what he'd expected, oriented toward protecting freedom for those under him, but increasingly aware that the age itself was moving toward a confrontation he couldn't solve through force alone. There was something underneath his delegation's words, a hope that someone would speak clearly about what was actually happening. Kaido's will was simpler, the chaos of ambition without direction. He wanted to move, to test, to break things and build them differently. But he was also aware, at some level, that raw power wasn't enough. That the age was moving in a direction that required more than dominance. The Marines' will was the most complex. Genuine desire for order combined with increasing awareness that the order they were maintaining was becoming corrupted from the inside. They wanted things to be stable, but they were starting to understand that stability maintained through force was unstable by definition. And underneath all of it, like a pressure point, was the countercurrent. The thing that worked through institutions. The thing that needed the age to stay in its current condition, even as everything and everyone in this room understood that stability was becoming impossible. They're all reading it, Say thought. They don't have names for it. But they all feel the pressure. He stood. Slowly, deliberately, giving the current time to recognize his intention before his body moved. The age is breaking, he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the room like something that had been waiting to be spoken. Not because any of us is wrong. Not because anyone here is acting out of corruption or malice. It's breaking because it was built on a foundation that can't support what people actually want anymore. He felt the current shift. Not just in the room, beyond it. Something at the level of the era itself was listening. Roger spoke into this possibility 30 years ago, Say continued. He spoke and the age heard him, whether it wanted to or not. What he said changed something fundamental. And now the age is moving toward confrontation with what he spoke. That movement is natural, necessary, but it's going to break things. The room was silent. He could read each will now, reading him back. What is he saying? Where is he going with this? We can't prevent that breaking, Say said. Not Whitebeard, not Kaido, not the Marines, not me. But we can choose what happens in the moment when the break occurs. We can choose to be present for it. To understand that it's not a failure of order. It's the age becoming what it actually is. He paused. The current moved in a way that felt like breathing. I speak toward stability, he said, and the words felt like they were going somewhere beyond the room, into the era itself. Not the stability of what is, but the stability of what's becoming. I speak toward the possibility that when the break comes, it doesn't crush everything. That there are hands there to catch it. That the age doesn't spiral into darkness, but moves into clarity instead. The meeting changed after that. Not immediately, not obviously. But Say could read it in the current. Something had shifted in what everyone in the room understood was possible. As the delegation was dispersing, as people were gathering papers and beginning the careful process of standing and leaving, a figure approached him. She was young, or appeared young, with eyes that held something older than appearance suggested. When she spoke, her voice was quiet and precise. "You spoke just now. Into the current. We heard you." Say went still. Asterisk not heard. We. Asterisk the fear didn't show on his face. The Tidewalker function had already read her will, or what she was using the word she to contain. It was something that could read sovereign will in the same direction Say did. Something distributed. Something that had been listening. "Who are you?" His voice came out controlled and dangerous, even as his mind was reaching into the current to understand what was standing in front of him. "We are what speaks against what you speak toward," the figure said. "We have been listening since you woke up in this body. We will continue listening. And when you speak again, we will hear you. The question is, what will you say?" She turned to leave, and Say didn't try to stop her. The question had been genuine, not rhetorical. It had been an acknowledgement that the game had changed, that something at the level of the age itself now understood that someone could speak into the current, and that someone else could hear it. That's the first direct contact, he thought. Asterisk, that's the moment it becomes real. Not sensing interference. Standing across from the thing that's generating it. Asterisk Beckman appeared at his side. That was them. Beckman asked quietly. That was them, Say confirmed. Or a part of them. Or a voice through which they were speaking. I'm not entirely sure yet. Are you frightened? Say considered the question seriously. The countercurrent moved beyond him and his crew, vast and old and patient. But so did the current that flowed beneath them, and he was learning to speak into it. No, he said finally. I'm more awake than I've ever been. But I'm not frightened. Above them, the stars held steady. The night was clear. The age was moving toward confrontation, and Say was finally learning what it would mean to be present for it. Not because he was powerful, because he understood, finally and completely, what his actual function was. To be the voice that could speak into the era when the era needed to hear itself. And everything he'd learned in the past year, learning to see people clearly, learning to be present, learning to read the current at its deepest level, had been preparation for that voice finally finding words. Chapter 101. The figure who had stepped out of the crowd in those final seconds before Beckman arrived. Say held their presence in his mind like a stone in still water, not moving it around, just letting it sit there, letting his perception settle against its shape. He was in his quarters. The ship had moved on from the meeting location, and they were 3 hours distant now, sailing toward open water. Beckman had given him space after the initial debrief, which meant Beckman understood that what had happened needed turning over in silence first. What they had done was activate a function that shouldn't have been possible. Voice of the era, not a metaphor. He had spoken something into the aggregate emotional current that moved through an entire historical moment, and that current had carried his words. Yonko and Marine leadership, political operators and commanders, they had all felt the shape of what he was saying. Not his exact words, the intent beneath them, the certainty, the direction he was orienting the era itself toward. And someone had been listening with an instrument calibrated to pick up precisely that frequency. Asterisk, the Tide Walker perceives the emotional current. The current shaper redirects it. The voice of the era speaks into it. And now, asterisk, Say activated the attunement function carefully, like activating a sensory that needed warming into use. Asterisk, there's someone else reading the current the same way I am. But not the same way at all. Asterisk, the difference clarified immediately. When Say read the current, he received it. The sovereign wills of the people around him came into him. Not their thoughts or their secrets, but their actual commitment, their fear level beneath surface presentation, the emotional truth that no one could fake because it existed at the level of the nervous system itself. It changed him to read it. He carried what he perceived. The cost was integration. The figure who had stepped toward him, they were reading through something else entirely. Extraction. It wasn't written in how they moved or spoke. It was written in what Say could perceive about what they had done. They had been reading the crew throughout the historic meeting. Not Say himself. Not yet. Say had been too actively managed, too deliberately aware of his own projection. But Yasop, recovering and careful. Lucky Roo, warm and settling. Mira, oriented and clear. And they had read these surfaces comprehensively. A reader using extraction didn't integrate what they perceived. They consumed it. They drew the will upward and examined it without changing themselves. The advantage was speed and scope. You could read multiple people, multiple wills, in rapid succession, without the burden of receiving what you perceived. You could build a comprehensive map of surface orientation. What you couldn't do was read the fear beneath it. You couldn't access the actual commitment that drove the orientation. You couldn't tell what someone was willing to die for versus what they would abandon instantly. That lived at the depth level, in the place where the sovereign will met its own ground. And extraction didn't reach ground. It took what floated on the surface. The figure had confirmed this in a single sentence. Asterisk, we have been listening since you woke up in this body. Asterisk, they had heard Say's voice. That was accurate. They knew his crew had been near him. That was true. They knew he had been planting something into the network. The surface orientation toward that work was readable. What they didn't know was why. What they couldn't perceive was whether Say would follow through when the cost became actual, whether he truly believed in what Roger had been pointing toward, whether the fear underneath his commitment would break him. Surface reading couldn't tell you that. Say sat with this. The full implication moved through him slowly, the way understanding moved when it was also fear. Someone at the level of the age itself was hunting him. Not for violence, at least not yet. They were studying him. They were taking the shape of what he was doing and trying to understand it through extraction. And what they had learned was enough to confirm they needed to keep watching. They know I have foreknowledge. This was not a certainty. It was readable on the surface, absolutely. Everything he had done could be explained by someone who understood things the world hadn't yet learned. But the extraction method couldn't tell them whether his foreknowledge was actual historical memory, educated calculation, intuition, or something else entirely. They would be trying to determine the source. They would be trying to figure out whether he was a threat to the larger architecture or just a particularly well-informed political operator. There was a knock on his door. Come in, Say said. Beckman entered, moving like someone who had been waiting for permission to do so. He closed the door behind him with care and sat down across from Say without being asked. They had known each other long enough now that the courtesy of invitation wasn't necessary anymore. You're thinking through what happened, Beckman said. Not a question. Someone else reads the current, Say said. But they read it the wrong way. Extraction instead of reception. Surface instead of depth. Beckman's expression didn't change, but Say felt the shift in his sovereign will, a sharpening, a narrowing of focus. Beckman had learned what the current was and what it did, but he was still adjusting to treating it as a real tactical variable instead of something metaphorical. The figure in the crowd, Beckman said. Yes, and they've been reading the crew throughout the meeting. Not me. I was managing my projection too actively. But Yasop, Rue, Mira, what did they find? Beckman's voice was precise now, the voice he used when he was calculating vectors. The shape of what I've been doing. The orientation toward it. Not the why. Not the fear level. Not the actual commitment beneath the surface movement. Say paused. They know I've been positioning the network. They don't know if I'll follow through when the cost becomes real. They don't know if this is genuine belief or educated guessing. They don't know the depth. Beckman leaned back slightly. He was quiet for a long moment. And during that moment, Say felt the weight of Beckman's own understanding landing. Beckman had seen enough of Say's methods now to comprehend what this meant. Someone in the structure of the world had activated a current reading capability. Someone at a level high enough to move through Yonko and Marine leadership simultaneously. And they were now actively hunting the person who had just learned to speak into the era itself. That's fine, Beckman said. The words landed wrong. Say waited. Beckman continued. It's fine because they don't have the full picture. They read what floats on the surface. You read what lives at the depth. If you're careful with what you project outward, if you manage which surfaces they can see, then all they're reading is what you want them to read. Or it gets worse, Say said quietly. Because now I know they're reading. Now I have to assume every moment of projection might be analyzed. Every crew member becomes a surface they can see into. I can manage my own while reading. I can't manage theirs. Beckman's jaw tightened slightly. This was the part he hadn't thought through yet. So what do you do? Beckman asked. I tell them, Say said. All of them. Not everything. I don't have everything. But I tell them that someone just started using a current reading ability on them. I tell them what was read and what that means. I tell them we have an antagonist at the level of the age itself. I tell them now, before I know what to do about it. Beckman watched him for a moment, and in that moment Say could feel his strategic partners will shifting from immediate response into something slower and more solid. Understanding. Recognition. That's different, Beckman said finally, from how you used to handle things. I've had a long time to learn, Say said. The sun was moving toward evening outside the portholes, and the current itself was settling into the rhythm of the crew at work. Yasop directing someone through a repair, Lucky Rue in the galley, Mira at the navigational charts. All of them readable at the surface, now potentially visible to someone else's hunger. Say would change that. Not by hiding them, not by managing their will like a chess player, by telling them what was happening and letting them decide what to project, what to reveal, what to hold in reserve. That was what the voice of the era meant when it was actually honest. Not control, clarity, and then choice. Chapter 102. The weight of what had been read sat differently once Say stopped trying to carry it alone. He was in the charts room with Mira, ostensibly discussing the next navigational approach. But the conversation they were actually having was about the kind of information that could be extracted from the surface of a will. They read that I navigate, Mira said. Not a question. Not quite confirmation either. It was Myra's way of turning a statement into a refinement, checking whether Say had actually meant what he said or whether he was softening the edges. Yes, Say said. Surface-level orientation toward absolute positioning. They would know you're the navigator. They would know you have a capability for it that goes beyond what most people develop. They wouldn't know how deep it goes or what you've done with it. What's the difference? Mira asked. Surface reading tells them you can navigate. Depth reading would tell them you navigate in a way that seems to exceed normal possibility. They can't see that with extraction-based reading. They only take what floats. Mira was quiet, standing over the charts with her hands braced against the table. Say could feel the settling of her will, not fear, but consolidation. She was taking in the information and checking it against her own internal architecture, asking whether it changed anything essential. So they don't know I have the absolute orientation, she said finally. They don't. Surface reading is comprehensiveness at the level of immediate intention. You're oriented toward absolute positioning. They know that. They can't tell them what you do with it beyond navigation. All right, Mira said. Then, tell me the rest. Say did. He told her about the figure in the crowd, about the extraction-based reading, about the implication that someone at the level of the age itself had begun hunting him. He told her that the hunting wasn't violent yet, it was studying. And he told her that the study had been focused on Say's crew because Say himself was too actively managed. Mira listened without interrupting. When he finished, she asked, "What are we doing about it?" "We keep sailing," Say said. "We keep working toward what Roger pointed at. We assume our surface orientations are visible now, and we don't try to hide them. We tell people the truth about what we're working toward. And we trust that the depth level, the fear, the actual commitment, the part that lives at the ground, we trust that extraction can't read that." "That's not a plan," Mira said. "No," Say said. "It's a principle. The plan comes after we know more about who's reading and what they want." Mira looked at him directly. Her eyes had the quality of someone who had just made a decision about whether to trust something permanent. "Tell me anyway," she said. So Say did. He told her about the foreknowledge. Not everything, but enough that she understood he had woken in this body with awareness of things the world hadn't yet learned. He told her that this was why his navigational and strategic choices had moved toward specific outcomes. He told her that Roger had pointed toward something, and Say had remembered enough to understand what that was, and had spent 30 years positioning to move in that direction. He told her that he had given the straw hat to Luffy because Luffy was the person the era itself wanted to make that choice. Mira didn't ask him how he knew. She didn't ask him whether he was certain. She asked, "Does Beckman know?" "Yes," Say said. "Yasop." "No." "Lucky Roo, no." "Not yet." Mira turned back to the charts. Her hands were steady on the paper. "So they know something is moving through the network. They don't know you woke up with memory of the future. They know you're positioning towards something, and they know your crew matters to that positioning. They read Yasop's commitment and Roo's warmth and my navigation, and they try to understand what it all meant." "Yes," Say said. "And they concluded you're a threat. They concluded I'm worth watching." "That's not the same as threat. Yet." Mira turned to him again. "When you tell them. When you tell Yasop and Roo and everyone else. What do you tell them about the foreknowledge?" "The truth," Say said. "I woke up in this body with memory. I've been using that to position. I can't tell them everything because I don't have everything. And because information at that level becomes a kind of burden. But I can tell them that something is moving against the era, that I'm moving towards something that opposes it, and that they're part of that whether they want to be or not." "That'll fracture things," Mira said quietly. "It might," Say acknowledged. "But keeping it hidden fractures them differently," she said. "Because they'll know something is wrong, but they won't know what. They'll feel like they're being used." "Yes." Mira was quiet for a moment, and Say could feel the sovereign will moving through her. Not confusion, but the kind of clear-eyed assessment that came from someone whose absolute orientation let her feel the shape of things before she could articulate them. "All right," she said finally. "What do we do about being read? We assume it will continue. We don't try to hide our surface intentions. We project what we want them to see, and we trust that the depth stays hidden. And if they figure out what you actually are, then we're in direct conflict with something at the level of the age itself. And I'll have done everything I can to be ready for that when it happens." Mira nodded slowly. She went back to the charts, and Say understood that the conversation was over not because she had no more questions, but because she had all the information she needed to move forward with the actual navigation. "East for now," she said, pointing. There's a marine presence building off the west coast of Drum. If they're hunting you, they'll assume you go toward friends. I'm taking us the opposite direction first. That's why she matters, Say thought. Asterisk not just because she's oriented. Because when everything is moving toward a crisis point, she doesn't ask for permissions or explanations. She asks what the situation is, and then she moves. Asterisk chapter 103 Say called a crew meeting in the dining hall just after the evening meal. No formality around it. He simply asked Beckman to gather everyone, and Beckman did so with the kind of ease that suggested this had already been discussed. Yasopp came in favoring his good leg. Lucky Rue came in with a plate of what he'd just prepared, already understanding this would take a while. Mira was last, settling herself carefully in a way that suggested she'd been outside during the navigation watch. Ben Beckman stood against one wall, waiting. Say sat down rather than standing. The deliberate casualness of it made something in the room shift. Everyone recognized that this conversation was going to need trust more than authority. Someone made contact during the historic meeting, Say began. No preamble. They read the current the way I do, but through a different method. Extraction instead of reception. They studied you during the gathering. All of you. And they were able to determine what you're oriented toward on a surface level. They know this crew matters. They know we're moving toward something. They know I've been positioning the network toward a specific outcome. Yasopp's expression tightened. The wound on his leg must have made him tense naturally, but this was different. This was tactical awareness moving through him. What do they know about us specifically? Rue asked. Not scared. Practical. That you're excellent under pressure, Say said, pointing at Yasopp. That you can manage a shot under conditions most people would find impossible. They know, Rue, that you're a kind of ballast, emotionally steady, good at the practical work of keeping people fed and functioning. They know Mira is the navigator. That she has a capability for absolute positioning that exceeds standard development. But not what that means, Mira said quietly. No, Say agreed. They can read surface intention. They can't read the depth underneath it. The fear level. The actual commitment. The part that lives at the ground level of choice. Yasopp leaned back slightly. So they know what we do? They don't know why we do it, or what we'd actually be willing to do for it. Correct. That's a problem, Rue said. Because we don't all know why we do it either. We know Beckman knows something. We know Mira knows something. We know you know everything. But the rest of us are sailing without a full map. Say felt Beckman's will shift, not quite disagreement, but acknowledgement of the accuracy. This was the conversation that should have happened earlier. This was the point where honesty stopped being optional and became necessary. I woke up in this body with memory of things that haven't happened yet, Say said plainly. Not everything. Not the whole future. But enough to understand that something is moving against the direction the age is trying to go. Something at the level of the institutional architecture itself. And I've been positioning this crew, and the network beyond us, to move in opposition to that thing. The statement landed in the room like a dropped stone. Yasopp's eyes narrowed, not in disbelief, but in the way they narrowed when he was calculating a shot through impossible variables. Rue set his plate down carefully, as if the weight of the words required his full attention. Mira didn't move, but Say could feel the shift in her sovereign will. A kind of recognition that what she had always sensed about Say was being given an architecture now. Beckman said nothing. He had the expression of someone watching a pattern he had already understood become visible to others. The silence that followed was not shocked. It was absorptive. Yasopp was recalculating. Rue was fitting this information against his own sense of things, which Say suspected was more perceptive than Rue usually let on. Mira was watching both of them, checking their responses against her own understanding. That's why you gave the hat away? Yasopp said quietly. Yes, Say said. Because there's a person who's going to become the force that changes the era. And it won't be me. It was never going to be me. But I could help position the network so that person has the foundation they need when they're ready to move. And this thing that's moving against it, Rue said. The thing that reads by extracting instead of receiving. They know you're doing this. They know the shape of it. They don't know the depth. They don't know if I'll follow through when the cost becomes real. They don't know if this is genuine belief or calculated strategy. But they're going to keep watching. And when I move directly against them, they'll try to stop me. Yasopp looked at Beckman. You knew all of this. Yes, Beckman said. And you didn't tell us? Because Say wasn't ready to tell you. And it wasn't my information to share. Something in that answer settled something in Yasopp. He nodded slowly, and Say could feel the sovereign will moving through his navigator. Not acceptance, but understanding of the principle behind the withholding. So what do we do? Mira asked. We keep sailing, Say said. We keep moving toward what Roger pointed at. We assume our surface intentions are visible, and we project what we want them to see. We trust that the depth stays hidden. And we prepare for the moment when this thing decides the game has moved from study to intervention. That's not a complete plan, Rue observed. No, Sei said. It's what I can tell you right now. The plan gets more specific as I understand more about what we're fighting and what it actually wants. Beckman said. You told us before you knew what to do about it. Yes. That's different from how you used to handle things. Sei looked at his first mate. I've had a long time to learn. The meeting dissolved after that into logistics, routes, provisions, how to handle the marine presence that Mira had already begun steering around. But before they fully scattered, Yasop caught Sei's eye. Not a request. A statement of intent. I want to know, Yasop said, what Roger was pointing at. Not the whole thing. I know that's too large. But the shape of it. So I can understand what I'm shooting toward. Sei felt the weight of the question. This was the cost of honesty. The crew didn't want to be managed anymore. They wanted to understand the direction they were sailing in. Roger discovered something in the void century, Sei said, speaking low enough that only Yasop and Beckman could hear. A suppression. A force actively working against the direction the age wants to move. And he pointed toward a future where that suppression gets broken. Not by force. By truth. By the era itself deciding that it's tired of being hidden from. And you're the one who knows what that future looks like, Yasop said. I know enough of it to position. I don't know the details. I can't know them. If I knew too much, I would start trying to force the future into shape instead of letting the era move through the people who are supposed to move it. Yasop nodded slowly. He picked up his crutch from where it was resting against the wall. Then I know what I need to know, he said. And he moved back toward the crew quarters, already thinking through something. Sei could feel the shift in his will, the way a strategist recalibrates when the target changes shape. Rue stood and began clearing the table without being asked. He hummed something quiet. One of those old songs that had no words, just the shape of something that needed expressing. And in that humming, Sei could feel Rue's acceptance of it all. Not a question anymore. Work to do. But underneath the practical discussion, Sei could feel something settling into place in the crew. Not comfort, not even confidence, but a kind of honest ground. They knew the shape of the threat now. They knew Sei didn't have all the answers. They knew they were sailing into something that might break them. And they knew Sei was sailing into it with them, not ahead of them. Chapter 104 Sengoku requested a meeting through official channels, which meant it was important enough to be formal, but not so urgent that it triggered emergency protocols. Sei agreed to it, understanding what it meant. Sengoku had received intelligence that he couldn't ignore, and he needed to process it through a direct conversation with Sei rather than through the usual diplomatic structures. They met in neutral water, in a cove that belonged to no nation. Just two ships, anchoring opposite each other. Sengoku came alone, no guard, no ceremony, just the Marine Admiral and his will moving across the water like a stone through glass. They sat in Sei's quarters. Sengoku looked older than he had at the historic meeting. Not physically changed, but the set of his shoulders suggested he'd been carrying something heavy and was still figuring out whether to put it down or bury it deeper. We've been receiving strange intelligence, Sengoku began without preamble. Patterns in the deep sea. Movement in the institutional archives that doesn't track cleanly. Reports from intelligence officers who have been in contact with you. Subtle, but consistent. Reports that suggest your network is moving towards something, and that something is being actively suppressed. Sei didn't respond yet. Sengoku was working through something, and the best thing to do was let him work. I dismissed it at first, Sengoku continued. Political theater. Yonko positioning. But the meeting you orchestrated, the way you moved through it, the way people responded to what you said, that was different from anything I've seen before. You spoke, and somehow the entire meeting reoriented itself around what you were saying. Not because you were commanding it, because what you said was true, and people recognized the truth. Yes, Sei said. You understand what that means? Sengoku's voice was very quiet. It means someone has to tell people the honest thing, and people will move toward it when they hear it. Sengoku's jaw tightened. He was quiet for a long moment, and Sei could feel the process moving through him. The intelligence officer's method of integrating information that doesn't fit previous models. 30 years ago, you woke up in this body with memory, Sengoku said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Sei said. Memory of what? The future. Not completely, but enough. I woke up knowing that something is actively working to suppress the direction the age is trying to move. I woke up knowing that Roger pointed toward a solution to that suppression. And I've spent 30 years positioning the network to support the person who would carry that solution forward. Sengoku absorbed this. The sovereign will beneath his surface presentation was moving through distinct phases. Shock, rejection, processing, and then something like understanding. That's treason against the institutional order, Sengoku said finally. It is, Sei agreed. You're aware of that. I'm aware of it. I accepted it a long time ago. Sengoku stood and moved to the window. He looked out at his ship, at his people, at the structures he'd built his career on maintaining. If what you're describing is real, he said very slowly, the institution I've built my career on is. He didn't finish. Say let the silence sit. Complicit, Sengoku finished finally. The Marines are complicit in the suppression. You know that already, Sei said. Not consciously, but you've been receiving intelligence that contradicts the official narrative. You've been having questions about orders that come from above the level you can see. You've been noticing patterns that don't track with stated policy. Sengoku turned back to face him. How do you know what I know? Because I've been reading the current since I woke up in this body. And I read you at the historic meeting. You felt the shape of what I was saying. You recognized it as true not because I proved it, but because it explained things you've already been seeing that the official narrative couldn't account for. I can't move against this, Sengoku said. It wasn't a refusal. It was a statement of structural reality. I can't call the Marines to insurrection. I can't fracture the institution from inside. No, Sei said. You can't. The institution will fracture when the era fractures it. Your job is different. What's my job? To not actively suppress what's moving in opposition. To watch. To make space where you can. And when it becomes clear that the institutional order is fighting the direction the age is trying to go, to choose which side you actually believe in. Sengoku was quiet for a very long time. When he spoke again, his voice was stripped of everything except the most essential meaning. Give me time, he said. Of course. I need to understand the scope of what you're describing. I need to fit it against what I know. I need to figure out what I'm actually part of and what I'm willing to be part of going forward. You have time, Sei said. For now? That might change, but for now you have it. Sengoku moved toward the door. He paused at the threshold. The person who's going to carry this forward, he said. The one you've been positioning for. Who is it? Someone who hasn't started yet. Someone who will know when the time comes. You'll recognize them the way you recognized what I said at the meeting, not because I told you, but because the era will be shaped around their presence. And what are you until then? The thing that keeps the network intact. The voice that speaks truth into the current when it needs to be spoken. The first thing that has to be removed if the institutional order wants to suppress this completely. Sengoku nodded slowly. He left without saying goodbye. Sei stayed in his quarters for a long time after the meeting ended, feeling the weight of what he'd just done. He had given Sengoku information that would either move him toward genuine alignment with what Roger pointed at, or would move him toward trying to suppress it through institutional means. There was no middle ground. Sengoku would have to choose. That's the cost of speaking into the era, Sei thought. Asterisk, you change everything you touch. And you don't get to control how the change lands. Asterisk chapter 105. The extraction attempt came 3 days later, in the hours between evening watch and night watch. Mira felt it before Sei detected it through attunement, which meant it was subtle enough to miss if you weren't actively aware of your own sovereign while moving. Sei was in his quarters when the notification moved through him. The attunement function registering a surface-level red moving through one of his crew with the specific quality of extraction, not reception. It was immediate and surgical. It lasted maybe 5 seconds. And then it was gone. He found Mira at the navigation station, standing very still with her hands braced against the table. They just read you, Sei said without preamble. Mira looked at him. Her will was calm, but Sei could feel something underneath the calm, a kind of clarity that came from having been touched and understanding exactly what the touch meant. What did they take, she asked. Surface-level commitment to navigation. Awareness of your relationship with absolute positioning. Your connection to this crew. Sei paused. They read that you matter to me. Myra's expression didn't change. What does that mean? It means they now understand you're my first honest relationship in this body. It means they know your loss would be significant. It means they're testing whether they can manipulate me through you. Are they going to try? Probably. But not yet. This was a test. They wanted to know if the reading would trigger a response, and if that response would tell them something about how deeply you matter. Mira turned fully to face him. Why didn't you tell me immediately? Because I started to manage the information instead of being honest with you. I caught myself, but I started. Something shifted in Myra's sovereign will. Not anger, but recognition. She nodded slowly. What was read? She asked again, more specifically. Everything at the surface level. The fact that you can navigate in ways that exceed normal development. The fact that you're central to how this crew operates. The fact that you know something about what we're actually doing and that you've chosen to be part of it anyway. They read all of that. But not why I chose to be part of it, Mira said. No. Surface reading can't access that. They know you're committed. They can't tell whether you'd commit just as hard if the cost changed. They can't tell if your commitment is to me personally or to what we're moving toward or to the crew or to something else entirely. What's my actual commitment? Mira asked. Sei hesitated, and in that hesitation Mira felt something. A kind of recognition that the question itself was the answer. Say didn't have a clean response because Myra's commitment wasn't cleanly categorized. It was all of those things, to Say, to the crew, to the direction the era was trying to move. It was unified at the depth level in a way that surface reading couldn't perceive. It's why they're going to use you, Say said finally. Because you're the only person whose commitment goes in all directions at once. Your loss would fracture me. Your capture would give them leverage over the network. Your betrayal wouldn't happen, but the existence of the possibility is enough for them to try. Mira was very quiet. When she spoke again, her voice was the voice she used when she was making a decision that would require years to implement. All right, she said. What do we do about it? We prepare for the extraction attempts to continue. We assume you're going to be the primary target because they've correctly identified you as the point of greatest leverage. How do I protect against that? You don't hide. You don't manage your surface presentation. You project what you're actually feeling and thinking and let them read it. Let them see that your commitment is real, but let them also see that betraying this crew isn't a thing you would do. Let them see that your orientation toward me is genuine, but your orientation toward the era is equally genuine. Let them see the depth they can't fully read and understand that trying to manipulate you will fail. That's dangerous, Mira said. Yes, but less dangerous than trying to hide and having them figure out that you're hiding something. They'll assume the hidden thing is the leverage point. They'll try harder to extract it. They'll be more destructive when they figure out that extraction can't reach it. Mira looked out through the navigation station window at the open water beyond. Say could feel her processing this, not resisting, but understanding the specific kind of danger that came from being named as the person who mattered most. All right, she said finally. I'm ready. You're sure? No, Mira said. But I'm oriented. That's what matters. The next extraction attempt came the following night, more aggressive, lasting longer. Say detected it through attunement and let it run its course while Mira stood at the navigation station, projecting her actual commitment without defense or pretense. The agent read her sovereign will through the method of extraction, pulling surface orientation and finding beneath that surface not hidden weakness, but actual strength. Not commitment that was malleable, but commitment that was fundamental. And the extraction attempt withdrew. Mira felt it leave more clearly than Say did. She turned to Say and said simply, They know they can't break me. What do they try next? Direct contact, Say said. They're going to stop reading through proximity and start attempting to communicate. They're going to try to understand directly what you represent, because extraction couldn't tell them. How will they contact? Through someone on the crew. Someone they've already read and established a baseline for. Someone they can activate without the person knowing they're being used as a channel. Which crew member? Mira asked. Say was quiet. The reading he did showed him probabilities, not certainties. And the probabilities moved through multiple possibilities. I don't know yet, he said finally. But when it happens, we'll know. And we'll handle it the way we've handled everything else. By telling the truth and trusting that the truth is stronger than the method they're using to suppress it. Mira nodded. She turned back to the navigation charts and began plotting the next route with absolute precision. Somewhere ahead of them, the person the era wanted to make this choice was beginning to move. Somewhere behind them, Emu's agent was consolidating what they had learned and preparing for the next escalation. And Say stood in the space between, the voice that had learned to speak into the era itself, knowing now that the listening was mutual. That the antagonist was listening just as hard as the era was, and that the conversation had only just begun. Chapter 106. The letter from Crocus arrived on a morning when the sea was gray and still, and the air smelled like the weather was deciding something important. Say read it twice. The second reading was slower, because the first reading had moved too fast over the words in the way you read something when you already know what it's going to say, but are not ready to know it. Crocus had died 3 weeks ago, peacefully, in his sleep, at an age that suggested the body had simply decided it had done enough. His estate, which was not large, because Crocus had lived simply and spent his money on medicines and the maintenance of a lighthouse that no navigation chart had ever bothered to mark, had been handled by a lawyer in Reverse Mountain who had known him for decades and understood the specific wishes involved. The letter directed Say to a specific item that had been held in trust. Not gold, not a ship's log, a timber, a piece of the Oro Jackson's hull, carved from the original wood during the years Crocus had maintained the ship after Roger's death. He had kept it carefully, wrapped in canvas, preserved against salt, and wrought with the kind of attention you gave to something that mattered more than it appeared to. The timber arrived 3 days after the letter, delivered by a small courier vessel that seemed almost confused about what it was carrying and why. Say took it to his quarters and sat with it. The piece was not large, a forearm's length, darker than ordinary wood, carrying the smell of aged timber and salt and the particular quality that old ships had, a smell that was less like wood and more like accumulated time. He turned it in his hands and felt nothing through ordinary sensation. Just wood, grain, texture, weight. He opened the current. The reaction was immediate. The timber was not alive. It carried no sovereign will of its own. But it had been in proximity to sovereign will for years, and there was something in the grain of it, a pattern of response that had developed through long exposure, a kind of echo structure. Wood remembers what people forget. Roger had said that in passing on the third day of the voyage, talking to the Oro Jackson rather than to his crew, in the tone he used for conversations he didn't expect to be overheard. The echo in this timber was specific. It was directed. It had been set, deliberately, by someone who understood what the sovereign current could receive. Roger had left this for him, not for Shanks in general, for Say specifically. Left it with Crocus, who had known, who had always known, who had been the person most aware that the young crew member on the Oro Jackson was carrying something that most people didn't carry, and had been patient about it the way Crocus was patient about everything, knowing he would live long enough for the current to develop to the point where the message could be received. Say open to it fully. What came through was not information, not words, not images, not a detailed transmission. It was recognition. The specific quality of someone who watched you carry a thing for a long time and saw you put it down correctly. Asterisk, I knew what you were carrying. I watched you carry it. I watched you put it down. You put it down at the right time. Asterisk, and underneath that, quieter. Asterisk, the answer is yes. I told you then. I'm telling you now again, with the full understanding, the answer is yes. You were here. You were all the way here. Asterisk, the wave hit him from below the ribs, outward, moving in every direction at once. Not grief. He'd been grieving Roger for 30 years. He knew the texture of it. This was something else. This was the specific sensation of being known by someone who saw the full version of you and chose to say, asterisk, yes. This is you. I see it. It's right. Asterisk, he sat in his quarters for a long time. The timber in his hands was warm from his grip. The lamp moved gently. Somewhere on deck, Mira was working and Beckman was working, and the crew was being itself, the thing he'd built by being present for it rather than managing it into shape. He cried. He had not cried in this body since he first arrived. 30 years of learned containment, even after he'd stopped managing the other things. He sat in his quarters and held a piece of the Oro Jackson and cried for Roger and Crocus and Odin and the 15 months aboard the ship that had changed everything about who he was, and the 30 years since that had been spent becoming someone Roger could leave a yes for. It lasted until it was done. Then it was done. He wiped his face. He wrapped the timber carefully. He set it in the small chest under his bunk, the chest that held the Straw Hat's canvas and the catalog's earliest notebooks and the few things from the Oro Jackson era that he'd kept rather than archived. He went to find Beckman. Crocus died, he said. Beckman looked at him. He took in Say's eyes, his face, whatever quality of a person who has recently cried and is not performing around it. I know, Beckman said quietly. The letter came when you were with Sengoku. I held it for you. You held it for me. I thought you had enough emotion. I was wrong to hold it. I should have given it to you. I'm sorry. Say looked at his first mate. Beckman's sovereign will was carrying something he recognized as genuine regret. Not performed apology, actual regret at a decision he'd made in what he thought was protection. It's all right, Say said. I got to him now. Beckman's expression did something complicated. What did the timber say? That Roger saw me. Fully. And said yes to what he saw. Beckman was quiet for a moment. Then, was there anything tactical in it? One thing. He told me to be in it. Not above it. In it. Were you above it? Say thought about this. He thought about the voice of the era function and the way it felt to stand at a height where you could see the direction of the era and contribute to its flow. He thought about whether that height was the same as being in it or whether it was a different and more managed position. Not anymore, he said. But I needed to be told. Chapter 107 Emu's agent arrived on a night when the weather had made its decision and committed to rain. Not gradually. The change came over the water in the way only tropical weather moved, without negotiation. 1 minute the stars were clear. The next, the sky was closed and the rain was driving sideways across the deck, and the crew was moving through their wet weather protocols with the competent efficiency of people who had done this many times. Say felt the approach through the attunement function at half a mile. It was not a hidden approach. The agent was not trying to be subtle. They want me to know they're coming, he thought. They've concluded what they need to conclude, and now they're ready for direct engagement. He had time to brief the crew and send them below. Beckman refused to go. I'm staying, Beckman said, in the tone he used for statements that were not actually up for discussion. They'll read your will. They can read what's there. I have nothing to hide. A pause. I'm staying. Say accepted this. The rain hit the deck between them in the way rain hit a deck when the water had been building somewhere offshore for days before releasing. His hair was soaked. Beckman's coat was streaming. The lanterns on the mast moved in arcs with the ship's pitch, sending shadows across the deck in patterns that looked like something reaching. The agent came up over the rail from a rope she'd thrown without the ship registering the contact. Physical capability beyond standard, suggesting training at a level that predated the current marine structure. She was the figure from the meeting. The same quality of movement, precise, unreadable, carrying the hollow where a sovereign will should be. The extraction method's cost, accumulated over years. You recovered quickly, Say said. From what? She asked. From the meeting. From Mira refusing to break under the extraction attempts. From realizing that whatever model you built of me was missing something. The model was incomplete, she said without defensiveness. What we couldn't determine was whether the surface was the whole thing or a projection over something else. And now you know. Now we know it's a projection. She moved to the center of the deck with the specific quality of someone establishing position, which makes you a more significant problem than initially assessed. She activated the extraction function openly, as demonstration. He felt it moving across his will the way wind moved across the face, present, directional, reading. It took his surface orientation, his commitment to the ear's direction, his connection to what Roger had pointed toward. What does the current show you? He asked. Your commitment is intact. You believe in what you're doing. You intend to keep doing it. And that's why we're here. She moved. The combat came without announcement. She was fast, faster than he'd expected, faster than anyone he'd fought in the last decade. And she was using the extraction function offensively, not reading in the passive sense, drawing. When her hands connected, she wasn't just hitting. She was pulling the sovereign will's surface layer outward, creating gaps in his observation hockey's response time. He took 2 hits he should have avoided. The second drove him back against the mast with his shoulder numb from the point of contact. He blocked 2 more attempts and shifted position. The current was running at full capacity, reading her as fast as she was reading him. The difference, his reading was going deeper. Surface commitment, fast. Motivation layer, oriented toward suppression. Fear layer. Beneath the commitment to suppression was a fear that the world would become legible, that what was hidden would become known and change everything she'd been told the world was. She was afraid of a world where the hidden truth was out. He stopped blocking and spoke into it. Not out loud. The voice of the era function, directed at the specific fear layer he was reading. Not attacking it. Acknowledging it. Asterisk, I know what you're afraid of. I see it. It's real. And the thing you're afraid of is coming anyway. Asterisk, she stopped. The rain was heavy around them. Beckman had not moved from his position against the far rail. The ship pitched, and the lanterns swung. The agent looked at Say with the quality of someone who has just been read at a depth they didn't know was accessible. You're going to lose, she said. Her voice was not steady. That's possible, Say said. But that's not why you stopped. A pause. You showed me what you know about me, she said. Yes. Why? Because you've been a weapon for long enough. You should know that someone saw you. Not the instrument. The person the instrument was built from. Something moved in her expression. 1 second, maybe 2. Then the control came back. She left the way she had come, over the rail, into the rain, withdrawing with the same absence of drama as her approach. The rope was gone with her. The rain continued. Beckman came to stand beside Say. He looked at the place where she'd gone over the rail. She'll be back, he said. Yes, Say said. But not immediately. She needs to report what she found. He moved his arm, checking range of motion. The shoulder hurt. That's how it works. Below deck, the crew was emerging now that the immediate threat had passed. Yassop came up first, his crutch steady on the wet wood, his eyes taking in the scene with the precision of someone who had read combat situations his whole life. Lucky Roo came after, moving with the easy capability he brought to everything practical. Mira stood at the hatch, just out of the immediate rain, watching the space where the agent had withdrawn. Say felt their sovereign wills moving through the current. Not fear, which surprised him for only a moment before he understood why. They had known he was going to come back. They had felt it in the way he was moving before the agent even arrived. They had trusted, with the specific quality of trust that comes from having seen someone stand in a confrontation and hold their ground. She read differently this time. Yassop said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Say said. The extraction function is flexible. She was trying a different application. Did it work better? No, Say said. But it was closer than the first engagement. She's learning. She's adjusting based on what happened before. Rue looked at the place where she'd gone. So this is going to keep escalating. Until someone decides to change the pattern, Say said. Either she decides that what she's doing isn't right and stops, or they escalate to a level I haven't prepared for, and she's not the problem anymore. Or I find a way to make the choice clear enough that she decides to step back. That last one, Mira said from her position at the hatch. That's what you did just now, isn't it? Yes, Say said. I showed her what I read of her. I acknowledged what she'd given up for this. I told her the truth about the thing she sacrificed for. Whether that lands or doesn't land, that was the right thing to do regardless. Beckman said, the tactical version would have been to exploit what you read, to use it against her. Yes, Say said, but she's not my enemy. She's a person who's been made into a weapon against her own will's depth layer. Using that against her would have just been making her more of a weapon. Acknowledging it gives her the chance to become something else. The crew dispersed gradually after that, moving through the wet deck protocols with the automatic competence that came from doing this work day after day. But Say could feel the shift that had happened in them. The moment where they understood that whatever conflict was coming wasn't about violence as an end. It was about truth as a foundation, and everything else moved from there. Say stayed on deck as the rain finally began to ease. The wind shifted. Somewhere out there, the agent was moving through her own process, deciding what the depth layer reading meant, whether what Say had said could be true, whether there was any possibility that the institutional architecture she'd built her existence around was not what she'd been told it was. That was the work of it. That was the thing that made this different from normal conflict. Normal conflict destroyed. This was trying to create openness in the places where people had learned to stay closed. Chapter 108. He spent 2 weeks studying the difference between extraction and reception, not as an academic exercise, as a tactical necessity. He'd survived the first combat with the agent, but survived was the honest word for it. She had been faster than him in close work, more practiced at using the current offensively, and she'd damaged his observation hockey response in ways that took 3 days to fully correct. The answer that emerged was not the one he'd been looking for. Extraction was faster than reception because it didn't require genuine contact. Standard reception meant opening yourself to what you were reading, letting the sovereign will's content actually land in you, integrating what you perceived. This took time. It was also the reason reception went deeper. You couldn't integrate what wasn't real, which meant the integration process itself functioned as verification. Extraction didn't verify. It took what was there and moved on. Fast. Weaponizable. He could not match extraction speed through standard reception practice. The methods were fundamentally different. What he could do was go deeper, faster. The problem with depth reading was cost. Full witness tier engagement, accessing the fear layer beneath commitment, required being present for what you read. He felt what he read. A full read of Rogers had left him unable to speak for 6 hours. Full engagement with a hostile, trained agent who was simultaneously attacking would deplete him in ways that might not be sustainable across a full combat. He sat with this problem for a week. The answer came from the Oro Jackson's timber, not from what Roger had transmitted, from the act of receiving it. He had been emotionally devastated by the message and had come through it, not by managing the devastation, by being present for all of it and finding that presence was survivable. The depletion was real. The recovery was faster than it had been in the early years because the architecture for receiving genuine contact had been built over decades. He could sustain deep reading in combat if he accepted the cost rather than managing around it. He told Beckman, "She's going to come back. When she does, I'm not going to try to match her speed. I'm going to read deeper than extraction can reach and engage what I find there." "What did you find when you read her last time?" Beckman asked. "Fear that the hidden truth will become legible. The whole architecture of the institutional suppression is built on things remaining hidden. She's committed to keeping them hidden, and underneath that commitment is fear that the hiding is already failing." "Is it?" "Yes," Say said. "The tide is moving in the direction Roger pointed. Things that were hidden are becoming visible. Slowly, but consistently. Emu can suppress individual incidents, individual people. They can't suppress the direction of the era itself, because the era's direction isn't controlled by any one person." Beckman said, "So the fear is justified." "The fear is accurate," Say said. "Justified is a different question." Beckman looked at him. "You showed her what you read of her. You acknowledged the fear." "Yes." "Why?" "Because she's been a weapon for so long she doesn't know if there's anything left of the person who became the weapon. And because showing her that the depth level was still legible, that there was still something there beneath the hollow, was the right thing to do regardless of what it did to the combat situation." Beckman nodded slowly. "That's the non-tactical version. I'm allowed non-tactical versions occasionally." Beckman's mouth moved in the way it did when he was deciding whether something was worth saying. He decided it was. "That's the 4th time this year you've done something for the right reason when the tactical version would have been different. Is that a problem?" "No," Beckman said. "It's a pattern. I want to make sure you see it." Say looked at his first mate. "I see it." "Good." Beckman turned back to his work. "Let me know when she's on the way." The pattern held for the next week. Say would read, would integrate, would move through the specific kind of exhaustion that came from contact with something hostile that was also carrying something real. He would recover. he would keep sailing. And in between, he would sit with the understanding that had emerged from those 2 weeks of study. The extraction method was fast and comprehensive at the surface, but it was built on a fundamental emptiness at the depth. That emptiness was the thing that made all the difference. He sat with Rayleigh in his memory, going back through conversations from 20 years ago when Rayleigh had been teaching him the difference between power and capability. Power, Rayleigh had said, was the thing that moved through you when you were genuine about what you were doing. Capability was the skill set you applied to the motion. The extraction method had capability but lacked power because it didn't require genuine contact with what it was reading. The reception method was the reverse. Lower capability at the immediate level, but deeper power because it required the person reading to actually be changed by what they perceived. In a long engagement, power would outweigh capability. It just required the person with power to survive long enough for that truth to become relevant. He spent a night writing through what the agent would report back to Emo. Asterisk, the subject has moved past surface containment. The depth layer is accessible and can be engaged directly. The extraction method's primary advantage, speed at the surface, is neutralized if the subject is willing to accept the cost of deep engagement. The fear layer beneath the subject's commitment is similar to other operatives of note. Fear that the suppression is failing. But unlike previous assessments, the subject is not trying to exploit this. The subject appears to be offering the path toward releasing it. Asterisk, that message would trouble Emu, because Emu's entire institutional structure was built on the extraction method working. On the surface presentation being enough to understand and control. The idea that there was a method that went deeper, that required genuine contact, that built power through integration rather than through speed, that was a threat at a level that violence might not solve. He looked out at the water. Somewhere out there, that message was being considered. Somewhere in the structure above Marine Command, above the 5 elders, at the level where Emu actually existed, someone was deciding what it meant that the extraction method had a fundamental limitation. What he had done in revealing the depth layer wasn't just creating a tactical disadvantage for the agent. He was creating a strategic problem for the whole apparatus. Because once you understood that extraction had a ceiling, you had to decide whether to pay the cost of developing reception or whether to escalate to something that didn't depend on either method. The third option was what worried him. The institutional apparatus had other tools. It just hadn't needed to use them yet. Mira came to find him late in the evening of the 8th day of study. The crew is asking what happens next, she said. Not in a panicked way, but they're following your lead and they need to know what the lead is. Say looked at his navigator. The next thing is that I engage with her again. I go deeper. I show her what the reception method can do. I offer her something that the extraction method can never offer. The possibility of being known without being consumed. And if she doesn't take it, then she reports that offer back to Emo. They make a decision about how to proceed. And we prepare for whatever that decision looks like. Mira nodded slowly. You're trying to change her. I'm trying to give her the option to change herself, Say said. There's a difference. One is managing. The other is offering. And the crew? Mira asked. What are we doing while you're offering this option? Sailing, Say said. Living. Being the example of what it looks like when people are genuinely present with each other instead of being read and managed into shape. The crew matters to this. Your existence as people rather than as instruments matters. It's the reason the agent keeps coming back. Because something about what you are is not accessible to extraction, and that something is what makes the offer real. Mira was quiet for a moment. Then, when she comes back, you're going to go further than last time. Yes. Far enough that you might not come back the same. Yes, Say said. That's the cost of going deeper. You're changed by genuine contact. I'll be different after. Different how? I won't know until it happens. Mira left him there, and Say stayed with the understanding that had crystallized over those 2 weeks of study. Reception was not a fighting style. It was a way of being that could work in combat if you accepted that the cost of genuine contact was the possibility of being transformed by it. The extraction method avoided this. Extraction was clean and fast and hollow. He was betting that, in the end, being hollow was more dangerous than being changed. Chapter 109, she returned on a clear night. No rain. Stars visible. Say felt the approach at a quarter mile through the attunement function. This time she was not boarding. She was positioned on a parallel ship, projecting the extraction function forward across open water. He could feel the reach pressure even at that range. She had analyzed the first combat and was not repeating it. Physical proximity had allowed him depth access he wouldn't have had at range. She was correcting for that. He stood at the rail and let the reach pressure land. He could feel her reading him, taking surface orientation, his commitment to the ear's direction, the specific shape of what he was carrying. Building a full surface read at range. He let her build it. While she built it, he opened the current's depth layer. At a quarter mile, in the dark, a full-depth read was beyond anything he'd attempted before. Distance was not theoretically a barrier. The function depended on genuine attention, not proximity, but extending the reception function across open water towards someone who was simultaneously reading him required a quality of presence he'd never tested at range. It took longer than he would have liked. He was aware of the extraction pressure continuing, of her building her surface model while he worked. He let her. He kept his surface exactly as it was, not managing around the reading, not hiding anything. He projected exactly what he was actually feeling and thinking and let her take it. The depth layer opened beneath her surface read. The fear was there. The same fear he'd read in combat. The fear that the hidden truth would become legible, that the thing she'd sacrificed her own sovereign will to protect would be shown to have been wrong. Underneath that fear was something older. A moment, years before, where a choice had been made. Where she'd been shown something real and had chosen the framework that explained it away because the alternative required a kind of courage she hadn't had yet. She was not without courage now. She had spent decades developing it in service of the wrong thing. He spoke into it. Not the voice of the era function. Something quieter. Something that went directly into what he was reading. Asterisk, I know what you gave up for this. I see the cost. And I'm telling you, the thing you sacrificed for was not what you were told it was. But that doesn't mean the sacrifice was wrong. It means it was given to the wrong thing. Asterisk, the extraction pressure stopped. At a quarter mile, in the dark, a pause. The ship running parallel held its course, but the projection had stopped. He could feel the space where the reach pressure had been, now absent. She had received what he said. He could feel that she had received it. Not the reception method, which was his, but the basic human capacity for being landed on by something true. The ship began to withdraw, not running, moving away with the quality of something that had received more than it expected and was retreating to process what it meant. Say sat down on the deck. The depletion was real, a heaviness starting below the ribs, moving outward, the specific cost of deep reading at that distance and intensity. Mira was beside him before he fully settled, her hand on his arm, steady without comment. She withdrew. Beckman said from his position at the rail. Not a question. Yes, Say said. What did you do? Read her at depth and gave back what I found. Beckman looked at the now empty water where the parallel ship had been. That's not a combat technique. No, Say said. But she's not a combat problem. She's a person who was made into an instrument. Combat techniques address instruments. This addresses the person. And if they send someone who is purely instrument, someone the extraction method has hollowed out past the point where there's anything to reach. Then we fight, and I use everything the current has, and we hope it's enough. Say breathed. The stars were steady. But that's not what they sent. They sent someone who still had enough depth for the fear layer to be legible. Either they don't understand the full capacity of the reception function, or they underestimated how much was still there, Mira said, or they hoped she'd come back with something they could use. Say considered this. Yes, that too. He looked at the empty water. She's going to report what happened. They'll understand now that the reception method can read deeper than extraction reaches, and that the depth level can be engaged directly. They'll have to decide what to do with that. What are the options? Beckman asked. They develop a reception capacity, which requires paying the cost the extraction method avoids and changes what they are. They suppress my current function directly, which requires force at a level they haven't been willing to use. Or they escalate to something that doesn't depend on the current at all. Say stood, slowly. Before that happens, we need everyone who matters to know what we're dealing with. The depletion had not lifted by morning. Say had slept, had eaten, had done everything physical that recovery required. But the weight was still there, a kind of heaviness that went deeper than the body, that suggested the integration itself would take time. Yassop came to sit with him at the dawn watch, his crutch propped beside him, his eyes on the eastern horizon. That was different, Yassop said. It was not a question. Yes, Say said. I was reading at depth at a distance I've never attempted. The extraction method can't reach that far consistently, so she was concentrated on her surface read. I opened beneath that. You showed her the real you. I showed her the depth beneath the presentation. Whether that's the real me is a different question. Say paused. But yes, I showed her something extraction can't take. Yassop nodded slowly. She'll think about that. Yes. The question is whether she'll think herself towards something different or whether the institutional apparatus will move her away from the thought before it completes. The sun moved higher. The ship ran steady. And in the cabin below, Lucky Roo was preparing the evening meal, moving through the rhythms of feeding the crew in the way he had moved through them for years. The simple act of it. The care that went into it. The fact that Roo did this work not because he was ordered, but because the crew mattered to him. That was the thing the extraction method couldn't perceive. The motivation that lived beneath surface commitment. The why beneath the what. The actual reason someone kept showing up, kept sailing, kept being present. Say had shown the agent what that looked like. Not through argument. Through genuine contact. Through being present for the fear and the cost and the choice that had been made, and acknowledging all of it without judgment. The question now was whether that contact would be enough to shift anything when the agent reported back to Emu. Whether Emu would understand that the extraction method had reached its limit. Whether the institutional apparatus would try to adapt, or whether they would escalate. Yasopp left him there as the day advanced. Mira came by with revised navigation charts. Beckman came by to report on supply calculations. The crew moved through its rhythms. And Say sat with the understanding that had emerged from the second engagement. The reception method was dangerous not because it was a fighting capability, but because it was an opening capability. It didn't close people. It created the space for them to become something other than what they had been made into. If the agent allowed that space to do its work, she would be changed. The institutional apparatus could not afford that. It needed its instruments to stay instruments. It needed the extraction method to be the whole truth about how we'll operate it. And now that whole truth had been proven incomplete. The Yonko meeting, Beckman said when evening came. Send the letters tonight, Say said. Chapter 1:10 The meeting took 6 weeks to arrange and lasted one afternoon. Not because there was nothing to say. Because what Say had to say was the kind of thing that 4 Yonko and their representatives absorbed in silence rather than response. And the real meeting happened afterward, in the separate conversations that followed. He had drafted the opening statement 4 times. The version he delivered was 7 sentences long and said exactly what needed to be said without hedging. Whitebeard came personally. This was not expected and was the most significant thing about the meeting before a single word was spoken. Newgate coming personally to a thing meant Newgate had already decided the thing was real. Say looked at him across the meeting table. This man he had read at distance 30 years ago, whose grief had looked like his own, whose sovereign will had become the basis for the seed to pay off. Whitebeard looked back at him with the quality of someone who had been carrying a knowledge of something wrong for a very long time, and was considering whether this was the moment to say so out loud. The 7th sentence of Say's opening. Someone at the level of the Void Century's suppression has been active in this era, is reading sovereign wills through an extraction method, and is currently escalating toward direct force, because I have been working against their direction. He said it clearly, without performance, without the voice function's amplification. A statement of fact. The silence that followed was the quality of silence that happened when people were integrating rather than objecting. Whitebeard said, the Void Century's suppression. Yes. You've read the poneglyphs. I was on Roger's crew when Odin translated them. Another silence. Kaido's representative. Kaido was not present. Shifted his weight with the quality of someone deciding whether to leave or engage. He stayed. What are you asking for? The other representative asked. I'm not asking for anything, Say said. I'm informing. You should know this exists, what it's doing, and what I've been doing in opposition to it. I'm telling you before the escalation reaches a level where you'll be asked to choose sides without full information. Choose sides, Whitebeard said. The quality of his voice was the voice of a man who had been choosing sides for 40 years and understood the weight of it precisely. The era is moving toward something. Roger pointed toward it, and it's moving in that direction regardless of who decides to support it. The institutional suppression is going to fight that movement. When it does, everyone in this room will be affected, because the suppression doesn't distinguish between Yonko who are actively opposing it and Yonko who are neutral. You're saying neutrality isn't available, Kaido's representative said. I'm saying the situation will not allow for it. That's different from what I'm asking anyone to do. The meeting ended without commitments. He had expected this. Whitebeard left without saying anything further to Say directly, which could have been dismissal or could have been Whitebeard processing in the way he processed, through long consideration rather than immediate response. He was sailing back from the meeting location when Mira came to find him. Whitebeard's ship sent a flag, she said. Say looked. On the horizon, barely visible, the white cross on red. Flying steady. Not a challenge. A signal. The specific acknowledgement Whitebeard extended to approximately 4 people in the world and had not previously extended to Say. He believed you, Say thought. Asterisk, he already knew enough to believe you. He was waiting to see if you'd say it clearly. Asterisk, acknowledge it, Say said. Mira raised the red-haired flag in response. The 2 signals held across the water for a moment. Then both ships moved in their separate directions. Beckman stood beside Say watching the flags. That's the beginning of something, Beckman said. Yes, Say said. It's also the end of the studying phase. They know what I've been doing now. The agent will know that I've moved to open disclosure. The Yonko have been informed. Which changes what they're willing to do. Yes. Say looked at the water ahead. There are years between now and when this comes to a head. I don't know exactly how many. But the next era's central conflict is coming, and I've spent 30 years building what I could build to make it possible for the right people to carry it forward. He paused. The rest has to be theirs. Yasopp came to stand with them as the signal continued to hold across the distance. His expression was reading something in the way Whitebeard had positioned his ship, in the specific quality of the flag's movement. He's going to make a play, Yasopp said. Not a question, but a tactical assessment of what Whitebeard's acknowledgement actually meant. When the moment comes that the institutional suppression becomes undeniable, Whitebeard will choose, Say said. What he'll choose, I don't know with certainty. But he understood what I was saying. He felt the truth in it. The others? Beckman asked. Kaido will decide based on power calculation. Big Mom will decide based on something I can't predict. Blackbeard has his own trajectory that doesn't intersect with this yet. Say turned from the flag. But Whitebeard's choice matters. Because Whitebeard reads the era the way I do. If he moves, other people move with him. Mira joined them, her hand steady on the wheel. So the meeting changed things. The meeting made things explicit that were implicit before, Say said. Everyone who matters knows now. The suppression knows that I've disclosed. The Yonko know that there's a force actively working against the era's natural direction. And they all have time to decide what they believe about it. Lucky Roo emerged from below, carrying bread and fish. The simple evening meal prepared because the crew needed feeding, not because anyone had asked. He set it down and went back without speaking. But Say could feel what the simple act meant. The crew was still present. The crew was still sailing. The crew was being itself regardless of what institutional forces were moving in the distance. The wind shifted, moving from the east. The water carried the smell of deep current, of something moving from far away into their present. The tide's direction was constant beneath everything. And the countercurrent, that was the institutional suppression, moved against it with the old patience of something that had been suppressing truth for generations. Say stood at the bow and felt the weight of what had been set in motion. The agent would report what happened. Imu would read the report and understand that the extraction method had a structural limitation. The Yonko would carry the information forward and decide what it meant. And somewhere ahead, the person who was supposed to carry the era forward was growing up, learning, beginning to understand that the world was heavier and more complex than it appeared on the surface. That was the work. Not to be the person who changed things, but to be the person who held the space open so that when the person who was supposed to change things arrived, they would have foundation beneath them. How long? Mira asked. Until the institutional forces decide they can't move through politics anymore, Say said. Until the extraction method's limitation becomes a functional problem. Until the suppression has to choose between exposing itself or escalating to something people can't ignore. Years. Maybe decades. I can't read it with precision. And in those years? Yasopp asked. We sail, Say said. We keep the network intact. We make sure the right people have access to the right information when they need it. We live as the example of what's possible when people are genuinely present with each other instead of being read and managed. That's all we can do. The rest is the era deciding what it wants to become. The wind was steady off the bow. The stars were beginning to show in the darkening eastern sky. The crew moved through its evening rituals with the automatic competence of people who had learned how to be present for each other across years of sailing together. And Say stood at the bow of his ship, in open water, in the era that was becoming what it was going to become, and was present for it without performing anything about it. Not above it. In it. Exactly as Roger's message had requested. That was the whole thing. That had always been the whole thing. Chapter 111. Mira was gone when Say woke. Not in the way someone was gone when they'd gone above decks early, or taken a small boat to check navigational readings at close range, or any of the dozen ordinary things that a navigator did that took them temporarily out of the immediate space of the ship. She was gone in the way the attunement function registered as an absence rather than a displacement. Her sovereign will was not within the range he'd been passively tracking for years, which meant she was either far from the ship or something had been done to suppress the reading. The attunement function couldn't be fooled by physical distance alone. Range degraded but didn't disappear. He would have felt her at 3 miles. He would have felt direction and fading at 5 or 6. He felt nothing. Beckman was on deck in the gray early morning light looking at the water. She took a small boat in the night, Beckman said. We didn't hear it. I found the rope. She didn't leave, Say said. No, Beckman said. She didn't. He looked at the water. The sea was calm. The sky was the flat white of early morning when the sun had risen but not declared itself yet. His hands were braced on the rail, and the wood was cold and slightly damp under his palms. The pre-grief activated. He felt it like a physical thing. The familiar architecture of anticipating loss in advance of loss, of cataloging what was gone before he had confirmed it was gone. His mind moved toward scenarios, toward outcomes, toward the strategic cost of acting versus not acting. He felt himself beginning to calculate. How much does Mira matter to the network? What does her absence cost? What is the leverage optimal response? He caught it. He set it down deliberately, the way he'd practiced setting it down for 30 years. Asterisk, she matters to me. Not to the network. She matters to me. That's the full version. Start there. Asterisk, we go, he said. I know, Beckman said. Where? The attunement function was not giving him her location. But the Tidewalker function gave him something else, a directional pressure in the countercurrent that had the quality of deliberate baiting. Not hiding. Presenting. The agent had taken Mira and was not hiding where she'd been taken. She was announcing it through the current, pointing at it through the suppression architecture, saying, asterisk here. Come here. See what you do. Asterisk, they want to see if I act alone, Say thought. Asterisk, they want to see if I make decisions solo when it costs me personally. That's what they're testing. Not whether I'll come. They know I'll come. Whether I'll remember to not be the only person deciding. Asterisk, he turned from the rail. Call the crew, he said. All of them. We decide together. Beckman looked at him. Something shifted in his expression, a specific recognition, the recognition of someone seeing the thing they'd been watching develop finally appear in its full form. Together, Beckman said, yes, I know what I want to do. I'm going to tell them what I know and what I want, and then I'm going to ask what they think. He met Beckman's eyes. She matters to this crew. Not just to me. This decision belongs to them too. Chapter 112, they found the location in 6 hours, which was faster than the agent had probably planned for. The Tidewalker function gave direction. Yassop's Skyread and Myra's own pre-mapped navigational notes. She always mapped, even routes she'd never taken, because absolute orientation meant knowing the territory even when you were not in it, gave specific coordinates. The crew had moved like something that had trained for precisely this, which was not a coincidence. Beckman had been running the crew through scenarios for years. Scenarios exactly like this. The island was small, a volcanic outcrop barely large enough for the structure that sat on it. A marine-affiliated building that was not on official charts, which told Say something about how deep the suppression's institutional penetration ran. He had gone over the plan with the crew. Yassop would take the long-range position. Lucky Roo and 2 others would cut off the water approach. Beckman would be at Say's shoulder. The plan was clean, they understood it, and he had told them clearly. If the situation changed in ways the plan didn't account for, tell him immediately. Beckman said, as they approached, you're not going to manage this. No, Say said. Even if she's injured. Even if what you find is difficult. I know, Say said. I'm aware of what it would cost me to see her hurt. I'm not going to manage around it. The building held 3 people besides Mira, the agent herself and 2 others who had the quality of trained instruments rather than people with sovereign wills. Say felt the agent's hollow-shaped presence before they breached the door. He felt Myra's sovereign will too. Close, intact, suppressed, but not damaged. She was conscious. She was not afraid, which was either because she was managing the fear or because she genuinely wasn't afraid, and he suspected it was the latter. The breach was fast. Yassop's first shot disabled the external communication before anyone inside knew the approach was happening. Roo's team cut the water route in the same window. Say and Beckman went through the door. The 2 instruments responded first. Trained fighters, fast, no sovereign will to read, so no current advantage, just pure physical engagement. Beckman handled one with the efficient competence of someone who had been waiting for permission to do this for weeks. The other one, Say, cleared with the same quality of engagement. Present. No anticipating, no pre-reading the fight. Just here, in it, responding. The agent was across the room with Mira. She was not using Mira as a shield. She was standing beside her with the quality of someone who had brought Mira here specifically to demonstrate something, and was now watching to see whether that demonstration would happen. You brought the crew, the agent said. Yes. Not a solo extraction. No. Something moved in the hollow where her sovereign will should have been. Not her sovereign will, just the shape of its absence responding to what it was reading. We thought you'd come alone. The foreknowledge makes you cautious about involving others when you care about the outcome. I've been working on that, Say said. He activated the voice of the era function, not aimed at the agent, aimed at the space between them and at the current running through it. He was not projecting certainty or force. He was speaking into the field. Asterisk, the era's direction is here. This moment, this choice, this resolution, this is part of the direction. It is not a detour. Asterisk, the effect on the agent was not physical, but extraction reading functioned by reading the ambient current around sovereign will carriers, and the voice function had changed the ambient current. What she was reading from the field was no longer the flat surface of a confrontation. It was the full resonance of an era moving in a direction that this moment was part of. The extraction method couldn't suppress that. It couldn't ignore it. It was present in the current she was using to read, and it was speaking louder than anything she was pulling from the surface reads of the people in the room. She stepped back. It was one step, but it was genuine. Say moved to Mira directly. She was seated, hands bound, entirely uninjured, and her expression when she saw him was the expression of someone who had been waiting patiently for something that had now arrived. You brought everyone, she said. Yes, he said. Good, she said. That was the right call. He cut the binding. The agent made no move to stop him. She was still standing in the place where the voice function had landed on her, and the hollow where her sovereign will should have been was doing something he hadn't seen from it before. It was responding to the ambient current. Not receiving, but not extracting either. Just present, for a moment, in the flow of the era's direction. Then she withdrew. Out of the building, into the gray morning, gone. He looked at Mira. She was rubbing her wrists where the binding had been. You're all right, he said. I've been waiting for you to figure out the approach, she said. You didn't rush it. That was the right call, too. Chapter 113, they were back on the ship, and underway before the sun was fully up. Say stood at the stern for a while watching the island recede. Not the island specifically, watching the aftermath, which was what he always watched after things resolved. The specific texture of what had just happened and what it meant. Mira found him after an hour. She came to stand beside him in the way she stood beside him, not requiring anything, just present, which was the thing about her that had first made her visible to him among the many people the crew had gathered over the years. She knew how to be in the same space as someone without demanding that they acknowledge her presence. They stood in silence for a while. The water was waking up around them as the sun committed to the day, the surface moving from gray to the particular blue that meant deep water and clear weather ahead. They chose you because you matter to me, Say said. I know, Mira said. You told me they would. You weren't afraid. I was afraid, she said. I was afraid for most of the night. Then it became apparent that the agent didn't intend immediate harm, and I stopped being afraid and started being interested in what would happen next. Interested, Say said. I wanted to see whether you'd bring the crew or come alone. She paused. And I wanted to see what would happen to the agent when you arrived. What did you see? I saw her read you and find something she wasn't expecting. Mira turned to look at him. She was reading for the solo decision-maker. She was reading for the person who couldn't prevent himself from acting alone when someone important was at stake. She found the crew. That surprised her, Say said. It did more than surprise her. I could see something change in the quality of how she was standing. Mira was quiet for a moment. The thing she built her read on, the model of who you were and how you operated, she'd been building it for a long time. And the crucial piece of it was wrong. Say turned to look at her. She wasn't wrong about the impulse. I wanted to come alone. I had the plan built in my head before I called the crew. I know, Mira said. But you called the crew anyway. Because you matter to this crew. Not just to me. Myra's expression did something quiet and specific. You know that's not why I mean, she said. He did know. He had called the crew because they deserved to decide. Because the decision belonged to them. Because he'd been learning for 30 years that the people around him were not instruments of his plan. They were the plan itself. The crew was not a resource he'd assembled to accomplish a goal. The crew was what he'd built by being present for them. And being present for them meant not making decisions about things that affected them without their voice. Is that what you were afraid it would reveal? Mira asked. That you still can't prevent yourself from acting for certain people regardless of the cost. Yes, Say said. And he looked at the water. It's not a flaw anymore. Or it's a flaw that I've integrated rather than corrected. I can't prevent myself from acting for the people I love. I've accepted that. The question is whether I act with them or in front of them. Whether I make the decisions myself or I bring them into the decisions. That's the difference, Mira said. Yes. She looked at the horizon. The sun was fully up now. The sea settled into its day mode, easy and wide. The agent, she said. What happened to her when you used the voice function? The ambient current changed around her. She uses extraction, reads the current rather than receiving from it. The voice function changed what the current was carrying, and she couldn't avoid reading that. What did it carry? The ear's direction. The full weight of what Roger pointed at, and what's been moving toward it for 30 years. For a moment, her hollow, the place where her sovereign will should be, was present in that current without extracting from it. Just present. He paused. It won't last. It might not have changed anything. But she felt it. Is that why you did it? Mira asked. To reach her? Or to create the opening for the rescue? Both, Say said honestly. I made the tactical choice for tactical reasons. But I made it in a way that also gave her something real. Mira nodded. The silence between them was the good kind. The kind that didn't need filling. I'm glad you brought the crew, she said. I know, he said. Chapter 114 Sengoku's intelligence arrived in pieces over 3 weeks, delivered through 4 different channels in ways that could each be explained as ordinary marine communication. The construction of it, the way it came in fragments that required synthesis, the way each piece was sent through a different route that was individually innocuous, told Sei something before he'd read a word. Sengoku had been careful, more careful than was technically necessary for the content, which meant the care was not about the content specifically. It was about what delivering this intelligence meant. He sat with the full picture when the last piece arrived. The institutional suppression had tendrils in Marine HQ at a level Sei had suspected but not confirmed. Not overt control. The admirals were not aware of it as such, Sengoku had noted carefully, or at least the current ones were not aware. It was architectural. The suppression was built into the structure of certain reporting chains, certain classification systems, certain procedures that generated conclusions in predetermined directions regardless of the input that fed them. It was not people being corrupt. It was systems being designed to produce specific outcomes. Sengoku had taken 3 weeks to map it because he'd had to map it without anyone knowing he was mapping it. The intelligence was therefore incomplete, cautious in its claims, and hedged in places where Sei could read between the lines that Sengoku's certainty was higher than what he'd written. What it told him was this: the suppression was not an external force that had infiltrated the Marines. The Marines had, in part, been built around the suppression's requirements. The institution Roger had spent his career defying had been partly designed to support exactly the kind of world Roger had spent his career opposing. He wrote a response and sent it through the same channels, reversed. The response said, "Thank you. I know what this cost. It was worth it." Sengoku's reply came back in 2 days, which was fast for the channel. It said, "I know what I'm part of now. I need time to decide what to do with that. I won't move against you in the meantime." Say read this twice. The specific phrasing, "I won't move against you rather than I'll support you," was the honest version. Sengoku was not ready to commit to an alignment that would require him to act against the institution he'd spent his life building. But he was making a specific promise. He would not be an active obstacle. It was not everything. It was more than nothing. It was exactly what a man with Sengoku's particular integrity could give while he was still working through what he'd learned. Sei brought Beckman into the reading. Beckman read the intelligence, read the response, read the reply. He set all 3 documents down on the table with the precise movements of someone who was organizing his thoughts before he spoke. "He gave you real intelligence at real personal risk," Beckman said. "Yes. For nothing in return except the conversation you gave him in neutral water." "Yes." "Why?" "Because he was always going to choose truth over the institution when it came down to it. He just needed someone to give him permission to know what the truth was." Sei looked at the documents. He's been doing this his whole life, seeing the gaps between what the institution claimed and what it actually was, and then filing the gaps under loyalty to the mission rather than loyalty to the structure. Someone had to tell him clearly that the mission and the structure had come apart. Beckman said, "You told him in neutral water." "I told him the shape of it. He did the rest himself." "That's not nothing." "No," Sei said. "It was the most important conversation I've had in a decade. I'm still learning what it meant." He paused. "He's going to come through again. Not soon. But when the era breaks, when the suppression moves into direct conflict with the direction Roger pointed toward, Sengoku is going to make a choice. And the choice he makes is going to matter. You know this from the foreknowledge. I know the shape of it. I don't know the details. Those are his to make." Beckman looked at the documents for another moment. Then he gathered them up with the careful quality of someone protecting material that mattered. "I'll secure these," he said. "Thank you," Sei said. Beckman stood. At the door he paused. "You said the most important conversation you've had in a decade. Not this decade. Total." "Yes," Sei said. "That's a large statement." "It's an accurate one." Sei looked at his first mate. "The Roger era taught me to be present with people. The last 30 years have been learning to apply that. This is what it's for, not the personal intimacy of it, though that too. The way being genuinely present with people, really receiving what they carry, changes what they're able to do. Sengoku has been carrying knowledge he couldn't act on because he didn't have permission to trust it. I gave him a person who was present enough to receive what he knew. That was the whole thing." Beckman nodded slowly. He took the documents and left. Sei sat in the quiet of his quarters with the understanding that the work of the last 3 decades was beginning to resolve into something that had real shape. Not complete, not ready, but oriented, moving, carried by people who understood what direction they were moving in. That's enough for now, he thought. That's exactly enough. Chapter 115. Shiki came by invitation, which was the first surprising thing. Not Sei's invitation, his own. He sent a message through channels that Sei recognized as Shiki's personal network, and the message was brief. "I know what you're doing. We should talk about it. I'll be at the following location for 3 days." Sei went. He brought Beckman. He left the ship in good hands with Yassop in command. Yassop had been ready for that responsibility for 2 years and knew it, which was the kind of thing the attunement function made obvious. He and Beckman took a small, fast vessel to the island Shiki had named, which was the kind of island Shiki preferred, strategically positioned, multiple escape routes, spectacular views that served also as surveillance. Shiki was on the cliff above the harbor when they arrived. He looked older than the last meeting, though not diminished. Older in the way of a thing that has been under pressure for a long time and has not broken. "You've been busy," Shiki said, when they climbed to where he was standing. "Yes," they said. "The Yonko meeting. The marine informant. The confrontation with Emu's extraction agent." Shiki's eyes had the quality they always had, measuring, curious, in the specific way of someone who found other people's competence genuinely interesting rather than threatening. "You've declared yourself." "I declared myself at the historic meeting. Everything since then has been managing the response." "Managing," Shiki said. "That's an interesting word for nearly losing your navigator." Say looked at him. The attunement function was running at standard level, reading Shiki's will in the ambient way it read everyone nearby. What he found was the same thing he'd found in every previous reading. The genuine, coherent, stubbornly consistent argument that the world should be governed by whoever was strong enough to hold it. No more, no less. Shiki's will had not changed. Its shape had not changed. The commitment was the same as it had been 20 years ago and 30 years ago, and in the fight aboard the Oro Jackson when Roger had defeated him. "What do you want?" Say asked. "I want in," Shiki said. "Not as an opponent. Not as a neutral. As a partner." He held up a hand to preempt the response he anticipated. "I know you're going to tell me the argument is the same argument I've always made. The strong should rule. Merit through power. I know you're going to say it's wrong. I've heard you say it twice. I still think I'm right. Then why do you want in?" "Because what you're doing is the most significant thing happening in this era. If there's a final confrontation between what Roger pointed toward and what's been suppressing it, and I'm not part of it, then I've spent 40 years at the top of the world's power structure and missed the only thing that will matter when this era ends." He looked at Say directly. "I would rather be present for the thing that matters than be absent from it for the sake of principle." Say considered this. He sat down on the stone of the cliff and looked out at the water and thought about what Shiki was actually saying. He was not wrong about his own motivation. The attunement function was reading exactly what Shiki had described, the genuine frustration of a person who had been at the level of the era's top power for decades and could feel the significant thing moving without being inside it. His argument about the strong ruling was intact and unchanged. But underneath it, at the depth level, there was something else, a desire to not be irrelevant to the moment that decided what the world would become. "What you want," Say said slowly, "is to be part of what's coming. And you want to be part of it as yourself. You're not asking me to tell you that your argument is right. You're asking me to include you in the coming resolution despite the argument." Shiki said nothing for a moment. "Then, yes. Then tell me what you'd actually bring. Not the power. I know the power. What would you bring that isn't just another force in the field?" Shiki looked at him. Something shifted in his expression, not discomfort, genuine consideration. He was not a man who was asked this kind of question often. His sovereign will, at the depth level, was engaged by it. "I know the institutional suppression from the inside," he said. "Not what you found through Sengoku's intelligence. Older than that. I was present for the Rocks era. I know what the God Valley incident was and what it covered, and I know who was in the room when the decision was made to cover it." He paused. "I've been carrying that knowledge for 40 years without anyone to give it to." Say looked at him for a long time. He thought about what it would mean to accept Shiki's alliance. The argument between them about how the world should be governed was real and had not been resolved. It would not be resolved. Shiki would go to his death believing that power should determine governance. Say would go to his death believing that was wrong. "The strong should govern," Say said. "You're still saying that." "I'm still saying that," Shiki agreed. "I'm still saying you're wrong. I know you are. And you want to work together anyway." "I want to be present for the thing that matters," Shiki said, with the quality of a person who has simplified down to what was actually true. "I've made my peace with being wrong about how what matters should work. I've been wrong for 40 years, and I'm still here. I can be wrong while being useful." Say looked at this man. The attunement function was running its full read. What he found at the deepest accessible level was not what he'd expected to find. Not ego, not ambition, not the drive to rule. It was the same thing he'd found in the Roger era and dozens of people who had come to the Grand Line from the world's edges looking for something that mattered. He wants to have been part of something real. "The information about the God Valley incident," Say said. "Tell me what you know." Shiki told him. By the time he was done, the sun had moved significantly, and the harbor below was busy with the ordinary business of a mid-afternoon port. Say sat with what he'd heard and integrated it, and thought about where it fit in the larger picture of what he knew. You've been carrying this for 40 years, Say said. Yes. Why didn't you use it before? Because I didn't have a frame for it that made sense, Shiki said. Now I have a frame. What you're doing, what you've been building, I understand what it's for. And this information is part of what you need. Say looked at Beckman, who had been sitting quietly throughout the entire conversation with the expression of someone making continuous updates to a very large model. Beckman said, "What do you want to do?" Say thought about it. He thought about the argument that would never be resolved and the information that was genuinely useful and the specific quality of Shiki's will at the depth level and what it meant that 40 years of being at the top of the world's power structure had ended here, on a cliff, offering something to someone whose fundamental philosophy he disagreed with. We'll work together, Say said to Shiki, not as allies in the full sense, as people who are both present for the same thing, for different reasons, who share specific information where it serves the era's direction. Not a full alliance, Shiki said. No, you're still wrong about how the world should work. I'm not endorsing the argument. Shiki's expression moved into something that was close to satisfied, not pleased exactly, but settled. The specific quality of a person who has been given exactly what they actually asked for, rather than what they said they wanted. All right, he said. I can work with that. Chapter 116. Shiki stood on the deck of his ship, and Sei stood across from him, and there was no audience. The rest of his crew had been asked to leave. Sengoku had returned to Marine HQ, his commitment made and now held separately from the machinery of power that had tried to contain him. The other Yonko had gone back to their territories, each carrying the weight of what they had learned from the gathering in neutral water. What remained was the two of them in morning light, the water moving beneath them in its old patterns, and a question that had never been answered directly between them in all the decades they had known each other. You'll keep saying no, Shiki said. It wasn't a question. His voice carried the weight of someone who had expected this answer before the question was even asked, and who had come anyway because some things required the asking regardless. Yes, because you think I want what they want. The throne, the control, the singular point where everything bows down and asks permission to move. Shiki's eyes were on the water, not on Sei, but the precision of his words suggested he was reading something in the distance that Sei couldn't see. You think I'm reaching for the kind of power that requires making everything small enough to fit in your hand? Sei said nothing. He had come with the intention to show, not to argue. Argument was what the two of them had been doing for decades, and it had never moved Shiki an inch. But there was another language available now, not the language of words, but the language of recognition. The function that could read the shape of a person's actual will, not the story they told about it, not the rationalization they had built around it, but the thing itself. It's the same argument you were making when we were young, Sei had said in the gathering. Shiki had answered, it's still right. Sei had said, it's still wrong. But Shiki had pressed the other Yonko, had advocated for a unified front against Imu under his terms, and when they had voted him down, he had done something Sei had not expected. He had asked for a private conversation. Not with anger, with something that looked more like clarity. Now the sun was up and the two of them were still standing in the same space with the same disagreement between them, and Sei understood that Shiki had not come to convince him. Shiki had come because something in the current of what was happening was moving, and Shiki wanted to know what it was. Sei opened the current shaper function, not as an attack, as a mirror. He reached into the aggregate of Shiki's sovereign will, the thing that directed his choices, that made him who he was, the deep structure of what he wanted that was so old it had become invisible to him, and he shaped it so that Shiki could see it. Not hidden, not abstracted, not filtered through the story Shiki told himself about his own ambitions. Exactly as it was, in its pure form. What the mirror showed was not hunger for the throne. What it showed was, the strongest should rule, and the reason this is so important is that I was not born strongest, and I have been proving it ever since. The shape of it was old. It ran all the way back through Shiki's life, through the choices that he thought he had made for strategic reasons, for power, for dominance. It was in every decision he had made that was about proving rather than building, about assertion rather than direction. It was the thing that made him seek strength in the ways that required constant proof, that made the seeking itself the point. Not power in service of something beyond itself. Power as a permanent declaration. Asterisk, I am not what I was born as. I have earned this. I am still earning it. You cannot take this away because I will never stop proving it. Asterisk. Shiki's face didn't change. His hand didn't move. His breathing didn't alter. He simply stood there and looked at what Sei had made visible, and the looking went on for a long time. Long enough that the water moved beneath them in several complete cycles. Long enough that a small bird landed on the railing, considered them both, and flew away. Then Shiki said, That was a cheap move. Say said, I read what was there. You showed me what's there, Shiki corrected, and there was something in his voice that had changed. Not softness, not defeat. Something older than either of those things. Recognition, perhaps, or the beginning of it. Shiki was quiet for what felt like a long time. The water moved beneath them. A bird called somewhere off the starboard side, a sound like regret. Shiki's eyes were on the horizon, not on Say, and the set of his shoulders was different than it had been before, not smaller, but different. The angle of his posture had shifted, as if he was standing in relation to something new that he hadn't seen until that moment. He said, I'll think about it. He turned. He walked back toward the interior of his ship without another word. There was no anger in the movement, no wounded pride trying to reassert itself. There was only a man who had been shown what he actually was, and who was going to sit with that knowledge, and who understood that sitting with it was going to change him, and that the change was going to take time that Shiki was not accustomed to spending on anything. Say watched him go and understood that this was not a defeat for Shiki. This was something older and more difficult than a defeat. It was the first time anyone had shown Shiki what he was actually pursuing, and Shiki was going to sit with that knowledge alone, and that knowledge was going to move through him like water through stone, slowly, relentlessly, changing the shape of things without breaking them. Say turned back toward his own ship, where the crew was waiting. The morning was still young. Chapter 117. Beckman was on the upper deck with a chessboard, working through a problem that he'd been carrying for 3 days. He moved pieces with the specific precision of someone who had made every mistake a person could make in chess, and had learned something deliberate from each one, and was now approaching mastery not as a destination, but as a permanent state of engagement. The position was difficult, a contested middle game where both sides had created threats that had to be respected. Beckman's approach was characteristic. He would never make a move that wasn't grounded in what the board actually demanded. He didn't look up as Say approached, but his right hand moved a pawn 1 square forward without hesitation, and Say understood from that movement everything he needed to know about Beckman's reading of the position. Not reactive, not defensive, acting from an entirely clear understanding of what the board was asking for. That's the kind of presence Beckman brought, not reacting to circumstances, but acting from a deep reading of what was required in any given moment. Yasopp was on the lower deck, maintaining a rifle to a standard that seemed to exceed what the rifle itself demanded. He was using a cloth that he had specific preference for, one that he'd had for years, that had absorbed into itself something of the thousands of weapons he'd maintained with it, and he was doing the work with the kind of attention that suggested it was not a task to him, but a conversation. The rifle was something he was in dialogue with, not something he was imposing order on. He knew its patterns, its temperament, the particular way that the sights wanted to be calibrated. He would never make a shot that it wasn't ready to make, and he would never ask it to be something other than what it was made to be. Lucky Roo was in the galley creating something that made the entire ship smell like a celebration in the middle of an ordinary morning. Garlic, onion, something with smoke to it, something that suggested fire and transformation. He was singing very quietly to himself, something that had no particular melody but a deep, steady rhythm that seemed older than language, and the way he moved suggested that the rhythm was something his body already knew, something that had been there before he was born. This was how Lucky Roo did everything. Moving through the world with a knowledge that came from somewhere beyond thought, that the world was fundamentally organized for creating joy and nourishment, and his job was to align with that organization rather than impose something different on it. Mira was at her charts with the specific satisfaction of someone who knew exactly where they were and exactly where they were heading, and could not imagine a more valuable state. Her charts were not about planning in the sense of forcing the world into a predetermined shape. They were about clarity, where we are, what's ahead, what we can do with that knowledge. She read the lines and the depths and the currents with the same focused attention that Beckman gave to chess, not seeking the answer before reading, but letting the answer emerge from genuine attention to what was actually there. Say moved through all of them, and he opened the Tide Walker function to its full capacity, and he read the aggregate of their sovereign wills at once. Not separately, not in sequence, all of them together, the shape that their combined presence made in the current. It was coherent. Not unified in the way that tyranny produces coherence. A single will imposed on everything else, flattening difference into submission. This was coherence the way a living thing is coherent. Each part doing what it was made for, and the whole being something genuinely alive, because each part was authentic to itself. Beckman's relentless precision. Yasopp's calibration that never accepted approximation. Lucky Roo's alignment with joy and nourishment. Myra's clarity about position and direction. And Say's navigation, not forced together, not managed through hierarchy. All of them choosing, again and again, to move in the same direction, and that direction being so fundamentally aligned with who they actually were that the choice barely felt like a choice anymore. It felt like breathing. This was what Roger had been watching. Say understood it now with a clarity that felt like waking up from a dream that had lasted decades. Roger had stood on the Oro Jackson and watched his crew choose to be exactly what they were, again and again, in every moment, and had understood that the moment that became possible, the moment people could be authentic to themselves and still move together, still create coherence without hierarchy, something new had entered the world. Not a new form of power in the traditional sense. A new form of coherence. A new way of being together that didn't require anyone to diminish themselves. Roger had watched young Shanks, who had been the newest member of the crew at the time, the youngest, the one still finding out what he actually was, and Roger had watched that discovery happen in a context where being authentic was not just permitted but required, and had understood that this was what the world would need. Not a savior, not a leader, someone who understood that the straw hat wasn't a prize but a call, and who could put it down at the right time so that someone else could pick it up. Say looked at Beckman, who was considering the board with the patience of someone who had learned that rushing never improved anything. He looked at Yassop, who was considering the rifle from a new angle, seeing something in the mechanism that he hadn't seen before, and that might let him work with even more precision. He looked at Lucky Roo, who was reducing something in a pan with the focus of someone who had learned that the smallest actions could transform everything, that attention to detail in small things was attention to detail in the world itself. He looked at Mira, who was measuring a depth and finding the exact number that corresponded to what she was measuring, who was creating from reality, not imposing on it. This is what I look like to Roger, Say thought. This is what Roger saw when he watched me on the Oro Jackson. This is what he understood I would become if I had the right people around me, if I could learn to be present instead of managing. He sat down on the deck, right there in the space between them all, and he was present for it without performing anything about it. Not above them. Not standing apart as some kind of captain dispensing orders and wisdom. In it, in the midst of them, the knowledge that this was what he had been learning to do, not to lead, but to be genuinely present, settled into his chest the way things settle into their correct place, the way water finds its level. Chapter 118. The message in the timber was not complete yet. Say had understood the first part in the Oro Jackson when Crocus told him, standing in the captain's quarters of a ship that no longer had a captain. I knew what you were carrying. I watched you carry it. You put it down at the right time. Recognition. Roger had known what Say was, had known the shape of his sovereign will, the direction he was naturally moving toward, and had watched him carry that knowledge, carry that weight, and had understood that the moment Say put down the straw hat was the moment everything could change. The moment the old kind of power could release its grip on the world. But there was a second part, and Say had been carrying it without fully processing it, the way Yassop carried the rifle in his hands when he wasn't using it. Not thinking about it, but being shaped by it. Say sat alone at the bow, in the dark before dawn when the water was still and the sky had not yet made up its mind about what it was going to be, and he let his mind move back through the timber, through the words that were no longer in his ears but that had moved into his body. He had been carrying them the way Yassop carried the rifle, in conversation, not processing them as information, being shaped by them as if they were a person he was in dialogue with. The second part said, don't spend the last years of the age watching. Be in it. The world will need you in it, not above it. And Say understood what he had been doing wrong. He had approached the voice of the era function as if its ceiling was height, as if the advancement of it meant standing at a greater distance from the ground, seeing more from above, understanding the aggregate patterns from a place of remove. He had been thinking like a reader, like a person who transcends the story by getting above it, by standing at a position where they could see all the patterns at once. It made sense. The tide walker read the currents. The current shaper reshaped them locally. So the voice of the era would be the thing that perceived everything from on high, that could see the whole game board at once. That was not what the function was. The voice of the era was not made for standing above. It was made for standing so fully in the era that you became part of what the era said. The current, the aggregate sovereign will of the world, the direction it was actually moving, did not need to be understood from above. It needed to be understood from inside, from the midst of it, from the position of someone so integrated into the movement that they could not distinguish between themselves and the movement itself. Say needed to be so present in it that when he spoke, he was not speaking to it from the outside. He was speaking as it, as one part of it recognizing the other parts, as the era speaking to itself through him. Roger had been teaching him all those years, beginning from the moment Shanks had joined the Oro Jackson. Be in it. Say looked back at the timber's words and felt the shape of them settle into a different place in his understanding. Not above. In. Asterisk be in it. The world will need you in it, not above it. Asterisk he was already doing it. Had been doing it since he put down the straw hat. Since he stopped trying to manage the world and started trying to be genuinely present in it. Since he lost an arm so that a chain of events could happen that required his absence in one location so that someone else could be fully present in another. But Roger's instruction, spoken or written or both, it didn't matter. It was embedded in the timber itself, was complete now. The message was whole. The ceiling of the current, the thing that Say was moving toward, that the voice of the arrow was advancing toward with each use, was not a height to achieve. It was a depth to inhabit. It was being so fully in the era that you could not distinguish between yourself and what the arrow was becoming. It was speaking from inside the movement, not from outside it. It was becoming so integrated with the direction the world was moving that when you spoke, the world heard itself speaking. The sun was not yet up, but the light was changing. The darkness was beginning its slow dissolution into the possibility of day. Say sat at the bow and understood Roger's entire project at last. Not to create a new form of authority, but to demonstrate that authority was not necessary. That people could be coherent together without hierarchy, could move in the same direction without one person above telling them where to move. Roger had lived that demonstration on the Oro Jackson, had gathered people who could be authentic to themselves and still move together, and had left the knowledge in timber, and had watched the first boy who could carry it understand it, and had put down the straw hat so that someone else could learn what came next. I'm in it, Say thought. Asterisk I'm in it without performing anything about it. I'm not above it. I'm not outside it. I'm as much part of the current as the water itself. Asterisk the words went out into the current, and the current received them. Say felt the voice of the era function advance by another increment. Not a threshold, not a moment of sudden transformation. An opening, a clarification of what it was actually reaching toward. The realization that the ceiling was not a ceiling at all, but a depth that went down and down and down into the fabric of the era itself. Chapter 119. The Tidewalker function had always read things. The crew moving around him. The local currents of the sea and the air. The movements of the Yonko and their intentions. The shape of the conflict between the Marines and the pirates that had been grinding at each other for centuries. The general direction of the era, the slow shift in what people were willing to accept, what was becoming possible, what was being rejected. But it read them as patterns, as aggregates, as things that could be observed from a position of clarity. But Say had never reached all the way to the source. He did it now. He was standing at the bow when he did it, and he was alone, and he opened the Tidewalker function to its full capacity and pointed it not at patterns or movements or aggregates of will, but at the single thing that stood against all of it. The ancient will. The commitment so vast and so old that it had been organizing opposition to change before any of them were born, before the current world government took its current form, before the Yonko system emerged, before the Marines became what they were. What he read was overwhelming. It was not a person in any meaningful sense. It was not even exactly a mind. It was a commitment so vast and so old that it had absorbed anything that might have been a person into its architecture long ago. It was like reading the will of an ocean, except the ocean's only desire was to never move again. The ocean had decided, you will remain still. You will never shift. You will accept what I tell you, and you will never question whether things could be different. Asterisk nothing changes. Ever. Asterisk that was the totality of it. The entire commitment, distilled to its essence. Not hatred of change. Not fear of change. Not even a strategic opposition to change, which would imply some understanding of what it was opposing. Simply, asterisk nothing changes. Ever. Asterisk an absolute orientation toward stasis, held with a force that could crush dynasties like ants, that could maintain itself against the aggregate sovereign will of the entire world, that had been doing exactly that for centuries, that would continue doing it as long as it existed. It was ancient. The Tidewalker function showed Say the shape of it going back through time, older than the Yonko system, older than the world government's current form, older than the knowledge that got lost in the void century. It had been there the entire time. The commitment to nothing changes, ever, and it had absorbed and adapted and reinvented itself countless times. But the core had never shifted, never even wavered. It had remained constant and unchanging, a rock against which the tides of the era had crashed again and again for longer than anyone could measure. It was terrifyingly small. That was the thing that made Say understand what he was actually reading. Emu's sovereign will. The will that was so vast it had taken over a body that had forgotten it was a body, that had become so large it needed a physical form just to contain a fraction of it, was oriented entirely around a single commitment. In the scale of things, in the power it wielded, it was enormous. In the shape of things, in what it actually wanted, it was nothing but that one thing. All the intelligence, all the centuries of adaptation, all the strategic brilliance that had kept it in power, organized exclusively around. Asterisk nothing changes. Ever. Asterisk you could not defeat that in combat. You could not negotiate with it. You could not convince it or appeal to it or make it understand what it was doing. It was older than choice. It was a law that had convinced itself it was a will. It had stopped being a person so long ago that the fact of it being an ancient commitment was the only truth that mattered. What you could do was outlast it. What you could do was be the thing that the era chose instead, chosen again and again, for as long as it took, until eventually the stasis could no longer hold because the world had moved on around it. Not by force, by presence, by being the alternative so continuously, so genuinely, that it became impossible to deny that other ways of being were possible. Say felt the weight of that understanding settle into his chest. It was not relief, exactly. Relief that no one had to make a final confrontation, that the answer was not violence, but presence. And it was not burden, exactly. Burden that outlasting something ancient required being the navigational constant for people who were moving in the right direction, required showing up again and again across decades or centuries, required never stopping being present for even a moment. It was both, layered over each other. It was the specific weight of understanding exactly what you were going to do with your entire life, and why it mattered, and that it was going to take everything you had, and that it was worth that cost. Say sat with the perception until it became clear enough that he could think again, until the weight of it had settled into every bone of his body. Then he closed the Tide Walker function, and he opened his eyes, and he looked out at the water, which was exactly what it had always been, vast, indifferent, eternal, and absolutely real. Chapter 1:20 The positioning was clear. Say was not going to be the warrior who fought Emo. Someone else would do that, would have to do that, eventually. There would be confrontations, there would be conflicts, there would be moments when the old commitment to stasis would fight back against the direction the era was choosing. There would be a point where the two forces collided directly, where the immovable object finally had to meet the irresistible force, and in that moment, someone would have to be willing to stand in the impact. But Say was not going to spend his life preparing for that moment. He was not going to turn every choice into a strategic calculation about how to position himself for a final confrontation. He was going to spend his life making sure that the people who understood what came next had access to the knowledge they needed, had connection to the network of people who were moving in the right direction, had clarity about where they were heading and why it mattered. He was going to be the navigational constant, not the destination, not the ruler, not the person who made the final confrontation. The person who made sure the right confrontation happened. The person who kept the lines of communication open. The person who made sure that people who were choosing authenticity over hierarchy, coherence over control, had a place to stand where they could see what they were part of. A place to learn. A place where their own will could become clear to them. Roger had sailed as the demonstration of a new form of power, the proof that people could move together without hierarchy. Say was going to sail as the clarity that the world could organize that way, and that the people who understood it could find each other, and that when the moment came, they would be ready because they had been present in the era, learning what it was actually asking for. Not waiting for instructions. Learning. This is my life, Say thought. Asterisk this is what I'm doing with it. Not what I would have chosen if I had only had foreknowledge. Not what the old version of me, the one who woke up thinking information was power, would have planned. The life that the world has shaped me into, one choice at a time, and it's aligned with what I actually am in a way that the foreknowledge could never have predicted. Asterisk. He was at the bow. The sun was setting. The sky was turning colors that had no names. The crew was moving around the ship, doing their evening work. Beckman with his chess problem, Yassop maintaining equipment, Lucky Roo singing in the galley, Mira studying her charts. And Say could feel the shape of each one of them moving in the current as clearly as he could feel his own movement. They were one pattern, one coherent thing, moving through the water. Then something changed. It was not a sound. It was not a sight. It was the specific feeling in the current that came when a will that was ancient and familiar was approaching across the water. A will that was young in its expression, that had not yet learned its own strength, that was moving toward something that had never been reached toward before. Someone was coming for the straw hat. Say had been waiting for this. Had known it would happen eventually. The way you know that spring will come after winter. The straw hat had never been a trophy to be guarded. It had been a call. It had been a direction into the future, waiting for someone to pick it up and understand what it meant. The symbol of a new way of being together, a new form of coherence, waiting for someone to carry it forward. He turned toward the call, and his hand moved to the straw hat that was sitting on the table beside him. Straw worn smooth by time and use, red ribbon faded by sun and salt, and he felt the clarity settle into him. The absolute certainty that this was the moment everything had been moving toward, that he was ready for it, and that his readiness was not about fighting but about understanding. About seeing who this was, about knowing what they carried, about understanding what they needed. The will that was approaching was young. It was coherent. It was reaching toward something that had never been reached toward before, not because it was impossible, but because no one had tried in exactly this way, with exactly this intention, yet. Say stood, and he picked up the straw hat, and he felt the era gathering around that moment like water gathering around a stone placed into a current. Everything was moving toward this moment. Everything he had learned. Everything Roger had taught him. Everything he had chosen, and everything that had been chosen for him. He was ready. Chapter 121. The town was called Fusha Village, which was not a town Say knew from the catalog. He knew it from the story, the specific version of the story he'd carried into this body. The version that told him the East Blue had a village on Dawn Island where a marine and a bandit and a bar owner named Makino had raised a specific child alongside a grandfather who took field trips to places that killed ordinary people. He knew the broad strokes. He had never been here before. The Red Hair Pirates were 3 days into their provisioning stop when the child first walked into Makino's bar. Say felt him before he saw him. The attunement function had been running at ambient level since they arrived, standard practice in any new port, reading the sovereign will landscape the way a navigator reads the water's depth. Fusha Village was ordinary at that level. Fishermen, a few merchants, Makino's genuine warmth at the center of the social web. The Marine lieutenant, whose will had the quality of someone who had chosen the institution for reasons he still believed in and was going to hold to them. The child was not ordinary. His sovereign will landed in the attunement function with the specific quality of something that shouldn't have existed yet. He was small, 8 years old, maybe, with a straw hat that sat too large on his head and eyes that were looking at everything the way only certain eyes looked at things. As if every single thing they saw was interesting, and being in a world full of interesting things was the best possible situation to be in. There's no management layer, Say thought. Asterisk no performance, no anticipation, no pre-grief. Just here. Asterisk the child looked at Say across the bar. Say felt the sovereign current shift. Not to a new tier. He was already at the highest accessible tier. The shift was in what the function could perceive. Luffy's sovereign will at the depth level was the same quality he'd read at surface level. Undivided, uncommitted to any specific direction yet, absolute in its potential. The question at the center of his will was not what do I want, but how do I get there? Not because he decided the destination, but because he hadn't encountered a destination worth this kind of will yet. He was going to decide, someday, and when he did, the decision would be total. That's what Roger was pointing toward, Say thought. Asterisk not this specific child. This specific quality. The commitment that doesn't know its direction yet, but will be absolute when it finds it. Asterisk the child walked up to the bar and looked at the crew and said, "You're pirates, right?" "Yes," Say said. The child nodded as though this confirmed something important. Then he sat down beside Say at the bar and said, "What's it like?" "What's what like?" "Being a pirate." He was completely serious. Not performing seriousness. Actually serious. In the way that very young people were sometimes actually serious when they were asking the question they most wanted answered. Say looked at this child with the full quality of his attention and thought about what the honest answer was. "It's the specific feeling," he said, "of moving through the world in the direction you actually want to move, with people who are actually themselves, doing something that actually matters." He paused. "Not always. Sometimes it's uncomfortable and hard and wrong in ways that need fixing. But the fundamental thing is that." The child absorbed this with his whole face. "I want to be a pirate," he said. "I know," Say said. Chapter 122. They stayed in Fusha Village for 10 days. Not because of the child specifically. The provisioning and repairs required it, and the crew had earned the rest, and there was something about the village's quality that made him disinclined to rush. Makino's bar was warm in the way that places were warm when the person running them was genuinely glad people were there. The air smelled like salt and bread, and the particular combination of things that small fishing villages smelled like when they were working well. Luffy came back every day. Not to talk to Say specifically. He came for the crew, for the stories, for the specific quality of the ship and the people on it, and the world they represented. He ate enormous amounts of food. He asked questions that had no wrong answers. He sat beside Say at the bar on the 3rd day and said, "Tell me about Roger." "You know about Roger?" Say said. "Everyone knows about Roger," the child said. "He's the Pirate King. I want to find his treasure." "What do you think his treasure is?" The child looked at him with the expression of someone being asked a question that seemed very obvious. Everything, he said. That's what he said. He said all of it is out there waiting for someone to find it. Say looked at the child. He felt the full weight of 35 years of preparation, 35 years of being changed by the people around him, and building the infrastructure of the next era, and learning to be present rather than managing. And it was landing in this moment with the quality of something that had been moving toward exactly this for a very long time. This is why he thought. Asterisk, not this child specifically. The thing this child represents. The undivided will that's going to find the answer and laugh. The thing Roger was pointing at. Asterisk. Roger was the best person I've ever known, Say said. I was on his crew when I was a kid. He saw more than he said, and he said things that were true even when they were uncomfortable, and he died the way he chose to die, which was the most Roger thing possible. The child was very still, which was unusual for him. He was listening in the way that someone listened when they were going to keep what they heard. What was he like? Luffy asked. When you knew him, he laughed at things that other people would have been afraid of, Say said. Not because he was pretending not to be afraid, because he was present enough for the thing to be worth laughing at. He could be in the worst situation and find the specific thing about it that was funny or beautiful or interesting. And that wasn't denial. That was the full version of being alive. Luffy nodded slowly. His face was the face of someone who understood something they didn't have words for yet. I want to be like that, he said. I know, Say said. He sat with the weight of all the sovereign wills he had read over 35 years, Roger's enormous directional commitment, Whitebeard's grief-shaped will, Odin's desire to belong to an era, Sengoku's genuine belief in what the institution was supposed to do, Shiki's wound-shaped philosophy, Beckman's precise direction, Myra's absolute orientation, each member of his crew. He was making the accounting the outline of his life had always been moving toward. Not as a ledger, as gratitude. These were the people who had changed him. This was what the changes had made. And sitting beside this child whose will was going to become one of the era's defining forces was not the end of the accounting. It was the reason for it. You received all of that, he thought, so that you could be here, now, ready to pass it forward. Chapter 123. The bandits came on the 7th day. Not Igoma. This was a different group, a rougher contingent that had heard there were pirates in port and decided that presented an opportunity. They came into Makino's bar in the early evening when the light was golden and the bar was full and Luffy was in his usual spot arguing with one of the crew about something that had become, over the last week, a recurring argument that both parties appeared to enjoy. Say read them through the doorway before they reached it. 5 men with the specific quality of people who had decided that a small fishing village wouldn't push back. He was wrong about 2 things. 1. Makino was already moving toward the door with the quality of someone who had handled situations like this before and was going to continue handling them. 2. Luffy was faster than anyone expected. The child launched himself at the leader with the specific commitment of someone who had decided violence was the appropriate response without doing any calculation about whether he was the right person to provide it. He was 7. The leader was an adult. He caught Luffy and held him by the collar with the casual ease of someone accustomed to handling people smaller than himself. And Luffy's feet were swinging and his face was furious, and he showed no inclination to be afraid. Say stood. Beckman, from the corner, gave him a look that asked the question without words. How much? The leader saw Say stand and reassess the situation. The reassessment produced an expression of someone realizing they had walked into a room with different inhabitants than expected. You can let the kid go, Say said. Or what? The reflexive question of someone who didn't want to back down, but was calculating whether staying was worth it. Or the evening gets significantly more unpleasant for your side of the room. He was standing in the particular way he'd learned from Roger. Loose, easy, the casual posture that the crew had learned to read as something is about to happen, but he hasn't decided it needs to be now. I'm being honest about your options. You walked in for something easy, and it isn't easy. That happens. There's no shame in leaving. The leader set Luffy down. Luffy immediately punched him in the shin, which was the only part he could reach, and said something about bandits that was clear in its meaning if not its specific words. The leader looked at his shin and then at Luffy, and then at Say and made the decision that several decades of similar choices had probably prepared him to make correctly. They left. Luffy watched them go with the expression of someone who felt the outcome was acceptable but not entirely satisfying. They should have fought, he said. You're 7, Say said. I don't care, Luffy said. Makino was beside him immediately with the specific quality she had of making people feel both seen and looked after simultaneously. She checked him over with efficient care, found nothing damaged, and gave him a look that communicated several things at once. Luffy received all of them without particular concern. He looked at Say. You didn't fight, he said. You made them leave. Winning without fighting is more efficient, Say said. Also less damage to the bar. Luffy thought about this. His expression was the expression of someone running a genuine calculation, not performing consideration. But sometimes you have to fight, he said. For the people who can't. Yes, Say said. Sometimes. Luffy nodded as though this confirmed something. Then he went back to his seat and resumed the interrupted argument with the crew member as though the bandits had been a minor interruption in the main event. Beckman appeared beside Say. He's going to be something, Beckman said. Yes, Say said. Chapter 124 The final conversation with Sengoku happened on the morning before departure. Say had not planned this. Sengoku was not in Fusha village. He was a marine admiral. He was wherever the marine structure needed him. But a letter had arrived the previous evening, delivered by Den Den Mushi, timed to their location in a way that suggested someone had been tracking their position. The letter said, I've finished my assessment. I need to tell you something in person before you leave the East Blue. I'm at the marine base at Shell's Town. Can you come? Say could come. He left the crew in Fusha village. Beckman understood, gave him a nod, settled into his role as crew caretaker with the ease of long practice, and took the small, fast vessel to Shell's Town, which was half a day's sail. Sengoku was at the base in civilian clothes, which was the specific signal he used for conversations he didn't want attributed to his rank. He looked older than the last meeting, not weakened, worn to a different shape, the shape of someone who had been carrying a heavy thing and had recently put it down and was still adjusting to not having the weight. They sat in the harbor master's office, which was empty at this hour. I've understood what I'm part of, Sengoku said without preamble. I spent the last 2 years doing the assessment you asked for. The institutional suppression is deeper than I thought. It's not a faction, not a conspiracy. It's structural. It's built into how information moves through Marine HQ, how orders get classified, what gets reported and what doesn't. He paused. I've spent my entire career building and maintaining and believing in an institution that has been, at several crucial junctures, a tool for suppressing exactly what it was supposed to protect. You know, Say said. I know. Sengoku's voice was the voice of a man who had accepted something that cost him a great deal. I'm not going to be able to change it from inside. I've looked at every possible angle. The suppression is too distributed, too foundational. Fixing it through institutional means would require dismantling large parts of the institution, which would create chaos that would harm the people the institution was supposed to protect. So what are you going to do? Sengoku looked at him. The quality of his gaze was the quality of a man who had decided what he was going to do and was telling someone he trusted. I'm going to make sure that when the era breaks, when the confrontation you've been preparing for finally arrives, the institution isn't in the way. I can't make it help, but I can make sure it doesn't actively suppress it. I can move things into positions where they don't block the direction the era needs to move. He paused. It's not heroic. It's maintenance work. Removing obstacles rather than building the road. It's exactly what needs doing, Say said. It doesn't feel like enough. It never does. Say looked at him. You spent your whole career believing the institution was the road. Now you're finding out the road isn't where you thought it was, and the institution was sometimes the obstacle. That's a very difficult thing to hold. Yes, Sengoku said. You're holding it. Sengoku said nothing for a moment. Then, there's a child in Fusha village. I've been watching him for 2 years. Something about his will, the hockey signatures we track, the patterns we look for. He doesn't have hockey yet, Say said. No, but the potential is in everything he does. Sengoku looked at him directly. You know who he is. I know who he's going to become, Say said. Not the same thing. Is he the one you've been positioning for? Say thought about how to answer this. He thought about everything he'd learned about not managing his disclosures, about being honest with people who could be trusted, about what Sengoku had done and what it had cost him. Yes, Say said. He's the one. Sengoku was quiet for a long time. Long enough for the harbor to settle into full morning activity outside the window. Then I'll make sure he has room to become it, Sengoku said finally. Whatever that requires from my end. They shook hands at the door. Not a marine salute. Not a strategic acknowledgement. Two people who had spent their entire adult lives on opposite sides of the same question, finding the specific point where the question stopped matching and what to do with the answer did. Chapter 125 He was back in Fusha village by evening. Luffy was at the bar and immediately wanted to know where he'd gone, which led to a conversation about the marine base at Shell's Town that became, somehow, a conversation about the nature of the Marines as an institution, which Luffy had opinions about that were not particularly sophisticated but were entirely consistent with who Luffy was. He felt that the specific people in the Marines who genuinely believed in protecting people were different from the institution that was sometimes used for other things, and that the difference mattered. Say said, how do you know that? Because Kobe wants to be a Marine, Luffy said. Kobe, apparently, was someone Luffy had not yet met, but was clearly expecting to meet, in the way that certain people expected futures they couldn't see specifically. And Kobe is good. So Marines can be good. It's just that the institution doesn't always let them. Say looked at this child and felt something that was not pre-grief and was not managed sentiment. It was the full version of the feeling, present and unprotected. This is why, he thought. This is exactly why. Not because he's going to become the pirate king, not because the foreknowledge points here, not because the strategy requires it. Because this specific 8-year-old is already thinking about how institutions can trap good people and what you do about that. He had not come here for the straw hat. He had not come here as part of a plan. He had come because the tide had pointed here, and he had followed the tide, and what he had found was exactly what the era needed to see. A child who saw the world clearly and intended to do something about what he saw. The straw hat was on the table in front of him. He had taken it out of the chest that morning for the first time since he'd packed it on the Oro Jackson. He had held it and felt the weight of it and thought about what it meant and whether he was ready. He was ready, not because he felt certain, because he was present, fully, in the full version, without the management layer. He looked at Luffy. "Can I show you something?" he said. Luffy looked at the straw hat and then at Say, and his eyes had the quality of someone who understood, at some level below conscious reasoning, that something important was happening. "Yes," he said. Say picked up the straw hat and turned it in his hands. Worn straw, red ribbon faded by decades of sun and salt. He had worn it himself only once, briefly, in a moment of trying to understand what carrying it meant. He had been carrying it since. Not wearing it. Carrying it. This belonged to someone who was pointing toward a specific thing, Say said. He spent his whole life pointing toward it. And when he died, the pointing didn't stop, because what he was pointing at was real. He looked at Luffy. This hat is a call. It's the specific signal that someone decided to keep making after the person who started it was gone. Every person who carries it is saying, I'm still looking. I haven't found it yet, but I'm still looking. Luffy was very still. His eyes were on the hat. Can I wear it? He asked. Not yet, Say said. When you're ready to go looking, not before, not to try it on, not to see what it feels like. When you're actually setting out. That's when. Luffy looked at him. The full quality of his attention, which was enormous when he chose to direct it. Will you know when that is? Luffy asked. I think you'll know, Say said. And you'll come find me. He set the hat on the table between them. The evening light was warm and gold on the worn straw. The bar was full of the ordinary sounds of a small village at the end of its day. Outside, his ship was in the harbor, his crew finishing their preparations, ready to sail when he gave the word. He was not pre-grieving this. He was not managing around it. He was fully present for the fact that this was the moment he'd been building toward for 35 years, and it looked exactly like a straw hat on a bar table in a small fishing village, and a child looking at it with the complete attention of someone who already understood more than he knew he understood. I'll come find you, Luffy said. I know, Say said. Chapter 126. The deck of the Red Force was quiet in the way only a ship at anchor could be quiet, the water lapping against the hull, the rope creaking in a wind that had gentled toward evening. Beckman stood at the rail, pipe in hand, looking out toward the harbor town they'd come to shelter in. 3 weeks they'd been here. 3 weeks of the kind of stillness that only happened once every few years, when Say decided it was time to stop moving and actually be somewhere. Say joined him without announcement. 30 years meant that Beckman knew the particular quietness of his footfall on the deck, the specific weight of his presence when he came looking for something more than conversation. You've been thinking about something, Beckman said. Not a question. It was the kind of observation that only came from 30 years of standing beside a person through things that mattered. Several things, Say replied, and there was something in his voice that made Beckman turn to look at him properly. Not sadness, not quite weariness. Something closer to completion, the way a ship felt when all the repairs were finally finished and the rigging was set right. The feeling of something that had been in motion finally understanding its own direction. Tell me, Beckman said, and he turned his full attention toward the man beside him. This was always how Beckman listened, not with the kind of attention that was waiting to respond, but with the attention of someone who had learned that what another person was trying to say was often more important than what they actually managed to articulate. Say was quiet for a long moment, watching the harbor. The current was there in the evening light, visible to him in ways that took Beckman a certain kind of effort to understand. The voice of the era had become as natural as breathing for Say now, but it still changed something in how he stood, how his attention distributed itself across the water and the sky and the small human things happening in the town below. When you came aboard, Say said slowly, I was someone who was carrying everything alone. Every decision, every consequence, every possible future I could see or calculate cascading out from each choice. I didn't know how to put it down. I didn't know that putting it down was even an option. Beckman didn't interrupt. This was his gift to say, had always been his gift. The ability to sit with what was being said without filling the silence, without offering comfort before understanding was complete. I spent years believing that if I let anyone else carry any part of it, I was being irresponsible, Say continued. That the cost would be on them if I was wrong about something. That the moment I distributed the weight to someone else, I became responsible for whatever pressure they felt under it. So I kept it all. I carried every variable, every contingency, every possible divergence from the plan. He stopped. I was managing everything instead of actually being in anything. And now? Beckman asked. His voice was steady, the same tone he used when he was genuinely interested in the answer. Now I understand what you've been trying to teach me for 30 years, Say said. The difference between having something done to you and receiving help. Between being managed and being trusted. Beckman smiled, and it was the kind of smile that only happened between two people who had earned something together. Not friendship exactly. That was too small a word for what 30 years built. Not just partnership, though that was part of it. But the particular ease that came from working alongside each other through things that actually mattered, through storms and decisions, and the kind of failures that either broke a crew or made it deeper, and choosing every single day to remain present with each other despite everything that would have justified walking away. You came aboard as someone who was carrying everything alone, Beckman said slowly, as if he was still discovering this truth himself, still working through what it meant. You put it down eventually, not because someone took it from you, not because I insisted or pushed until you had no choice, but because you were finally present enough, finally honest enough with yourself, to recognize that you didn't have to carry it that way. That another person could be a genuine part of the solution rather than a strategic asset or a liability risk. I had help, Say said simply. You received help, Beckman corrected gently. That's different. That's the whole difference in the world. Receiving means you were actually there. It means you could choose it. It means you had to recognize that help when it was being offered, had to be vulnerable enough to accept it, had to trust that the person offering it was not going to turn it into leverage later. Beckman paused. That kind of receiving changes you instead of just happening to you. Say looked at the man beside him, really looked at him with the full attention of the voice of the era function. The gray in Beckman's hair had come on gradually, so gradually that Say sometimes forgot to notice it. The lines around his eyes were deeper now, earned in 30 years of being secondhand to a man who was learning how to be first, learning how to actually accept the weight of being looked at by others, learning how to stop managing every interaction and start inhabiting it. Beckman had not remained unchanged. That was the thing Say had only recently begun to understand. What did it cost you? Say asked. Being beside someone who was learning to be present? That's not nothing. That's not a small thing to ask of a person. Beckman was quiet for a long time, and it was a different kind of quiet than before. Not avoidance, not deflection, genuine consideration, the kind that required sitting with difficult truths and not looking away. I had to learn to trust that you would actually receive what I was offering, Beckman said finally. Not just receive it tactically, like you were logging useful information from a strategic conversation, but actually receive it into yourself. Let it change how you move through the world. I had to learn not to protect you from what you needed to see, even when that meant watching you learn things in the hard way instead of the easy way. He shifted his weight on the rail, and there was something about the gesture that spoke of comfortable years, of a body that had learned to rest beside another body. I had to become someone who could stand beside uncertainty, even very large uncertainty, without needing to resolve it. I had to learn not to fill your silences with my own conclusions about what they meant. I had to become patient in a way I didn't know I was capable of, and that's an active thing, not a passive thing. That's a choice I had to keep making, every day, sometimes multiple times a day. He paused. That cost something, but it was the right cost. The kind that changes you for the better, that makes you more than you were, that expands what you're capable of holding inside yourself. You're not the same as you were 30 years ago, Say said. Neither are you, Beckman replied. He looked out at the harbor, and his voice took on the quality of someone who was finally understanding something he'd been living with for a long time. You came here carrying knowledge of a story. You put it down, bit by bit, over 30 years. What you're carrying now is not knowledge. It's everyone who changed you. Me, Yasop, Lucky Roo, Mira, young people coming aboard to find themselves becoming something. Roger's message, not as words, but as a living direction. The current itself, not as something you read, but as something you participate in. All of it, and you're carrying it differently now. Not as a burden you have to manage perfectly, not as a weight that must be kept in perfect balance, but as part of how you move through the world, as part of who you've become. The sun was dropping lower, and the harbor was turning golden with it. In the town below, people were beginning to light lamps. small lights spreading across the landscape in a pattern that seemed almost intentional, like a reflection of stars that hadn't risen yet. "Thank you," Say said. Beckman nodded, the kind of nod that needed no elaboration, that was instead its own complete communication. They stood together in the evening quiet, two people who had become something through 30 years of choosing to be present for each other, through choosing again and again to show up as they actually were rather than as they thought the other person needed them to be, and neither of them needed anything more than that moment. When Say turned to go below deck, Beckman called after him. His voice carried across the small distance with a clarity that cut through the evening sounds of the harbor. "For what it's worth," he said, "I wouldn't change a thing. Not one decision, not one moment. Not the storms, or the failures, or the conversations that took 6 hours and still didn't solve anything. That's what it looks like when you know you've been part of building something real. When you've done the work of becoming present alongside another person, and that person has been present alongside you." Say paused at the door. He turned back and smiled. And it was a smile that came from somewhere deep and true, from a place that had taken 30 years to become solid enough to smile from. He understood now. He had finally, actually understood. Chapter 127. Mira was working on the navigation charts when Say found her in the small cabin they used for planning. Maps spread out across the table, her precise hand making notes in margins, the light from the oil lamp catching the focus in her eyes. She looked up when he entered, and there was a kind of question in that look that Say had learned to read over the years they'd been working together. She was asking without words whether this was the moment for one of the deep conversations, the ones that changed how they saw each other. "Tell me the story of the hat," she said. It wasn't a request, not really. It was the kind of statement that only came from someone who had spent long enough beside him to know what he needed to say, to understand that there was something in him that was ready to be released into words if she simply created the space for it. Say sat down across from her, and she gathered the maps to one side with careful, deliberate movements, clearing the table between them like she was clearing space for something important. Like she was saying, "This conversation is significant enough to displace everything else." "The full story," she clarified. "From the beginning. I want to hear it in sequence, the way it happened. Not the summary version. Not the edited version. The actual story." Say began with the moment Roger's message had reached him, not in words, but in the current itself, a presence that had always been there, waiting like a door he hadn't opened yet. He told her about the Oro Jackson, about the specific quality of Roger's laughter, about the moment he realized he was not receiving a prediction but a question. A question about what he would choose, knowing what the answer would cost him, knowing that the answer was yes before he even understood the question. He told her about the first time he had held the straw hat in this life, about the weight of it being different than it had been in his memory of a world that no longer existed, about the fact that in this world, the hat was an object that belonged to someone, an object that a specific person would need, that was waiting to find its way to them. That Roger was trusting him not with the knowledge of what would happen. That would have been easier, more manageable, but with the knowledge that there was someone coming who would need exactly this. Mira listened without interrupting. Her hand was still on the table, and after a while, Say realized that she was grounding herself in the physical world while her attention traveled with him through 30 years of carrying something that was not his to carry, that was only his to keep safe until it could be given away. He told her about the years of holding the hat, of keeping it in a chest under his bunk where he could reach it but not see it, of measuring every decision against the question of whether he was preparing the world sufficiently for the will that was coming. About the moment he realized that you couldn't prepare the world for something like that the only thing you could do was position yourself so that when it arrived, you wouldn't stand in its way. He told her about Emu's agent coming to him with the offer of absolute power, of full access to the sovereign current without the cost of emotional presence. About the seduction of it, the way it had been presented as a gift, a release from the weight of caring about outcomes, a chance to be omniscient and above the fray. About why he had refused it. "It's the suffering that makes the reading accurate," he had told them, and he told Mira now why that was true. That without the weight of caring, without the limitation of being a person rather than a force, you couldn't actually see what the current was trying to build toward. You would only see the power itself. You would see the architecture but miss the purpose. He told her about the final conversations with Sengoku, about two people who had been in each other's stories for 30 years finding, at the end of it, that they were no longer purely on opposite sides. They had become something more complicated and more honest than that they had both changed in the process of opposing each other, that the opposition had been its own kind of relationship. He told her about the positioning he had done, quietly, without fanfare, without any attempt at public credit, to shape the political architecture of an era that would soon arrive. about how he had learned that the most powerful thing you could do was not control the future, but create the conditions where a true thing could become possible, where a sovereign will could emerge without immediately being crushed by the machinery of institutions that were afraid of what they represented. 2 hours passed. The lamp burned steady and clear. Mira didn't move, didn't interrupt, didn't look away. She created the space for his words the way she created the space for the ship to move through water, with precision and care and the full commitment of her attention. When Say finished, when he had told her all of it in sequence, allowing the narrative to go where it needed to go rather than cutting it into manageable pieces, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she asked, very softly, "You've been keeping that hat for someone who was going to need it. For 30 years. Yes, Say said. Not because you were told to. Not because the strategy required it. Not because there was any guarantee that you would ever actually get to give it to the person it was meant for." She looked at him. Because it was the right thing to be doing with it. Yes, he said. She looked at her hands for a moment, at the hands that had learned to navigate by things they couldn't see, that had learned to trust themselves in darkness, that had become part of the most honest relationship in Say's current life. "Do you know what it's like to receive something that someone kept for you for 30 years? She asked, and there was something in her voice that made the simple question feel enormous, like it contained multitudes. Say understood what she was asking. She wasn't asking about the hat, not really. She was asking about herself, about what it meant to be someone who had come aboard a ship and found that she was being received by someone who had spent 30 years learning how to actually be present for what mattered, learning how to stop managing and start inhabiting, learning how to trust another person enough to allow them to truly help. "I think so," Say said. "Roger kept faith with me for the entire time he was on the Oro Jackson. Even after he died, even after the world had moved on and made him into history instead of a person, he didn't let go. He waited. He trusted that I would understand, eventually, what he was pointing toward. That was what he kept for me. 30 years of not letting go, of believing I would become the kind of person who could receive it." Myra's hand moved across the table, and she took his in the way she had learned to do over the years they'd worked together. Not dramatic, not performative, just the touch of someone who had decided to be present for another person's truth. "It changes you," she said. "Yes," Say replied. "It does. You become someone who can hold it. That's the whole thing. You become someone who is actually alive enough to receive something that was kept for you with that much care. And once you become that person, you can never go back to not being that person. The receiving transforms you permanently." Mira didn't let go of his hand. She didn't need to say anything else. They sat together in the lamplight, across the cleared table, with all the maps pushed to the side, and the silence between them was full of understanding. The understanding of two people who had learned how to be present for each other, who had chosen each other not once, but 1,000 times, who had become something in the company of that choice. Chapter 128. The harbor town had a marketplace where young people with hungry eyes gathered in clusters, talking about ships and impossible voyages. Say moved through it the way he moved through most places now, present, attentive, reading the current as it moved through human choices and sovereign wills, understanding that every person was not a problem to be solved, but a direction to be perceived. There were 3 of them that caught the tenor of the current in a way that suggested they were ready to become something. The first was a girl named Kala, whose sovereign will was oriented toward precision in a way that spoke of deep commitment. She was a fighter with hands that moved like mathematics, with footwork that suggested thousands of hours spent in deliberate practice, but what Say read in the current around her was something deeper than talent, the will to be excellent at something that mattered, to submit herself to the discipline of mastery not because someone else demanded it, but because she had decided that was how she would spend her capacity, her time, her life. She was young, maybe 20, and she had already made peace with the fact that excellence was both its own reward and its own burden, that choosing to be excellent at something meant accepting a kind of loneliness, accepting that most people wouldn't understand the commitment it required. The second was a man named Torin, who carried the sovereign will of a cartographer in the deepest sense. Not someone who simply made maps as a function, but someone who had decided that understanding the world in detail was worth dedicating his life to. The current around him felt like curiosity that had been tempered into method, into genuine discipline, into a kind of scientific rigor that was its own form of love. He wanted to know how things actually worked, not for power or strategic advantage, but for the simple integrity of accurate knowledge, for the privilege of seeing the world as it actually was rather than as he wished it to be. The third was a boy named Vex, probably 17, whose sovereign will was the strangest and most clear. He wanted to be useful, not admirable, not famous, not powerful. He wanted to walk into a situation and genuinely contribute to its resolution, to be someone that other people could trust to actually help rather than perform helping. The current around him felt like water finding its level. He simply oriented himself toward where he was needed and tried to become what that situation required, with a flexibility that spoke of genuine humility rather than weakness. Say talked to each of them separately, not in any formal way. He asked them questions that sounded casual and weren't. What are you running toward, and what are you running away from? What would you be doing if you never had to impress anyone, if no one would ever know what you accomplished? What's the thing you've decided is true about how the world works, and what would it cost you to discover you were wrong about that? He wasn't looking for people who would be useful in a tactical sense. He wasn't looking for talent or physical capacity or the kind of strength that could be measured. He was looking for the same thing Roger had been looking for when he had found, say, decades ago. People who had decided that something was worth the cost of commitment, who had made peace with the fact that excellence required sacrifice, that becoming something required being willing to change. People whose sovereign wills were oriented towards something that wouldn't compromise under pressure, that would stand by its own logic even when the rest of the world offered more comfortable alternatives. He was building what came after himself with the same care Roger had built what came after Roger, understanding that this wasn't about power or legacy, but about consistency, about being a place where people could come and discover what they were actually capable of becoming. That afternoon, all three of them said yes when he asked if they wanted to join the crew. Not because Say had offered them power or promised them glory or even safety, but because he had genuinely seen them. He had read their actual wills in the current with the full clarity of someone who had spent 30 years learning how to see people without needing them to be anything other than what they were. And he had said, Asterisk, you're the kind of person I need to be beside. Will you come? Asterisk, and they had recognized, in being asked that way, what they were actually being asked to do. They were being asked to become something in the company of people who had decided that becoming something mattered more than safety, who had been transformed by the work of standing beside each other through difficulty. They were being asked to join a crew that understood the difference between being managed and being received. That evening, Kala, Torin, and Vex came aboard the Red Force with their belongings and their sovereign wills fully intact. Beckman gave them the tour without flinching, explaining the ship as if explaining its purpose rather than just its geography. Lucky Roo welcomed them with the kind of warmth that made strangers feel less strange immediately, that suggested this crew knew what it meant to carry the weight of becoming something new. Yassop, excellent Yassop, who dedicated his life to the excellence of whatever he touched, nodded at each of them with the approval of someone who could recognize genuine commitment when he saw it. Mira took them to the navigation cabin and showed them the charts with the same precision she brought to everything, showed them the way the current was mapped into every voyage, showed them what it meant to be someone who carried the absolute orientation of navigation, not just knowing where to go, but understanding what it meant to move with intention through a world that was always changing, to commit yourself to a direction even when the destination wasn't guaranteed. Later, when the sun had gone down and the new crew members were settling into their spaces, beginning the process of becoming part of something, Say stood at the bow with the straw hat in his hands, the hat that had been waiting, all these years, for the moment when it would be passed on to the person it was meant for. He could feel it in the current now, the approach of that moment, not far away anymore, but not immediate either. Soon. Not yet, but soon. Soon, he thought. Asterisk, not yet, but soon. And when it happens, I'll be present for it. I'll be exactly where I'm supposed to be, and I'll let it happen the way it's meant to happen. I won't try to manage it or protect myself from it. I'll just be there. Asterisk, the current moved around him, vast and ancient and new all at once, the aggregate of every sovereign while moving in the direction Roger had pointed toward, the direction the era itself was beginning to coalesce around. The era was gathering. The young will that was being born was getting closer. And Say was building the crew that would sail alongside him when that moment came, that would understand what it meant to be in a ship moving with the era rather than against it. Chapter 129. The place where it happened was a small island on the edge of a shipping route, where a man with a smile that seemed too big for his face was feeding a group of children in a village that had been ravaged by pirates. Say watched from the deck of the Red Force, reading the current with the full precision of the voice of the era function, with the certainty that only came from 30 years of practice, and he knew without any doubt that this was the moment. The child's name was Luffy. He was maybe 7 or 8, with skin burned dark by sun and eyes that held a sovereign will so absolute and so entirely aimed at the horizon that it took Say's breath to feel it in the current. Not a will that was uncertain or searching, a will that knew what it wanted and had already made peace with what that wanting would cost. This was the will that Roger had been pointing toward. This was what the hat was for. Say went ashore alone, carrying the straw hat in his hands, not performing anything, not managing the moment in the way he had learned to manage so many moments. Just walking with a purpose that was clear and irreversible, with the understanding that some things could not be prepared for, could only be shown up for. The man with the smile. Garp, Say realized with sudden clarity, reading him in the current. This was the man who was keeping the will alive, who was helping it take form. Saw him coming, and something shifted in his expression. Recognition, maybe, or the beginning of understanding what was happening in this moment. The sense that something was being given over that had been held carefully for a very long time. Say approached the child directly. Luffy was sitting with a group of other kids, listening to stories about adventure with a focus so complete that it was almost burning, as if the stories were being written into him in real time. When Say stopped in front of him, Luffy looked up, and his eyes met Say's with the kind of clarity that only existed in people whose sovereign wills had not yet learned to doubt themselves, that had not yet been softened by compromise or tempered by experience of failure. "Do you want to be a pirate?" Say asked. It was a simple question, but it mattered in a way that most questions didn't matter. "Yes," Luffy said, and the certainty in that single word was like lightning. "I'm going to be the best pirate in the whole world. I'm going to find the treasure, and I'm going to be the pirate king." Say didn't smile. He was fully in the moment, not performing ease, not calculating consequences, not tracking the 5 different ways this could diverge from the optimal outcome. He was fully present, which meant he was completely vulnerable to the weight of what was happening. He placed the straw hat on the child's head gently, but with absolute commitment. The way you place something that was finally where it belonged, that had been waiting for this position, this person, this moment. "Then you'll need this," Say said. Luffy's hand came up to touch the hat, and Say read the moment in the current. The instant when a child realized that he was being trusted by someone who saw what he actually was, not what he might become, but what he already was in his depths. The sovereign will that was aimed at the horizon received the acknowledgement it deserved, the recognition that yes, you are this, and it matters. "Who are you?" Luffy asked. "Someone who was waiting for you," Say said. "Someone who kept something for you until you were ready to have it." Luffy wouldn't remember this. Say knew that with absolute certainty. The years would come and go, and the child would grow, and the specific memory of a red-haired man in a harbor village would fade into the background of all the moments that were coming, would become a story he told himself about how he got the hat, but one that had lost its original specificity. But the hat would remain, and somewhere in the depths of his being, Luffy would carry the weight of knowing that someone had kept faith with him across time, had believed in him before he had even known what to believe in himself. Say turned away without waiting for a response. He didn't linger. He didn't try to embed himself in the moment. He didn't try to make it mean anything other than what it was. He just walked back toward the shore, knowing that the work was done, knowing that the final piece had been placed, that the era was ready to begin. Mira was waiting at the rail when he came back aboard. She didn't ask him to explain. She could read it in the current herself, could feel the completion of something that had taken 30 years, could understand what had just been given away and what that meant about who Say had become. When he reached her, she put her hand on his arm, and she said, "That was the point." Say stood there with her touch on his arm, and the answer came to him fully, for the first time with absolute clarity, without doubt or qualification. "That's what Roger told me," he said. The answer to the question I didn't know I was asking. The yes was for that, the fact that I could be fully present for what matters and still be standing after. The point isn't the outcome. The point is that you were in it, all the way in it, the full version, and you didn't die from it. You didn't break. You became more. The straw hat was gone. The moment was gone. The child was moving through his life now, carrying something that had been kept for him across 30 years and 2 worlds, carrying it without knowing why it was so important, carrying it because something in him understood that it was. And Say was finally, completely at peace with that. Chapter 130. The Red Force sailed into open water with a crew that felt right in a way it hadn't before. Kala, Torin, and Vex had settled into their roles with the kind of seamlessness that only came from people whose sovereign wills were genuinely oriented toward contribution rather than acquisition, toward becoming rather than accumulating. The current moved around the ship like it had finally found the right shape, the right balance, the right collection of people moving in the same direction. Say was at the bow, using the voice of the era function as a permanent orientation now, not reaching for it when he needed it, but living within it like the air he breathed. The tide was there in every moment, and instead of trying to see ahead or manage outcomes, he was simply feeling the direction of the age and allowing the ship to move with it, becoming a part of the direction rather than trying to control it. That was the thing he had finally learned. The voice of the era wasn't a tool for controlling the future. It was a way of being present for the present moment with such clarity that you moved with the actual direction of what was happening, instead of pushing against it or trying to impose your will onto it. It was about alignment rather than action, about becoming transparent to the will of the era rather than trying to dominate it. Beckman came to stand beside him, and Say didn't turn to acknowledge him. No need. 30 years had made them comfortable enough in each other's presence that words were almost intrusive. That presence was its own complete communication. Where are we heading? Beckman asked eventually. Into the era, Say replied. Not toward a destination. Into what's coming. The current is moving that way, and we're moving with it. And that's enough? Beckman asked. No plan. No sight on the horizon. Just the current. The current is the horizon, Say said. It's the direction the age is moving toward. Roger understood that. He moved with it, and it changed the world. And now, Say paused, feeling the immense presence of what was beginning. The young sovereign will that had just received the hat was somewhere out there now, moving in the water, beginning the long journey of becoming what it had always known it was. Now there's someone else who's going to feel it, someone who's going to move with it, and we're going to sail beside that, contributing to the direction of the thing rather than controlling it. The sun was setting, painting the water in shades of gold and deep orange. In the current, in the actual physical water beneath them, Say could feel the presence of Roger's laughter, not Roger as a ghost or a memory, but Roger as a quality of the current itself. The way a teacher becomes part of how you move through the world. The way a person you've loved becomes part of the way you read what's true. I'm ready, Say said, and he meant it in the deepest part of himself. Ready for what was coming. Ready for the era that was beginning. Ready for the moment when he would stop being the primary actor and become a navigator, a guide, someone who could hold space for something true to emerge. The Red Force moved forward through the water, and the crew was settled into the work of sailing. Rigging checked, course steady, the kind of ordinary excellence that only came from people who had decided to be fully present for the work. Mira was in the navigation cabin, making the notes that would keep them oriented, keeping the charts updated with the quality of her absolute orientation. Beckman was checking the supply stores with the kind of attention that never wavered, making sure the crew was taken care of, making sure the ship could continue. Yassop was at the edge of deck, reading the wind the way he read everything, with precision and dedication. Lucky Roo was in the galley, preparing dinner with the kind of warmth that made the food taste like it had been made with actual care, with the understanding that feeding people was one of the ways you showed them they mattered. And Say stood at the bow, feeling the current move through his body like it was part of his breathing now, and he was at peace. Not the peace of completion, not the peace of resolution, but the peace of being exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing, and trusting that the era that was coming would be what it needed to be, that the young will that had received the hat would grow into its full potential, that the vision Roger had carried would find its way into the world through channels that Say could not predict and did not need to predict. The point was simple: being present, showing up fully, giving what was being asked of you, not what you thought should be asked of you, receiving help instead of managing everything alone. And then, when your moment passed, stepping back gracefully and making space for what came next. The tide's direction felt like Roger's laughter echoing across years and worlds and sovereign wills that had intersected and changed and become something none of them would have predicted alone. The laughter of someone who understood that the point was not to see the future, but to be present for it, to move with it, to contribute to it. Say smiled, and it was a smile that came from the depths of his being. The era was beginning. He was in it. He was not finished. He was just getting started. And that was everything. Chapter 131. The moment Luffy set out, Say felt it through the tide. He was in his quarters when it happened, reading the catalog, not doing anything in particular, the ordinary morning work of a person who keeps records. The tide walker function was running at background level the way it always ran now, the permanent awareness of the era's aggregate direction, and then, without warning, the tide shifted. Not changed direction. Accelerated. He sat up from the desk. The shift was the specific quality of something that had been moving steadily and encountered a new force aligned with its direction. Not a collision, an amplification. The era's aggregate while moving forward and finding a new current joining it from the east blue, small in absolute terms, but coherent in a way that sent a resonance through the whole tide. Something was out on the water, something with a will that was aimed true and moving. He put the catalog down. He opened the tide walker function to full depth and received the reading carefully, the way you receive something you'd been waiting for without knowing you were waiting for it. The east blue tide, ordinarily quiet, ordinarily a backwater of the era's will, not the grand line, had a new movement in it. A small boat. A person on a very old route. Luffy had set out. Say sat with this for a long time. He did not perform anything. He did not manage the feeling into a useful shape. He let it land the way the timber's message had landed, The way Roger's last words had landed at Logtown, as a real thing, present, requiring presence in return. The feeling was joy, not relief that the plan was in motion, not satisfaction that the positioning had worked. Actual joy, the specific quality of it that came when something that had been moving toward its right place arrived there, and you could feel that it was right in every direction you cared to look. He had spent 35 years receiving the world as it was, and occasionally, in the best moments, being in that reception without protecting himself from it. This was one of those moments. The arrow was moving. Luffy was out. The thing Roger had pointed toward, the search, the answer, the moment when someone finds what was hidden and laughs, was in motion. He thought. I was here for all of it. The whole chain. Roger and the pointing. The Oro Jackson and the learning. The 35 years of building. The straw hat. And now this. He thought. That's the point. Not the outcome. The fact of being in it. The whole chain, present for each link. Beckman appeared in the doorway. He had the quality of someone who had felt something shift and was checking whether he'd read it correctly. He's out, Say said. Beckman came in. He sat in the second chair in the way that told Say this was going to be a real conversation. How does it feel? Beckman asked. Like the specific feeling of watching a fire you started burning correctly, Say said. But the fire is doing it on its own. I built the kindling, but I'm not the fire. That's the correct feeling, Beckman said. They sat together in the small quarters with the morning light coming through the porthole at the angle it came through when the ship was facing east, which it was, because Mira had them pointed toward the grand line on the bearing that felt right. Outside, the world was going about its ordinary business. The arrow was moving. Something that had been building for 50 years was now, in a small boat on the East Blue, beginning to find its full speed. Say was here for it. That was enough. Chapter 132, he wrote the accounting over 3 days. Not in the catalog, or rather, the catalog was where he started and then moved past. The catalog had been a tactical document for most of its existence. Observations, assessments, useful information organized for retrieval. He had been changing it for years, writing entries that were less tactical and more honest. The 3-day accounting was the final version of that change. He wrote about every sovereign will he had received that had changed him. Roger first. The specific quality of Roger's will at the reader tier, the first time he'd read it fully. Not the surface, not the direction, but the actual content, the thing at the center of it. Not power, not legacy, but the existence of a moment when someone finds the answer and laughs. He had been changed by reading that. He had understood something about what he was supposed to be doing differently afterward. Rayleigh. The specific patience of Rayleigh's will, deep understanding and genuine willingness to wait while you figure out things he already knows. He had learned what patience actually looked like from reading Rayleigh. Buggy. The distance between the performance and the actual person, and the way that distance had been narrowing throughout the 15 months, and what it had meant to watch someone choose between the performance and the reality, and sometimes choose the reality. Odin. He wants to belong to an era. The specific quality of reading someone who was the same question as you, differently expressed. He had not been able to help Odin, had known he couldn't help Odin, had been present for Odin anyway. Crocus. The specific competence of someone who knew how to be present with suffering without trying to fix it. The lesson that being present didn't require solving. Whitebeard. The grief that looked like his own, read at distance. The way that Reed had become, decades later, the specific tool that prevented a catastrophe. Sengoku. The genuine belief in what the institution was supposed to do, distinct from the institution itself. The long arc of trust that had been built through honesty and had eventually produced someone who was willing to move the obstacles rather than add to them. Shiki. The wound-shaped philosophy and what it had shown him about the difference between the story someone told about their will and what was actually there. Beckman. The precision of someone who had been ready for a long time, who only needed something worth being ready for. Mira. The absolute orientation and the specific honesty of someone who couldn't pretend not to see what she was looking at. His crew. Each one. The aggregate coherence of all of them together. And Luffy. 11 years old, undivided, aimed. He wrote about each one. Not the tactical assessment of what they'd been useful for. The full version, what it had felt like to receive their will, what had changed in him as a result, what the change had made possible. When he finished, he looked at what he'd written. It was not a record of achievements. It was not a strategic document. It was testimony, the specific form of accounting that said, I was here. These people were real. They changed me. This is what the changes made. He thought about the management layer and everything he'd spent 35 years learning to put down. He had come into this body carrying a catalog of foreknowledge and a set of tactical reflexes and a fundamental orientation toward managing things rather than being present for them. He had been changed out of that, slowly, by every person on the list. The foreknowledge wasn't the gift, he thought. Asterisk, the people were the gift. The foreknowledge was just the reason I was here. What I found after I arrived was the actual thing. Asterisk, he closed the accounting. He set the pen down. The lamp above was steady. Outside, his crew was going about the ordinary work of a ship moving through the world. He felt gratitude. Not for specific things, for the whole shape of it. For the 35 years and what they had made of him. For the fact that being present had been survivable and that the survival had not required him to remain unchanged. That was the accounting. That was the whole thing. Chapter 133. The attack came from someone who had known Roger's crew. Not a Yonko-level threat. Not Ima's agent. A man named Kasani who had served on a ship allied with the Roger pirates in the final years. A minor figure, peripheral to the main story, who had spent decades building a grievance. In his own telling, Roger had made a promise to his captain and broken it. In the version Say could read through the sovereign current. The will underneath the grievance was the familiar shape of grief that had stopped moving forward. Someone who had been unable to make peace with the Roger era ending and had spent decades deciding who to blame. He had decided to blame Shanks. The attack was competent. Kasani had resources, a small fleet, hired fighters with hockey, intelligence about the crew's network that suggested he'd been gathering it for years. He had waited until Say was separated from the main ship, had chosen a port where his contacts would be uncertain, and had come with numbers that were designed to matter. The crew was not separated. That was his first miscalculation. Beckman had been tracking the intelligence-gathering pattern for 6 months without telling Say, which Say discovered when Beckman appeared at the harbor with the crew fully assembled before Kasani's fleet had committed to the engagement. The second miscalculation was tactical. Kasani had built his operation around the assumption that Shanks functioned through raw power, Yonka-level force, used directly. He had planned a suppression operation that would neutralize Shanks before the force could be applied. He had not accounted for the current shaper function used at scale. Say used it across the entire engagement. Not directing attacks, directing resonance. He amplified the coordination between his crew members, creating the specific effect that had worked against Shiki years ago. The current carrying the shared understanding of each person's position and intent to every other person simultaneously. The crew moved like something that could see itself from above. Kasani's forces were individually capable. They were not coherent. They did not know where each other was, or what each other intended moment to moment. The coordination gap was not large, but the current made it decisive. The engagement ended in 40 minutes. Kasani himself, Say, found at the back of the harbor, backed against a wall, with the specific quality of someone who had believed firmly in their plan until the plan had clearly failed and was now reassessing everything. Say read his will. The grief was real. The specific person he had loved was real. The promise Roger had allegedly made and broken was real in the memory, even if the details had been shaped by decades of grieving. What sat underneath all of it was not evil. It was someone who had not been able to move forward from a thing that had happened a long time ago. The captain Roger made the promise to, Say said. What was his name? Kasani looked at him. Varen, he said. I knew the Roger pirates, Say said. Not every person who worked with them, but the ship's core. I don't know that name. He was never on the ship, Kasani said. The grief was in his voice, audible without the management layer he'd probably had around it for decades and was no longer able to maintain. He was shore-based. He kept their network in 3 ports in the East Blue. He died in the last year of the Roger era. Roger never came to acknowledge it. Roger died at Low Town, Say said. I know when Roger died. Say looked at this man. The anger was structural, built over decades into the way Kasani moved through the world. But it was not the whole structure. At the depth level, under the committed fury, was someone who missed a specific person and had not had anyone to help them grieve. Varen mattered, Say said. Kasani looked at him. Something moved in his expression that was not tactical and was not managed. He was one of the people who made the Roger era possible from the outside, Say said. The shore-based network was essential. He and the people like him kept the crew's connections intact in ports where a pirate ship couldn't anchor safely. That work doesn't appear in any story. It was real. Kasani said nothing. Roger didn't come to acknowledge it because he was arrested at Low Town and then executed, Say said. Not because Varen didn't matter. Because Roger ran out of time. The silence was long. I know that, Kasani said finally. I know the timeline. I know Roger didn't choose not to come. He paused. It doesn't help. No, Say said. It doesn't help. The truth doesn't fix grief. It just gives it something accurate to be attached to. He stood with this man for a while in the harbor. Not pressing anything. Not managing the situation toward a conclusion. Just present for the fact of it. Eventually Kasani said, I've been doing this for 30 years. I know, Say said. I'm tired. I know that too. Kasani looked out at the harbor, at the fleet that was no longer a fleet. The hired fighters had dispersed, the network of resources that had supported decades of grievance building now absent. He had built something large around a grief and watched it come to nothing. What do I do now, he asked. Go home, Say said. Wherever that is. Start the actual grieving. He paused. It's not too late. Kasani left. He did not attack again. Say went to find Beckman. You knew for 6 months, Say said. Yes, Beckman said. And you didn't tell me. I wanted to handle the preparatory intelligence work without it entering your decision-making process. You would have responded to it in a specific way that would have made the response more complicated. Say looked at his first mate. That's the old logic, he said. That's the management layer logic. You decided what I needed to know to operate correctly. Beckman met his eyes. Yes, he said. You're right. I'm sorry. Say looked at him for a long moment. Beckman, who did not make errors of this type often, who held himself to a high standard of honest conduct, and who was telling him this directly without deflection. Thank you for the apology, Say said. Tell me next time. I will, Beckman said. Chapter 134. The advance to Sovereign Sea did not announce itself. He had not been aiming for it, had not been thinking about it, had not been practicing for it, had not been wondering when it would arrive. The tears of the sovereign current had always come the same way, as consequences of genuine encounter, of being changed by what he received, of the advancement being the natural result of the change rather than the goal of it. He had stopped thinking about tier advancement when the voice of the era function opened, because that had felt like the ceiling, the highest available expression of the function's logic. Sovereign Sea was not what he'd expected the ceiling to look like. It happened in the middle of the 3-day accounting. He was writing about Luffy, about the quality of Luffy's will at the depth level, the specific character of an undivided commitment that hadn't found its direction yet, but would be total when it did. He was trying to articulate what it had felt like to be present for that, to receive the will of someone who was going to become the direction that resolved the question Roger had spent his life pointing toward. The current shifted while he was writing, not to a new tier, into a different quality of the same function. He had described the Sovereign Sea tier to himself, over the years, as to embody an era's will so completely that others can navigate by you. He had been doing this, increasingly, for years, the consistent presence in the tide, the genuine orientation toward the era's direction, the fact of being in it rather than above it. What changed in that moment was not his power or his perception. It was his position. The current showed him what he was. Not from inside, from the perspective of the tide itself. He was visible in the tide. Not loudly. Not the way Roger had been visible. Not the way Luffy was becoming visible. Quietly, consistently, with the specific quality of something that had been in the same direction for long enough that the tide could be understood in relation to it. I am a navigational constant, he thought. Asterisk not because I decided to be one. Because I've been here, in this direction, long enough. Asterisk he did not feel powerful. He felt located. The difference was the whole thing. Power was something you projected outward. Location was something you were. Being located meant that others could determine their own position in relation to you. Not by your command. By your consistency. He wrote this down in the accounting. Not as a tier advancement. As a realization about what the function had always been moving toward. Not the ability to do something more. The achievement of being something specific enough, consistently enough, that the world could use it. That's the ceiling, he thought. Asterisk not the ability to do more. The achievement of being recognizably yourself, consistently enough, in the direction that matters, for long enough. Asterisk he looked at what he'd written. He thought about the management layer, the thing he'd been putting down for 35 years. What was the opposite of the management layer? Not vulnerability as performance, not performed openness. Genuine presence. Being actually there, actually in the thing, actually yourself, with the full quality of whatever you actually were. That was the function. That was what the sovereign current had been building toward, one genuine encounter at a time, one being changed by what you receive at a time, for 35 years. He was located. He closed the accounting. The lamp was steady. The ship was moving. The arrow was moving. He was in it. Chapter 135, he went a laugh tale. Not because the plot required it. Not as a strategic move. He went because he had been avoiding it for 35 years, and the avoidance was one of the last management layer behaviors he'd been maintaining without fully acknowledging. He had been to laugh tale once. He had been standing on that island when the crew laughed, and he had not been able to laugh because he knew what the laughter meant, and knowing what it meant had made him stand slightly outside of it, in the position of someone who understood the joke rather than someone who was in it. He had not gone back. He went now with Mira and Beckman and no one else. It was not a crew expedition. It was a specific return to a place he had left incomplete. The island was what it had been, outside of normal coordinates. The specific quality of light that was unlike other light. The trees that had grown in ways that suggested the island had its own ideas about what it wanted to be. The space where Roger and the crew had stood on the specific day that gave the island its name. He walked to that space. He stood in it. The Tidewalker function was running at full level. He could feel the era's direction from this spot, with the specific clarity of a location that had a lot of history. The will that had been generated here, Roger's crew, on that day, reading what they had found and laughing, was present in the ambient quality of the place the way old decisions were present in old spaces. Layered under the ordinary present, audible at the current level. He opened to it. He received what was there, Roger, at the moment of the laughter. The specific quality of Roger's will at that moment. Not the largest it had ever been, not the most committed, the most complete. The moment when the person who had been pointing toward this thing had arrived at the thing and found that the arriving was worth exactly what the pointing had suggested it was worth. The laughter had come from that, not from the content of what they found, from the completeness of finding it, the fact of the finding itself. He sat with this for a long time. I've known what was here for 35 years, he thought. I've known the broad shape of it since before I arrived in this body. I've been living in the story of it. I've been changed by being in the story of it. I still don't know the joke exactly. I don't know the specific content. I know the direction it points in, and I know what finding it means, and I know that the person who is going to find it is on the water right now, aimed toward it, committed in the way that only certain wills can commit. He thought. But I know something Roger knew. I know what it feels like to have been in the thing the whole time. To have been present for the whole chain from the Oro Jackson to this moment. To have been changed by everyone who was part of it. To have received all of that and been made different by it, and to be here now, in this space, knowing that the pointing is still going and that someone is following it. He felt the fullness of that. And then he laughed. Not because he understood the joke. Not because the content of what was hidden had been revealed to him. Not because he'd earned the laugh by arriving at a specific level of insight. He laughed because he was in it. Fully, completely, the full version without the management layer. And being in it was the thing Roger had always been pointing toward, and the pointing itself was so exactly right, so perfectly aimed at the specific thing that mattered, that the rightness of it landed in him as laughter. It was real, not performed. The specific quality of laughter that didn't come from preparation or timing, but from a moment when something that was true landed in the right way. He stood in the space where Roger had laughed and laughed at the same joke, 35 years later, from the inside. When it was done, he was still standing. Mira was behind him, which he had known without needing to turn. Beckman a few feet farther back. Neither of them had laughed. This wasn't their joke, and they knew it, and their presence was the presence of people who understood that this was someone else's specific thing and who were here to be present for it. He turned. Okay. Mira asked. Yes, he said. He was, fully and accurately, okay. Chapter 136, he opened the catalog to the first entry. He had written it in the first week aboard the Oro Jackson, in the handwriting of a 9-year-old whose hands he was still calibrating. The entry was precise and tactical and entirely oriented around threat assessment and concealment. He read it and recognized the person who had written it, and that person was not fully him anymore, was the origin of him, the starting point, the person who had arrived with foreknowledge and a management reflex, and very little else. He read forward. He read the whole catalog. Not quickly. Over the 3 days following the Laugh-Tale return, he read every entry from the beginning to the 3-day accounting he'd just finished. He read himself from the beginning and watched the changes accumulate. The entries got longer as they went. Not because he'd had more to report, because the person writing them had more to say. The early entries were efficient and brief. Assessments, catalog items, tactical information. The middle entries began to include things the early version would not have included. What something had felt like, what a conversation had revealed that wasn't tactically useful but was real, what he was uncertain about. The late entries were essays, records of encounters, testimony. The change was not abrupt. It was the specific kind of change that happened when you were not trying to change, but were being changed by the things you were present for. 35 years of incremental revision, one genuine encounter at a time. He wrote a new entry at the end of the accounting. I came here with a catalog of knowledge about a story. I used that catalog to survive the early period, to avoid obvious errors, to not flag attention before I understood where I was. The catalog was useful. The foreknowledge was useful. But the catalog was not the thing. The foreknowledge was not the gift. What was useful was that the foreknowledge gave me a reason to be present for specific things I might otherwise have missed. It made me attend. The attending was the gift. I have been inside a story I knew. I have changed it by being present in it. Not by redirecting its major events. Not by using foreknowledge to achieve better outcomes than the story would have had. By being a person in it, genuinely, fully, without the management layer. By receiving what was offered rather than assessing what was useful. The story I lived is not the story I arrived knowing. It has 35 additional years of actual experience in it. People I was changed by. Decisions that were mine and not the story's. A crew that is what it is because of specific things that happened between specific people, none of which I could have predicted from the original story. I woke up inside a story I knew. I have been changing it for 35 years just by being present in it. The story I'm inside now is not the story I knew. That's not a problem. That's what it means to have been here. He closed the catalog. He set it in the chest with the timber and the early notebooks. He did not need to access it from the outside anymore. It was in him, all of it, integrated the way the current integrated what it received. He was the catalog. That was the final entry. Chapter 137, the evening gathering happened without announcement. He did not call the crew together. He was on the main deck as the sun went down, sitting against the mast with a cup of something warm, and the crew gathered around him the way crews did on ships that were themselves. Not because they were told to, but because this was the time of day when being together made sense. Yasopp was working on his equipment with the specific attention he brought to maintenance that was also a form of meditation. Lucky Roo had produced food. He had always produced food. Say had long since stopped wondering how he managed to have the right thing at the right time. And it was the good kind, the kind that required sitting rather than standing and staying rather than moving on. Mira was beside him with her charts, but the charts were not being actively navigated. She was present rather than working. Beckman was across the deck in his usual position, the chess problem that had been ongoing for years in front of him, but he was not looking at the board. He was looking at the evening. Say ran the attunement function at full depth and received all of it. The aggregate of the crew's sovereign wills was what it had been in the last full reading, but larger now with the newer members. Coherent in the way the Oro Jackson crew had been coherent. Each person moving in their own direction, independently choosing their own movement, and the aggregate of those independent choices pointing in the same general direction. Not because he had oriented them, because they were themselves, and he was himself, and being themselves in proximity had produced the coherence. He felt Roger's crew in his memory and his own crew in the present, and the similarity was not coincidence and was not imitation. It was the same principle operating in two different times with two different sets of people. You built this by being present for the people around you. That was the whole instruction. Being present produced coherence. Coherence produced the thing that you could not produce by planning for it. He sat with his crew in the evening light and felt all of them through the current and was fully present for the fact of it without performing anything about it. The warmth of the air, the smell of what Roo had cooked, the specific quality of Mira beside him with her presence settled into itself. Yasopp's equipment maintenance rhythm, Beckman's stillness. The crew would persist. Not this specific configuration of people. That would change, as all things changed. But the principle of what had been built here, the way of being together that had come from presence rather than management, would persist in the people who had learned it by being part of it. That was how Roger had persisted. Not in the story. In the people who had been on the Oro Jackson and had carried the specific quality of what they'd learned there into everything they'd done afterward. Say was part of that chain. His crew was part of it now. The evening settled around them. Lucky Roo was explaining something to the newer crew member that involved both the food and a navigational concept. Yasopp set down his equipment and looked at the stars, which were coming out. Mira had set the charts aside. Say sat in the center of all of it and was here. That was the whole thing. That had always been the whole thing. Chapter 138, he wrote the letter to Luffy the following morning. He sat at his desk with the early morning light coming through the porthole, and he wrote, "You don't know me. Or you do. Slightly. I'm the Yonko who gave you a straw hat when you were 12. What you don't know is why, or what the hat is, or what I've been doing for the last 40 years. I was on Roger's crew. I was there from the beginning of the last years until the very end. I was at Laughtail. I stood in the crowd at Lowtown. I kept the straw hat for 30 years before I gave it to you, because it wasn't mine to give until it was. Roger was the best person I've ever known. Not the most powerful, not the most successful, the most fully himself, most completely in the thing he was doing, most genuinely present with the people around him. He died the way he chose to die, which was consistent with who he was. He left something behind that's more important than the treasure. He left the question, the pointing, the specific direction that says, there's something hidden that needs to be found, and the finding of it will change what the world understands about itself, and whoever finds it needs to know what to do with it. You're going to find it. I know this not from foreknowledge, but from 30 years of reading sovereign wills at depth, And what I found in yours when you were 12 is the specific thing that Roger was pointing toward. Undivided, aimed, total. When you find the answer, you'll know what Roger meant when he said he left everything there. Asterisk asterisk, what you do with it is yours. I can't tell you what to do. No one can tell you what to do, and anything that tried to tell you what to do would be wrong about you by virtue of the trying. What you do with it is entirely, specifically, yours. Asterisk asterisk, laugh when you find it. That's the whole thing. That's what it's for. Asterisk asterisk, your era is going to be big. I know because I was there when the age that made it possible ended, and it ended pointing directly at you. Asterisk asterisk, go find it. Be present for it. The full version, without the management layer. Laugh when you find it. Asterisk, that's the whole thing. He set the pen down. He folded the letter. He put it in the chest with the catalog and the timber and the earliest notebooks. Then he made a second letter, shorter, addressed to Beckman, with instructions for when the first letter should be delivered and under what conditions. He sealed both. He returned to the deck. Chapter 139. The world after Roger's era had settled into itself. He had watched it settle over 4 decades. The chaos of the immediate post-Roger period, the political restructuring, the power vacuums, the specific forms of disorder that came when the person who had defined an era was gone, had resolved into the Yonko structure, into the marine structure, into the particular balance of forces that maintained itself not through peace, but through the specific tension that kept things from collapsing entirely. He had been part of making that balance. The relationships he'd built, the conversations he'd had, the way he'd positioned himself as a navigational constant rather than a dominant force, all of it had contributed to the shape the world had taken. He was not the hero of this story. He had never been going to be the hero. He had understood this early and had sometimes resisted understanding it and had eventually accepted it fully. The hero was whoever was coming to finish what Roger had started, and Say was not that person. Say was the person who made sure the hero had room to become what they needed to become. He was the keeper, not of the treasure, of the conditions. The specific conditions under which the thing Roger had pointed toward could happen. The political balance that prevented any single power from locking the world into permanent stasis before the answer was found. The network of people who understood something about what was actually moving and could support rather than suppress it. The navigational constant that others could check their heading against when the direction was unclear. He thought about what Roger had been watching on the Oro Jackson. Not Shanks' potential as a Yonko. The specific quality of someone who was learning to be present. Someone who would become, over decades, the person you navigated by. He knew what he was building, Say thought. Asterisk, not a successor. Not an ally. A navigational constant for the next era. Someone who would be so consistently in the right direction for long enough that the people who needed to find the direction could find it by finding him. Asterisk, he had been that. The world was what it was in part because he had been that. He sat with the weight of this. Not pride, not satisfaction exactly. The specific feeling of having done the thing that was yours to do. The feeling of being in the right place, doing the right thing, and knowing it because the thing fit. The world was in the era before it broke. Luffy was out on the water. The tide was moving. The countercurrent was moving against it with its ancient patience. And the world was moving anyway. Slowly. Inevitably. In the direction Roger had pointed. He could feel it in the tide. The direction was stronger than it had been a decade ago. Stronger than it had been at Logtown. The aggregate sovereign will of everyone who had received what Roger pointed toward and was moving toward it. It was larger now, more coherent, building with each year. The break was coming. He did not know exactly when. He knew the direction. He was in it. Chapter 140, he was at the bow when he wrote the last catalog entry. The sea was what it always was, vast, moving, real. The crew was going about their work around him. Mira was at the charts. Beckman was at his position. The newer members were becoming themselves in the way that people became themselves when they were in the right place. The tide was running its constant direction beneath everything. He wrote, asterisk, I came here knowing how the story ended. I thought that meant I understood what to do. Asterisk, asterisk, I didn't understand what to do. I had information, but I was not yet the person who could use it correctly. The information was the starting point. The reason I was here, the context, the initial orientation. But using it correctly required becoming someone different from who I was when I arrived. Asterisk, asterisk, becoming that person took 35 years. It required being changed, one genuine encounter at a time, by every person I was present for. It required learning to put down the management layer, which was the specific reflex I'd built to protect myself from a grief I was anticipating and which turned out to be the main obstacle between me and the thing I was here to do. Asterisk, asterisk, what I was here to do. Be in it. Be a navigational constant. Be so consistently present in the direction that matters that others could use my position to check their own heading. Asterisk, asterisk, what I found while I was doing that. The people. Roger, Buggy, Odin, Crocus, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Shiki, Beckman, Mira, Yasop, Rue, every person on the crew, Luffy, all of them. I was changed by each one, and the changes are what I am now. Asterisk asterisk, I came here carrying knowledge of a story. The story I'm inside now is not the story I knew. It has everyone who changed me in it. It has 35 years of actual experience. It has the straw hat going to the person who needed it. It has the era moving toward the thing Roger pointed toward. Asterisk asterisk, that's not the ending. The ending hasn't happened yet. The story is still going. I am still in it. Asterisk, he stopped writing. He looked up. The sea was ordinary. The horizon was the horizon. Somewhere out there, a boy with a straw hat was moving through the east blue with his undivided will aimed at something enormous. He thought, that's fine. The phrase arrived the way it had arrived for 35 years, as the signature phrase, the specific verbal habit, the thing he said when the situation was obviously not fine and he was performing ease around the unfineness. But this time it arrived differently. This time it was true. This was fine. The era was moving toward its break, and the break would be enormous and painful, and the countercurrent would fight it with everything the institutional suppression had developed over centuries. People he cared about were going to be hurt. Things he had built were going to be tested in ways he couldn't prepare for. And it's fine, not because it was easy, because it was the right thing, moving in the right direction, with the right people involved, and he was in it rather than above it, and being in it rather than above it was the whole thing. He closed the catalog. He set it in his lap for a moment and felt the weight of it. 35 years of entries. The whole arc from the 9-year-old on the Oro Jackson to this person on this ship on this water. He looked at the horizon. The tide was running. The arrow was moving. The straw hat was out there, on the head of someone who was going to find the answer and laugh. And Say was here, on the deck of his ship, in the era, moving with it. That was the whole thing. Not the ending, the continuation. The story wasn't over. The story was still happening. He was in it. That was enough. That was exactly enough.